when the stars descend upon this land. The fervor of the beast kin embarks on a journey. As the sun dims due to its own arrogance, we shall ultimately not be forgotten. Volume 1, The Wolf's Edge in Another World. Chapter 1, Solitary Wanderer of the Wilderness. The wilderness appears to have no reason to justify the term wild. The marauding venomous creatures leave their distinct imprints upon the dusky earth, while the occasionally trembling stones seem to narrate the vitality concealed beneath the desolate surface. The yellow sands, swept by the distant breeze, carry faint echoes of roars, stirring up withered grasses that have languished for an unknown time, gradually drifting towards the horizon. The sun hung high, scorching the ground, while the few remaining stunted shrubs and sparse weeds lay prostrate upon the soil, striving to cast a meager shadow with their diminutive forms. Whoosh whoosh. The heavy sounds of breathing introduced a strange taste to the wilderness that a droplet of sweat fell to the ground, leaving a fleeting mark that evaporated almost instantly. Feet, clad in coarse beast skin, trod upon the gritty terrain, stirring up dust that swirled into a vortex under the gentle caress of the breeze, before dispersing beneath. A figure elongated by the sun's rays concealed a series of not overly lengthy footprints within its shadow, spanning 100 meters before vanishing into the dust. The tattered beast's skin robe was coated with a layer of yellow clay, which occasionally fell away as it moved forward at a leisurely pace. The seemingly weary body bore an unwavering resolve, and the eyes that occasionally peeked from the robe shone with extraordinary brightness. Uncertain of how long he had traveled, a faint murmur began to surface in Wolf Edge's ears. His parched hands slowly removed the robe wrapped around his head, revealing a crown of gray hair, from which a pair of pointed ears protruded. He pursed his cracked lips, peeling away the dead skin that had accumulated for an indeterminate time, and spat vehemently onto the grass-stained soil, a hint of an imperceptible smile gracing his lips. The empire of beasts at last has arrived. Cough. The hoarse voice struggled to utter 8 words before a fit of violent coughing seized him. Yet the sight of hope quickened his steps. He retrieved a water skin from his waist, gulping down several mouthfuls before pouring some into his hands to splash on his face, hastily wiping away the moisture as he sprinted towards the vaguely visible city. As he drew closer, Wolf Edge was increasingly astonished by the towering city walls. The walls stretched for miles, resembling a colossal serpent emerging from the wilderness, leading towards the distant mountains. Constructed from massive stones, the walls rose to a height of 12 spans, approximately 1.8 meters per span, emanating a raw, rugged aura that starkly contrasted with the refined elegance of human craftsmanship, yet possessed a unique, ancient charm. Upon the city gate, rising about 4 spans high, was crudely carved the head of a beasted giant bear. The bear's head, tilted skyward, roared mightily. Its eyes, fashioned from rubies, seemed to contain a fierce ferocity that intimidated the passing beastmen, adding a spark to the otherwise rough visage of the bear. Beneath the gate stood 8 brown bear warriors of the Bear Clan, each nearly 2 spans tall, a colossal presence for most beastmen. As one of the mightiest branches of the Bear Clan, these 5,000 warriors, wielding iron axes and wooden shields, rendered the western gateway of the Empire of Beasts impenetrable, capable of withstanding the onslaught of 100,000 insect warriors. This continent differs from Earth, with 70% of its land serving as the battleground between the beastmen and insect tribes. The insect tribes, generally frail, struggle to produce warriors comparable to the beastmen, yet their vast population allows them to muster considerable armies. In stark contrast, the beastmen are all soldiers, yet their reproduction rate lags far behind that of the insect tribes. This mutual offset maintains a precarious balance. Among the 30% of aquatic territories, 25% is ocean, ruled by the aquatic tribe, while the remaining waters consist of rivers and lakes, equally divided between the insect and beast tribes. Many insect clans thrive in aquatic environments, such as the Dragon Leech clan and the Water Centipede clan. The beastmen also have their own formidable aquatic warriors, like the Muscular Crocodile clan and the Venomous Water Snake warriors, along with various toxic specialists from the Water Frog clan, firmly maintaining control over the scarce water resources. Even the aquatic tribe dares not encroach upon their domain. Wolf Edge, a traveler from another world, finds himself inhabiting the body of a youth named Wolf Edge. From fragmentary memories, he learns that he and his father live in the jungle until his father vanished silently at the age of 13, leaving no trace behind. Perhaps Wolf Edge's father believed that his son's 13 years of survival experience would suffice in navigating the jungle. Yet within a day, Wolf Edge succumbed to the mist, exhaled by a ghostly white fox from the depths of the forest, granting Wolf Edge an unexpected opportunity. However, he also learned from his irresponsible father that there was an Orcish kingdom to the west of the jungle, setting the stage for his wilderness journey. "Hey, wolf cub of the clan," a deep voice boomed in Wolf Edge's ear, startling him as he inadvertently approached the city gate. The leading brown bear warrior, clad in simple leather armor, wielded an iron axe nearly the size of Wolf Edge himself. The axe, crude and unrefined, bore witness to the Orcish Empire's lack of metallurgical expertise. The blade was riddled with small nicks, and its rough-hewn edge lacked sharpness that perhaps it could not slice through the delicate pork chops served at a noble beast banquet. But it would surely shatter the bones of the strongest insect warriors. "Welcome home," the simple-hearted Orcish warrior exclaimed, placing his palm, the size of a fan, upon Wolf Edge's shoulder. The weight of the hand pressed down, and before he could react, the bear warrior swung his massive wooden shield, colliding with Wolf Edge's shoulder. Thud! The dull sound of impact echoed as Wolf Edge stumbled, nearly falling, only to be caught by the bear warrior once more. Phew! Wolf Edge finally exhaled, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "Ha! Big brother, you have quite the strength. I nearly fell apart under your might." In truth, standing nearly 6 feet tall, Wolf Edge was not insignificant, yet before the bear warriors, towering nearly 12 feet, he appeared feeble in comparison. "Just look at those arms, they were thicker than Wolf Edge's waist." "Haha," the brown bear warrior laughed heartily. "Not even the most elite warriors of the wolf clan can withstand my full force. Provided you can even strike the swift wolf cavalry," Wolf Edge thought to himself, rolling his eyes inwardly, though he maintained a serious demeanor, nodding in agreement. Indeed, how could the slender form of a wolf warrior compare to the magnificent stature of the bear clan? "However, big brother, I hail from a small jungle tribe of werewolves, and I fear I may soon go without a warm bun to eat. Might the valiant bear brother assist me in finding a job to earn my keep?" A few well-placed compliments inflated the humble brown bear brother's pride, and he unconsciously flexed his biceps, beaming with satisfaction. "A little wolf cub, call me Sals. I am a proud squad leader of the Wild Bear Legion of the Beast Empire, and I am in need of squire. I can offer you a silver coin per month, with room and board included. What say you are you in?" In a formal military structure, those holding the rank of squad leader and above were entitled to recruit a squire, making it a legitimate arrangement. Besides the pay provided by the recruit, the military would also supply uniforms and basic necessities that, in essence, it was akin to being a full-time servant to cater to the officer's every need, and in times of war, they would accompany their commander onto the battlefield. However, Wolf Edge was unaware of these nuances. Drawing from his previous life experiences, he presumed that being a soldier would be advantageous. Little did he know, sometimes reliance on experience could lead one astray. "Squad leader Sals, your squire Wolf Edge reports for duty," that he saluted, believing he executed the gesture perfectly, having observed a squad of brown bear soldiers salute Sals moments earlier. Facing Sals, Wolf Edge failed to notice the peculiar expressions of the other 7 brown bear soldiers, their dark faces turning purple as if they were suffering from constipation. While the position of a squire was indeed promising, it was essential to consider the identity of the individual being served. Volume 1. The Wolf's Edge in Another World Chapter 2. The difficult life of a servant regarding military service. Wolf Edge possessed no clear understanding. After receiving 2 sets of military attire, including shoes and a bearskin blanket, he had yet to appreciate the breathtaking scenery of the city known as Hader before he eagerly plunged into the military camp. The Wild Beast Legion was stationed to the west of Hader, with thick tree stumps dividing the outside world of various civilian races from the interior, which brimmed with the scent of sweat and the presence of robust warriors. The air was filled with the vigorous shouts of the brown bear warriors laboring diligently. Initially, Wolf Edge believed that the camp was solely inhabited by the burly brown bear soldiers of the Wild Bear Legion, pondering whether his presence as a werewolf might seem out of place. However, after a brief exploration, he discovered a diverse array of beings, the she-folk cooks adorned with dainty brown horns and the characteristic white curls of their kind. The dogfolk logistical personnel with their bulbous noses, the long-eared rabbit-folk administrative officers, the foxfolk advisors with their fiery tails, and even a few werewolf scouts. It was rumored that the chief advisor was a young girl from the rare white fox branch of the foxfolk. Surely, she must be a second-generation aristocrat seeking to gild her status, Wolf Edge mused with a hint of malice. Wolf Edge was assigned a modest beastskin tent, shared with another, which fueled his resentment towards the central tent of the White Fox chief advisor, crafted from the finest leather and embellished with intricate designs of flora and fauna. Even the commander's tent lacked such opulence. Envious glances were cast towards the luxurious abode, for surely it was a display of inherited privilege. Wolf Edge, you look like you've caught the mad cow disease from our bovine kin. Your eyes are quite red, remarked a brawny bullfolk companion named A-Ching, whose towering height forced Wolf Edge to gaze upward. A-Ching and Appo's uniform was fastened only at the bottom 2 buttons, his musculature straining against the fabric, exposing a sun-kissed chest that gleamed like bronze in the sunlight. His stern visage drew admiration from Wolf Edge, although the bovine's somewhat vacant eyes and broken horns marred the overall appeal. Wolf Edge remained silent, refraining from addressing A-Ching's comment on mad cow disease. What do servants typically do? He inquired. To wash clothes for the masters, serve meals, maintain axes, and, by the way, I am A-Ching, not Año. A-Ching replied in a low, deliberate tone. Understood, Año. Wolf Edge waved dismissively, handing over the supplies he had just received. Please take these back. I need to find Captain Sal's. Oh. A-Ching accepted the items, pondering for a moment before lifting his head. I'm A-Ching, not huh? Where did he go? He scanned the surroundings, realizing Wolf Edge had vanished. After numerous inquiries, Wolf Edge finally located Captain Sal's tent, which, like his own, was rather austere, even sporting a few ragged holes that fluttered in the wind, reminiscent of the gill markings on the cheeks of aquatic folk, expanding and contracting in the breeze. However, the size of the tent was notably larger than Wolf Edge and Appo's. Cough. Captain Sal's, your loyal servant requests an audience. Wolf Edge cleared his throat, standing at the entrance of Sal's tent, adopting a sycophantic tone. His demeanor drew the disdainful glances of several nearby straightforward men, akin to the weasel folk of the werewolf clan visiting the chicken folk without gifts during the new year. Ah, it's the little wolf cub. Come in. Sal's and Appo's voice called from within, accompanied by the creaking of wood. Upon entering, Wolf Edge found a simple yet enormous military cot occupying most of the space, with a formidable axe leaning against an impressively sized chest, the corner of which exposed leather, likely a wardrobe. On the opposite side lay a mountain of beast skins, attracting a swarm of buzzing flies, and Wolf Edge could distinctly see thumb-sized insects burrowing in and out from beneath the skins. Sal's reclined on the cot, lifting a cup large enough to serve as a basin for Wolf Edge, taking a sip. This honey wine brewed by the little pests is quite delightful, he murmured. Wolf Edge, your task today is to wash my clothes. With a tilt of his head and a gesture, Sal's directed Wolf Edge and Appo's attention toward the heap of garments. Gulping. Wolf Edge exclaimed, That's clothing? Otherwise? That's merely my stockpile from the past 3 days, Sal shrugged, oblivious to Wolf Edge's reaction. Once you've washed the clothes, you'll be free to go. In the meantime, procure yourself some attire in Hater City. Old Base at the sturdy blacksmith shop is my friend. Summer has passed, and those pesky insects are becoming restless again. A trusty outfit could save your life. He then shoved a hefty purse into Wolf Edge and Appo's hands, unmistakably of bearfolk design. Inside were 2 gold coins, along with 8 silver coins he had borrowed. In addition to Wolf Edge and Appo's yearly military pay. You can't leave until it's repaid. Wolf Edge was overwhelmed with gratitude. Sal's appeared equally pleased. This fellow treats me quite well, Wolf Edge thought. This time, I must ensure this servant does not escape, Sal's contemplated, while gratitude swelled within him. Wolf Edge gazed at the mountain of garments he had dragged back, his lips twitching in disbelief. These are all beast skins, not fabric, he lamented, his heart sinking at the sight of the enormous horse brush meant for scrubbing clothes. I'll help you, A-Ching declared, placing a large basin filled with water on the ground before sitting beside Wolf Edge. He began washing the clothes with the brush, prompting Wolf Edge to feel a surge of gratitude, and he promptly joined in. By the way, A-Fong, how did you end up in Hater City? A battle is imminent, and the noble lords are already fleeing to the eastern cities, A-Ching inquired, his hands swiftly scrubbing a beastskin garment. I came from outside the city. I grew up in the jungle, but my father left for reasons unknown. Unable to survive alone in the wilderness, I sought refuge here. Wolfedge paused, then continued. By the way, do you know the name of that White Fox girl who serves as the chief advisor? Wolfedge was immensely curious about the White Fox girl. For in truth, the Orc society revered strength, and a frail fox girl would need remarkable abilities to earn the respect of the burly brown bear warriors. While being an advisor was one thing, being a chief advisor was another matter entirely. The Brown Bear clan may possess limited intellect, but the Malayan Bear clan, known for their wisdom, was invariably the top choice for chief advisors among all bear legions. Orc unity was indeed a reality, yet the concept of lineage remained deeply ingrained. Just as a werewolf legioness strategist would invariably be from the White Wolf clan, it was unlikely for outsiders to ascend to high ranks. This underscored the extraordinary talents of the White Fox girl. One could not simply gild their way into the Bearfolk Legion. I think her name is Kei. We, the little people, need not concern ourselves with the names of the commanders. We only need to know they can lead us home, Ching mused, scratching his head as he provided a somewhat inaccurate answer. As the sun began to set, they finished washing the clothes. After returning the freshly cleaned garments to Sal's and hanging them to dry, Wolfedge received a pass required for leaving the military camp, a wooden token engraved with a coarse bear and amp, Apos, S head, beneath which the universal language of the Beast Empire crudely inscribed the words pass. Initially, Wolfedge was perplexed as to how the fleeing servants had managed to escape the camp, but now he understood that crafting such a token was not difficult. A haphazard drawing would suffice and could easily deceive anyone. Tomorrow morning, I shall head to Hater City, Wolfedge murmured, gripping the wooden token tightly before retreating into the tent. By the way, Año, your hooves reek. Haha Volume 1. The Wolf and Apos. S. Edge in Another World Chapter 3. Hater City. The young bugler of the Turkey clan heralded the dawn with a morning call, announcing the arrival of a new day. Hater City bustled as usual. The departure of the noble lords did little to affect the vibrancy of the city, as life belonged to the common folk while enjoyment was the privilege of the aristocracy. A wolf youth, clad in servant-esque military attire and sporting pronounced dark circles under his eyes, walked along the olive tree street of Hater City, accompanied by a robust bullman, also dressed in servant-esque garb, who had a broken horn. As for the origin of the dark circles, the bullman scratched his head, bemused, I have no idea. I slept quite soundly. Shops lined both sides of the street, and as the sun rose, the previously shut doors creaked open, revealing glimpses of busy figures within. The commoners of various clans began their day anew. Undoubtedly, the two figures were the Wolfedge and Ching, emerging from the military camp. Having grown up in the wilderness, Wolfedge was unaccustomed to the sight of numerous shops and the cobblestone paths. But his memories of Earth kept him from being overly astonished. In his left hand, he held a small pastry resembling cat ears, a signature delicacy of the catfolk. Purchased for 2 copper coins. This treat, enjoyed by both catfolk aristocrats and commoners alike, was a staple dessert, though the ingredients varied between the two classes. The ones Wolfedge had were made from coarsely milled buckwheat, lacking refinement yet possessing a unique flavor. In his right hand, he carried a cup fashioned from vibrant green banana leaves, filled with orange-hued carrot juice. It was said that only the young maidens of the Rabbit clan possessed the secret to transforming the bitterness of carrots into sweetness, a skill that cost Wolfedge a copper coin. Ching also indulged in a cat ear pastry the size of his fingernail and held a bowl of carrot juice, quaffing half of it in one gulp, truly embodying the term bull-like drinking. Wolfedge still vividly recalled the jubilant leap of the rabbit girl with her adorable buck teeth and snow-white ears when Ching took over her stall, her fluffy little tail wagging in sync with her joy. Lost in thought, Wolfedge became momentarily entranced. Suddenly, a heavy hammer weighing 8 pounds struck him sharply on the forehead, akin to being kicked by a bull. Xiaofeng, why are you daydreaming? You and Amp, Apos, re-drooling, Ching exclaimed. We're heading to the sturdy smithy. Dazed by the sudden blow, Wolfedge rubbed his furry ears and, unable to muster any anger at the innocent Ching, found himself chilled by those wide, innocent eyes. Shaking off his reverie, he replied, All right, let us go inside. The sturdy smithy, somewhat of a misnomer, featured a sign swaying in the wind, with the word sturdy painted in red, though the letters appeared somewhat blurred from years of exposure to the elements. With patches of paint already peeling away, a similarly faded image of a hammer confirmed its identity as a blacksmith and Apos, S. forge. Pushing open the creaking wooden door sent a cloud of dust swirling, causing Wolfedge to step back several paces. He estimated the dust weighed at least 3 pounds. Ching ducked in behind him, The interior was spacious, dimly lit by flickering candlelight that danced with the breeze, emitting a pleasant aroma, in stark contrast to the heavy animal fat scent of candles made from beast oil. The room was vast, with corners stacked high with massive axes and hammers suited for the bear warriors, all coated in dust. Welcome to the sturdy smithy. Weapons are 1 gold coin, custom gear is 1,000 gold coins. Pay up if you like something, if not, kindly leave. A voice called from behind the only recliner in the room, sounding as abrasive as a worn grinding while sharpening rough iron, laced with irritation. Mr. Base. We were sent by Lord Sal's to procure some gear, Wolf Edge replied respectfully. Despite the discomfort, he knew respect was due. Sal's. Very well, on Sal's account. I shall grant you a 20% discount. Despite the words, Wolf Edge detected a hint of insincerity in the tone. Perhaps tired of lounging, Old Base stood up, stretching his limbs. In truth, standing made little difference. Wolf Edge doubted that a leaping base could even reach a Ching and Amp, Oppos, S backside. Old Base's brown beard draped over his chest, and his small conical horns glinted slightly, though short in stature. The years of blacksmithing had endowed him with a robust physique akin to a hamster with 8-pack abs. You are, of the Gazelle clan from the Sheepfolk? Wolf Edge inquired, puzzled. The Gazelle clan was the smallest branch of the Sheepfolk, known for their agility and adeptness at evading danger, making them excellent scouts. What, Canandopos, Titel? Base retorted, narrowing his eyes and gesturing to his horns. Please don't take offense, Master Base. It's just that there are rarely any Gazelle folk as robust as yourself, Wolf Edge flattered, though it was indeed a fact, as Gazelle clan members were typically lean. Their light weight advantageous for evading threats. All right, kid, your companion there can pick from a plethora of weapons suitable for bullmen. However, we have nothing appropriate for werewolves here. Your slight frame isn't fit for those heavy weapons. There's a rack in that partition with some items more suited to you. Help yourself. Old Base and Oppos. S tone softened as he pointed toward a small door on the west side of the shop. After delivering his words, he seemed content and returned to his recliner. Ignoring the wandering eyes of Wolf Edge and the still-standing A Ching, Wolf Edge ventured into the small room Base indicated, where the ambience mirrored that of the main area. Dim and fragrant with candlelight. All around were antique wooden racks filled with an assortment of weaponry, swords, spears, clubs, axes, and halberds, all present. Wolf Edge's eyes gleamed with excitement. No man could resist the allure of finely crafted, sharp weapons. He examined each weapon meticulously, occasionally wielding one to test its balance. The whooshing sound of slicing air and the occasional puff of compressed air revealing the quality of each piece. As a wolfman, Wolf Edge was well versed in the renowned blade techniques of his kin, rivaling even the cheese of the cowfolk and fame across the orc world. His adoptive father had taught him the wolfish swordplay since childhood, though the soul within this body was not originally that of a werewolf. The instincts ingrained in his very bones would never fade. A long blade caught his eye, unlike the crescent-shaped moon blades favored by his clan. This weapon was more akin to a straight sword, reminiscent of a tang knife from a past life. Its blade was straight, the spine slightly thickened, with a slanted tip measuring only 102 centimeters in length. The blade itself 73 centimeters, the grip 25 centimeters long, 3 centimeters wide, and 0.3 centimeters thick. A small dragon and Amp, Oppos, S head adorned the guard, replacing the traditionally larger handguard. Despite its small stature, it felt heavier than it appeared. Wolf Edge estimated it to weigh no less than 10 pounds. This blade clearly did not conform to the orc aesthetic, exuding an exotic charm. Could it possibly belong to the insectoid clan? Wolf Edge pondered, though he noted a flaw in the dragon-headed guard, a chipped eye, as if the blacksmith had carelessly struck it during crafting, marring its overall beauty. This one will do, he decided. Finding a leather sheath in the corner to wrap it in, preparing to inquire about the price from Base. Skeptical that even this imperfect blade would cost merely a single gold coin. Volume 1, The Wolf and Oppos, S. Edge in Another World Chapter 4, Cold Ink Young Man. Do you realize that even the most inexpensive weapon in that compartment costs 100 gold coins? As soon as Bas uttered these words, Wolf Edge felt a chill envelop his heart. He had already anticipated this outcome. The weapons were exquisitely forged, and although the steel used was but a fraction of that required for axes or great hammers, the Beast Empire was not lacking in metal ores but rather in forging techniques. A well-crafted weapon was a rare gem, often sought after yet difficult to acquire. However, Bas and Oppos' confirmation extinguished any lingering hope Wolf Edge had harbored. Nonetheless, this weapon comes without charge. If you choose it, it must be fate. Take it with you, Bas said. his voice tinged with melancholy, his small eyes shimmering with unshed tears, as if recalling sorrowful memories. Wolfedge was taken aback and silently thought, "Perhaps I could be a good listener." He then sat down on the ground, indifferent to the dust beneath him, and laid the weapon wrapped in beast hide across his lap. Aching had already selected her weapon, a sturdy iron rod as thick as Wolfedge and Apos' calf, perfectly suited for the Bull clan's berserk bull technique. Dragging her iron rod, Aching settled beside Wolfedge, evidently prepared to listen to the tale. Bas reclined in a chair and began his story. "Decades ago, I was filled with youthful vigor. By a fortunate turn of events, I acquired the forging techniques of the dwarves." He glanced at Wolfedge, who was listening intently, and seeing no intention of interruption, he continued, "With these skills, I could craft intricate equipment that the Beast clan could not produce. I became a favored guest among many nobles, each proud to possess a weapon I had forged." A topic of conversation they relished. "One day, I received an invitation from the Lord of Hater City to forge a weapon for his son. The exorbitant price tempted even me, and lured by the promise of gold, I traveled to Hater City. To forge a fine weapon, understanding its wielder is essential, especially in the Beast clan world. A rabbit warrior would never master the heavy sword of even the weakest lion warrior. Sometimes, inherent differences are challenging to overcome with mere skill. During this time, I became close friends with his son. Initially, I found him to be generous, respecting strength, with graceful manners and an extraordinary demeanor. Hater City is the hereditary territory of the White Wolf clan, a branch of the werewolf race. The Lord of Hater City is always a member of the White Wolf clan, renowned for their elegance and wisdom, their demeanor worthy of etiquette textbooks for other noble offspring to study. Bas paused. At least on the surface, it appeared so. On the surface? Wolfedge pondered. It seemed that beneath the fayade, this elegant noble from the White Wolf clan was not as refined as he presented himself. Bas seemed to read Wolfedge and Apos' thoughts. "You are correct. After we became friends, I glimpsed another side of him, reckless, cold, and arrogant, with little regard for law, often found lingering in brothels and taverns, even engaging in acts of robbing the rich to aid the poor." During that period, the nobles of Hater City lived in fear, yet felt powerless against Han-Mo, a nickname he had chosen for himself. He often claimed to be a mere inkblot in the bitter cold of the far north, small yet conspicuously evident. Some even remarked, "And Apos, by day, Hater City belongs to the White Wolves. By night, it is under the control of Han-Mo and Apos." This was somewhat terrifying. A single individual wielding such power over the hereditary Lord of Hater City was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, despite the miracle, Wolfedge felt that Han-Mo exhibited the demeanor of a rebellious youth. He had robbed all the nobles with poor reputations in Hater City, ultimately even targeting his own family. Wolfedge couldn't and Apos help but chuckle at the irony, robbing the rich to aid the poor only to end up at his own doorstep. It was indeed a tale for the ages. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Master Bas, after robbing the wealthy, what became of the money? Surely he did not squander it all on women?" Bas rolled his eyes. Although he frequented brothels, he never engaged the services of the dancers. He merely enjoyed the music and drank. All the money he seized, he distributed among the poor of Hater City. Upon hearing this, Wolfedge realized that this self-styled Han-Mo would likely not meet a favorable end, whether on Earth or in this realm of beasts among sentient beings. The flaws of human nature are inescapable. Perhaps most beasts are not as clever as humans, but the divine is fair. Every beast race has one or two so-called leading tribes. The White Wolf clan of the werewolves, the Malay bear clan of the bearmen, and even some beast races have branches with considerable intelligence. The fox people, for instance, are so wise that each branch exhibits intellect that rivals, if not surpasses, that of humans. Thus, aside from slight physical differences, they are indistinguishable from humans. Moreover, unreciprocated altruism may elicit gratitude from the impoverished, but what happens when such aid ceases? Even if beasts are slow to react, the ugliness of human nature may not manifest immediately, but when it does, it can be fatal. They would become enraged, questioning why Han-Mo, who had always assisted them, suddenly withdrew his support, and why they, once feasting on delicious beast meat, were now relegated to consuming the low-quality scraps from grain shops and the unpalatable meat of giant rats from the jungle. Only a few possess the discernment to understand. Even those who grasp some principles may find their understanding trivial in the face of overwhelming circumstances. Boss's subsequent narration confirmed Wolfedge's suspicions. It ultimately led to Han-Mo, once jovial, becoming taciturn, unable to fathom why his efforts garnered resentment instead of gratitude. After all, he had even stolen from his own family to aid them. Hanemo, heartbroken, vanished without a trace, and although the current lord of Hater City remains Hanemo and Amp, Apos, as father, he has been missing for 5 years. Ah, Boss sighed wistfully. I sense you are no ordinary wolf. Should you happen upon Hanemo someday, please convey a message for me. The lonely old BAS still awaits him in Hater City. This knife, named Cold Ink, is now yours. As he spoke, BAS gestured to the blade resting on Wolf Edge's lap. Wolf Edge, taken aback, brushed the dust from his attire and stood solemnly, carefully securing the knife to his back. With a grave expression, he bowed deeply to Ba. Thank you, Master BAS, for this fine weapon. Though I do not comprehend how you discerned I am not an ordinary wolf, I hope you will keep it a secret. I shall exert every effort to uncover Hanemo and Amp, Apos, S whereabouts. As Wolf Edge spoke, he failed to notice the flicker of surprise in BAS and Amp, Apos, S eyes. BAS had not perceived Wolf Edge's uniqueness. He had uttered similar words to countless others, merely substituting wolf for other races. He had not anticipated any additional significance. Then I entrust you with this task, mysterious young wolf, BAS replied, the descriptor mysterious a spontaneous addition following Wolf Edge's words. Master, we must take our leave, Wolf Edge said, producing a gold coin and handing it to BAS. This is for a Qing's weapon. BAS accepted the coin without protest, stashing it away, and gestured for the two to depart. Wolf Edge made no delay, turning to lead a Qing out. Pausing at the door, he turned back to say, once again, my gratitude, Master BAS of the dwarves. With that, he pushed open the door and exited, leaving BAS in stunned silence. By the time he regained his senses to pursue them, Wolf Edge and a Qing had already vanished, leaving him to return to his dilapidated forge, lost in thought. Volume 1. The Wolf and Apos. S. Edge in Another World Chapter 5. The bear fight when Base pursued them. Wolf Edge and a Qing had not strayed far, hiding behind a building to observe him. The expression of Base, filled with confusion, further solidified Wolf Edge and Amp, Apos, S suspicions. Only after Base returned indoors did Wolf Edge and a Qing swagger away. As they strolled down the bustling streets of Hater City, Wolf Edge couldn't help but chuckle at a Qing's hesitant demeanor, fearing he might be constipated. Anyo, do you have something on your mind? A Qing realized that Wolf Edge had discerned his thoughts. How did you know that Base is a member of the dwarf clan? To be honest, I still don't comprehend how a member of the Canine Antelope clan could be labeled a master of the dwarf clan by you. Judging by Base's expression, it seems you were indeed correct. Wolf Edge chuckled, noting that Base and Amp, Apos, S flaws were too numerous to deceive even the simplest of beastmen. Firstly, the Canine Antelope clan is known for their slender physiques, being an agile race. Although Base was small, his bulky body nearly rivaled a Qing and Apos, S. As Wolf Edge spoke, he playfully tapped a Qing's chest with a smirk. Secondly, the horns of the ovine beastmen are composed of materials akin to nails, incapable of reflecting metallic luster. Thirdly, there were the weapons he crafted. Wolf Edge drew the cold ink blade from his waist, and, with his right hand gripping the hilt, he caressed the chipped area on the dragon-headed gauntlet. Do you see this chip? Initially, I thought it was merely damage to the blade, but I discovered that all the weapons in that room bore similar chips in inconsequential areas. One instance could be a coincidence, but the prevalence of these marks indicates a fact. Only the dwarves leave unique identifiers on their forged weapons, perhaps for reasons unknown to us. Base chose to disguise his mark, possibly to conceal his identity. In truth, there were many more suspicions, such as Base and Apos, S eyes, which were unlike those of the Canine Antelope clan, his vibrant brownish-yellow beard, and the strong scent of alcohol emanating from his garments. Ultimately, the most telling sign was the astonished expression that crossed Base's face when Wolf Edge revealed his identity, confirming his true nature. However, it seemed that Base had also seen through Wolf Edge's identity, which posed a dilemma. Lost in thought, Wolf Edge failed to notice the charging giant bear approaching them. The bear galloped recklessly down the broad avenue, causing the nearby beastmen to scatter in panic, while some women watched as their fruits and vegetables soared through the air. The previously crowded street suddenly became deserted, and Wolf Edge, standing in the center, became conspicuous. Distracted, he remained oblivious to the thunderous bear barreling towards him, while a Qing and Amp, Apos, S attention was entirely fixated on a flying banana. Move aside. A sharp cry rang out, accompanied by a deep bear growl. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that a young girl was perched upon the bear's massive neck, her form obscured by the bear's bulk. By the time Wolf Edge registered the threat, the short distance was insufficient for him to evade. Anyo, Wolf Edge and Appos. S shout finally snapped Aching back to the present danger. Quickly seizing the iron rod at his waist, Aching stepped back with his left leg, adopting a half-squat stance with his large-horned head thrust forward. His right hand tightly gripping the iron rod raised above his head. This was the standard stance of the Bullman clan's berserk bull staff technique, a hallmark of their martial prowess. Wolf Edge also drew his cold ink blade, gripping it in reverse, positioned before him with slightly bent knees. Left hand braced against the ground, eyes fixated on the rampaging bear. Although it may sound lengthy, Wolf Edge and Aching only took a few fleeting seconds to react. Having lived in the wilderness since the age of 7, Wolf Edge had honed his instincts like a wild beast through years of survival training. While Aching had spent considerable time in the military, mastering the berserk bull staff technique despite his seemingly dull demeanor. Though the bear was a domesticated mount, it still retained its wild instincts. Sensing the murderous intent from Wolf Edge and Aching, the bear's primal nature surged forth. Ignoring the girl's desperate attempts to rein it in, charging directly at the two, Aching positioned himself in front of Wolf Edge without flinching, his iron rod creaking under the pressure of his grip. Roar! The bear bellowed, charging towards Aching. Yet, instead of retreating, Aching let out a fierce roar of his own, propelling himself forward with a powerful push from his left leg. The iron rod swung up from below, striking the bear and Appos' left jaw with a resounding impact. The sudden blow bewildered the bear, its massive inertia sending it crashing into the crowd on the left side of the road. Fortunately, most beastmen were robust and only sustained minor injuries. While the girl atop the bear was violently thrown off, colliding with a fruit stall, juices of yellow, green, and red splattered across her, staining her beige warrior attire like a painter and Appos' palette. Unconscious, she had no time to ponder the circumstances of her predicament. The bear, injured in its mouth, emitted a distorted growl, shaking its head as it regained its footing. With blood dripping from its gaping jaw, the bear, now free from its reins, stood tall and swung its massive paw towards Aching. At that moment, Wolf Edge sprang into action. The bear was focused on Aching, oblivious to Wolf Edge's movement. He leaped forward, aiming directly for the bear's face, the cold ink blade pressed against its throat. However, the bear's thick fur provided formidable defense, and Wolf Edge's strength was insufficient to pierce it deeply. Remaining composed, Wolf Edge braced his feet against the bear's chest. Rebounding like a spring, he twisted his wrist, altering his grip on the blade, and leaped onto the bear and Appos' back, seizing one of its ears before releasing it to grasp the back of the blade, locking the bear's head in his embrace. In a swift motion, Wolf Edge leaned back, driving the blade deeper into the bear's neck. The bear's agonizing roar echoed through the skies, drowning out the sound of flesh parting as blood gushed forth, staining the street crimson. With a powerful stomp, Wolf Edge pressed down hard on the bear's back, pushing the blade further in. The bear could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as it gradually ceased to breathe. Panting heavily, Wolf Edge leaped off the bear and Appos' corpse, the cold ink blade standing askew, blood dripping like pearls severed from a string onto the ground. Yet the blade itself remained as pristine as ever. Such a fine blade. He symbolically wiped the blade on the bear's fur and sheathed it in the leather scabbard on his back, turning with an air of nonchalance. At that moment, Wolf Edge couldn't help but think, I must look incredibly dashing. Volume 1, The Edge of Another World, Chapter 6, The White Fox Maiden. Before Wolf Peak could instruct Aching to drag the bear carcass to the roadside, the eager orc civilians had already dismembered the massive bear and taken it home, leaving not even the bones behind, which were eagerly seized by a group of dogmen civilians, drooling and wagging their tails. The orc tribe was not skilled in agriculture. Even crops like sweet potatoes and corn yielded alarmingly low harvests. Were it not for the occasional kindness of the elves, who lent a helping hand to the orc tribe, countless orc civilians would undoubtedly face starvation. Of course, the orc tribe also bore the responsibility of aiding the elves in repelling the invasions of the insect race. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The broad avenue soon regained its liveliness, and the girl riding the bear gradually woke up. Truth be told, Wolf Peak felt a surge of anger, akin to nearly being hit by a car while walking on the sidewalk. No one would be pleased by such a near miss. Hey, how could you drive? No. How could you ride that bear without paying attention? You nearly ran into someone. Wolf Peak expressed his dissatisfaction, his eyes scanning the girl of the White Fox tribe up and down, indignantly addressing her. The girl, evidently still bewildered by the situation, rubbed her head and looked at the incessantly shouting Wolf Peak, instinctively responding, where's my war bear? Wasn't I supposed to rush back to the military camp with information? It seems like two big fools blocked my way, yelling to get out of the way, and then I must have fainted. Oh, it must have been these two big fools right in front of me. As she sorted through her thoughts, her anger grew. Hadar City was a border fortress, and the war bear was the sole symbol of urgent information delivery. This was common knowledge among normal orcs, even if there hadn't been a collision. If there had been one, it would only be her own fault. Delaying military affairs was no trivial matter. It was the first time she had encountered orcs who had killed a war bear and still acted so brazenly. In truth, Wolf Peak and Aching were unaware that Wolf Peak had just arrived and that Aching rarely left the military camp. While the crazed Bear Legion had issued orders long ago to the residents of Hadar City not to obstruct war bear riders, it was evident that Wolf Peak and his companion were not included in that directive. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? I said you nearly ran into someone. Didn't you hear me? Wolf Peak's dissatisfaction only grew. He was about to teach this white fox maiden, who seemed to be of similar age, a lesson when he blurted. You know what the consequences of delaying military affairs are, right? Do you not know that one must not obstruct a war bear rider? As he spoke, he leaped up and slapped Wolf Peak on the forehead. Wolf Peak had never faced such humiliation. He was about to retort when Aching quietly whispered in his ear, "A phone, don't be foolish. She seems to be the chief of staff of our legion, named Ke." Wolf Peak was instantly taken aback. Rank had its privileges, and this was not just a minor rank. It was at least 3 or 4 levels higher. If she found out they were attendants in the military camp, wouldn't they face endless trouble? Realizing this, Wolf Peak adopted a flattering demeanor, clearing his throat. "I apologize. Little officer, we just arrived in Hadar City and were unaware of the rules. Please, let this one time pass. It will not happen again." He then intended to flee with Aching. "Stop right there." Just as Ke thought the foolish orc had corrected his demeanor and was prepared to let them off the hook, Wolf Peak turned to make a run for it, instantly igniting her fury. "Anyo, run." The moment the words left his mouth, he seized Aching and dashed away. "Hey, stop." Ke contemplated pursuing them, but then recalled her military duties. Gritting her teeth, she thought, "Don't let them escape while I'm on duty. There's no other military camp in Hadar City, and besides..." A glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes, quickly disappearing again. She dusted off her clothing, disregarding the stains, and turned to race back to the military camp. After running for a while, Wolf Peak and Aching, breathless, concealed themselves behind a wall of a building. They glanced back, relieved. Phew. Thankfully, they didn't chase after us. That was close. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Aching, still panting, expressed her concern. "A phone. Do you think she'll catch us? We're still in military attire. Don't worry. Once we return, we'll keep a low profile for a few days. Just be discreet. And with so many attendants in the camp, she can't possibly check each one individually." Oh. After this incident, Wolf Peak and Aching lost the desire to continue exploring and stealthily returned to the military camp. The camp was not nearby, and by the time they returned, night had fallen. The sky was clear due to the absence of industrial pollution, and the stars were densely scattered. The camp emanated a dim glow from the fires, and from a distance, they spotted 2 brown bear soldiers guarding the entrance, but there was no sight of the girl. Wolf Peak breathed a sigh of relief and strode confidently towards them with Aching. "Stop. What are you doing?" The massive axe of the brown bear soldier blocked Wolf Peak's path. "Big brother, we're attendants of the military. Here is our identification," Wolf Peak said, handing over the wooden token for inspection. "Ah, this is indeed a military token. You may enter." The soldier returned the token to Wolf Peak, waving them through. The two paid little mind and confidently walked into the military camp. Just a few steps in, Wolf Peak heard a commotion of footsteps. "Capture them." Before they could react, a dozen brown bear warriors surged from all directions, including Sal's and Moye. The gleaming steel axes were pointed directly at Wolf Peak and Aching, and Wolf Peak realized they had underestimated the resolve of the chief of staff to deal with them. Upon returning to the camp, Ke, having hurriedly reported the gathering of the insect army without even changing her clothes, sought the guards to inquire about which attendants had left the camp that day. Coincidentally, among the registered attendants, only Wolf Peak and Aching had not returned yet. Without a second thought, Ke concluded that the two must have gone to Hadar City and killed her warbear. It was almost laughable. Knowing her identity, they still dared to run. Not only had they killed her mount, but they also dirtied her clothes. She could not let this slide without some reprimand. Moreover, sensing that Wolf Peak was somewhat special. She summoned Sal's and Moyi, instructing them to capture the two and bring them to her tent immediately. Despite Sal's and Moyi being formidable bear warriors, they felt a slight trepidation before the petite white fox chief of staff, internally cursing Wolf Peak and Aching. They took their orders to stake out and catch the pair. After waiting all afternoon, their legs grew weary before they finally spotted Wolf Peak and Aching swaggering back. Their anger flared up, and they immediately pressed their large axes against the heads of Wolf Peak and Aching. Wolf Peak was startled, but, upon recognizing Sal's leading the charge, abandoned the idea of escape. Noticing Moyi glaring fiercely at Aching, he realized Moyi was Aching's superior and quickly formulated a plan. "Honorable Sal's, may I inquire what business you have with us?" Wolf Peak adjusted his posture to ensure his safety, cautiously asking. To his surprise, Sal's remained silent, gesturing for the soldiers behind him to bind the two. The sturdy bear soldiers wasted no time and swiftly bound them into a tight wrap, resembling mummies. "Take them away," Sal's commanded. The others not daring to utter a word as they silently dragged the two towards Ke and Apos' tent. Soon, Wolf Peak found himself brought before the lavish tent of the chief of staff. Reporting in, Sal's has brought Wolf Peak and Aching. Sal stood tall, announcing the arrival. Volume 1. The Wolf's Edge in Another World Chapter 7. Tantrum bring the Wolf's Edge in, and then send that one named Aching back for 3 days of confinement. A crisp voice emanated from within the tent, imbued with a sense of authority that surpassed what Wolf's Edge had heard in Hater City. It was at this moment that Sar spoke to Wolf's Edge. "Cub, hope for your own fortune. This time, even Lord Sars cannot save you." With a glance of pity, he patted Wolf and Apos' Edge on the shoulder. Yes. Without hesitation, he pushed Wolf and Apos' Edge into the tent and fled without looking back. Aching, hearing Sars and Apos' words, assumed they were going to execute Wolf and Apos' Edge and struggled to keep up, exclaiming, "Off foam, if you die, we die together." Before she could finish, she was slapped off balance by Moyi, whose palm was as large as a fan. "You foolish child, mind your own business, he won't die. Honestly, who dares to kill the mount of the chief of staff?" "Really?" Aching's expression was filled with disbelief. Moyi nearly spat blood, thinking to herself, how could they be more ferocious than the Tiger clan? Indeed, let's go. Upon hearing that Wolf's Edge would not perish, Aching reluctantly followed Moyi, glancing back 3 times. Once inside the military tent, Wolf's Edge raised his head and beheld Ke seated behind a desk. The interior of the tent was not as flamboyant as its exterior suggested. Instead, it was quite austere. A beeskin curtain partitioned the space, with weapon racks on either side. In front of the curtain stood a desk adorned with several yellowed books. Large wooden stumps served as seats, evidently meant for the bear warriors. The tent exuded a subtle fragrance, a stark contrast to Sars and Apos' tent, which reeked of sweat and feet. Ke interrupted Wolf and Apos' Edge and Apos' observation with a pronounced nasal sound. Wolf's Edge redirected his gaze to her. At that moment, Ke donned a striking crimson warrior's attire, sitting upright in the main seat, arms crossed over her chest, gazing at him with a hint of aloofness. Earlier, while busy slaying bears in the street, Wolf's Edge had not paid much attention to Ke's appearance. Moreover, she had been covered in grime. Now, clad in fresh garments, her hair was styled into an elegant bun secured with a red ribbon, and her snow-white fox ears twitched playfully, rendering her remarkably charming. Ke had finally managed to capture Wolf and Apos' Edge and Apos' attention, but before she could speak, he stared at her in a way that made her uneasy, prompting her irritation. "Soldier Wolf's Edge, do you not know to salute your superior upon meeting her? Furthermore, as a soldier, you must not let your gaze wander." Wolf's Edge noticed a flush on Ke's cheeks and mused that this girl could actually feel shy. He could not fathom how the burly bear warriors were intimidated by her. However, he quickly responded with a military salute, saying, "Chief of Staff, you are so beautiful that I couldn't help but gaze a little longer. Please forgive me." Ke's face turned even redder. The rough warriors she trained were so fearful of her that they dared not even look her way, let alone offer such overt compliments. Even her uncle, the commander of the Wild Bear Legion, had only ever subtly remarked that her beauty surpassed even the fairest of elves. Feeling flustered yet reminded of her position, Ke straightened her expression. "Do not be so glib, soldier. Today, you killed my giant bear mount, causing crucial intelligence to be delayed, and you brazenly confronted me in the streets. I hereby sentence you to 30 military lashes and 3 days of cleaning bear dung at the breeding station. Do you accept this? Wolf and Oppos, Edge and Oppos, face turned pale. While the dung cleaning was unpleasant, the lashes were a far graver matter. The military rods were thicker than his thigh. A single lash could very well cost him half his life. He could not risk dying without achieving anything after crossing over. He dared not gamble on another chance to traverse. Realizing how ruthless she was, he regretted returning, acknowledging that luck could lead to ruin. As his mind raced for a way out, he understood that escape was impossible in the military camp. He had to resort to theatrics. Stealing a glance at the stern Ke, he lunged towards her, wrapping his arms around her leg, and began to wail dramatically. "Ah, Commander, my mother passed away early, and my father raised me through hardships. Now that I have grown up, I finally can earn a living, yet I have not received my first month's military pay. If I receive 30 lashes, I may end up crippled. How will my father survive? Commander, please show mercy and spare me this time." He punctuated his words with rhythmic sobs, as if he bore a tremendous grievance. Ke had never witnessed such a display and was instantly flustered. Her pristine tail raised high, she attempted to kick Wolf and Oppos' edge away, but he clung to her tightly, his hands gripping her calves, sending shivers down her spine. Reluctantly, she tried to reason with him. "Let go of me. We can discuss this calmly. This is a military camp. Such behavior is inappropriate." Seeing her flustered, Wolf and Oppos' edge was unwilling to release his hold, instead intensifying his antics. "If you do not spare me, I want and Oppos, get up." He pressed his head against her leg, rubbing against it. Ke was now thoroughly panicked. "Let go of me. I was only trying to frighten you. I won't punish you." "Really?" Wolf's Edge asked, his voice quivering with feigned sorrow. "I swear, I will never go back on my word," Ke promised earnestly. Having received her assurance, Wolf and Oppos' edge sprang up, standing before her while muttering, "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't and Oppos' have lost so much moisture," and pretended to wipe away his tears. However, he felt he had come out on top. Her leg was indeed quite smooth. Of course, the final thought was merely his imagination. Ke stared, flabbergasted. She had seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Nevertheless, she had no intention of pursuing the matter further. She had summoned Wolf and Oppos' edge not to chastise him, but for another purpose. Originally, she intended to intimidate him into pleading for mercy, thus allowing her to raise her own concerns. Yet, Wolf's Edge's audacity exceeded her expectations, compelling her to let it slide. With a serious tone, she inquired, "For now, I will not pursue this matter. Tell me, do you know why my military tent is embroidered with flora and fauna?" "Because you are vain." Wolf and Oppos' edge thought but only dared to ponder. After a moment of uncertainty, he replied, "Because it is beautiful." "Enough. Sigh. Never mind." Ke and Oppos' lips twitched, wanting to utter a curse but forcibly restraining herself. "Not so. The designs on my tent represent beast patterns. Each distinct pattern symbolizes a different orc tribe. For instance, the pattern of the Fox clan is the 9 tails." As she spoke, she extended her left hand, softly intoning, "Beast pattern reveal." What unfolded before Wolf and Oppos' edge was astonishing. A sphere of white light gathered on Ke's left hand, gradually coalescing into 9 tails entwined together, resembling a blooming lotus. Ke disregarded the stunned Wolf's Edge and continued her explanation. "The beast patterns of the same tribe are generally similar, though their colors may vary slightly among different branches. For example, the ordinary Fox clan's pattern is red, while that of the White Fox clan appears pearlescent. Unfortunately, most orcs lack the potential to awaken their beast patterns, leading many to be unaware of this power. Do you understand?" Volume 1, The Wolf and Oppos' Edge in Another World, Chapter 8. The Chief of Staff and Oppos' personal attendant Wolf Fong stared blankly at the floating emblem of the 9-tailed fox beast of the White Fox clan in Ke and Oppos' hand, lost in thought. "Thus, by sharing this with me, do you imply that I too possess the capability to awaken a beast pattern?" Wolf Fong felt uncertain. He was not an ordinary member of the wolf tribe. This was a revelation from his irresponsible father. His ears, tail, and even his hair had been dyed with a special gray dye concocted by his father, a color that could not be washed away by ordinary means. His true fur hue was supposed to be silver, albeit slightly darker. His father had repeatedly instructed him to conceal the secret of his fur color, yet had never mentioned the subject of beast patterns. Indeed, Ke affirmed, stating that the first awakened beast pattern for every beast tribe is the Spirit Awakening Beast pattern. Only by possessing the Spirit Awakening Beast pattern can one continuously draw different functional beast patterns from magical beasts of the same lineage, merging them with the unique beast patterns of their tribe to amplify their own power. Furthermore, possessing the Spirit Awakening Beast pattern allows one to sense those with awakened talents among the beastmen. This was precisely why I had them bring you here. K.E. gazed solemnly at Wolf Foam, her gravity palpable. Every beastman with the ability to awaken is a blessing from the beast gods. Our existence serves to safeguard our kind, as the chances of awakening are minimal. Thus, each awakened warrior is invaluable. Wolf Foam remained skeptical. How could such pseudoscientific powers possibly exist? However, upon reflection, with the emergence of beast tribes, insect tribes, and aquatic tribes, the appearance of this mysterious power of beast patterns was not entirely inconceivable. After calming himself and organizing his thoughts, he inquired, "What then is a magical beast of the same lineage?" In simple terms, beastmen of different races can only draw from magical beasts of their own species. For instance, if you are a werewolf, you can only draw from wolf-type magical beast patterns, as patterns from other species cannot merge with your bloodline. Forcing such a merger would lead to inevitable demise. How can I determine if a magical beast belongs to my same lineage? This question was not frivolous. Having lived in the jungle since childhood, Wolf Foam was acutely aware that many magical beasts possess mixed bloodlines, with those containing a singular lineage being exceedingly rare. However, such beasts are often immensely powerful, and upon their emergence, they can unleash a bloody storm. Kei was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that Wolf Foam would arrive at this question so swiftly. This is precisely what I was about to explain. The Spirit Awakening Beast pattern also serves the function of bloodline discernment. The purer the bloodline of the magical beast, the more intense the sensation imparted by the Spirit Awakening Beast pattern. Only magical beasts with a bloodline content exceeding 50% of the same species can be drawn from. Conversely, the higher the purity of the magical beast and Oppos's bloodline, the more formidable the power of the merge pattern. How can I ascertain if the bloodline purity exceeds 50%? Wolf Foam questioned, perplexed about the existence of Arabic numerals in this world, as accurately determining bloodline concentration seemed implausible. Ke patiently elucidated. This is somewhat difficult to articulate. However, once you exceed 50% concentration of a particular lineage's magical beast, your Spirit Awakening Beast pattern will distinctly inform you whether the beast pattern can be drawn. You will understand when the time comes to merge the beast patterns. Wolf Foam contemplated this, pondering another question. How does one awaken the Spirit Awakening Beast pattern? I thought you might refrain from asking that. Kei chuckled lightly, having never encountered a beastman whose thoughts remained so clear after hearing about beast patterns. It all hinges on one's talent. After the age of 13, a beastman's body is nearly fully developed, and their internal energy stabilizes. The period from 13 to 16 is the awakening phase. If someone guides you during this time, awakening is assured. The earlier one awakens, the greater their talent, and the more beast patterns they can merge. However, if one misses the optimal window for awakening without guidance, the chances of awakening thereafter diminish significantly. Of course, there are exceptional individuals with extraordinary talent who may awaken independently without guidance, but such occurrences are rare. Sigh. Kei suddenly appeared melancholic. The number of beastmen capable of awakening beast patterns is already few. The likelihood of encountering two such individuals is not insignificant, yet still limited. This scarcity renders those who awaken beast patterns even more precious. If we could increase our number of awakened warriors by 50%, we would have no fear of the threats posed by the insect and aquatic tribes, and there would not be so many valiant warriors losing their lives on the battlefield each year. Wolf Foam was still digesting Kei's words when he was taken aback by her lamentation. He had not expected a girl only slightly older than him to possess such insight. It was worth noting that in his past life on Earth, 15 or 16 was an age of naivety. Although he was merely 13 now, he bore the experiences of over 20 years of human life. Observing Kei's furrowed brow, Wolf Foam felt a surge of compassion. He consoled her. Enough of this sorrow. If need be, I shall accompany you on many excursions in search of gifted children. He gestured reassuringly towards Kei. Humph. Who needs your company, you little brat? I am a chief of staff, she declared, patting her chest with an air of strength. Moreover, in the major population centers of the beast tribes, there exist Spirit Awakening temples. These temples dispatch numerous knights each year to seek out gifted children, so we need not worry on that front. However, Kei felt touched by Wolf Foam and Oppos words. Pouting, she continued, "Henceforth, you shall be my personal attendant. I shall assist you in awakening your beast pattern, enabling you to grow stronger and protect the beast tribe. Do you have any further questions?" Wolf Fong, unable to refute being called a little brat, replied, "Yes. I have one final question. Why did you choose a name reminiscent of the avian tribe as Sparrow Beast, K.E.? What were your parents thinking? You scoundrel. My full name is K.E. Clarence, all right. K is the character for palace gates, not the character for sparrows," she exclaimed, picking up a feather quill from the table and boldly inscribing K.E. on a sheet of paper, puncturing it with several holes in the process. Witnessing K.E.'s sudden outburst, Wolf Fong felt a chill of sweat trickle down his back, teasing, all right, I concede, noble Lady Clarence." He placed his right hand over his chest, crossing his left leg over his right, bending his right knee in a gesture reminiscent of Western courtesies from a past life. Yet internally, he mused. Having heard his father speak of families granted royal surnames, he understood that none were to be trifled with. This young lady was no ordinary individual. Kay chuckled, amused by his peculiar gesture. "Ignorance is no offense. I shall let you off this time. However, refrain from such gestures in the future. You are not yet a noble, and should anyone witness that, you would be sent to the religious institution. Moreover, it is not even correct. Beastmen never bend their knees." She then peered through the small windows on either side of the tent, glancing at the sky, and softly remarked, "The hour is late. You should return to rest. Come back here tomorrow morning, and I will teach you the method of awakening." With that, she waved her hand, signaling for Wolf Fong to depart. "Huh? I don't reside here." K.E., finally loosening her teeth, clenched them once more. "Where else would I stay?" Although K.E. was aware that many beastmen are quite generous, allowing guests to stay overnight at their homes with the consent of the female party, this did not extend to someone of her noble status. "How can you call me a personal attendant if I am not even close by?" Wolf Fong muttered under his breath. K.E.'s ears, keenly attuned, turned crimson with anger. "Get out." With that, she seized a few books from the table and hurled them at Wolf Fong. Faced with the situation, Wolf Fong dared not linger, hastily retreating to his small tent. He felt a sense of relief, thinking about how a Qing was confined, and there would be no foul odor. Volume 1, The Wolf and Oppos, S. Edge in Another World Chapter 9, The Impending Battle, Part 1, as dawn gently broke. The air filled with the chirping of insects and the training calls of the brown bear tribe and Oppos, S. warriors. Wolf Edge splashed his face with a basin of cool water and emerged from his modest tent. A serene calm enveloped him, for as a servant, he was not required to partake in the training. The weather was splendid, with not a cloud in the sky, and a gentle breeze tousled his hair, enhancing his already striking appearance. Curiosity piqued, he decided to check on a Qing who was confined. In Wolf Edge's recollection, confinement was a rather arduous punishment back on Earth. He wondered how a Qing was faring. The confinement area lay in a secluded corner of the military camp, and it took considerable effort for Wolf Edge to locate it. The makeshift tent looked just as dilapidated, adorned only with a symbolic wooden barrier at the entrance, signifying the confinement. There was no guard present, nor were there many souls nearby, creating a desolate atmosphere. It seemed a Qing was not having an easy time. Wolf Edge felt a pang of sympathy and pushed the barrier aside to enter. However, he soon emerged with a scowl that could rival the darkest of storm clouds, his expression reflecting profound dissatisfaction. How could this be termed hardship? This was sheer indulgence. Wolf Edge muttered in frustration. A Qing was sprawled comfortably with his enormous hooves resting on a chair, blissfully asleep, drool staining his chest, utterly unresponsive to calls. The large bowl on the table still bore remnants of beast meat from the previous night's feast. To his dismay, Wolf Edge had spent considerable time with K.E. the night before, and by the end, there was nothing left to eat, not even a pot to wash. Reluctantly, he had gone to bed hungry and had yet to taste a morsel. Meanwhile, a Qing seemed to be living the life of luxury, well-fed and well-rested. As the smoke from cooking fires began to rise and the warriors' training shouts ceased, the signal for breakfast was clear. The enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air, causing Wolf Edge's stomach to rumble in protest. Just as he contemplated fetching a bowl of soup, the commanding voice of Sars echoed, "You little wolf cub. Why have you come here? I've been looking for you everywhere." "Lord Sars, I was merely wandering about. Breakfast is about to be served," Wolf Edge replied discreetly, hinting that he wished to eat and preferred not to be disturbed. However, Sars clearly did not grasp the underlying message. "What do you mean, breakfast? The Chief of Staff is searching for you everywhere. If you delay, I'll be penalized too." "Who is the Chief of Staff?" "Oh, Lord Sars, please don't drag me into this." Before Wolf Edge could finish his sentence, SARS had seized him and was off in a blur. In no time, Wolf Edge found himself standing before K.E.'s tent, recalling that K.E. was the chief of staff of the Mad Bear Legion. Reporting in, Wolf Edge has arrived, SARS announced, saluting the tent, beads of sweat clinging to his brow. Wolf Edge, unceremoniously dragged by SARS, could hardly withstand the rough treatment from the towering brown bear. Thankfully, he had not eaten that morning, or he would surely have vomited on SARS. This SARS was quite brutish. Wolf Edge mused. Let him in. You may leave now. K.E.'s voice rang out, signaling SARS to depart. SARS exhaled a sigh of relief and hurriedly retreated. Wolf Edge regarded SARS with a trace of disdain. Was it truly necessary to be so frightened by a mere teenager? Look at your demeanor. With that thought, he boldly entered the tent. Your Highness Clarence, I have come to report. Wolf Edge saluted with a playful tone. Behind the desk, K.E. sat, clad in her signature crimson warrior attire. A spread of food laid out before her, including several small dishes and a bowl of fragrant meat soup topped with scallions. Upon Wolf Edge's entrance, K.E. glanced up from her meal, set down her spoon, dabbed her mouth with a napkin, and without disputing his address, stated coolly, in the military, please refer to me as Chief of Staff. She gestured toward a chair in front of Wolf Edge, where a set of clothes lay. These are for you. Change into them shortly. Understood. Truth be told, K.E.'s calm demeanor held a certain authority, and Wolf Edge dared not jest further, simply nodding in agreement. Stay here. I'll fetch you something. With that, she moved toward the hide curtain at the back. Seizing the moment, Wolf Edge swiftly shed his servant attire and donned the garments K.E. had prepared, a set of warrior attire, reminiscent of a staff officer's uniform, distinct from leather armor. The fabric, woven by the sheep women of the sheepfolk, was predominantly white with black cloud patterns, though the material could not compare to K.E.'s attire. It was certainly an improvement over the stiff leather of the servant's garb. Casting a glance at K.E.'s nearly finished breakfast, his hunger intensified. Resolute, he dashed to the desk, grabbed a pair of chopsticks, and began to eat. Delicious. This is far superior to the communal pot, he mumbled with his mouth full, hastily gulping down the meat soup without a second thought. Wolf Edge, you? K.E. emerged from behind, holding a command token and a leather book. Upon seeing Wolf Edge seated at her desk, devouring her leftovers with her utensils, she was momentarily stunned. Wolf Edge, K.E. shrieked. Who permitted you to sit there? That was my breakfast. Startled, Wolf Edge glanced at her, then resumed shoveling food into his mouth. I haven't eaten since yesterday afternoon. Are you going to eat or not? He fixed his gaze on K.E., utterly oblivious to the gravity of his transgression. K.E.'s lips twitched as she beheld the greasy Wolf Edge. Fine, eat away. I'll just tell you what you need to know. Resigned. She took a seat on a large chair to one side of the tent. Here's a token. With this, you can move freely within the camp, though you cannot enter the Marshal's tent. Also, this book contains important notes on awakening and techniques. Be sure to study it thoroughly to awaken as soon as possible. Standing, she placed both items before Wolf Edge. Finally noticing that Wolf Edge had changed out of his servant attire, K.E. turned to see the discarded clothes and stammered. You changed clothes. Her voice trembled slightly. She acknowledged that she had taken a bit longer to fetch the book. But Wolf Edge's speed was astonishing. He had not only changed his clothes, but had also consumed her breakfast. Ah, I'm full, Wolf Edge sighed, stretching and letting out a satisfied belch. He then stood, casually wiping his mouth with a napkin and sauntering toward the exit. K.E. was utterly exasperated. That was my napkin. She glared at him fiercely. Oh, that was my used one. K.E. despaired, silently mourning her loss. She could not comprehend why the other hulking brown bear men dared not act so brazenly before her, yet this small wolf cub, hardly weighing a few pounds, exhibited no fear. Seated grandly at her desk, consuming her breakfast and using her napkin, was this the attitude expected of a soldier? Though he did look much more appealing in the warrior attire than the brown bear brutes. What am I thinking? K.E. shook her head, banishing the errant thoughts from her mind. Volume 1, The Wolf's Edge in Another World, Chapter 10, The War Approaches, Part 2. What am I thinking? He is merely 13. K.E. shook his head, banishing such frivolous thoughts from his mind. Yet, he inadvertently overlooked the fact that in this realm, 13 is already considered adulthood. Gazing at the wolf and Oppos' edge before him, he cleared his throat and said, Since you have changed your attire, there is no need to return. Wait for me outside the tent, and then accompany me to the command tent. Bring your token, but leave the other items here. He gestured toward the animal skin tome and the garments that Wolf's Edge had just discarded. Turning away, he suddenly recalled something and added, "Do not allow anyone else to enter." "Understood, Wolf and Oppos," Edge replied, moving to the entrance to stand guard. Bathed in the bright sunlight, he clasped his hands behind his head, savoring the warmth and fullness of his meal. Ah, what a delightful life. Before long, Kay emerged. His fiery red warrior's attire replaced by a military uniform resembling Wolf's Edge's, albeit adorned with golden patterns that appeared particularly precious to the less industrious beastmen. "Let us go," Kay said to Wolf's Edge at the door, then continued forward without further regard for him. Wolf's Edge dutifully fell into step behind Ke, deep in thought regarding the awakening. To be honest, Wolf's Edge was quite curious about the powers bestowed by the beast patterns upon awakening. Yet he had not had the chance to peruse the acquired tome before being whisked away by Ke. It felt akin to having an array of sumptuous delicacies before him, yet being limited to gnawing on coarse bread, a frustrating yet inevitable state of affairs. Ke glanced back at Wolf and Oppos' Edge and discerned his impatience. "I understand your eagerness to awaken, but such matters cannot be rushed. Your anxiety will not hasten the process." Before Wolf and Oppos' Edge could retort, Ke continued, "Moreover, regarding the battle bear that attacked me last time, since you are not a formal member of the Mad Bear Legion, I shall not impose military law upon you. Thus, I have chosen to overlook your previous transgressions. However, now that you don this uniform, you must comport yourself with due decorum. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unyielding in matters of discipline." Observing Ke's solemn demeanor, Wolf's Edge felt a twinge of trepidation, beginning to understand why others, like Sal's, would fear him. "Yes, Chief of Staff," he replied, suppressing any inclination to jest. Yet, in the next moment, his true nature surfaced. "Commander, I have a small question." "Speak." Wolf's Edge quickened his pace to reach Ke's side. "Commander, since you emerged, there have been crumbs from biscuits at the corner of your mouth. I have a bit of a compulsion." Wolf's Edge, Ke's body trembled, clearly on the verge of an outburst, yet he subconsciously pressed his lips together. Chief of Staff, expressing concern for a superior is never inappropriate, is it? You cannot twist my words." Ke sighed, striving to suppress his emotions and adopting a gentle expression. He smiled. "Of course not. How could that be?" Yet inwardly he muttered, "Just wait. Women, always so disingenuous." However, Wolf and Oppos' Edge had yet to learn the lessons one ought to grasp after offending a woman. Before long, Ke led Wolf and Oppos' Edge to the command tent, where the military commander, the leader of the Mad Bear Legion, the foremost warrior of the Bearmen, and the head of the Teuton family, Andre Teuton, awaited. Legends of Andre abounded throughout the continent. It was said that beastmen women enamored with him could encircle the beastmen imperial city a dozen times. It was precisely because Andre's Mad Bear Legion was stationed at Hader City that they had kept the Zerg army at bay for a full decade. Why a decade, you ask? Because this year marks the 10th since he assumed command of the Mad Bear Legion. Reporting in, Ke and Attendant Wolf's Edge have arrived. Ke's voice rang through the tent. "Enter." A deep and robust voice responded. Though seemingly simple, Wolf's Edge felt as though 1,000 iron steeds were charging forth, accompanied by the clangor of battle. What an intimidating presence! Even before seeing the man, the aura was palpable. Upon entering, they beheld several officers of the Brown Bear tribe seated within, the lowest ranking among them being a captain, each commanding 800 Brown Bear warriors. At the head of the assembly sat Andre himself. Andre, while not particularly imposing compared to his fellow Brown Bear kin, commanded the Mad Bear Legion and surpassed other branches of the Bearmen, earning the title of the foremost warrior. Upon seeing Ke enter, Andre displayed a rare smile. "Ke, please take a seat," he said, gesturing to the first chair on his left. Ke nodded and swiftly took his place, while Wolf's Edge obediently stood behind him. The amiable chief of staff showed no intention of introducing Wolf's Edge, noticing that not all had arrived. Andre turned to Ke with a smile and inquired, "What is this? You opted for a half-grown wolf cub instead of the female guard I arranged for you?" Wolf's Edge flinched at being referred to as a wolf cub. Ke glanced at him and replied with a smile, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Uncle Andre. However, in the military camp, having a female guard might invite unnecessary gossip. Wolf's Edge possesses some talent, so I have brought him to assist with his awakening." "Oh?" Andre finally cast a glance at Wolf's Edge, a hint of approval in his eyes. "That is indeed commendable, young wolf. Remain diligent by the chief of staff's side and awaken swiftly to contribute to the beast empire." Wolf's Edge saluted. Yes, I shall heed the commander's teachings. Andre nodded and fell silent. Gradually, several other brown bear officers reported in and entered, one particularly robust brown bear taking the first seat to Andre's right, indicating a high rank. K.E. whispered to Wolf's Edge. He is Maki of the Teuton family, Andre's brother, commanding the 800 Iron Bear Guards. He is fierce in combat, but often at odds with me, so avoid any disputes with him in the future. Understood, Wolf and Amp. Oppos, Edge nodded. He preferred not to provoke unnecessary conflict. Noticing the exchange between K.E. and Wolf's Edge, Maki's eyes flashed with an inexplicable gleam. So, Chief of Staff, you forsake the female guards for a male attendant? After all, as a personal attendant, having a male by your side might be less than convenient. Wooden and Oppos. Tiet? This remark was a sharp jab. Though it appeared to express concern akin to Andre's, the tone and exaggerated expression betrayed his true intentions, insinuating that K.E. and Amp. Oppos' choice of a male attendant hinted at something more intimate. While Wolf and Amp. Oppos' Edge remained unaffected by the comment, it tarnished K.E. and Amp. Oppos' reputation. Though their acquaintance was brief, Wolf's Edge had noted K.E.'s care and understanding. A flicker of anger crossed Wolf's Edge's eyes as he stepped forward to speak. You. Impudent. When superiors converse, where is your place to interject? Mind your standing, attendant. To Wolf and Oppos' Edge and Oppos' surprise, before Maki could intervene. K.E. was the first to admonish him, signaling him to retreat with gestures. Awakened by K.E. and Oppos' reprimand, Wolf and Oppos' Edge realized that had he retorted, he would have played straight into Maki and Amp. Oppos' hands. Never mind, patience brings peace. There will be plenty of time to engage him later. With this thought, he returned to his previous position. K.E. chuckled lightly. It seems Captain Maki is quite invested in my personal affairs. I hope that during our campaign against the Zerg, Brother Maki will lead us to a resounding victory. Volume 1, The Wolf and Amp. Oppos' Edge in Another World Chapter 11. The Coming Battle, Part 2. Wolf Edge nearly succumbed to laughter. To those unaware of the underlying circumstances, such words might seem inconsequential. However, Wolf Edge recalled what Ching had mentioned. In the previous great battle, due to Maki's misjudgment, the loss of 50 bear cavalrymen had occurred. It is important to note that the Wild Bear Legion comprised merely 5,000 soldiers. Faced with an overwhelming army of 100,000 insectoids, despite the advantages of fortifications, the odds were still 1 to 20. The burden on the bear cavalry was significantly heavier, and the loss of 50 riders represented a grave error. Consequently, Maki was subjected to a whipping by Andre in front of the entire army, a wound that still stung for Maki. K had, in essence, rubbed salt into Maki's wound. Maki's earthy complexion instantly turned a deep shade of purple, yet he could hardly refute it, as it was indeed his fault. With a huff, he turned away and ceased speaking. A few more individuals entered the command tent. Andre surveyed the room. All right, everyone is present. Let the Chief of Staff analyze the intelligence we have received. Yes, Commander. K.E. stood up and proclaimed, esteemed colleagues, according to the reports from the forward outposts, the insectoids have now assembled an army exceeding 100,000, and they are expected to launch their attack within 3 days. As of now, there are no indications of the main battle forces gathering, so it is highly probable that this war will, as usual, focus on food plundering and population depletion. A collective sigh of relief washed over most present in the tent, for no one yearned for battle. Even the more warlike orcs shared this sentiment. The food plundering was necessitated by the insectoids and Oppos' vast population, which often required them to raid the border cities of the Beast Empire for sustenance. Although orcs were not particularly adept at agricultural production, they did not possess a population base as extensive as that of the insectoids. And with the occasional assistance from the elves, they could maintain a reasonable level of subsistence. However, since Andre's appointment, the insectoid army had not managed to seize even a grain of food from the territory of Hate City, leading to a significant increase in starvation among the insectoid tribes in the region. Moreover, population depletion was another concern. Within the insectoid ranks, a severe hierarchy existed. Rather than allow their kind to perish from starvation, they preferred to send the lower-tier insectoids to deplete the strength of the beast folk, albeit with negligible effect. It is undeniable that while a single war may not significantly diminish the orc strength, the cumulative loss over the years has led to numerous valiant orc warriors meeting their demise on the battlefield. K.E. continued, we must not let our guard down. Let us prepare according to our usual pre-battle protocols. Reconnaissance teams must remain vigilant regarding any movements of the insectoids and report any anomalies immediately. Yes, a burly brown bear man, the leader of the reconnaissance team, stood and saluted. Very well, that will be all for now. Commander, do you have any further instructions? He nodded, signaling for the bear man to sit down, and then turned his gaze to Andre. Andre rose, his fierce eyes scanning the room. Everyone shall follow the Chief of Staff's directives. We must remain vigilant and give our utmost effort. Glory belongs to the beast folk. With that, he clenched his right fist and struck it against his left chest. All the orcs rose, their right fists pounding against their left chests. Glory belongs to the beast folk. Andre nodded. Prepare yourselves. Chief of Staff, please remain. Yes. The assembly saluted and then exited the command tent in unison. Once the others had departed, Andre turned to Ke, with Wolf Edge dutifully guarding his side. Andre lifted a wooden cup to his lips and took a sip of water. Ke, do you think those insectoids will pull any tricks? Ke frowned slightly, pondering before responding, based on the intelligence I received last time. The current composition of the insectoid forces is not dissimilar to previous configurations. 50,000 locust men serving as cannon fodder, 30,000 beetle men in mixed units, along with 18,000 woolly mammoth beetle men and 2,000 horned beetle men. Logically speaking, this configuration was consistent with past practices and raised no suspicions. The insectoid population primarily comprises two major clans, the insect clan and the limb beetle clan, with the beetles forming a substantial branch within the insect clan. And the same applies to the limb beetle clan. Naturally, aside from these two major clans, there exist other insectoid species, albeit with significantly smaller populations. To date, no insectoid scholar has been able to fully enumerate the various insectoid races, given the overwhelming number and variety. The locust men and mixed beetle units are among the lower-tier species within the insectoids. They possess strong reproductive capabilities, yet face food shortages due to the insectoids and Oppos' inability to produce sufficient sustenance. Thus, they serve as cannon fodder. The woolly mammoth beetles are a variant of the beetle men. They are slightly stronger than the locust men, yet they remain low-tier species. Their dorsal exoskeletons are sturdier than most beetle cannon fodder, rendering them excellent defensive troops, yet they cannot escape their grim fate as fodder. In contrast, the horned beetle men are different. Their hard backs and long horns give them lethality comparable to that of the minotaur warriors and Oppos' sharp horns. Typically, two horned beetle men can contend with a single brown bear warrior. They represent a higher echelon within the insectoid hierarchy, yet they do not engage in combat. Rather, their role is to oversee and command, ensuring that the cannon fodder does not flee. After all, the cannon fodder are still insectoids with a degree of intelligence. They are acutely aware of their expendable status. Without supervision, it is likely that they would scatter long before reaching Hade City. The insectoid society is organized into clans with a rigid hierarchical structure, wherein higher-tier species can unconditionally execute lower-tier species. They operate under a matriarchal system, with female insectoids holding greater status than their male counterparts, and clan leadership is typically vested in females. They brutally categorize insectoids into three tiers. Higher insectoids dominate the middle tier, who in turn govern the lower tier, establishing a system of control. The long-standing oppression has instilled a deep-seated fear among the lower-tier species, inhibiting them from rebelling against their superiors. However, fear of retaliation does not equate to an absence of flight instinct, thus the presence of oversight squads is indispensable. Even small contingents of 1,000 or 2,000 will include several higher-tier insectoid overseers. During wartime, each clan dispatches cannon fodder in proportion to their population, forming the insectoid army. The insectoid forces are not limited to a mere 100,000. The vast expanse of the Beast Empire and Oppos' territory contains numerous fortifications. And while cities like Hade City are few, lesser strongholds abound, each often subjected to minor assaults. As autumn approaches, the colossal insectoid coalition will invade en masse, assaulting the western frontier of the Beast Empire, with Hade City backed by the vast Geelan Plain. This strategic position enables Andre to lead 5,000 bear warriors to safeguard the Empire's largest grain-producing region, the Geelan Plain. This area is also the primary target of the insectoid army's assaults. In pursuit of sustenance, the insectoid forces frequently dispatch their main battle species to covertly attack Hade City, hoping to breach this bastion of the beastfolk, compelling Ke and Andre to exercise utmost caution. Volume 1, The Wolf's Edge in Another World Chapter 12, The Insectoid Camp, Part 1. should a lapse occur and the insectoids advance. Numerous beast folk civilians may perish from starvation due to the fall of the pool forest plain. Ender shook his head, expressing his unease. I remain unconvinced. This year is different. The pool forest plain is not merely yielding sweet potatoes and corn, but also dragon fruit. I doubt those insects would readily abandon such delectable and bountiful crops. Dragon fruit, a unique product of the elven race, was generously offered by the benevolent elves as a gesture of gratitude for the beast folk's defense against the insectoid incursions. The dragon fruit's high yield and exquisite flavor made it an unparalleled choice for sustenance. K nodded in agreement with Ender and Appos. As perspective, then I shall conduct another reconnaissance of the insectoid camp tonight to ensure absolute safety. As night deepened, the starry sky twinkled above, and the low grass swayed gently in the breeze, casting elongated shadows under the moonlight. Two dark figures raced swiftly beneath the moon and Appos' glow, their tails swaying behind them, aiding their balance and agility as they leaped and ran. These figures were Wolfedge and Ke. After having dined, they donned their night gear with the intent of infiltrating the insectoid military camp. The camp was not close to Hade City, lying a good 100 miles away. However, for the two of them, this distance posed no challenge. Wolfedge had roamed the jungles since childhood, having fled from predators over far greater distances, while Ke, having awakened her beastly markings, had seen a significant enhancement in her strength and stamina, making this journey a mere trifle for her. How much longer until we arrive? Wolfedge inquired, oblivious to the decorum expected of a soldier and a guard, asking his superior without a hint of shame. We have traversed 60 miles. There are still over 40 miles to the insectoid camp, Ke replied, unfazed by Wolfedge and Appos' demeanor. In her eyes, he was merely a 13-year-old boy, not truly a soldier. Were Wolfedge aware of her thoughts, he would surely feel indignant, for beneath his youthful appearance lay a heart more akin to an adult's. Moreover, she herself was only 16. Oh, Wolfedge acknowledged, then continued, by the way, Ke, does your family hold significant power in the Empire? He understood that in the Beastfolk Empire, families bearing a surname were no ordinary clans, yet he lacked a clear conception of their significance. A hint of pride surfaced on Ke's delicate face, even visible in the moonlight. The Clarence family is recognized as a family of wisdom in the Beastfolk Empire. My father is a duke, overseeing the Empire's economic trade. Our family's business establishments are widespread throughout the Empire, handling trade with other races. 70% of the national wealth flows through our family into the treasury. My goodness, Wolfedge exclaimed, realizing that military trade constituted a vital component of any nation, and the Clarence family wielded considerable influence. Moreover, Ke was the Duke's daughter. His previous jest of referring to her as Your Highness had unexpectedly held truth. He glanced at Ke's exquisite features, astonished to discover that our beautiful Princess Clarence was indeed a little heiress. Feeling a touch bashful at Wolfedge's words, Ke retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Little heiress sounds dreadful. Wolfedge chuckled, refraining from further remarks and focusing on their journey as they neared the insectoid camp. The moonlit night returned to silence, and their pace quickened once more. Halt! Ke commanded sharply, coming to an abrupt stop. Wolfedge crouched beside her. What is it? He whispered. Ke remained silent, pointing with her delicate finger toward a nearby shadowy cluster. Following her gesture, Wolfedge discerned that the shadows were not mere illusions, but two insectoid soldiers lying prone, camouflaged beneath a mat of grass. They were nearly undetectable unless scrutinized closely. What should we do? Circumvent them? Wolfedge asked. Impossible. We have entered the insectoids and Appos' alert perimeter. They have constructed a complex network of surveillance here. We cannot bypass them and must eliminate them instead. As she spoke, Ke drew forth a dagger and glanced at Wolfedge. I will take the left. You handle the right. We must silence them without a sound. Is that clear? Wolfedge licked his lips, excitement glimmering in his eyes. For the Beastfolk and Appos' warrior spirit coursed through his veins. No problem. He unsheathed his slender weapon, the cold blade named Hanemo. Though it lacked the concealment of a dagger, it was undoubtedly more suited to Wolfedge. Gripping the hilt in reverse, he bent forward alongside Ke. With unwavering focus, Wolfedge zeroed in on his target, moving silently. When they were within 2 meters of the insectoid soldiers, neither had yet noticed the two intruders behind them. Now, Ke whispered, already lunging toward the left insectoid, plunging her dagger into the soldier and Appos' back while covering his mouth and nose to stifle any sound. Wolf Edge, reacting swiftly, executed a more straightforward but brutal maneuver. As he lunged forward, the longer Han MO pierced the throat of the right insectoid soldier. Before the insectoid could respond, it could only weakly clutch its pierced neck, emitting a low, wheezing sound reminiscent of a worn-out bellows. With a final glance backward at Wolf Edge, who stood over him, the soldier's head tilted, and he succumbed to his unwelcome fate. Suddenly, Wolf Edge stumbled back several steps, his face pale. Even as the Han MO remained embedded in the insectoid and Appos' corpse. "What's wrong?" Ke asked, perplexed, observing the ashen visage of Wolf Edge. Unable to comprehend why the normally decisive boy appeared so shaken. "People," Wolf Edge uttered, gazing at the lifeless face of the insectoid soldier. He had never encountered one before. Having lived in the jungle, he had slain countless beasts and even magical creatures, but had never taken a human life. Neither in this life nor the one before. He had always imagined insectoids to resemble the grotesque creatures from the film Alien, as described by his father, who had shared many tales about them but had never mentioned their appearance. Yet he was mistaken. The insectoid soldier before him bore a closer resemblance to humans than even orcs, with only small antennae and a faintly yellowish complexion marking their identity. The despair, brutality, madness, and attachment to the world reflected in their dying eyes revealed a depth of emotion akin to his own. Suddenly, Wolf Edge felt his stomach churn violently, and he expelled the food he had consumed before their departure. Volume 1, The Wolf and Appos' Edge in Another World, Chapter 13. The Insectoid Camp, Part 2. Ke gazed at Wolf and Appos' Edge with indifference. Even a hint of coldness in his demeanor. He remarked, "I have always believed you to be an exceptional warrior. Whether it was your calm demeanor in the face of the enormous bear on the streets of Hader City or your lethal strike today, you have exhibited the composed and combative lineage of the wolf tribe. I acknowledge that the locust people of the insectoid race are a tragically doomed species. Their overwhelming numbers result in the majority going hungry, and their feeble combat prowess relegates them to mere nuisances and fodder on the battlefield." However, Ke's voice suddenly escalated, tinged with a mix of resignation and resentment. "This is war. It is a realm where death is the norm. The locust people may be weak, yet they possess a ferocious nature. Unable to vent their frustrations due to their lowly status within the insectoid hierarchy, they unleash their savagery on the battlefield, targeting our vulnerable beastmen. Whenever a fortress falls, it is always the frail locusts who charge at the forefront, preying upon our women and children." Ke faltered, his pain evident as he squeezed his eyes shut, his petite frame trembling slightly. Yet, Wolf Edge comprehended the brutal reality of war. It was a matter of life and death. However, the impact of this revelation weighed heavily on him, for he had never taken a life before. Once an ordinary man in his past life, and now a regular beastman, he had always perceived himself as insignificant, devoid of battlefield experience or close encounters with violence and slaughter. The gruesome scene before him, coupled with Ke's apathetic tone, forced him to confront the stark truth of their situation. Wiping the remnants of bile from his lips, he resolutely extracted the cold ink dagger embedded in the locust and Appos' neck. "I understand now. It will not happen again." His tone mirrored Ke's detached demeanor, signifying that he had grasped the essence of war and aggression, while his declaration of "not again" indicated a retreat from mercy and cowardice. In that moment, Wolf's Edge experienced a subtle transformation. Sheathing the dagger, he pressed onward, leaving Ke momentarily dazed. It dawned on him that Wolf's Edge was no longer a mere cub. His silhouette appeared taller and more imposing, bolstered by the elongating shadows of the moonlight. "We're moving," came Wolf's voice. "Ah," Ke replied, hastening to catch up until their figures converged once more. The insectoid and Appos' perimeter was extensive and layered. After several skirmishes, Wolf and Appos' Edge and Ke finally breached the camp. Ke was astonished by Wolf and Appos' transformation. He needed no assistance to dispatch 2 or even 3 sentries silently and with deadly precision. Though his pallor lingered at first, he swiftly acclimated to the grim reality. Before them, the insectoid camp's bright lights became discernible. Unlike the rugged and orderly beastman encampments, this one resembled a refugee settlement, chaotic and disorganized. Vast black tents dotted the center, surrounded by tattered tents of varying sizes, with locust warriors, mammoth beetle warriors, and various other insectoid fighters roaming freely. Despite their differing races, they bore a striking resemblance. with only minor variations in physique and distinctive antennae or tails. There lies the final sentry. It is unlikely to be a locust or beetle warrior. Proceed with caution, Ke murmured, his tone laced with gravity. Understood, Wolf's Edge nodded, dismissing the concern. Let me handle this. You provide support. With that, he unsheathed the cold ink dagger once more and darted toward the shadows. The dagger sliced through the air with a chilling gleam, aimed at the back of the prone insectoid. The anticipated sound of steel slicing through soft flesh was replaced by a jarring clang, akin to metal striking metal. No, even harder than steel. A massive figure rose, though not as towering as a brown bear warrior, it was still formidable. Upon recognizing the insectoid's visage, Wolf's Edge inhaled sharply. A rhinoceros beetle warrior. The grotesque horns on its head signified its noble status. As it rose, Wolf's Edge caught sight of the insectoid's tattered leather armor, its skin glinting like metal in the moonlight. This won't be easy. Vic's mood soured, having been disturbed from his dreams by a pair of insignificant insects. As a noble rhinoceros beetle warrior, he found himself on sentry duty in the wilderness due to a foolish bet with that wretched Dole. This was work suited only for the lowliest of insectoids. I should be reveling in my comfortable tent, enjoying massages from lowly insectoids, savoring exquisite cheese crafted by the bovine beast men. Unbeknownst to him, the amp, oppos, exquisite cheese and amp, oppos, he envisioned was merely the leftover scraps from the cheese-making process. Quickly regaining his composure, Vic yanked a bamboo whistle from his chest, prepared to sound the alarm, a shrill note capable of rousing the entire insectoid camp. These two little pests would never escape the encirclement of their kin. Though he dismissed the two before him as insignificant, his military training compelled him to take action. However, Wolf's Edge would not allow him the opportunity to sound the alarm. With a powerful push off the ground, he executed a flying kick that shattered the bamboo whistle into splinters, simultaneously leaving an imprint of mud on Vic's face. Vic instinctively tilted his head, adjusting his slightly misaligned neck, as he wiped the blood from his lips and glared, "Damn little insect. You have successfully provoked Lord Vic. I shall offer you to the noble rhinoceros beetle queen." Wolf's Edge retorted with a mocking tone, "It seems your head is less resilient than your back." Vic bellowed in fury, seizing the menacing wolf-tooth club beside him, charging forward with a roar. The massive club was nearly as thick as Wolf and Amp, Oppos' waist, its spikes glinting ominously. Wolf's Edge had no doubt of its destructive power. A single blow could cleave him in two. The heavy club sliced through the air, aiming for Wolf's head. Thud! Dirt flew as the club crashed into the ground. In that fleeting moment, Wolf's Edge nimbly evaded. Realizing Vic and Amp, Oppos' back was too sturdy for even his cold ink dagger to penetrate, and with the massive club blocking his path, he felt as trapped as a tiger confronting a turtle. There seemed no way to strike. Yet, Vic's sluggishness made it equally challenging for him to land a blow on Wolf's Edge, who deftly dodged, avoiding even the brush of the club's edge. "Damn little insect. Are you a cunning eel? Face Vic in a fair fight." Vic bellowed in frustration, having missed his target multiple times. "I am not foolish," Wolf's Edge muttered, continuing to evade Vic and Oppos' onslaught, while inwardly he lamented, "This is quite troublesome. I have no means to counterattack." Ke, recognizing Wolf and Oppos' plight, felt a surge of urgency. This was not the territory of the beast men. The sounds of their struggle could attract patrolling sentries, and remaining in this stalemate would prove detrimental. Clenching his teeth, he whispered, "Beastmark enchantment." With a soft incantation, a visible pink luminescence began to swirl around Ke, coalescing in his delicate right hand, forming a cloud of pink mist. Ke glanced at the two fighters in the distance and called out, "Wolf's Edge, get down." With a swift motion, he released the pink mist, which soared toward Vic. Hearing Ke and Amp, Oppos' command, Wolf and Amp, Oppos' Edge instinctively dropped to the ground. As he raised his head, he witnessed the pink mist enveloping Vic. Vic gasped, astonished, "A Beastmark warrior? Damn little fox, what have you done to Vic?" Yet, before he could finish his sentence, the murky depths of his eyes were obscured by the pink mist, and he awkwardly glanced down at his club, revealing a hint of, lewdness, in the astonished gaze of Wolf Peak. He unexpectedly cradled the spiked club tenderly in his embrace, gently caressing it. Despite the gruesome wounds inflicted upon him by the weapon, he continued to stroke it with a kind of fervor, murmuring, "Oh, delightful Lilith, you are truly enchanting." Vic can hardly contain his anticipation. Wolf Peak smirked nervously, casting a fearful glance at Ke. In the midst of Wolf Peak's horrified stare, Vic shockingly began to remove his trousers. Goodness, this is utterly terrifying. So wicked. Is he truly contemplating that with the club? I cannot bear to watch. Unconsciously trembling, he seized the cold ink and swiftly cleaved through Vic and Appos' skull. In that fleeting moment, Vic seemed to awaken from his torment, recalling his actions with a sense of despair and fury. The wound on his neck was violently torn open by the surge of blood, crimson liquid gushing forth without restraint, hastening his demise. Thus, the noble and superior insectoid, the formidable unicorn warrior, nearly lost his life due to an encounter with his own spiked club. Wolf Peak gazed upon Vic's lifeless face, still etched with indignation, and cautiously approached Ke. Esteemed, lovely, and powerful Prince Clarence, your humble guard, Wolf Peak, extends his greetings. With a soft chuckle, Ke looked at the cautious Wolf Peak and exclaimed, "Have you come to realize my prowess? Let us see if you dare to bully me again." Wolf Peak chuckled awkwardly, scratching at his ears. "How could I ever dare to bully you? You are, after all, my superior." Yet, in his heart, he mused, "Goodness. Having known her for only a few days, I killed her steed upon our first meeting, pointed fingers at her, clung to her leg with snot and tears, changed clothes in her tent, and consumed her breakfast. But what does that have to do with me? I did not do it. Absolutely not." As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he felt a peculiar sense of righteousness, uncertain if it was a result of self-delusion. Wolf Peak and Ke quietly lay upon a high ground near the insectoid camp, observing the movements of the insectoid soldiers. Even now, he could not shake off the bizarre scene from earlier, his curiosity about the power of the beast pattern intensifying, as if hundreds of exquisite catfolk maidens were simultaneously tickling his heart. "Esteemed Prince Clarence, when you find the time, do assist me in awakening the power of the beast pattern," Wolf Peak remarked in an oddly whimsical tone. Ke cast a languid glance at him. "Should you continue to speak to me in such a manner, you shall never awaken it in your lifetime." "Woe is me, Ke. I was merely fearful you might bestow upon me that bizarre pink mist. My lifelong reputation would be ruined," Wolf Peak whispered, clearly shaken. Volume 1. The Wolf's Edge in Another World Chapter 14. The Giant Worm. After the battle, I will assist you in awakening. However, our most pressing task now is to observe the movements of the insects. Once Chie finished speaking, he disregarded Wolf Fong and began to scrutinize the insect horde's encampment. Wolf Fong, too, calmed his mind, understanding that awakening could not be rushed, and patiently began to observe. From a distance, he had not seen clearly, only noting the massive black tents in the center and the dilapidated smaller tents surrounding them, along with the constantly patrolling insect soldiers. Now, they were much closer, and he could see that the black tents were stacked upon one another, situated at the heart of the camp. Strangely, the arrangement of these tents was neither neat nor compact, leaving a significant area vacant in the center. When Chie had last scouted the area, the insect tribe had just begun to set up camp. He had only gathered information on their numbers and troop types and had not noticed anything unusual. However, with the tents now fully erected, the oddity was evident. It made little sense to leave such a large space in the middle of a military camp. "Wolf Fong, look." Chie pointed to a platoon of locust soldiers, each pair carrying various wild beast-like boars towards the open ground in the center of the camp. Strangely, when they emerged, the beasts they had carried were nowhere to be seen. As the comings and goings continued, Chie and Wolf Fong observed at least a dozen squads of insect soldiers transporting carcasses of varying sizes into the empty area, only to return empty-handed. How peculiar. It must be well past mealtime. Do these beetle people still have a penchant for late-night snacks? Wolf Fong remarked with a teasing tone. Chie rolled his eyes in response. The carcasses are still intact, and there is no sign of fire or smoke. They are insects, not jungle creatures. Are they eating them raw? Moreover, with such a bounty, even if 2,000 beetle men had insatiable appetites, they couldn't possibly consume all that. Unless they were large magical beasts. Magical beasts. They both exclaimed in unison. Yes, only magical beasts would have such a vast appetite, and they prefer their meals raw. Before Chie could question further, Wolf Fong provided the answer. It's the giant worms. At least a dozen of them. He squinted, slightly wrinkling his nose, and continued to observe closely. His gaze was fixed on the several large mounds of earth scattered around the periphery of the black tents. Chie was clearly skeptical. How can you be sure? The tents are tightly sealed. We can see nothing. Reporting false information could lead to execution. Wolf Fong offered no further explanation, merely gesturing towards the mounds. Do you see those piles of earth? Just ordinary mounds. What is so strange about them? Chie asked, puzzled. Have you caught a whiff of an acrid odor? Wolf Fong inquired, fanning the air before Chiayi. Chiayi cautiously inhaled, and as a breeze wafted by, he indeed detected a sour stench. This scent had initially been subtle, easily masked by the myriad of strange odors within the insect encampment, but following Wolf Fong's cue, it became increasingly apparent, even nauseating. Chiayi pinched his nose. What is that smell? It resembles excrement. Precisely. It is the feces of giant worms, Wolf Fong affirmed, elaborating. These magical beasts are quite common in the jungle. Though their size is colossal, they are remarkably fragile, possessing a strong digestive capability that allows them to burrow freely within the soil up to 10 meters deep. Their bulk renders them slow-moving, so they hide their gaping mouths beneath the soil, waiting for prey to approach them. Due to their efficient digestion, they excrete frequently. Often, they conceal their rear ends far from their heads, allowing for easy defecation. The waste carries a sour odor due to the abundance of digestive fluids it contains. While I comprehend what they are, I remain puzzled as to why the insects are concealing a dozen giant worms within the center of their camp, Wolf Fong concluded. Xie, recalling his prior knowledge, nodded in agreement. Your assessment is accurate. They are indeed giant worms. However, your understanding is not entirely comprehensive. With a sense of pride, he raised his chin, akin to a little girl flaunting a lollipop to her friends, and continued. In fact, giant worms possess two stomachs, one filled with potent digestive juices, and the other serves as a pocket dimension. A pocket dimension? Wolf Fong echoed, puzzled. In truth, Wolf Fong was unaware that giant worms had such an organ. His knowledge stemmed from bitter experiences in the jungle, where he had learned of their cunning camouflage. Unlike hunters who meticulously disguise themselves, these worms excavate the soil beneath, crafting traps that are perilous in the complex jungle terrain. Once, he had nearly been swallowed whole by a giant worm, but having escaped its maw, he remained oblivious to the existence of its second stomach. Indeed, giant worms can store uneaten food in their pocket dimension. This space contains air and can harbor living creatures. Their limited intelligence enables them to preserve food in this alternate stomach, preventing starvation during winter. It is precisely due to this ability that giant worms are classified as magical beasts rather than mere wild animals. Wolf Fong pondered aloud. So, the insects may be concealing their forces within the giant worms and Appo's pocket dimensions? Chiayi nodded cautiously. It is likely. The wormmen among the insect tribe contain giant worms. Much like the wolf and bear clans train their werewolves and bears, it would not be difficult for them to hide a few individuals within the worms' stomachs, as long as they ensure the worms do not go hungry. Should the worms become famished, there is a risk that their low intelligence could lead them to digest the hidden insect men. It seems the aroma of dragon fruit has stirred the hunger of the insects, Wolf Fong murmured, squinting. What kind of insects are concealed within those giant worm stomachs? One must recognize that the insect species is vast, each possessing unique offensive capabilities. Although some species have lost their ability to fly through millions of years of evolution, others have seen their attributes sharpened. Some excel at burrowing, while others are adept climbers, and there are even flea-like creatures that can leap over 10 meters, alongside stick insects that blend seamlessly into their surroundings. Without knowledge of which type of insect is being concealed, even awareness of an ambush would not permit effective defense. Chiayi clearly understood this. Turning to Wolf Fong, we must infiltrate and uncover what troops the insects are hiding. Wolf Fong shook his head, disagreeing with Chiayi's proposal. Impossible. Even if ordinary locusts, beetles, and woolly mammoths cannot stop us, the rhinoceros beetle soldiers will pose a significant challenge. Moreover, should we be discovered, not even Commander Andre could bring the entire bear brigade to our aid, and we might not escape unscathed. Not to mention the unknown insects lurking within the bellies of the giant worms, it is far too perilous. Volume 1. Chapter 15. The mantis warrior Wolf Fong rambled on endlessly, much like a chattering sparrow. However, he soon transformed into the silent, turtle-like orc, withdrawing his head in silence. Ke demonstrated his prowess through action. With a low shout and a shimmer of light, beast pattern transformation, Ke morphed from a delicate maiden into the recently deceased rhinoceros beetle, Vic. Wolf Fong, astonished, swallowed hard, once again taken aback by the marvel of the beast patterns. Yet, a grave concern crossed his mind, and he addressed Ke. What about me? In a robust voice, Ke, now Vic, bellowed. You? Of course. You are the orc scout captured by Lord Vic. Thus, Lord Vic swaggered into the insect army camp, parading Wolf Fong as a prisoner. Once they entered the camp, all lower and mid-tier insect warriors bowed their heads in respect upon sighting Vic, too intimidated to utter a word of flattery. A mere glance from Vic caused those under his scrutiny to tremble and kneel in submission. If the relationships among orcs resembled the intricate beauty of an ancient Chinese garden, with each race showcasing its unique value and vying for supremacy, then the insect race was a rigid pyramid, with elite insects standing atop the heads of their lesser counterparts. Surveying from above, the two soon traversed the core area of the insect warriors, where 2,000 rhinoceros beetles resided within colossal military tents. Hey, Vic, you lost the bet. Why aren't you fulfilling your duties as a scout and return secretly? A booming voice called out, as the wondering Dole scrutinized Vic. However, Ke was not the true Vic and thus did not recognize the rhinoceros beetle before him. The atmosphere around them instantly froze, and as Dole continued to examine, Wolf Fong felt cold sweat trickling down his back, accumulating into a stream that soaked him. He could distinctly sense Ke's grip tightening around him, trembling with apprehension. Clearing his throat, Ke mustered the courage to reply vaguely to Dole's inquiry. Return? Lord Vic is not one to shy away from a challenge. He has captured an orc scout and intends to feed him to the great worm as rations. Oh, an orc scout. Dole laughed heartily, striding closer and seizing Wolf Fong and Apos' hair, forcing his head upward to meet his gaze. Still just a little pup, huh? Huh. Those gluttonous worms will be bursting. And you and Apos, LL merely end up stored in their interdimensional stomachs, falling into the hands of my insect warriors. Dole sneered, continuing to ruffle Wolf Fong and Apos' hair. But those brutal warriors will turn you into strips of meat. Ha ha. Ke and Apos' eyes darted, matching Dole and Apos' sinister grin. Ha ha ha. All the better. The more he suffers, the more I revel in it. That damned pup has injured Lord Vic. As he spoke, he even shook his arm, revealing a wound that had already been conjured. Meanwhile, the hand gripping Wolf Fong subtly tightened, signaling him to comply. Wolf Fong, not lacking in wits, retorted with a cold sneer. Humph. I am the bravest warrior of the Wolf clan. Who becomes strips of meat is still uncertain. When the time comes, it will be your loss. And you'll be the ones crying. Oh? Ha. Dole seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, laughing until he could hardly breathe, clutching his belly. The arrogant and ignorant wolf. Facing the ferocious mantis warriors, you dare to boast so boldly. One mantis can match you, and against 500 mantis warriors, you will be torn to shreds. As he spoke, he turned his gaze back to Vic, licking his crimson lips. Ha ha ha, Vic. I shall accompany you to feed him to the great worm, and in a few minutes, he will be expelled as a pile of foul excrement. It will be quite amusing. Mantis warriors. The thought struck both Wolf Fong and Ke simultaneously. A single great worm concealed 500 mantis warriors. And a dozen such worms would harbor at least 5,000 mantis fighters. The ruthless mantis warriors were the last foes the bear warriors wished to confront. Perhaps a lone wolf could defeat a single mantis, but the bears, when matched in numbers, would merely be toyed with and slaughtered by the mantis warriors. This did not imply that the bear warriors were weaker than the wolf clan. Rather, it was a matter of troop composition. Mantis warriors boasted exceptional jumping abilities and agile movements. Their lower arms concealed undegenerated serrated blades, and their backs bore diminutive, similarly retrogressive wings. While they could not fly, they could glide effortlessly. The bear warriors, on the other hand, were powerful yet lacked agility, akin to Vic struggling to land a blow on Wolf Fong. How could they hope to triumph? Moreover, the bear warriors did not possess the impenetrable armor-like skin of the rhinoceros beetles. They had only thin skin and feeble leather armor, rendered nearly useless against serrated blades. Vic's heart trembled, and shaking his head, he replied in a deep voice, "No need for that. I've suddenly changed my mind. I want to keep him as a gift for the great rhinoceros beetle queen. Allowing him to die would be too lenient. I will tie him to a stake outside the camp." With that, he attempted to lead Wolf Fong away from the military camp. Ha. Our Vic has learned how to win the favor of the queen, Dole mocked, though a hint of jealousy flickered within him. How could one orc boy possibly earn the queen's affection? It seemed far-fetched, considering he himself had spent 50 gold coins merely to acquire a handsome elf warrior to present to the queen and secure his current position. This was why he could sit alongside Vic despite being unable to defeat him. However, this wolf lad was rather appealing. If he truly won the queen and Apos' favor, wouldn't he that place Vic above him? In mere moments, Dole's thoughts whirled, but he was powerless, as Wolf Fong was Vic's prisoner and he lacked the authority to dispose of him. Realizing Vic was about to depart, he called out, "Hey, Vic, a letter from the beautiful Lilith has arrived. If you hand over this lad to me, I will give you the letter." What do you say? Dole had no ulterior motives. If Vic sought to please the queen, he found satisfaction in irritating him. Lilith was a flower of their rhinoceros beetle tribe, possessing the authority to choose to live with the tribe and Apos, most powerful warriors. Intriguingly, Vic had been paired with Lilith for several years. Vic regarded Lilith as a sacred treasure, and she held a special affection for him. This was indeed an anomaly among the insect race. While free love existed, it was typically seen in lesser insect tribes. In higher tribes like the rhinoceros beetles, females usually aligned themselves with the strongest warriors to preserve the tribe and Apos' lineage and strength. Volume 1. The Wolf's Edge in Another World, Chapter 16. Rescue in a desperate situation. It was in this peculiar scenario that K.E. and Wolf Peak stumbled upon, albeit unaware of the true nature of the event. K.E. waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. You can keep it. This response held no fault. For in K.E. and Apos' understanding, there was no love within the tribes of the higher insect species. The males were devoid of choice. Wrong. You are not Vic. Dole bellowed, causing the nearby insect soldiers to swiftly encircle K.E. and Wolf Peak. K.E. surveyed the surroundings and roared, "The great Vic is right here. There can be no mistake. All of you, get away from me." The encircling insect soldiers immediately fell into disarray, their legs trembling as they took several steps back. Dole's expression darkened as he shouted, "You worthless scum. I command you to surround him." Vic's reaction to Lilith's message was not this. This Vic was an imposter. Dole recalled the last time Lilith sent a message. A passing stag beetle warrior had joked, nearly inciting Vic to violence, let alone allowing such nonchalance in gifting. Other stag beetle warriors, having heard the angry shouts of Vic and Dole, also approached, wielding spiked clubs that glinted ominously. Their gazes directed toward K.E. and Wolf Peak, filled with suspicion and malice. The voices of Vic and Dole had not gone unnoticed. Clearly, everyone had heard. However, as the leaders of this operation, no one dared to intervene. But with Dole and Apos' declaration that you were not Vic, it became impossible for anyone to remain safely within their tents. This operation was personally ordered by the stag beetle queen, and should anything go awry, none would escape unscathed. K.E. felt a surge of panic, while Wolf Peak silently drew his blade, Hanemo, readying for action. The great Vic is right here. There can be no mistake. Dole's lips curled into a sinister smile. Very well, then tell me, what is my name? What wager did we place tonight? Who are you really? Who knows what your name is? Who knows what bet you made? Vic's calm gaze met Dole's, and even K.E., typically composed, felt the urge to curse. Just as he was about to speak, Wolf Peak interjected. I am your master. Wolf Peak swiftly freed himself from the loose bindings, cleaving through the few obstructing beetle soldiers and seizing K.E., making a run for it. K.E., quick to respond, chanted, Beast Pattern, Firefox Technique. A massive flame fox erupted from K.E.'s gestures, striking the dozen or so blocking insect soldiers, who screamed as they were sent flying, engulfed in flames. Before they could hit the ground, they were reduced to charred remains, scattered by the wind. The flame fox surged forward, with Wolf Peak pulling K.E. along in its wake, desperately fending off the frenzied assault from the two sides of insect soldiers. At that moment, Dole roared, Stand aside. He swatted aside a few obstructing locust soldiers and charged toward Wolf Peak and K.E. Firefox Technique. Another hand sign conjured a similarly massive flame fox, which lunged at Dole and the pursuing stag beetle warriors. K.E. coughed up blood. Summoning two firefoxes had taken a toll on him, leaving him temporarily drained of strength, while Wolf Peak, noticing his distress, exclaimed, Are you all right? Stop talking and run. Dole, witnessing the approaching fire fox, took a step back and commanded the stag beetle warriors beside him, Damn those beast pattern warriors, block it. Two stag beetle warriors stepped forward, exposing their robust backs, positioning themselves in the path of the flame fox. Bang! Like a speeding car colliding with a concrete wall, the two stag beetle warriors spat blood, collapsing to the ground as the aroma of scorched flesh filled the air, incapacitated for the moment. However, the flame fox was scattered in the impact. The resilience of the stag beetle warriors was evident. Wolf Peak felt a surge of urgency. What should they do? There were 2,000 stag beetle warriors, along with 100,000 lesser insect soldiers, and over 5,000 mantis warriors poised for action. They were at the heart of the insect camp and couldn't and Apos, possibly break free. The situation had turned dire. As Wolf Peak and K.E. continued their desperate bid for escape, Dole and his cadre of stag beetle warriors were blocked by a sea of insect soldiers. The front line of insect soldiers, attempting to evade, was pushed forward by those behind them, creating an impassable wall. Dolai and the other stag beetle warriors found themselves unable to break through, emitting futile cries of frustration, while the lives of the lesser insect soldiers were deemed cheap. They could not afford to eliminate their own before even clashing with the beastmen. Carried on Wolf Peak's back, Ke had lost the ability to move after casting the Firefox technique twice, and the illusion spell dissipated, revealing her true appearance. Wolf Peak was not much better off. His light gray hair was stained crimson with blood, and viscous droplets dripped into his vision, hampering his sight. With a mechanical motion, Wolf Peak swung Han Mo, repeatedly striking into the bodies of the insect soldiers, but soon found himself only able to barely pierce through the back carapace of a mammoth beetle soldier, not due to a dull blade, but because he was running out of strength. Dolai relentlessly grabbed insect soldiers and flung them aside, advancing with the stag beetle warriors, closing in on the two audacious beastmen. Despair filled Wolf Peak. They had truly overstepped this time. As Dolai and his followers were on the verge of catching up, a resounding roar accompanied by the growl of a great bear echoed forth. With the mighty axe, advance. The ground trembled suddenly, causing pebbles to dance, and a wave of bloodlust surged forth, bringing with it flames and the promise of battle. It was Maji, leading his 800 bear riders. They surged like a tide of steel into the insect camp. Not a single lowly insect could withstand the fury of the bear cavalry's axe. Under the force of the great bears, they were either cleaved in two or sent flying, drenched in blood. Dolai noticed the unfolding situation, his face a mix of shock and fury. Damn those beastmen, Devi arrived. Quickly, command those wretched werfolk to control their giant worms and release the Mantis warriors. We must contain these beastmen here. The orders were swiftly dispatched, and giant worms emerged from the earth, with wormfolk perched atop their heads, chanting incantations. After discarding a bloody chunk of flesh, the giant worms opened their massive jaws, revealing glimmering silver light as agile Mantis warriors emerged, their serrated blades and delicate wings partially visible. However, the predicament became apparent as only a few hundred Mantis warriors could emerge before becoming congested. The open ground was ample, yet the giant worms occupied most of it, leaving only a small space for the locusts to feed, which was now packed tightly. Dolai, observing the situation, let out another furious roar. Damn Vic, even in death, he cannot rest, forcing these insects into the heart of the camp. Yet, he found himself trapped among the soldiers, unable to advance or retreat. Volume 1, The World of Wolves, Chapter 17. Return. Maki wielded his enormous axe, relentlessly cleaving the obstructive insects in half, roaring as he charged toward the location of Wolf Fong and Kei. Wolf Fong had never imagined that Maki's voice could sound so endearing. Gathering his remaining strength, he swung his blade once more. Bear cavalry, advance. Maki bellowed, leaping down to seize the massive tower shield hanging from the side of the great bear, crashing it fiercely against the front line of the insects. The myriad tints of the insect encampment hindered the bear and Appos' charge. Once their speed diminished, they would fall prey to the encircling insects. Although the bear cavalry were incredibly valiant, they numbered only 800. An ant can kill an elephant. If surrounded, they would struggle to save one another, let alone escape themselves. Under Maki's command, the 800 brown bear warriors grasped their tower shields, forming a formidable spearhead to pierce the sea of insects. From a distance, they resembled a steel needle thrust into a mass of soldiers, appearing diminutive yet defiant. Maki soon reached Wolf Fong, who was drenched in blood. Even Kei on his back was not spared. Thank you, Captain Maki, Wolf Fong said, closing his eyes to prevent blood from obscuring his vision, as he tightly embraced the unconscious Kei. Wolf Fong's body swayed unsteadily. The prolonged battle had exhausted him, and he collapsed into Maki's arms. Maki swung his giant axe with fervor, repelling the insects from advancing. Ivan, here, roared the burly brown bear warrior, closely following Maki into the fray. Take the others and break through. With that, he entrusted Wolf Fong and Kei to Ivan and took up the tower shield to protect their rear. As the tumult of the night passed, the orc encampment at Hater City had also been raucous throughout the night. Wolf Fong leaned against the towering city wall, while Aching stood silently beside him, observing the bloodied and bandaged Wolf Fong as he gazed into the distance. The accompanying healer had toiled all night to rescue him from the brink of death. His body bore numerous wounds, the most severe grazing his heart, while the lightest nearly severed a finger. Kei was less severely injured, with only a few cuts on his back, but the forceful use of the Firefox technique twice had taken a toll on his spirit, leaving him still unconscious. Andre, clad in military garb, his dark green cloak billowing in the wind, approached. You should return to rest. Your injuries are serious, and standing for too long is ill-advised. The intelligence you and Ke brought back has already been dispatched to the capital. You have accomplished a great feat this time. He too gazed into the distance, clearly worried. Wolf Fong did not respond but continued to look into the horizon, asking, have they not returned yet? No. Mackie and his personal guard have not returned. Wolf Fong and Ke owed their lives to Mackie, who had led the bear cavalry to their rescue. However, Mackie had stayed behind with 100 guards to stave off the insect pursuit. It was not that he did not wish to retreat together. Rather, they lacked sufficient mounts. When choosing to dismount and fight on foot, the great bears, though not deeply engaged, still faced attacks from the insects. Despite their formidable size, their intelligence was limited. And ultimately, over 100 great bears perished in battle. Without the great bears, escaping the relentless pursuit of the insects became impossible. Thus, Mackie and his 100 personal guards remained, wielding their axes and tower shields against the overwhelming tide of insects, including horned beetle humanoids and mantis warriors. It was indeed a perilous situation. As the sun rose, golden-orange rays illuminated the three figures, momentarily blinding them. Suddenly, 7 or 8 silhouettes appeared on the horizon, elongating as they approached, swaying yet as solid as mountains. SARS, stationed at the city gates, also noticed. Raising his hands in excitement and calling out to Andre atop the city walls, "Commander, it's our people." Andre gripped the battlements tightly, craning his neck to look, shouting, "Hurry! Damn it, SARS! Can't you move any faster?" "Yes." SARS saluted in a flurry, leading the 8 guards stationed at the gate to rush forward. In swift strides, they reached the group. "It's Mackie and his men," SARS exclaimed, waving his arms in exhilaration. As SARS assisted Mackie and his companions toward the gates, Andre, with Wolf Fong supported by a Qing, descended from the wall and stood at the entrance. Mackie and his comrades were pale, their axes slung across their backs, their blades riddled with chips, and their tower shields missing. Their bodies were covered in injuries, each wound a testament to their fierce battle, with jagged knife marks more numerous than clean flesh. The other 7 brown bear warriors bore similar fates. "Commander," Mackie's voice trembled, suppressing his pain as he saluted. "Ivan has fallen. My 93 brown bear knights are gone." He bowed his proud head, tears welling in his eyes. Yet he stubbornly withheld them from falling. Andre's expression darkened, and Wolf Fong trembled slightly, although he had been unconscious. He vaguely recalled the warm embrace of the straightforward brown bear as he was carried to safety, and the poise with which Mackie had led the retreat. Mackie was a proud brown bear warrior. His previous tactical error had cost 50 of his comrades' lives. Even when Andre had publicly chastised him, he bore no resentment. Despite holding a high rank in the Bear Legion, second only to Andre and Ke, he disdained Ke, believing war to be a man's domain, and felt similarly toward Wolf Fong, seeing him as just a youth. Wolf Fong, steadying himself with a Qing, scrutinized the stubborn warrior before him. Perhaps past misunderstandings had clouded their relationship, but after this battle, such trivial matters had dissipated. Wolf Fong freed himself from a Qing's support and approached Mackie, offering a solemn salute. "Captain Mackie, thank you. My life, and that of the Chief of Staff, is owed to you." "Humph." Mackie scoffed weakly. "That is my duty. A young whelp dared to venture into the insect camp with women, and you returned alive, call it luck." He paused, blood still seeping from his wounds, and added, "But you have guts." Clarence was not lacking either. As Wolf Fong began to respond, Andre interrupted their conversation. "Enough. We can speak later. There will be ample time for that. First, we must attend to Mackie and his men's wounds." Upon hearing this, Mackie's expression dimmed. "We can return to heal. But what of Ivan and the others?" He clenched his fist again. Andre pursed his lips, bowing his head in silence. After a long moment, he lifted his head, striking his chest with his right fist as he gazed at the rising sun. "Glory, it belongs to them." With a flourish, he tossed his cloak aside, lifting Mackie, alongside SARS and the 7 iron riders who had returned from battle, and they entered the Grand Hater City. The rough eyes of the bear statue atop the city gate seemed to shimmer with a radiant glow. Volume 1, The Wolf and Amp. Oppos, S. Edge in Another World Chapter 18. Prelude to War. The insectoid camp. The bustling insectoid soldiers were still clearing the debris of the damaged encampment. Within the vast military tent, Dole occupied the seat of honor, flanked by several stag beetle warriors and mantis warriors. The body of Vic had been recovered and laid in the center of the tent. Dole gazed somberly at Vic's corpse, lost in thought. Suddenly, he rose and violently hurled his cup to the ground, shards scattering across Vic's remains, yet no one paid any heed. We can no longer delay. The brutish beastmen have caught wind of our plans. We must strike immediately. With the dragon fruit, we can nourish more of our young, and our tribe will grow ever stronger. Dole addressed the mantis warrior standing at the forefront. This mantis appeared somewhat frail, draped in a black cloak, its pale green skin peeking out, giving it an emaciated appearance. Upon hearing Dole's words, the small wings concealed beneath the cloak fluttered slightly as it replied softly, "The queen has commanded, and our mantis clan shall fully cooperate with you. 1,000 strong. If you say to fight, then we shall fight. 1,000. A full 1,000 mantises." Ha ha. Dole laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Excellent, Elder 80. He then turned to a nearby stag beetle warrior, bellowing, "Relay the order. The entire army shall rest for a day. We depart tonight. By tomorrow morning, we must establish our camp beneath Hater City. Let those inferior insectoids prepare, ensuring ample provisions for the harvest of dragon fruit from the elven tribe." As autumn approached, standing atop the walls of Hater City and gazing back, one could faintly perceive the patches of golden hues that adorned the Jilin plains. The fragrance of dragon fruit wafted through the autumn breeze into Hater City. The simple beastmen citizens retrieved long-idled sickles, ready to reap the fruits of their labor. Yet amidst the joy of harvest, a shadow of worry lingered in their eyes. The insectoid army had already encircled the city. The elderly York, an ordinary rabbit-man elder within Hater City, took out a discarded whetstone he had salvaged from the blacksmith's shop, splashing some water upon it as he began to sharpen a somewhat rusty sickle. "Grandfather, is dragon fruit delicious?" inquired his young grandson, salivating at the scent of dragon fruit drifting in from outside the city. York chuckled kindly at his grandson, continuing to hone the sickle as he slowly replied, "Delicious. Sweeter than corn, stickier than sweet potatoes." The young boy and Apos' eyes sparkled. "Then, grandfather, can I eat some?" "If we win the battle, you can eat as much as you desire." Within the military camp, Kei lay on a wooden bed behind a partition, pale and with closed eyes, clearly still unconscious. His delicate, pearly tail had slipped from the covers beside him. Kei had no choice but to lie there. Wolf Edge could only protect his front, while his back had suffered multiple stabs from the insectoids. Had rescue not arrived swiftly, Kei might not have survived even with Wolf Edge's protection. Wolf Edge sat beside Kei, his own body swathed in thick bandages, watching his still slumbering companion. Kei lay in a loose nightgown, the white skin of his neck subtly revealing the bandages wrapped around it. Suddenly, Kei and Apos' tail twitched, causing the thin blanket to slide down his shoulder, faintly revealing his graceful form beneath the nightgown. Wolf Edge exclaimed his relief, grateful that foolish Ah-Ching was guarding the door and had not allowed him in. Otherwise, he would have been in a dire predicament. Why am I at a disadvantage? Wolf Edge struggled to stand, gently pulling the thin blanket back over Kei. In a moment of absent-mindedness, he inexplicably grabbed Kei and Apos' tail, attempting to tuck it back under the covers. The moment he touched it, he felt as though he were caressing a fluffy Persian cat, an exquisite sensation he found hard to resist. Finally regaining his composure, he returned to his seat, only to find Kei's small head resting on his arm, staring intently at him. Yet his complexion appeared much healthier than before. Kei weakly rolled his eyes, saying, "Shameless rogue, do you not know that a beast woman's tail should not be touched?" Wolf Edge chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself, "How was I to know? My beastman shell harbors a human soul." "You are awake?" The medical team is busy treating Mikey and the others. They're in Apos. That's not enough manpower. So the commander sent me to look after you." Kei rolled his eyes again. "You are injured worse than I am, yet you come to take care of me." Just as Wolf Edge was about to explain, Kei's expression shifted as he asked, "How are Captain Mikey and the others?" At the mention of Mikey, Wolf Edge and Apos' demeanor darkened, his expression serious as he replied, "Captain Mikey was rescued. He led 100 loyal guards in the rear, and only 8 returned. The rest sacrificed themselves." Kei's eyes reddened, his voice weak. "It's all my fault. I was too careless." Seeing Kei's distress, Wolf Edge felt a pang of sympathy and hurriedly reassured him, "It is not your fault. You brought back vital intelligence regarding the insectoid attack on Hater City. Allowing the commander to prepare, it is a great service. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall on Vic. Who would have thought that a high-ranking insectoid could develop feelings for that Lilith? It was utterly unforeseen." Wolf Edge lamented, hoping to alleviate K.E. and Appo's guilt. However, K.E. unexpectedly interjected, "Is it wrong to develop feelings?" No, not really, but it exposed us." Wolf Edge found himself momentarily bewildered by K.E.'s line of thought. It's all your fault," K.E. retorted coldly. "How is it my fault again? I carried you back," Wolf Edge protested, feeling aggrieved. "Then take me back." Ultimately, Wolf Edge was simply too young, even in his previous life. He had no understanding of how to interact with women. Attempting to reason with a woman, especially a wounded one, was inherently illogical. Meanwhile, in another tent, Andre gazed solemnly at the enormous map suspended within the confines of the military tent. A black line divided the map in two. This line marked the border of the Beast Empire, as well as the walls of Hater City. To the west of the border lay vast deserts and grasslands, which Wolf Edge had traversed just days prior to reach Hater City. On the eastern side of the border, mountains encircled a large area of green that filled the map, that verdant expanse being the Jilin Plains. The insectoid army had already encroached upon the city, poised to strike at any moment. While Hater City lay 3 days' journey from the imperial capital, issuing commands to mobilize the troops would take another 4 days, and even the closest wolf tamer corps would require over 2 days to arrive at full speed. The situation was urgent. "Viscount Abbott, what are your thoughts?" Andre inquired, gesturing to the large shadow on the map that represented the insectoid forces, addressing the white wolf standing nearby. Abbot Adolf, the hereditary Viscount of Hater City and its lord, as well as the patriarch of the White Wolf clan, was also Hanmo's father. Normally, the city lord would not be present in the military camp, but given the imminent threat posed by the insectoids and K.E.'s injury, Andre had no choice but to call upon Abbott, knowing he was a skilled strategist in battle. Though lacking in logistical coordination, the White Wolf clan was known for their intelligence. Abbott had once served as the chief strategist of the Wolf Tamer Corps, making his presence invaluable. Volume 1, The Wolf's Edge in Another World, Chapter 19. The War Begins. Abel's white hair was meticulously styled, and he donned a light blue noble attire, adorned with intricate embellishments that lent him an air of formality. Despite the lavish decorations, his movements were soundless, exuding an aura of poise. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, though a grave expression marred his countenance. Gazing into the shadows before him, he resolutely yet helplessly uttered 2 words: "Hold firm." He then flicked his pristine wolf tail and added, "We are aware of the insectoids' plans. They can no longer rely on their hidden Mantis warriors and must resort to a direct assault. While the Mantis warriors are formidable, as long as we remain within the city, we can withstand their onslaught." Indeed, Andre nodded, reflecting that, as in previous encounters, a mere 100,000 expendable troops would pose no challenge to the formidable Bear Legion protecting the stronghold. The strategy would be to defend against the insectoid and Appo's advance while allowing Mackie to lead a charge with the bear cavalry and some brown bear warriors during the retreat, thereby diminishing the intensity of their next assault. After all, the resources for defending the city were finite. It seemed wasteful to have the brown bears merely hurl stones and pour boiling oil from the walls. However, this time was different, with the Mantis warriors involved. Venturing outside could result in dire consequences. Bang! Andre struck the armrest of his massive chair with determination, declaring, "We shall hold firm. If we can endure for 10 days, reinforcements will arrive. Report. Enter." A robust brown bear warrior strode in, fist clenched in salute, his face a mix of gravity and a hint of excitement. "Commander, Lord Abel, the insects have commenced their assault." A sigh of relief escaped Andre, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he inhaled deeply. "Bear Legion, prepare for battle." Yes. On the battlements, clad in armor with his cape billowing, Andre stood alongside 3,000 brown bear warriors brandishing iron axes, ready for the impending clash. The parapets were lined with logs and boulders, and large iron cauldrons filled with foul-smelling tar simmered over blazing fires, spaced out at intervals. The walls were neither exceedingly long nor short. They stretched nearly a kilometer, proving an imposing barrier. The massive brown bear warriors crowded the battlements, raising the formidable walls by nearly 4 additional meters, seemingly blocking out even the sun's rays. K.E., the chief strategist, stood nearby, though his injuries had yet to heal. He felt the weight of responsibility to set an example for the soldiers, even if he struggled to remain upright. Wolf Fong, his guard, could not simply lie in bed while K.E. was present. In the face of battle, the beast folk exhibited unwavering bravery. Even grievously wounded, they fought on. Below the city, swarms of insectoid fodder gathered frantically. 2,000 stag beetle warriors brandished their weapons, glaring fiercely at each expendable insect, cursing in the chaotic throng. Behind them stood a neatly arranged formation of Mantis warriors. Now exposed, they had no need to crowd within the belly of the giant worm, unlike the raucous expendables. They remained silent, meticulously wiping their innate serrated blades with burlap, as if oblivious to all but their weapons. Occasionally, they fluttered their tiny wings, producing a soft rustling in the autumn breeze. Finally, the last locust warrior took its place amidst the stag beetle's calls. Dole spat fiercely, brandishing a sturdy flagpole, and swung it forward. Expendables! Use your meager lives to breach the gates of Hade City. Charge! Each expendable and Oppos' eyes brimmed with bloodlust as they let out anguished, heroic cries, waving their makeshift weapons, hoisting rudimentary ladders, and clad in tattered leather armor, they hurled themselves against the towering, impregnable walls of Hade City. Andre raised his massive sword, proclaiming, "Warriors, sheath your spears and cast aside the logs and stones. Draw your great axes. These feeble insects are not worth our effort. Wait until they scale the walls, then send them to join their brethren who have already perished at our hands." Yes, with a thunderous roar, all the brown bear warriors unsheathed their great axes, standing vigilantly as the locusts and beetles charged forward like jesters. Perhaps only the beast folk possessed the audacity to allow their enemies to ascend the walls before striking back. Yet, it was understandable, as the locusts and beetles appeared as frail as newborns in comparison to the towering brown bear warriors. The first ladder was propped against the wall, and a woolly mammoth beetle warrior, shield in hand, was the first to ascend, followed closely by a dozen locusts and beetles. Normally, they would have been met with an onslaught of stones and logs, even scalding tar. However, this time was different. Those defenses had been reserved for the yet-to-strike Mantis warriors, who, brimming with excitement, swiftly scaled the walls. Dozens of ladders were positioned against the battlements, the dark mass of insectoid warriors scrambling to ascend, forming disjointed lines as they climbed the rough ladders, which lacked any means of securing their footholds. Roar! Sal's let out a mighty bellow, grasping the ladder with his powerful arms, veins bulging like serpents beneath his skin. With his roar, he forcibly thrust the long ladder upward. After several freefall moments, a cluster of insectoid warriors plummeted, becoming mere splatters of flesh upon impact. Exhausted, Sal's gasped for air, yet the satisfaction of his actions was evident even to Wolf Fong, who stood at a distance. Other warriors followed suit. Amid their shouts, more insects tumbled from the ladders. Some of the unfortunate ones were crushed by their fallen comrades. However, while this tactic could work a few times, even the brown bear warriors could not endure such exertion indefinitely. After several repetitions, the ladder was finally secured against the wall. The expendable insectoids began to ascend the battlements, but reaching the top marked the onset of their nightmare. In quick succession, they were met by the weighty axes that matched their size. A mere graze was enough to send them tumbling from the walls, blood mingling with their shattered innards. Dole, exasperated, roared at the insectoids beside him to advance, occasionally executing those who attempted to flee. "Advance! Advance! Cowardly expendables, dare you escape? Your tribe shall be sacrificed. Your children shall toil in the mines for eternity. If they fail to secure a bounty of dragon fruit this time, not only would the expendables suffer, but Dole and Oppos' tribe would also share in the same fate. Regardless of their status as highborn insects, as long as the stag beetle queen existed, and as long as the stag beetle tribe had a male and female, within a few decades, another powerful stag beetle tribe would rise. To ensure success, a mere few tens of thousands of expendables were insignificant. Once they were exhausted, he would lead the stag beetle warriors and mantis warriors to reap the fruits of victory. Dole and Oppos' thoughts turned ruthless as a cruel smile crept across his face. By then, I shall slaughter the entirety of Hade City, and the beast folk and Oppos' women shall moan beneath me. Ha! Undoubtedly, compared to Vic, Dole possessed a cunning that made him far more formidable and difficult to contend with. Volume 1, The Wolf's Edge in Another World, Chapter 20. Stinking fruit, bring me the iron spear. Andre's gaze fixed on Dole in the distance. With a commanding shout, Moi handed him a specially crafted iron spear. This spear, emanating a faint glow, was considerably longer and thinner than an ordinary wooden spear. It had been crafted at great expense by BAS, the only one in Had City capable of creating a spear with stable flight. Andre narrowed his eyes, extending his palm to gauge the wind speed. Gripping the iron spear tightly in his right hand, his eyes widened as he hurled it with all his might. The spear soared towards Dole, who stood 800 meters away, propelled by the height of the city walls and Andre and Oppos' strength, reaching the maximum range for this particular spear. The spear featured spiral grooves, spinning through the air with a whisper, aimed straight at Dole, whose tall stature rendered him conspicuous among the crowd. By the time he sensed the impending danger, it was too late. The chilling iron spear was mere inches away. Not good. Dole's pupils dilated, a shiver running down his spine as he caught the scent of death. Years of warfare had honed his instincts to near animalistic sharpness. Reacting on impulse, he twisted his body desperately, allowing the spear to graze past his shoulder blade. The spinning spear, akin to a drill, tore through Dole and Apos' flesh, shattering even the thickest of bones and sending fragments flying. The force of the blow sent Dole crashing backward, impaled into the ground. As realization dawned upon him, Dole found his right arm severed from his body. The excruciating pain compelled him to scream in agony. Bodyguards, several warrior beetles hastily raised their shields, fearing another spear might rain down upon them. Shielded, Dole was dragged back to the camp. Andre pounded the city wall in frustration. You've got a charmed life. The battle raged on, but Dole and Apos' injury momentarily halted the insectoid assault, granting the Bear Legion a brief respite. Dole was reluctant to let the Mantis warriors engage too soon, opting instead to urge the cannon fodder to advance, leading to a stalemate. As night approached, Dole reluctantly issued a retreat order. In just one day, over 5,000 of his cannon fodder had perished, a toll mitigated only by Andre's restraint in using tar and stone against them. Otherwise, the casualties would have doubled. That night, Dole lay in his tent, howling in pain. His entire arm had been amputated and was now wrapped in bandages, yet blood continued to seep through. A testament to the ineffectiveness of the insectoid and Apos' rudimentary healing methods. They had neglected to bring proper medics, viewing the loss of cannon fodder as inconsequential, unworthy of wasting resources. It was only when the pain struck home that they realized the folly of their disregard. Elder Eddie of the Mantis tribe utilized his serrated knife to excise the ragged remnants of Dole's arm. The agony made Dole gasp in shock. Using hastily gathered hemostatic herbs from the wild, he crushed them and applied them to the wound, hastily wrapping the bandage around it. Thankfully, the warrior beetles were robust. Otherwise, even if Andre's spear had not killed him, he might have succumbed to blood loss. The intense pain only deepened Dole's hatred for Andre. Gritting his teeth, he vowed Andre, "Once I enter the city, I will have your head on a pike and your corpse fed to the vultures, leaving nothing of you behind." Of course, this was merely Dole's fantasy. Meanwhile, Andre sat in the military tent with Count Abel and Wolf Fong Ke, alongside Mackie and his new deputy, Sars, discussing the current situation. Though a single day was insufficient for Ke to heal his wounds, his spirit had been rejuvenated. After several healing spells, the injuries of Wolf Fong and Ke had improved significantly. They were no longer impeded in their mobility. Wolf Fong marveled once more at the extraordinary power of beast patterns, growing increasingly enamored with this mystical force. Andre addressed the group. "Our reinforcements will not arrive for nearly 10 days, which means we must hold our ground for 9 more days. While we have not expended many siege weapons today, facing 10,000 Mantis warriors and 2,000 Beetle warriors, in addition to nearly 100,000 cannon fodder, will stretch us thin. Our primary concern must be our equipment." Ke pondered for a moment, then suggested, "Most of the buildings in Hat City are constructed from massive stones. We can dismantle some to obtain stone blocks and mobilize the townsfolk to hunt and refine oil in the northern mountains, particularly for the boar beasts. It is autumn now, and a well-fed boar can yield enough oil for 2 large cauldrons, and their numbers are plentiful. However, we must assist the civilians in rebuilding their homes afterward. This year will see a bountiful harvest of dragon fruits, so the populace will not need to hoard excessive amounts of boar meat and will likely not resist. We can also fell the fir trees to craft spears. Fir is remarkably sturdy, nearly rivaling steel." Mackie and Abel nodded in agreement with Ke's assessment, and Wolf Fong concurred, recognizing it as the best course of action. However, he mused that using boars for oil seemed a waste. Despite their abundance, their capture was inefficient. Ke glanced at Wolf Fong, noticing his furrowed brow, and inquired, "Wolf Fong, do you have a better plan?" The chief of staff's idea is excellent, but capturing boars is far too laborious, and the process of refining oil requires considerable time and manpower, which is not cost-effective." Ke nodded slightly. "Yet, we currently lack a better alternative. While wood and stone may pose threats to cannon fodder for the agile Mantis warriors and armored beetles, boiling oil remains our most effective weapon." Wolf Fong smiled mysteriously. "Indeed, and it is even more convenient." "Oh," Andre and Apo's interest peaked. Wolfang, what do you propose? Mackie, unable to contain his impatience, urged, Wolfang, if you have a solution, speak up. Do not keep us in suspense. Please, my lords, allow me a moment. Wolfang replied, darting outside. Mackie grumbled in dissatisfaction. This is intolerable. It hardly resembles our beastmen warriors. As soon as he finished speaking, Wolfang returned, holding several green fruits the size of apples, which he had plucked from a corner of the tent. He raised them before Andre and the others, exclaiming, This is it. K.E. visibly paused. Stinking fruit? Stinking fruit was the most abundant plant on this continent, akin to weeds on Earth, visible in nearly every locale except deserts and rivers. True to its name, the stinking fruit was hollow. Its green skin contained no flesh, but rather a foul-smelling green liquid. Once it clung to something, the stench lingered for 3 to 5 days. Wolfang often smeared this liquid on himself in the jungle, though it reeked. It effectively dulled the sense of smell in beasts, which he had long considered a survival treasure. Volume 1. The Wolf's Edge in Another World, Chapter 21. Awakening by a stroke of serendipity, while attempting to kindle a fire, he inadvertently tossed in a stinky fruit, resulting in a conflagration that nearly singed his tail. It was then that Wolf Edge discovered this liquid was, in fact, a type of plant oil, akin to the various vegetable oils utilized on Earth, albeit with a distinctly unpleasant odor. So this is what they call the stinky fruit. How aptly named. He mused with a chuckle, realizing he had been oblivious to its appellation. However, the others were well aware of the notorious stinky fruit, and Mackie and Apo's expression darkened. Wolf Edge. Do you intend to suffocate the insects with that? Do not dawdle. That would only provoke their laughter. Let us proceed according to the Chief of Staff's strategy. Recognizing Mackie and Apo's impatient demeanor, Wolf Edge refrained from prolonging the suspense and clarified. Captain Mackie, do not fret. The liquid from the stinky fruit is an oil, comparable to beast oil in quality. As he spoke, he tore open one of the stinky fruits, disregarding the noxious fumes, and poured the liquid into a torch intended for illumination. As anticipated, the flames erupted with a crackling sound, shooting up over a meter high, startling everyone. Bravo! Indra exclaimed, his laughter resonating as he regarded Wolf Edge with approval. Clearly, he understood Wolf Edge's intentions. This stinky fruit oil was far easier to extract than beast oil. And with an abundance of stinky fruits available, they had more than enough to sustain the insects. Truth be told, none had ever considered the liquid from the stinky fruit as an oil, having always kept their distance from it. This continent seemed devoid of methods for refining plant oils. At least, Wolf Edge had not heard of any, having clandestinely visited the kitchen where only extracted pig beast oil was used for cooking. Coupled with the stinky fruit and Apo's repugnant aroma, it was no wonder that others had overlooked this possibility. But with Wolf Edge around, while they could not conceive of it, he had, and how splendid it was to earn their admiration. Indra looked at Wolf Edge. Indeed, you and the Chief of Staff are incapacitated and cannot engage in battle. The walls do not currently require your assistance. Tomorrow, journey to Hade City and gather civilians to collect stinky fruits for oil reserves. Let us eat. The insects may launch another attack at any moment. The group nodded in agreement, departing with laughter. After the meal, Wolf Edge did not return to his tent but followed Ke to her beast-patterned tent. Seizing the opportunity, Wolf Edge fervently expressed his desire to awaken the beast pattern. Unable to resist his persistence, Ke reluctantly consented. Seated opposite each other on a thick beast skin carpet that enveloped the tent in warmth and shielded against the chill from the ground, Ke held the beast skin book she had intended for Wolf Edge. The pages, crafted from fine lambskin, appeared remarkably substantial. With the advent of paper, beast skin books had become scarce. The cover bore the inscription The Beast Pattern Scripture in ancient beast clan characters, a revered manual for awakening shared among the clans and the Awakening Temple. Handing the book to Wolf Edge, she remarked, I shall lend you this tome. It contains crucial notes and methods for guiding the awakening of your beast pattern. Commit it to memory and return it to me afterward. Eagerly, Wolf Edge accepted the beast pattern scripture, ready to leaf through it, but Ke halted him. Do not rush. Let me first guide you in channeling the initial primal energy. With that, she instructed Wolf Edge to extend his hands and pressed her small palms against his, commanding, awaken the beast pattern. A luminous white light began to circulate as Ke and Apo's beast pattern energy coalesced from her brow, flowing through her arms and into Wolf Edge and Apo's body. With closed eyes, Wolf Edge suddenly felt the ethereal light coursing through his arm and Apo's veins, swirling within him before converging at his brow. A A chilling force began to brew within, the essence of his beast pattern energy. With Kei's guidance, the dormant power began to awaken, growing ever stronger. Had they opened their eyes at that moment, they would have witnessed Wolf Edge radiating a resplendent silver light, a crescent moon forming at his brow, continuously absorbing the flowing beast pattern energy, which became increasingly distinct. Though modest in size, the moon seemed to harbor the essence of a celestial palace, while a massive silver wolf began to take shape, curling atop the silver moon. Before long, the radiance began to retract, and Wolf Edge's beast pattern receded into his skin, marking his successful awakening. Kei withdrew her energy as both opened their eyes. Wolf Edge, exhilarated by the wondrous force now coursing through him, yet anxious to wield it. He soon realized he had not yet inscribed the beast pattern. Hence, he could not harness its power. Kei, equally elated for him, exclaimed, "Wolf Edge, you successfully awakened your beast pattern at 13. In the future, your proficiency and power in utilizing the beast pattern will surpass that of ordinary warriors. Quickly summon your beast pattern for me to see. I have yet to witness a wolf clan's beast pattern." Nodding, Wolf Edge channeled his energy, and the symbol that had appeared at his brow coalesced in his palm, a celestial wolf perched upon the moon. However, Kei and Apos' initial joy morphed into shock, even fear, as if she had encountered something terrifying. Her eyes brimmed with confusion and disbelief as she urgently urged, "Quickly, conceal the beast pattern." Perplexed, Wolf Edge asked, "What is wrong? Is something amiss?" No. I read in the book that the wolf clan and Apos' beast pattern is a colossal wolf howling at the heavens. There is no moon." Kei murmured, her gaze cast downward, seemingly oblivious to Wolf Edge and Apos' inquiries. Wolf Edge chuckled, observing her dazed expression, and reassured her, "What of it? Perhaps I am even more formidable than those warriors whose patterns lack a moon." Upon hearing his comforting words, Kei regained her composure, albeit with a serious shake of her head. "No, each race and Apos' beast pattern is identical. While the colors of different branches may vary, the shape remains unchanged. Your situation is unprecedented. One thing is certain, if the Awakening Temple discovers the anomaly of your beast pattern, they will undoubtedly deem you a heretic and burn you at the stake." Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Wolf Edge gasped, "What? Is that true?" He gradually grasped the gravity of the situation, his complexion paling as Kei chuckled lightly, teasing, "You need not worry excessively. As long as you do not reveal your beast pattern, others will struggle to detect its anomaly. I will keep your secret until you inscribe the beast pattern. Refrain from disclosing your awakening. Once you have inscribed another beast pattern, you may freely wield your power. After all, the powers and manifestations of different magical beasts differ." Wolf Edge nodded, relieved that as long as he did not recklessly unveil his original beast pattern, no one could pry into his mind to uncover the truth. Gradually, he began to understand his father and Apos' warnings about not being an ordinary wolf clan member and the necessity of concealing his identity. With a light-hearted demeanor, he inquired, "By the way, Kei, what level of beast pattern warrior are you now?" Kei looked puzzled. "What level? What?" Wolf Edge was taken aback, pondering if he had not expressed himself clearly enough. After clarifying his thoughts, he explained, "For instance, I have just awakened, so I am a novice beast pattern warrior, while your ability to wield numerous spells indicates you are a master-level beast pattern warrior." Kei chuckled softly, shaking his head as he remarked, "What levels are there to speak of? The application of power is devoid of absolutes. Thus, how can one categorize levels? Moreover, all things exist in a cycle of mutual generation and restraint. Even I, in an unsuspecting moment, could be struck down by an ordinary warrior. However, after awakening the beast mark, my spiritual awareness has grown considerably, making it exceedingly difficult for them to succeed." Clearing his throat, Kei continued, "Furthermore, the engraving of beast marks is not limited in quantity. As long as your spirit is robust, you can unleash more techniques. Yet, such strength of spirit is not attained through mere cultivation. It demands relentless battles to hone one's will, thereby fortifying the spirit and enhancing the power of one's beast marks. How, then, can one delineate levels?" Wolfgang felt a tinge of embarrassment. Having initially believed in the narrative of ascension akin to that found in novels, only to realize his misunderstanding, he awkwardly affirmed, "I understand now." A newfound clarity dawned upon him. Only through persistent self-improvement could he emerge stronger. Meanwhile, in an unknown realm, a middle-aged werewolf, strikingly similar to Wolfing yet with dark silver hair and tail, suddenly opened his eyes, murmuring, "This is not good. That lad has awakened." How could he awaken alone in the forest? Has he ventured outside? I've only been gone a few days. And he has already made his escape, truly a source of worry. He lamented, shaking his head in resignation as he gathered his belongings to depart from that space. This individual was none other than Wolfen and Amp, Apo's father, who had been compelled to leave for a few days due to certain circumstances. In his haste, he had not informed Wolfing. Recalling that his son often roamed the jungle for days without returning home, rendering messages unnecessary. Unfortunately, Wolfing encountered one of the few formidable beasts within that jungle, leading to his awakening. As he journeyed towards Wolfeng's location, he muttered to himself, "Awakening is one thing. Just don't inscribe any chaotic beast marks." If that were to happen, he shook his head, merging into the night. Volume 1. The Wolf's Edge in Another World, Chapter 22. The ongoing war. 3 days had elapsed since the onset of the war, during which the insectoid horde relentlessly launched wave after wave of assaults. Though the brown bear warriors were robust, fatigue began to set in. Initially, they could topple the siege ladders with sheer brute strength alone, but now it required the combined effort of 2 or 3 warriors to achieve the same. Iron axes had been forsaken in favor of wooden spears. The sheer force of the brown bear warriors was sufficient to send foes tumbling from the city walls, and wielding heavier axes only exacerbated their exhaustion. Logs and stones were employed to crash down from the ladders, a continuous barrage. Throughout these 3 days, Wolf and Apo's edge had mobilized the residents of Hade City to gather the foul-smelling fruit, and the citizens complied without complaint, knowing that they would bear the brunt of the insectoid invasion. Many even dismantled their stone homes, transforming the neatly arranged stones into formidable defensive tools. They were not foolish. They understood that once the war concluded, the Bear Legion would assist in rebuilding their homes, a deal that was undeniably favorable. The liquid extracted from the foul-smelling fruit was funneled into enormous sealed wooden barrels, while the collected stones were transported to the city walls. Sealing was imperative due to the unbearable stench. In just 3 days, the surrounding areas of Hade City were stripped bare of the foul-smelling fruit, yielding hundreds of barrels of rancid plant oil, all meticulously lined beneath the city walls. 1 barrel of this oil could fill 4 or 5 large pots. And all the small trees in the northern forest had been felled, yielding thousands of spears, enough to quench the thirst of the insects. However, the task of collecting supplies had reached its conclusion. Hade City had no more foul-smelling fruit, suitable trees had been depleted, and no further homes could be dismantled. Autumn had arrived, and the nights grew cold. A frost would render even the robust beastkin vulnerable, a loss that outweighed any gains. Wolf's Edge had awakened the beast mark, gaining a measure of strength, and with K.E. continuously employing the Rain of Restoration spell, his injuries had healed significantly. Though he envied K.E. and Amp, Apo's myriad abilities, the urgency of war precluded him from taming similar beasts. It was essential to conquer a beast through force to ensure it willingly bore the beast mark. The optimal location for capturing beasts lay within the Great Tan Forest at the border of the Elven Realm and the Beast Empire, where a plethora of magical creatures offered various capabilities to the beast mark warriors. In the jungles where Wolf and Apo's edge had grown up in the northern woods of Hade City, while beasts existed, they were predominantly lowly creatures akin to giant worms, offering little value in terms of beast marks. The luminous white fox that had once frightened Wolf's Edge from the jungle could only be considered a serendipitous encounter. On the 4th day, the insectoid army gathered once more beneath Hade City, with the front lines still composed of expendable troops, though their numbers had dwindled to around 50,000. The remainder lay as corpses haphazardly piled in nearby clearings. The insects had never possessed the habit of burning their dead. Even the stench of rotting bodies, which could incite plagues, was deemed inconsequential by the higher-ranking insects. To them, the loss of lesser insects was trivial, leaving the remains to potentially trouble the beastmen of Hade City. Unlike the previous 3 days, 2,000 beetle warriors and mantis warriors, who had remained holed up in their encampment, finally stepped onto the battlefield. They moved silently, their gazes fierce, fixated on Wolf and Amp, Apo's edge and K.E. atop the city walls. It was these 2 individuals who had thwarted their ambush on Hade City, forcing the combative beastmen to cower within their walls, and causing the mantis warriors to languish in the bellies of giant worms for so long. Wolf's Edge remained composed. With his injuries nearly mended, he was ready for battle. Compared to the beetle warriors, he felt no fear of the mantis warriors. Although he had yet to inscribe the beast mark, his strength and speed had notably increased. The cold blade, Han-mo, gleamed ominously in his grip, as if eager to taste the blood of foes. A group of beetle warriors raised sturdy horns to their lips. Their cheeks puffed as they sounded a rugged and stirring call to arms, signaling the onset of their assault. The expendable troops surged forward, intermingled with groups of beetle and mantis warriors. Dole remained stationed at a distance, orchestrating the battlefield with careful oversight. Still haunted by the memory of Andre's iron spear during their last encounter, ensuring he kept a safe distance to avoid harm. The brown bear warriors were equally resolute, striking the beast-hide drums with the leg bones of wild boars, producing a resonant rhythm. They sang a rousing battle hymn. This is the day as perceived by the beast kin, when the sun darkens in its arrogance. We fight on every inch of this world. Our might and fearlessness shall dictate and annihilate. In this land, nothing but kin shall stand in our way. Who are we? We are the Orcish warriors destined for greatness. Let us not be restrained. We shall ultimately be remembered. The powerful chorus resonated through Hade City. The voices of 5,000 brown bear warriors soaring into the heavens. Even Wolf and Amp, Oppos, S-Edge, in that moment, momentarily forgot his human essence. He was a warrior of the Wolf clan, destined to become an indelible hero. Amidst the echoing song, Andre let forth a thunderous roar. Beastkin, never retreat. With a rallying cry that pierced the heart, he hurled his wooden spear with all his strength. Following suit, 3,000 brown bear warriors stationed atop the walls echoed his battle cry. Beastkin, never yield. A veritable storm of wooden spears surged forth. Though the crude wooden projectiles lacked precision, such accuracy was unnecessary given the thronging mass of insects crowding the open ground before Hade City, leaving no fear of misfire. The wooden spears struck forcefully into the soft chests of the expendable troops before they could react, propelled by immense force, embedding themselves within their frail bodies as they suffered unbearable pain. At that moment, death became a strange form of relief. The beetle warriors turned, revealing their hardened backs, their towering forms shielding several mantis warriors behind them. While the spears could not pierce their carapaces, they still stumbled under the immense impact, pain coursing through them as the splintering wood drove into their far less resilient legs and heads. From 3,000 wooden spears, at least 2,000 expendable insectoid lives were claimed, with dozens of mantis warriors, caught unprepared, losing their lives before they could even react. Many locust and beetle warriors were expressions of relief, having gained a meager glimmer of hope for survival. Yet their joy was perhaps premature. For the brown bear warriors had more than one volley of spears. Andre bellowed again, release. Another 3,000 wooden spears were cast into the fray, claiming over 2,000 additional expendable insectoid lives. However, this time, the mantis warriors, forewarned, suffered far fewer casualties. Volume 1, The Wolf S-Edge in Another World Chapter 23, Enemy Attack After Enduring 5 Volleys of Wooden Spears. The already decimated cannon fodder insects faced an additional loss of 1/5 of their ranks. However, the supply of thrown wooden spears had been exhausted, and the insect horde was now at the gates. 8 robust rhinoceros beetle warriors, their bodies rivaling those of the bear clan, advanced relentlessly, carrying a battering ram wrapped in iron and beast hide. Although the chances of breaching the city gates guarded by the brown bear warriors were minuscule, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope, Dole would not shy away from attempting it. More rhinoceros beetle warriors raised their wooden shields, followed by a throng of praying mantis warriors, climbing the makeshift ladders assembled with the lives of the woolly mammoth, the beetle men, and locust men. The wooden shields protected their heads as stones and timber rained down upon them, bouncing off ineffectually and providing steadfast cover for the mantis warriors behind. Andre's gaze burned with intensity as he silently observed the insects laboring to ascend. With a hearty laugh, he proclaimed, "Insects, prepare for a hearty dish." With a grand gesture, the wolf and Amp, Oppos, S-Edge instantly comprehended, and together with K.E., they poured a cauldron of scalding stinky fruit liquid upon the fastest climbing squad of rhinoceros beetles. The boiling liquid cascaded down the ladder, drenching the rhinoceros beetle warriors and the mantis warriors alike. The air filled with their agonized screams, a sound more horrific than the cries of the pig-like beasts under the knife of the dog-headed chef in the fire servant camp. Other warriors soon followed suit, pouring cauldron after cauldron of hot oil without hesitation, mercilessly drenching the insects. The toughness of the rhinoceros beetle warriors' backs came from their bones growing externally over their muscles, forming seamless bone plates. While this made their backs impervious to blades and arrows due to rigorous training, they were still flesh and blood, unable to withstand high temperatures. The mantis warriors fared even worse, Many could not even emit a cry, and the bodies of the locust men were similarly scorched through, their vocal cords burned and ignited, transforming them into flaming orbs that writhed and plummeted from the skies. From his vantage point below the city wall, Dole witnessed the grim scene. In a brief span, at least 100 rhinoceros beetle warriors and 1,000 mantis warriors had been reduced to charred remnants. The horn signaling a temporary retreat sounded. Suddenly, like receding tides, the insect soldiers withdrew to their encampment, leaving behind many burnt corpses exuding the distinctive stench of the stinky fruit, along with several insect men pinned to the ground, groaning in agony. Thanks to the stinky fruit liquid, Andre and the brown bear warriors had repelled this wave of attack. Dole and Apos' expression darkened. He had no immediate solution. Glancing at the encampment, he gritted his teeth and resolved to seek the mantis elder, 80. 80 was not an ordinary mantis. He was the insect priest of the mantis clan, possessing the ability to control various venomous insects, a boon from what they referred to as the god of all insects, and was as rare as the beast-patterned warriors of the beast clan, serving as their greatest adversary. 80, I implore you, lend your hand and carve a path for our warriors. In return, my rhinoceros beetle clan will offer 100 beast clan maidens as recompense, Dole pleaded humbly. Gazing earnestly at 80 and Apos' impassive face, 80 cast a fleeting glance at Dole. 1,000. I shall invoke the art of insect control tonight. Dole clenched his jaw. Just 1,000. But that foul-smelling liquid must not reappear on the battlefield. Both the rhinoceros beetle and mantis clans were high-ranking insect races, nearly equal in strength. Dole and Apos' respect stemmed from 80's status as an insect priest rather than from his being a mantis. That night, the once radiant moon was obscured by a thick cloud. Wolf's Edge and Ke stood upon the city wall, gazing at the brightly lit insect encampment. It seemed they had no intention of attacking tonight. Yet I cannot shake this sense of unease, Ke murmured. Wolf's Edge chuckled and shook his head. We possess a vast supply of stinky fruit oil. As long as they cannot devise a countermeasure against it, they will not dare to assault us. He gestured towards the neatly arranged barrels of oil below the city wall. Ke smiled in silence. True, but honestly, if it weren't for the mismatched fur colors, I would have believed you to be a member of the White Wolf clan. To think of using stinky fruit liquid as a substitute for tar beast oil. Wolf's Edge, with a hint of pride, replied, Of course. Who do you think I am? I am the guardian of Prince Clarence. To keep pace with His Highness, I must exert myself. He exchanged mischievous glances with Ke, even brushing his tail against her pristine one. He felt as if holding a girl, and Apos' hand was not dissimilar. Ke felt a flush of shyness at his words. Startled by his boldness, her cheeks turned crimson, and her delicate hands intertwined, her eyes shimmering with moisture. At the moment his tail brushed against hers, her legs felt weak. Struggling to suppress her embarrassment, she murmured, Can't you be a bit more serious? Wolf's Edge felt a twinge of awkwardness at her strong reaction, while he too had desires. They were still atop the city wall, surrounded by numerous vigilant brown bears. He quickly shifted the topic. By the way, Ke, do the insect clan have any insect-patterned warriors? Upon discussing serious matters, Ke composed herself, stating, The insect clan lacks the power of beast patterns. However, they do have insect priests who can command myriad insects. The world is vast, and there are countless strange and powerful venomous creatures, many of which are formidable beast lords. Yet those insect priests who control the beast lords are immensely powerful. I am far from their match. Wolf and Apos' Edge pondered. Do you think there might be an insect priest among this insect army? Ke shook her head. The likelihood is low. Insect priests are notoriously arrogant. This scale of battle is insufficient to compel their involvement. Wolf's Edge disagreed. Aren't you here as well? Ke suddenly realized, indeed, if I am here, it's possible an insect priest could be among the insect army. Her thoughts shifted as she murmured, if there truly is an insect priest within their ranks, they would undoubtedly assist the insect army in eliminating threats, and currently, the greatest threat is the stinky fruit oil. Wolf and Apos' Edge seized upon her words. Glancing casually outside the city wall, the massive cloud had been dispersed by the wind, and as he inadvertently glanced at the ground, he noticed a thin layer of water flowing across the ground, leading to the gates of Hader City. A sudden wave of fear surged within him, and he shouted, Enemy attack! The drums sounded, and the warriors of the Beast clan sprang into action, wielding their massive axes as they charged from their tents towards the city wall. Ke also observed the ground. Wolf's Edge, it appears to be termites. Quickly, relocate the stinky fruit oil. Clearly, Ke had grasped the crux of the issue. and she called out to the warriors to protect the stinky fruit oil. Wolf and Amp, Oppos, Edge grasped her arm. It's too late. The barrels have already been gnawed through. Glancing at the barrels filled with stinky fruit oil, he could see numerous termites crawling over them, devouring them voraciously. Most barrels had already been breached. The stinky fruit oil spilling onto the ground, but thanks to the cover of night, no one had yet noticed. Volume 1. The Wolf's Edge in Another World, Chapter 24. The insect sacrifice Lord Sal's. Wolfedge called out. The nearby Sal's hurried over. What's the matter? Wolfedge? Please, Lord Sal's, gather the animal skins and lay them on the ground. The ground is covered in the foul-smelling fruit oil. If the insects ignite even a spark, Had City will be reduced to ashes. Andre also arrived at the city wall with the brown bear warriors. Listening to Wolfedge's instructions, he turned to Sal's and said, "Do as Wolfedge says. Remember not to hinder the actions of the termites. The insect sacrifice will receive immediate feedback from them. If you obstruct them, the sacrifice will be aware." Sal's responded loudly, "Understood," and quickly led a team to lay down the animal skins. Meanwhile, Dole and the others remained still, as the termites controlled by Elder 80 were still voraciously gnawing away. After all, they were merely ordinary termites, lacking any significant intelligence. 3 layers of animal skins were laid down on the ground. The processed skins had excellent fire resistance, preventing the oil beneath from seeping through. As long as they did not ignite immediately, they could be extinguished. However, most of the warriors' animal skin tents had been dismantled. The skins were not part of the supplies for the Mad Bear Legion, but rather for daily needs, and there were not many reserves. Reluctantly, Andre ordered the dismantling of some tents to acquire enough skins. Originally, Wolfedge's tent could only accommodate 2, but now it had to fit at least 4. And even some of the smaller races had to squeeze 8 into one tent. Nevertheless, no one was concerned about such matters at the moment. Finally, 80 learned from the emotions transmitted by the termites that the wood had been completely consumed. However, most of the termites had also been ensnared by the sticky, foul-smelling fruit liquid, losing their lives, with only a few remaining that posed no threat. 80 informed Dole, who, filled with excitement, launched another assault. Andre and Oppos' expression grew serious. Without the foul-smelling fruit oil, the boulders would not harm the Mantis people protected by the rhinoceros beetles, and close combat was inevitable. Wolfedge quietly wiped his blade. Hanemo, as his wounds had healed significantly. Kei was also tirelessly recovering his mental state to maximize the use of beast pattern powers. For the first time in this battle, the warriors of the Mad Bear Legion strapped their tower shields to their backs, solemnly wielding iron axes. Dole once again led the insect warriors into the fray, shouting, "Despicable cannon fodder! Those who charge the city walls first shall be exempt from labor for 3 years. Kill Andre and Clarence, and be rewarded with 100 gold coins. Slay the other beast barbarians, and earn a gold coin for each head." Wolfedge heard Dole shouting and could not help but feel somewhat dissatisfied. Why was he only offering 1 gold coin? This fellow lacked vision. To be fair, it was not entirely Dole's fault. After all, he did not know Wolfedge's name. The allure of wealth stirred the hearts of many locust and beetle warriors. And although the woolly mammoths were a medium-sized insect race, their large population and weak combat power left them with little status among the insect tribes. Their small black antennae trembled as they roared with their deep voices. Seeing that the emotions had been sufficiently stirred, Dole drew his weapon, snarling, "Charge." The cannon fodder once again lifted the ladders and rushed toward Had City. Besides the 500 rhinoceros beetles overseeing the battle, over 9,000 Mantis warriors and more than 1,300 rhinoceros beetles mixed among them, howling like desperate gamblers risking their last savings. Logs and stones fell freely, which were ineffective against the rhinoceros beetles but deadly to other insect warriors, who fell like dumplings. Occasionally, a few Mantis warriors perished due to inadequate protection from the rhinoceros beetles. However, from a distance, more ladders were being propped against the city walls, and the densely packed insect warriors continued to advance. Soon, the rhinoceros beetles, shielding the Mantis warriors, climbed to within 2 or 3 meters of the city's top. The rhinoceros beetle extended his right arm while gripping the ladder with his left, allowing the Mantis warriors to nimbly stand on his hand. With a powerful throw, one Mantis after another was hurled towards the city wall. The Mantis warriors unfurled their serrated blades, their thin wings slightly opened, adeptly dissipating the force as they landed smoothly before the brown bear warriors. Some were cleaved in half by the brown bear warriors before they could launch an attack, but most swiftly evaded lethal blows, engaging in combat with the brown bear warriors. The 2,000 brown bear warriors serving as reserves at the wall rushed forward. Authorized by Andre, joining the fray, Wolf Edge cautiously protected Ke as they faced 3 Mantis swordsmen. The Mantis warriors moved rhythmically, pressing hard against Wolf Edge. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Wolf Edge's mouth as he gripped Han-Mo, disdainfully observing the 3 Mantis warriors before him. The brown bear warriors, due to their massive size, found it challenging to deal with the Mantis warriors, who were only about 1.8 meters tall. They could only use their tower shields to protect their backs or lean against their comrades to handle the situation cautiously. Despite this, they were occasionally slashed by the Mantis warriors, as their serrated blades were exceedingly sharp, and the jagged wounds undoubtedly accelerated blood loss, causing the brown bear warriors considerable distress. However, Wolf Edge was different. He followed a path of agility that even surpassed that of the Mantis warriors. 3 to 5 Mantis warriors were far from being his match. The Mantis warriors, dissatisfied with Wolf Edge's gaze, decided to teach this young Wolf Clan warrior a lesson. Yet, Wolf Edge also made his move. With a deceptively angled sweep, he deflected the 6 serrated blades of the Mantis warriors, taking advantage of their unsteady balance to sweep their legs out from under them, sending all 3 crashing to the ground. He leisurely sliced their throats with Han-Mo. The 3 Mantis warriors could only depart with their grievances against Wolf Edge to meet the insect deity. Wolf Edge continued to traverse the city wall, relentlessly eliminating the Mantis warriors that threatened the lives of the brown bear warriors. Ordinary insect cannon fodder continued to surge onto the walls, but aside from hindering the Mantis warriors' speed, they seemed to serve little purpose. The Mantis warriors were still being tossed onto the walls by the rhinoceros beetles. Andre's face turned ashen as he watched the brown bear warriors perish one after another, his heart aching. Wolf Edge felt somewhat strained. There were simply too many Mantis warriors, and even he had to be cautious of the blades, shouting to Andre, Legion Commander, "Allow me to lead the Mad Bear Iron Cavalry to the base of the wall to cut down the ladders. Otherwise, victory will be impossible." Maki was too large. Even though Ke continuously healed him with her Rain of Moisture spell, he had yet to recover. Now, out of the 800 Iron Cavalry, only 700 remained, and there had been no time for reinforcements. Although Sal's was Maki's second-in-command, he was not very quick-witted and could only follow Wolf Edge's lead. Ke immediately insisted, "I want to go too." No. Wolf Edge was resolute. Ke's beast pattern was formidable, but her only aggressive ability was the Firefox technique, which could be used at most twice. Moreover, she had already expended significant mental energy in the previous battle. One use of the Firefox technique could leave her bloodied. Little did they know that the last time she had used the Firefox technique in the insect camp, a mere few rhinoceros beetles had been able to withstand it with their hard shells. Yet now, there were far more than dozens of ladders propped against the walls. Bringing Ke along would be futile and exceedingly dangerous. Ke understood that rushing out was perilous. But she couldn't allow Wolf Edge to go to his death alone. "I am your commander, and you are my guard. Without my orders, you cannot leave my side." Volume 1. The Wolf's Edge in Another World, Chapter 25. Out of the city. Wolf Edge felt a surge of urgency. The situation was critical. If no action was taken soon, the warriors of the Mad Bear Legion would be in grave danger. Gripping Ke's shoulder tightly, he implored, "Ke, listen to me. Your presence outside would be futile. Here, you can still coordinate the defense. Every life saved counts. I promise I will return alive." Andre understood that this was not the time for hesitation. Their victory or defeat hinged on the survival of hundreds of thousands of civilians in Hat City. He swung his heavy sword, cleaving through several insectoids, wiping the blood from his face, and shouted, "Very well, Wolf Edge. Take the Iron Riders with you. Remember, you must return alive. Sal's, follow Wolf Edge's orders." Understood? Yes. Although Sal's had previously been Wolf Edge's commander, he felt no resentment. The beast folk revered bravery, and Wolf Edge's ability to fight alongside Ke in the insectoid camp had proven his prowess. Moreover, Wolf Edge's intellect surpassed his own. Even if Wolf Edge had once been his subordinate, meritocracy was the essence of their society. Wolf Edge nodded in acknowledgement and turned to summon the Bear Riders. However, Ke abruptly grasped his arm, her face smeared with blood, her hair tousled. Yet, in that moment, Wolf Edge found Ke more beautiful than ever. In truth, he had always hesitated to meet Ke's gaze. Her eyes were captivating, reminiscent of a delicate white fox or the vast starry sky. With her pupils a rare pale pink among her kin, mesmerizing anyone who dared to look. Yet now, her eyes were red-rimmed, and her small hand clutched tightly at his sleeve. "Promise me, come back alive." Wolf Edge was momentarily stunned, realizing that in just a few days, he had shared laughter, meals, battles, and even brushes with death alongside Kei. Enchanted, he gazed at her soft pink lips and leaned in to kiss her. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Everything around them slowed, stretching the moment into eternity. Sal's and the battling warriors stood frozen, and even Andre appeared momentarily dazed. Kei felt a mix of confusion and sweetness, a flutter of anxiety as she sensed Wolf Edge's warm breath and the intrusion of his tongue. The heat overwhelmed her. After a long moment, their lips parted, and Kei gazed at Wolf Edge in panic, her fingers brushing her lips. Wolf Edge himself was taken aback by his own boldness, feeling slightly dazed as he coughed awkwardly. Ahem, I will return alive. Without looking back, he stumbled down the city wall. The 700 bear riders were prepared. To enhance their speed, they bore no shields and stood bare-chested, waiting for the city gates to open. The gates, controlled by mechanical gears, creaked as 8 burly brown bear men strained to pull the mechanism, gradually creating a gap. Wolf Edge brandished a spiked hammer, the cold mocha blade at his waist, pointing it forward. Charge. He fiercely prodded the bear beneath him, and with a mighty roar, the great beast charged forth. The 700 bear riders followed suit, rushing out into the fray. The attacking insectoids were momentarily stunned, but soon erupted in joyous frenzy, surging towards the city gates. However, before they could come too close, Wolf Edge led the charge, driving his hammer down onto the foremost locust man, shattering its skull and splattering gore across himself. In no time, a torrent of earthy yellow surged out from the city walls. Several rearguard brown bear warriors wildly wielded their spears, preventing the insectoid army from approaching the gates, forcing them to close with a creaking noise. Wolf Edge and his companions pressed along the walls, cutting through the chaos. A portion of the rhinoceros beetles obstructed the ladders, continuously hurling mantis warriors upward, while even more mantis surged upward. Yet, without enough rhinoceros beetles to withstand the onslaught, the mantis warriors could not match the might of the heavily armored bear cavalry. The futility of their efforts was starkly apparent. With one strike of his hammer, the ladder did not break outright, but it disrupted its balance. The following bear cavalry swung their massive axes, severing the ladder cleanly. The insectoids on top plummeted, and the walls of Had City loomed 12 cubits high. Only the most elite mantis warriors could react in time, spreading their thin wings to glide down safely, while many others met a tragic end from the unexpected fall. Dole, in a fit of frustration, bellowed, "Quick! Send some to block them. We cannot allow them to rampage unchecked." A supervising rhinoceros beetle, accompanied by a faction of mantis warriors and cannon fodder, attempted to intercept Wolf Edge. Yet, as Wolf Edge charged along the wall, they found it challenging to mount an effective defense, merely slowing his destruction slightly as more and more insectoids converged. Wolf Edge could feel the momentum stalling, the pace of destruction dwindling. Desperate, he shouted, "Sals, you charge ahead along the wall to the north. Do not slow down, understood?" "Yes," Sals responded loudly, leading the charge atop his battle bear. Wolf Edge and Appo's smaller frame lacked the necessary force to maintain speed, but Sal's, with his massive bear and towering stature, surged forward. Even rhinoceros beetles could not withstand his might. With relentless charging, they had felled 3/4 of the ladders, yet the swarm of insectoids grew denser. They could not afford to slow down. If they did, they would be surrounded and ensnared. Retreat was impossible. The insectoid mass blocked their escape route, compelling them to push outward. Wolf Edge quickly assessed the situation, swinging his hammer and declaring, "Bear riders, break left." To the left lay a desert, and further left was the jungle where Wolf Edge had once dwelt. He could not guarantee whether Dole would pursue them. They had to break free first to assess the situation. The 700 bear riders tightened their grips on their reins, executing a sharp 90-degree turn to break through. Dole exploded in fury, unable to comprehend how a mere 800 bear riders could evade his tens of thousands. He roared, "Kill them! Without the bear riders, Had City will be defenseless." Several rhinoceros beetles took command, leading 3,000 mantis warriors and over 10,000 cannon fodder in pursuit of Wolf Edge. With no rhinoceros beetles to obstruct them, Wolf Edge and his companions swiftly broke free from the encirclement, leaving Dole fuming in frustration. However, the pursuing mantis and cannon fodder did not relent. Though they could not catch up immediately, they maintained a distance, denying Wolf Edge and his group a chance to return to Hat City. "Let them further away," Wolf Edge commanded decisively, glancing back at the receding silhouette of Hat City. Kei stood atop the city, watching Wolf Edge with anxious eyes, her lovely gaze filled with worry. Turning to face the pursuers, Wolf Edge shouted, "You bastards! Do you even have the means to reproduce?" The leading rhinoceros beetle's face flushed crimson with rage, and he bellowed, "Damn beastmen, pursue them. I will claim his head as a trophy." Wolf Edge ordered a reduction in speed to prevent the insectoids from losing their trail, gradually distancing themselves from the city. Dole was undoubtedly the most cunning among the rhinoceros beetles, arguably the most intelligent. However, the others were not as astute. Under Wolf Edge and Apos, repeated provocations, several pursuing rhinoceros beetles became infuriated and charged after him, disregarding Dole's frantic shouts to return. They were now too far from the main insectoid army, and with the clamor of battle and the cover of night, they could not hear his commands. Volume 1. The Otherworldly Wolf Blade Chapter 26. The Demon Flower Man. As this was destined to be a night drenched in blood. The citizens of Hater City employed all their means to repel the insect horde, yet it was only the 5th day. Despite the fierce battles throughout the night, the insects had refrained from attacking, but they still possessed 20,000 expendable troops, 1,000 rhinoceros beetle warriors, and 4,000 mantis beings. Not to mention the portion of the insect army that Wolfblade had drawn away. He felt a twinge of concern. Wolfblade had vanished for an entire night, and the city's machinery had nearly been depleted. The Mad Bear Legion had suffered nearly 1,000 casualties, and with the iron cavalry that Wolfblade had taken, they were left with barely 3,000 capable fighters, discounting the severely injured who could not engage in battle. 500 attendants had already armed themselves and joined the fray, while Aching wielded an iron rod among them. The Lord of Hater City, Count Abraham, had summoned his followers and personal guards. 1,000 fully armed hyena warriors of the dogman race. They were far more ferocious than typical dogmen, clad in chainmail emblazoned with the Abraham family crest, wielding the distinctive dogman warblades. A viscount stationed at a border city could not muster more than 1,000 private soldiers, and these 1,000 hyena warriors represented the entirety of Count Abraham's visible might. Some civilians brandished sickles and shovels, eager to join the fight, each clamoring passionately to confront the insect army to the death. However, after receiving a sharp reprimand from Andre, they slinked away in shame. Andre held his pride. It was not yet time to call upon the civilians for battle, especially as Hater City lacked any prominent martial race among its common folk. With the White Wolves being particularly inept in combat, it would be folly to send the rabbit folk to strike with carrots or the dogmen to bash with the bones of wild boars. Although the ordinary dogmen were formidable and the boar bones quite serviceable, they would be futile against the swift mantis beings. While the Mad Bear Legion in Hater City caught a brief respite, Wolfblade, having galloped through the night, arrived at the forest where he once dwelled by the afternoon of the 6th day. The insect army trailed behind, and the giant bears lacked stamina, having already exhausted themselves from the night's frantic flight. Wolfblade led 700 stout bear men into a valley, where the giant bears could momentarily rest. After meticulously concealing their tracks, Wolfblade and his companions entered the valley. A waterfall cascaded down into a pool, surrounded by lush, towering trees, with the pond spanning nearly 100 meters in diameter. The waters teemed with fish and shrimp. Fortunately, each bear warrior was an adept fisherman, alleviating their food crisis. Sars produced a small knife and carefully sliced the succulent fish into thin pieces, popping a slice into his mouth as he mumbled, "Wolfblade, are you certain those insects won and Apos to find us here?" Wolfblade shook his head, a flicker of concern in his eyes. "Certainty is a luxury we cannot afford. However, this valley has only a narrow entrance, and the towering trees provide ample concealment. It will be difficult for them to discover us. For now, they're unlikely to find this place. Inform everyone to rest swiftly and prepare for battle. Ordinary insect beings would find it exceedingly challenging to locate this valley." Yet within the insect army resided a bug priest. They could only hope that Adi had not followed closely. Otherwise, the multitude of insects would serve as his eyes. And who could fathom how many insects lurked within a single forest? The rhinoceros beetle leader pursuing Wolfblade was named Kate, a personal guard of Dole, while leading 3,000 mantis warriors was a brawny mantis swordsman, the son of Adi. Fortunately, Adi needed to coordinate the 4,000 mantis warriors stationed in Hater City, and thus did not accompany them. Instead, his son Dis took his place. Though not gifted with the abilities of a bug priest, Dis bore the closest resemblance to his father in both character and appearance. Dis was discontent. He could not comprehend why the noble insect queen entrusted command to the clumsy rhinoceros beetles while nearly half of the mantis warriors had perished without breaching a mere Hater City. However, the queen's decisions were indisputable. Despite his dissatisfaction, he was compelled to obey the rhinoceros beetle's leadership. Upon entering the forest, Kate felt momentarily lost. The landscape was filled with trees of various types, and without any traces of Wolf Blade and his companions, they were akin to headless flies flitting about aimlessly. In frustration, he struck the trees with his weapon, but aside from dislodging a few leaves, it bore no fruit. Dis, unable to bear the sight, shouted, "Foolish Kate. Your actions will only drive them further away, not force them out." Kate, irate, recognized that the relationships among the insect tribes were not as harmonious as they appeared. With their leader absent, both sides and oppos, frustrations boiled over after 6 fruitless days of besieging Hater City. Dis. Do not presume that your status as Adi's son grants you the right to insult a great rhinoceros beetle warrior. This war is commanded by the rhinoceros beetles, not your mantis kin. If you have the capability, go find those damn beast brutes. Kate's face flushed with anger, clearly agitated by their inability to locate Wolf Blade and his companions. Dis scoffed quietly, discreetly extracting a small bamboo tube from his pocket. The tube was exquisitely carved, adorned with a glowing magical beast crystal core, unmistakably a core from a magical beast lord. Each magical beast lord had subdued countless beasts through fierce battles, possessing immense magical power, and their cores were of great value. Upon hearing the sounds emanating from the bamboo tube, it was evident that it contained a living creature. A luxurious use of a magical beast lord and amp, Oppos, S core for sustenance. From the moment Kate laid eyes on the tube, he fell silent. Astonished that Adi would entrust such a treasure to Dis, inside the tube resided the holy insect, the demon flower mantis. Every mantis tribe, large or small, would rear this venomous creature if they possessed a bug priest. The demon flower mantis was exceedingly toxic, incredibly swift, and possessed a notable level of intelligence, excelling in tracking. Its small size and ability to fly made it as fearsome in reputation as it was in appearance, its body adorned with yellow and black spots. The rhinoceros beetle tribe also possessed holy insects, a pentagonal golden beetle comparable to the demon flower mantis. But their tribe lacked a bug priest, and thus could not rear such a creature. Dis disregarded Kate, silently tearing off a piece of magical beast meat to place in the bamboo tube, conversing with the demon flower mantis in the mantis tongue. He then gently tapped the tube several times, and a shadow swiftly emerged from within. Dis did not dare delay, leading the mantis warriors to pursue based on their mental connection. Kate, recognizing the formidable nature of the demon flower mantis, gathered a few rhinoceros beetles and 10,000 expendable troops to follow suit. With the demon flower mantis at his disposal, Dis had countless ways to stealthily eliminate his foes in this forest. Volume 1, The Wolf's Edge in Another World, Chapter 27. The wolf stride Wolfphone and his companions were still resting in the valley. Due to the intimidation of Adi, they had scattered specially made insect repellent at the entrance of the valley to ensure that the poisonous insects controlled by Adi would not intrude. This repellent was concocted from the excrement of magical beasts combined with various mystical plants, exerting a formidable deterrent against ordinary poisonous insects. Upon sensing the scent, the insects instinctively avoided it, thereby remaining oblivious to the presence of Wolfphone and his group hidden within the valley. However, this meticulous arrangement would not prove overly effective. It is important to note that the magical flower mantis is indeed a magical beast, were it not for its low intelligence and diminutive size. It could rival some of the weaker lords. Its venom and speed could instill terror in most magical creatures, and the magical power contained within its tiny frame even allowed it to cast intimidating spells, albeit limited in frequency, posing a significant threat. The magical flower mantis darted between the trees, relentlessly advancing towards the concealed valley where Wolfphone and his companions lay in wait. The overwhelming scent emanating from the 700 individuals was glaringly out of place in the forest, akin to detecting a campfire in a frozen wasteland with a heat source detector, unmistakably obvious. Meanwhile, Dis was steadily honing in on them through a faint mental connection. Kate's countenance darkened as Dis had evidently supplanted him as the leader of the group. Even the majority of the locust and beetle warriors had gathered by Dis's side. Though they were mere cannon fodder, they too had their choices to submit to the strong, and it was evident that Dis, possessing the magical flower mantis, was stronger than Kate. In the crimson compound eyes of the magical flower mantis, the figures of Wolfphone and his companions nestled within the valley came into view. Dis and Kate still had a distance to cover, yet the bloodthirsty instincts of the mantis could no longer be restrained. At last, a battle bear ambled towards the direction of the magical flower mantis, a hefty fish clutched in its mouth. The mantis sprang forth like lightning, landing on the bear's neck before it even registered its presence. With its sharp forelimbs, it cleaved through the bear's thick fur and flesh, injecting its venom into the creature and Apos' body. A pained roar erupted, startling the resting warriors. Wolfang awakened from his connection with the spirit beast sigil. Having already sensed its miraculous powers, with his talents, he was on the verge of successful inscription. Yet, he was interrupted by the thunderous roar. Looking on, he noticed the bear and Apos' once brown fur had turned a ghastly gray, its eyes clouded with death, and its neck stained with congealed black blood. It was evident that it would not survive. A brown bear warrior rushed over in panic, tears streaming down his face. This bear was his closest companion, having saved his life on the battlefield more than once. Yet now, it lay on the brink of death. Ah, Jusher, what has happened to you? Jusher was the name of the bear. The sturdy man focused solely on Jusher, oblivious to the tiny magical flower mantis still lurking on the bear and Apos' neck. The mantis swept its bloodied mandibles, a glint of coldness flashing in its eyes before it charged towards the grieving bear warrior. The warrior sensed a flicker before his eyes and instinctively raised his hand to block. However, the mantis thrust its forelimbs forward, piercing through the warrior and Apos' robust palm like a drill, heading straight for his hardest skull, as if a wooden board had been smashed by a mighty hammer. The bear warrior and Apos' eyes widened with shock and disbelief. He could not even comprehend what had taken his life. In the dazed gaze of the onlookers, he fell lifelessly to the ground, crashing onto the grass and splattering the dew that had yet to evaporate. Atai! The crowd gasped, yet they did not rush forward. For the magical flower mantis lingered above Atai's head, its serrated forelimbs moving rhythmically at a right angle. The blood enhanced the cruel appearance of its compound eyes. As it silently regarded the onlookers, magical flower mantis, Wolfang exclaimed, realizing he should have anticipated its presence. How could the Manish tribe, known for their insect rituals, not possess the magical flower mantis? Yet he wondered if Adi was nearby. In Wolfang's memory, his father had earnestly recounted the sacred insects and their traits from the major high-level insect tribes, including this nefarious mantis species. Form teams. Back to back, prepare for combat. The bears gathered with a series of sharp whistles, and the others quickly responded, forming a circle of 8, backs pressed together, eyes vigilantly scanning for the magical flower mantis. Wolfang stood back to back with Sal's, holding his cold ink in hand, assessing the mantis that was currently feasting. The magical flower mantis sprang into action. In that moment, Wolfang lost sight of it, rendering him blind as he spun around in a frenzied search. Another scream pierced the air as a bear warrior fell before them, the mantis having ripped open his abdomen. With venom coursing through him, his body visibly deteriorated. Cass! The crowd cried, their eyes red, yet powerless to intervene. Stay calm. Watch your feet. The magical flower mantis will strike from the ground. Wolfang shouted. Aware that this was the mantis and Apos' hunting habit, its petite form would utilize the cover of grass, soaring up to deliver a lethal strike upon nearing its target. Yet, it proved futile. The bear warriors were too slow to react. Despite their utmost efforts to keep their gaze fixed on the ground, they could only occasionally catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow, whether a bear warrior or a great bear, with each attack successfully injecting venom into its victim. In a mere span of minutes, Wolfang had lost nearly 50 bear warriors and great bears. Overwhelmed with grief, he lamented that these valiant warriors, who had sustained minimal injuries amidst the swarm of insectoids, had now succumbed to the attack of a mere creature. Just moments ago, they had exchanged laughter, discussing their aspirations to take a bear woman as their mate during this year's Beast God Festival. Yet now, all those dreams had evaporated into thin air. At last, the magical flower mantis surged forth once more, its target evidently Wolfang. The bears at a distance spotted the flicker and shouted warnings. Wolfang, having also noticed the mantis, barely caught a glimpse of its form due to the distance from its previous target. Dodge. I must evade. Wolfang focused intently, pushing Sal's aside as he executed a peculiar step, narrowly avoiding the mantis's assault. With a glide, it landed beside him. Wolfang did not turn, swiftly sliding away from his original position. Crack! The mantis shattered a stone where Wolfang had just stood. The wolf and Apos' stride, a long-lost technique of the wolf tribe, renowned for its rapid, unpredictable movements within a confined space. The onlookers watched in awe as Wolfang darted about, sweat trickling down their brows, holding their breath in fear of disturbing him. They could only perceive the grass and stones around him being tossed about, yet the magical flower mantis remained invisible. Wolfang too could not see it. He could only move at his utmost speed, constantly shifting. He had no doubt that should he falter even slightly, he would become a meal for the magical flower mantis. Volume 1, The Wolf Blade of Another World, Chapter 28. The duel, however. Such intense maneuvers placed a significant burden on Wolf Blade and Apo's body. The sudden change in direction caused his bones to emit cracking sounds, and it felt as if his heart might burst from his chest. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth. Wolf Blade was already on the brink of collapse. The demon flower mantis let out an angry screech, its prolonged inability to strike having ignited a sense of frustration. Channeling the magical energy within, it prepared to unleash its soul spell, the dread, capable of rendering foes immobile. A rustling sound approached, and Dis arrived with the insectoid army. Shawa, return, Dis commanded, tapping on a bamboo tube, invoking a unique language and the power of the crystal core to summon the demon flower mantis back. With a reluctant roar, the mantis shot a furious glance at Wolf Blade before begrudgingly retreating into the bamboo tube. Wolf Blade gasped for breath. The high-intensity wolf stride had exhausted him. The onlookers gazed at him with admiration. Though they were unfamiliar with the long-lost technique of the wolf stride, they were nonetheless awed by his ethereal presence. However, realization struck swiftly. The insectoid horde had located their position. The valley was teeming with them, and many insectoids were squeezed outside due to the valley's constriction. Within the valley, 3,000 mantis warriors and several locusts and beetles had raised their serrated bone blades, or sharp edges. Over 600 brown bear warriors mounted their battle bears, standing in readiness. Wolf Blade, atop his battle bear, faced Dis, who was still preoccupied with stuffing meat strips into the bamboo tube. Dis cast a cold glance at Wolf Blade, methodically stowing the bamboo tube away. With a flick of his arm, 2 sharp serrated bone blades sprang forth from his elbows, pointing directly at Wolf Blade. Weak beast barbarian, I, Dis, the first warrior of the Mantis Clan's Green Forest tribe, challenge you. Accept or face death. This was a customary practice shared by both the insectoids and beastmen. Both sides exhibited a remarkable similarity in this regard, with leaders often resorting to such challenges to bolster their authority and enhance their prestige among troops. Even beyond military ranks, tribal factions within both groups would resort to challenges to determine the strongest. However, it was puzzling why Dis would engage in a duel with Wolf Blade while enjoying an absolute advantage. Regardless, Wolf Blade had no justification to refuse, nor could he. Even though the earlier confrontation with the demon flower mantis had drained much of his strength, he understood that for both beastmen and insectoids, dying in battle was an honor, while retreating would lead to scorn. Victory was the only truth. Slowly drawing the cold ink from his waist, he mirrored the gesture, the tip of his blade directed. Beastmen. Wolf Clan. Wolf Blade. I accept your challenge. In that moment, both sides unleashed thunderous roars. Yet, the beastmen and Apo's cries carried an undercurrent of despondency. Aware that Wolf Blade was already weakened, making this a blatant trap, Dis had been the first to enter the valley, swiftly recalling the demon flower mantis. The others who followed, including Kate, remained oblivious. The cunning mantis had initiated the challenge at this moment solely to exploit their vulnerability. Yet, battles required no excuses. They could only rally behind Wolf Blade with shouts of encouragement. Dis's scheming calculations were palpable. To seize control of the army from Kate, he had to act. Wolf Blade's daring exploits, be it infiltrating the insect camp or leading the bear cavalry to destroy siege ladders, had left a profound impression on the insectoid warriors. Defeating Wolf Blade would consolidate his command over the troop, freeing the noble 3,000 mantis from Kate's foolish orders, while simultaneously solidifying his position within the Green Forest tribe, a trifecta of gains. Though he lacked certainty in defeating Wolf Blade, the earlier assault by the demon flower mantis had rendered Wolf Blade severely weakened. The thought ignited a fervor in his eyes. Perish, Wolfkin. With that, he bent his legs, thin wings unfurling slightly, surging toward Wolf Blade with alarming speed. Wolf Blade, observing the advancing serrated bone blade, angled his cold ink to meet the blade's tip. With a deft maneuver, he sidestepped, not out of desire to clash head-on, but due to his limited strength. He could only rely on cunning to prevail. Using his agility, Wolf Blade deflected the serrated knife with his own blade. The bone knife, affixed to Dis and Apo's elbow, could not absorb the force through wrist techniques, forcing Dis to awkwardly miss and nearly tumble face-first into the dirt. The brown bear warriors erupted in laughter, intrigued by Wolf Blade and Apo's evasive tactics. They were accustomed to direct confrontations, where an enemy and Apo's strike would be met with an equal return. Thus, such finesse was an uncommon sight. Hearing the laughter of the brown bear warriors, Dis's face flushed with rage. He charged at Wolf Blade, his dual bone blades whirling with ferocity, intent on dismembering him. Wolf Blade, like a nimble butterfly, flitted through the gusts of blades, evading every strike, no matter how swift, leaving no trace on his garments. When it came to agility, the Mantis clan was indeed among the most nimble of the insectoids, rivaling the wolf kin. This was evident in the frustration exhibited by the burly brown bears toward the Mantis. Dis was no exception. However, his situation had turned against him. The once formidable bone blades now became his greatest liability. Each strike, capable of ending Wolf Blade and Apos' life, was rendered ineffective as Wolf Blade repeatedly deflected the tips, leaving Dis with the sensation of striking empty air, akin to chopping through cotton, inflicting no damage while suffering the consequences himself. Of course, achieving such precision was no easy feat. Even for the wolf kin, a testament to the unconventional training methods imparted by Wolf Blade's father from a young age. Even if Wolf Blade was unaware of this, believing all wolf kin trained similarly, such techniques were only effective against agile foes lacking brute strength. In the face of formidable opponents like the rhinoceros beetle warriors, evasion was the wisest course of action. Dis continued to roar, feeling like a jester. No matter how forceful or fierce his strikes, they seemed trivial before Wolf Blade, who effortlessly countered them. Suddenly, Wolf Blade coughed up blood, his steps faltering. Dis and Apos' blade struck Wolf Blade and Apos' left arm, the serrated edge tearing the wound wide open, blood gushing forth like a torrent. Wolf Blade did not possess the ease that Dis perceived. His body was too frail, and the exertion of the wolf stride had taken a severe toll. He could scarcely muster the strength to retaliate, knowing that any counterattack would expose him to Dis's relentless assault, leading to his inevitable demise. So it is the end of your strength? I wonder how long you can endure. Dis laughed heartily, his blades growing ever more ferocious as he relentlessly hacked at Wolf Blade. Wolf Blade. Sal's clenched his fists tightly, anxiously watching. He could clearly see Wolf Blade and Apos' steps becoming erratic, his strikes losing their fluidity. Yet, this was a duel. They could not intervene. What to do? Wolf Blade was acutely aware of his precarious situation. Dis employed a unique Mantis fighting style, refined through countless generations, leaving no openings. Yet, given Wolf Blade's current stamina, passive defense was unsustainable. With wounds multiplying, Wolf Blade found himself increasingly at risk, as Dis's taunts echoed throughout the valley, accompanied by the cheers of the insectoid soldiers. Volume 1, The Wolf and Apos' Edge in Another World Chapter 29, Moon Dance. Wolf Fong staggered and fell to the ground, while Dis continued to advance, deliberately moving slowly as if relishing the thrill of slowly severing his enemy's head. Blood and flesh from Wolf Fong clung to the bone blade as Dis sneered, "Beast barbarian. I have triumphed, and your only fate is death." Wolf Fong felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. He had only just begun to explore the wonders of this foreign realm, and had yet to visit the imperial capital of the Beast clan, or behold the renowned insectoid butterfly beauties and the adorable elven maidens spoken of by Sal's. How disheartening! With a sigh, Wolf Fong prepared to accept his fate. At that moment, a silver light began to flicker at his brow. A surge of strength coursed through his muscles, and the distinctive giant wolf symbol appeared on his forehead. The massive wolf suddenly opened its eyes, revealing deep golden irises. And in that instant, Wolf Fang's own eyes transformed into a similar hue. Rising to his feet, Wolf Fang's expression was impassive as he coldly regarded the blade in his hand. Gradually, he raised the blade, aiming directly at Dis. Dis looked on in fear. Yet he was unwilling to relinquish the victory that was so close at hand. Brandishing his serrated knife, he charged forward, and in the next moment, the bone blade was already swinging towards Wolf Fang's head, Dis grinning wickedly as he envisioned the decapitated head rolling away. Wolf Fang moved, the chilling sound of his voice reaching Dis's ears. Moon Dance. The flash of the blade slowed time, and Dis's expression shifted from ferocity to terror as the blade cleaved through Dis's serrated knives, shattering the bone weapon. The blade continued its path, slicing through Dis's chest, splitting his body in two, which fell to the ground, twitching involuntarily. Sal's and the others were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how Wolf Fang had emerged victorious. They beheld the flickering brilliance surrounding him, but their attempts to discern the details were in vain. All they witnessed was Dis's gruesome disembowelment, and they could not even catch the two words Wolf Fang had muttered from afar. This must be the might of a beast-pattern warrior. Sal's and the others marveled in their hearts. We have won. Sal's roar jolted the dazed crowd, reverberating through the valley as they all rushed to leap from their giant bears, frantically charging towards Wolf Fang, chattering excitedly at his side. Had it not been for Wolf Fang's severe injuries, they would have lifted him high in celebration. Instead, they surrounded him like eager children rallying around an adult. "Boss!" A voice called from the crowd, gradually swelling into a chorus. "Boss! Boss! Boss!" Even Sal's, swept up in the moment, embraced this title. At that instant, the 651 Brown Bear cavalrymen truly acknowledged Wolf Fang. Meanwhile, the insectoid faction fell into a daze. The tide of battle had suddenly turned against them. Anyone would be momentarily stunned by such a reversal. Only Kate managed to conceal the glimmer of a smile on his brow. This was dead. And it had occurred in a duel. Surely even 80 could not lay blame. The insectoid army was temporarily under his command. Clearing his throat, Dis began to bellow. "Warriors of the Mantis clan, the brave Dis has fallen to the beast barbarian and Appos' treachery. We must cleanse this humiliation with their blood. Heed my command. Form ranks." 10,000 insectoid cannon fodder surged forward, shielding 3,000 blood-red-eyed Mantis warriors. These warriors had been specifically assigned by 80 to protect Dis. And now that he was dead, they too were doomed, their offspring destined for generations of servitude. Only by slaying the beastmen before them could they hope for a sliver of survival. Wolf Fang instantly grasped the gravity of the situation and called upon his comrades to form ranks. He himself remained bewildered about how he had managed to fell Dis. In hindsight, he could not recall the details. Although he had inadvertently slain Dis, the insectoid forces remained unscathed, and with their current numbers, victory still eluded them. Moreover, after that fateful strike, he felt even weaker. The situation remained perilous, but the morale of the Brown Bear warriors had received a significant boost, which was a small consolation. On the other side, Wolf Fang's father, Wolf Break, had arrived in the jungle. A peculiar sensation gripped him as he sensed a disturbance. Not good. Wolf Fang has awakened and Appos, Moon Dance and Appos. There must be danger. The same beast pattern emerged, finally attuned to Wolf Fang and Appos' precise location. After taking a moment to breathe, he realized he had been too far away to ascertain exact coordinates. Now that he sensed Wolf Fang was nearby, he hastened towards him, relieved to save some time. The battle had commenced. The valley was neither too small nor too large, but the enormous bears could not effectively charge due to their size. Mounted on the giant bears, the Brown Bear warriors found themselves even less agile against the Mantis warriors. Reluctantly, Wolf Fang ordered all soldiers to fight on foot. The combat was brutal. The giant bears, unrestrained by their masters, wreaked havoc among the locust and beetle warriors, gradually distancing themselves from the battlefield where Wolf Fang and the others stood. With a single swipe of their massive paws, they could crush the heads of the cannon fodder. Given the cramped terrain, it was challenging for the nearly 10,000 cannon fodder to mount a coordinated attack. Any misstep could harm their own. Faced with the towering bears, many cannon fodder lacked the courage to advance, resulting in a stalemate. In contrast, the Brown Bear warriors found themselves besieged. 4 or 5 Mantis warriors would converge on a single Brown Bear warrior, who could only weakly swing his weapon. Aside from sustaining a few injuries, their efforts proved futile. Wolf Fang was shielded behind them, utterly drained of strength, barely able to remain upright. A flicker of urgency crossed his mind. This impasse could not continue. Gazing at the towering stone walls of the valley, inspiration struck, and he called out, "Brown Bear riders, retreat to the stone wall. Fight with your backs against it." Upon hearing Wolf Fang and Appos' command, the Brown Bear warriors swiftly retreated to the wall, leaning against it to significantly hinder the Mantis warriors and Appos' agile movements. With their massive axes swinging, the Mantis warriors found it difficult to approach. However, this strategy was not sustainable. While their weapons could offer temporary defense, exhaustion was inevitable. Watching the cannon fodder still assaulting the giant bears, Wolf Fang urgently shouted, "Summon the giant bears back." The others were puzzled by Wolf Fang and Appos' directive. Yet the authority he had established compelled them to unconsciously whistle for the return of the bears. The valley echoed with the sound of whistles, though the cacophony mingled together. The giant bears, accustomed to working alongside their masters, quickly discerned Wolf Fang's unique whistle. Ignoring the cannon fodder still attacking fiercely, they began to stride toward their master. Once the whistle sounded, they would not hesitate. As previously noted, the valley was not wide enough to allow the giant bears to charge, so the distance between them and the warriors was not too great. However, they were separated by 3,000 Mantis warriors. The stone wall rose steeply, with the Mantis warriors on one side and the Brown Bear warriors below. The only open area was the lake formed by the cascading waterfall. Could Mantis warriors swim? After all, as warriors, it was likely that a small number could. Wolf Fang pondered. Leading the 3,000 Mantis warriors, Kate stood behind them, finding it difficult to gain an advantage against the brown bear warriors. He could only remain in the rear, directing the attack, perhaps even harboring thoughts of sending the Mantis warriors to their doom. However, in that moment, he became the target of scorn. Volume 1, The Wolf's Edge in Another World, Chapter 30. Father and son, what a scene it is to witness over 600 colossal bears, each nearly 3 meters tall, charging in unison. And what fate awaits the Mantis people caught amid this chaos? They are not rhinoceros beetles. Their only recourse is to dodge. Realizing their dire predicament, the Mantis people instinctively scurry towards the lake's edge. Kate, being a rhinoceros beetle, lacks the agility of the Mantis people, and given his proximity to the massive bears, by the time he comprehends the danger, one of the bears is already upon him. With great effort, he manages to shove one bear aside. Yet he cannot even muster a cry for help or a scream. The bear that follows has already knocked him to the ground, its immense paw crushing his back. Despite his sturdy frame, how could he withstand the relentless stomping of a creature weighing nearly a ton? Soon, Kate resembles a crumpled soda can, becoming one with this foreign land. The valiant rhinoceros beetle knight, Dole, meets a most unfortunate end here. Meanwhile, the Mantis people plummet into the lake like dumplings. Nearly 300 of them crushed to death beneath the bear's weight, all from the outer fringes of the lake. An old saying rings true. Those who drown are typically the proficient swimmers. Among the Mantis people, there are indeed many skilled swimmers. However, when faced with the instinctive panic of drowning, they flail about. Several Mantis people nearly escape but are dragged back by the hands of their comrades, their desperate cries echoing as many resort to wild thrashing with their dual blades, inadvertently slaying their own kin. Blood spreads across the lake, drawing fish to the surface, who eagerly gulp the sweet nectar of life. Fortunately, the lake, formed by a waterfall, is shallower at the edges. Coupled with the cover provided by the following locust and beetle warriors, many Mantis people manage to return to shore, though their swollen bellies betray that they have ingested a significant amount of lake water. Alas, over 300 Mantis people remain forever in the depths, serving as bait for the fish. Wolf and Apo's edge gazes at the now crimson waters, a hint of pride swelling within him as he muses. Thankfully, it is flowing water. Otherwise, this beautiful lake would have turned into a foul cesspool. The earnest bear riders can only silently express their disdain for Wolf's Edge with a middle finger and an eye roll. The Mantis people, shaken and disoriented, find that ordinary insect warriors are no match for the bear riders. Seizing the opportunity, the brown bear warriors slaughter many of the insect tribe. With the deaths of Kate and Dis, the insect army finds itself leaderless, and a few rhinoceros beetles raise their voices in rallying cries, but to little effect. One rhinoceros beetle, sensing the dire situation, hurriedly gathers the bodies of Dis and Kate, beckoning the other beetles to flee. Upon witnessing the retreat of the rhinoceros beetles, the expendable troops naturally do not linger, thankfully carrying away their drowned Mantis kin. In truth, the brown bear cavalry is already at the end of their strength. A single charge could spell disaster for them. Yet without a leader, the remaining rhinoceros beetles are unable to command the panicked Mantis people, and the expendable troops are thrown into utter confusion, compelled to retreat. It must be said that this is a miracle. Wolf and Apo's edge feels inexplicably victorious. Though he nearly lost his life, there remain over 2,000 Mantis people, and the locust and beetle warriors have suffered minimal losses. Upon reflection, this outcome appears almost inevitable. The rhinoceros beetles, disinterested in battle for so long, have merely urged the expendables forward, watching from the rear without any tactical skill. The expendable troops have never had officers. They always rely on a single leader. With Kate gone, the remaining rhinoceros beetles are inferior warriors, incapable of responding to unexpected circumstances. The Mantis people, terrified and disoriented from the recent bear assault and near drowning, and with Dis also deceased, have no choice but to retreat in disarray. With the insect tribe in retreat, they head towards Hater City. Wolf's Edge, concerned about the situation there, swiftly cleans the battlefield in preparation for their return. These insects, still reeling from a series of unexpected events, may find themselves embroiled in yet another fierce battle. As Wolf and Apo's edge and his companions finalize their preparations to leave, Langpo appears stealthily at the Valley and Apo's entrance. Wolf and Apo's edge immediately recognizes him, cloaked entirely in a black robe. Upon seeing that familiar figure, a sudden wave of emotion washes over him, akin to a child who, after suffering a slight outside, wishes to return home only to find it empty. Though he is but a surrogate father, the memories linger. Lang Po's care, sternness, and protection resonate within him, experiences he never had in his past life. Lang Po. The feelings of grievance and sorrow culminate in a resounding shout as Wolf's Edge stumbles down from the giant bear and makes his way over, the lush trees obscuring the scene from Sal's and the others. Upon seeing Wolf and Appo's Edge approach, Lang Po sheepishly smiles. "My son, your old man has missed you dearly." As he rushes forward, his expression shifts to one of sadness upon seeing Wolf's Edge's severe injuries. With a flick of his hand, a silver light envelopes Wolf's wounds, and in an instant, he is restored to his prime. Wolf and Appo's Edge is taken aback. His father had never demonstrated such a skill before. Noticing Wolf and Appo's recovery, Lang Po opens his arms for an embrace. However, Wolf and Appo's Edge places a hand against Lang Po and Appo's chest, saying, "Hold on. First, tell me where you and Appo's been. Leaving me alone in the forest. You've become accustomed to the wilderness, haven't you?" Lang Po replies awkwardly, "I merely stepped out to attend to some matters. I didn't expect you to venture out and awaken. Hence, I had to return early." Lang Po feels a twinge of embarrassment. Although it is a tradition among the wolf clan, it is meant for the young wolves to support one another in their adventures. An old saying within the wolf clan asserts, "You may bully a lone werewolf, but you cannot contend with a pack." Leaving Wolf and Appo's Edge isolated in the forest indeed reveals Lang Po and Appo's significant misjudgment. Hearing this, Wolf and Appo's Edge grows even angrier, puffing up his cheeks and glaring. "So? Does this mean if I hadn't awakened, you wouldn't have returned?" Huh. Lang Po cannot refute this truth, so he reluctantly changes the subject. "By the way, my son, did you encounter any danger? How else could the moon dance have begun?" Wolf and Appo's Edge shoots a glare at Lang Po. "I nearly died. You were absent. And now that I've just escaped danger, you question if I'm truly your biological son. Well, it appears you made it through without harm," Lang Po retorts, pulling out a tattered beast skin tome from his robes. The cover bears no inscription, and suddenly his demeanor becomes serious. Wolf's Edge. "This is the sacred text of my clan. All your questions will find answers within. I cannot stay now, but once I finish my tasks, I will return to you. Of course, securing a title in the Empire of Beasts would be ideal, as it offers many benefits to our clan." Wolf and Appo's Edge grows increasingly curious. "Our clan? Aren't we wolves?" This sounds rather cryptic. Just as he is about to inquire further, Lang Po interrupts him. "Do not ask. Even if you do, I will not disclose anything. In time, you shall know." Lang Po then begins to grin playfully. "My son, are you truly not going to embrace me?" Despite the jest, a yearning glimmers in his eyes. Wolf and Appo's Edge hesitates for a moment before opening his arms, and Lang Po embraces him tightly. In a soft murmur, Lang Po says, "Be cautious, my son. Above all, living is the most important thing." Wolf's Edge whispers back, "You too, Dad." As they part, Lang Po turns away, his shoulders seeming to tremble slightly, and he waves his hand. "All right, my son, strive hard." He then strides into the distance. Wolf and Appo's Edge wipes the corners of his eyes, tightly gripping the beast's skin tome, silently turning away. The two shared less than 10 minutes together before parting once more. Wolf's Edge understands that Lang Po must have rushed back due to his awakening, and Lang Po knows that one day, the young wolf cub must grow up. He cannot always be there to protect him. Once emotions were somewhat calmed, they arrived before the multitude of bears. Although the crowd was astonished by Lang Feng's recovery, their blunt nerves prevented them from inquiring further. Lang Feng waved his hand and declared, "Let us depart." To Hater City, Volume 1, The Wolf and Appo's Edge in Another World, Chapter 31. K.E. and the Wolf and Appo's Edge as they meandered along the way, by the time they reached Hater City. It was already the evening of the 7th day, under the cover of night and the smoke from the insect tribe's campfires. Wolf's Edge stealthily led his armored cavalry into Hater City. Hater City still stood resolutely on the border of the Orc tribe, yet the situation remained grim. The frenzied Bear Legion, along with the 600 bear riders brought by Wolf and Appo's Edge, numbered less than 3,000 in total. This marked the most significant loss the frenzied Bear Legion had ever suffered since its inception, yet they were also enduring pressures that the Legion had never faced before. The Hyena warriors and retinue under Count Abner had almost been completely annihilated, and Count Abner himself had sustained grave injuries, nearly losing his life. Although a Qing excelled in her staff techniques and had slain numerous insects, she too was severely injured and was now recuperating in the rear. While the frenzied bear legion was struggling, the insects were faring no better. The mantis warriors had lost over half their numbers, and the cannon fodder corps had dwindled to just over 20,000, with only slightly more than 2,000 stag beetles remaining. However, after an entire day of fierce battle on the 7th day, Hater City remained firmly in the hands of the frenzied bear legion. With a courage that embraced the notion of death, they maintained their fighting spirit despite substantial losses, instilling fear in the insects. In stark contrast, the morale of the insect tribe had plummeted to a freezing point, with an increasing number of cannon fodder fleeing under the cover of night. Dole understood that the 8th day would not see any further battles. The low morale was insufficient to sustain another round of intense combat. Yet before Dole could fully express his concerns, reinforcements of 20,000 medium-sized insect spiders arrived. They possessed small spikes that enabled them to scale city walls without the need for ladders, making them an ideal assault unit. On the 8th day, Dole celebrated grandly to bolster morale, preparing to seize Hater City the following day. Andre, observing the arrival of the insect reinforcements, felt anxious yet could only patiently await the arrival of the wolf-taming legion, ordering everyone to rest well as there was no other recourse. Aching was still receiving treatment at the medical facility, and seizing the opportunity, Wolf's Edge found himself alone in his small tent. Perusing the Beast Pattern Manual and the unnamed Beast Skin book that Longpa had given him, the Beast Pattern Manual elucidated the precautions to take when awakening spirit beast patterns and inscribing magical beast patterns, and after skimming through it a few times, Wolf's Edge had committed it to memory. However, the most crucial text was the unnamed Beast Skin book given to him by Longpa. Upon examining the cover, he found the words Ancient Moon Wolf Clan inscribed on the title page, confirming the reason behind his dark silver fur. The Ancient Moon Wolf Clan was an ancient lineage, considered the ancestor of most current wolf clan branches. Naturally, alongside the Ancient Moon Wolf Clan, there were other ancient lineages that had thrived on this land, creating a vibrant tapestry of diverse beast tribes. Yet, due to various reasons, irreconcilable conflicts erupted among the ancient lineages, ultimately leading to their disappearance. To this day, no one remembers these ancient races, including Wolf's Edge. According to the records in the Beast Skin book, the ancient Moon Wolf clan seemed to have been one of the faction's leaders, yet by now, their power had significantly waned, rendering them hidden from sight. The book also subtly referred to the Spirit Awakening Temple, revealing that it was not merely established, as K.E. had said, for the purpose of seeking children with awakening potential. Its more critical mission was the pursuit of ancient lineages. The text repeatedly cautioned against allowing the Spirit Awakening Temple to discover Wolf's Edge's true identity, which starkly contradicted K.E.'s advice. Unfortunately, the book did not explain the specific reasons, leaving Wolf's Edge in a state of anxious bewilderment. Setting aside these trivial historical matters, the primary focus lay in the clan patterns and the inscribing of beast patterns. Wolf's Edge had not heard the term clan pattern from K.E. Thus he approached the subject with great interest, beginning to delve into it earnestly. Clan patterns were the inherent beast patterns of the beast tribes. Akin to how magical beasts could harness magical power to unleash spells, those spells were the beast patterns of magical beasts. The beast tribes inscribing involved these patterns found on magical beasts, yet the beast tribes also possessed their own beast patterns, referred to as clan patterns by the ancient lineages. However, in the present day, clan patterns had nearly faded away, much like the Spirit Awakening beast patterns, which were merely the simplest form of clan patterns. The moon dance that Wolf's Edge had realized during his battle against Dis was one of the clan patterns of the ancient Moonwolf clan. Yet due to insufficient mental strength, he could not freely utilize it, nor could he even commit it to memory. Nevertheless, the seed had been sown, and with continued combat and practice, it would eventually grow into a towering tree. The most vexing challenge for Wolf and Oppo's Edge, however, was the inscribing of beast patterns. To preserve the purity of his bloodline, he had to inscribe patterns from purely bloodline pure wolf magical beasts. Any trace of impurity would make it exceedingly difficult for him to awaken his clan patterns. Kay had mentioned that her family raised numerous fox-type magical beasts, which could be inscribed at a certain age, explaining why she possessed so many beast patterns. Meanwhile, other beast pattern warriors had to defeat magical beasts to inscribe patterns, a task that undoubtedly hindered the advancement of most beast pattern warriors. Recalling K.E., he could not help but think of that moment on the city wall. Yet upon returning, K.E. did not come out to meet him. It was said that she only inquired about the casualty figures before diving back into her beast pattern tent to handle affairs. Forget it. A man must take responsibility for his actions, and if death comes, so be it. Wolf's Edge silently encouraged himself, stepping out of his small tent to seek out Ke. Under the pretense of returning the beast pattern manual, he stealthily approached Ke's tent once more, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before slipping inside. Upon entering the tent, he was greeted by the sight of Ke clad in a fiery red warrior and Appos attire, her hands propping up her chin as she stared blankly at her desk. The nib of her feather quill was pointed at her small face, and she was so oblivious that even the ink from the quill had smeared onto her cheek, leaving Wolf and Appos' Edge momentarily dumbfounded in disbelief. Is this what she calls handling affairs? Clearing his throat, noticing Ke had not acknowledged him, he intentionally coughed a few times. Upon seeing Wolf's Edge, Ke immediately appeared flustered, springing to her feet and accidentally knocking over the ink bottle on her desk. In a panic, she snatched up a piece of scrap paper to cover the ink spill, looking up at Wolf and Appos' Edge with a forced calmness. Wolf and Appos' Edge, you've come. Is there something you need? Gazing at the adorable Ke, Wolf and Appos' Edge couldn't and Appos' help but chuckle, shaking his head. Nothing much. I merely noticed the absence of our charming Prince Clarence upon my return, and I felt a bit nostalgic, so I came to check in. A flush crept onto Ke and Appos' cheeks, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Wolf and Appos' Edge realized that Ke was rather shy, not at all resembling the bold orc women he had encountered. Without waiting for her response, he stepped forward, grasping her small hand and playfully squeezing it, teasing. What is this? Our lovely Prince Clarence, doesn't he miss me? No, I don't miss you. Ke stumbled over her words, feeling flustered. She had never encountered someone so audacious as Wolf's Edge. Everyone around her was composed, let alone someone as bold as him. All right, I won't tease you anymore. You certainly don't look like the calm and wise chief of the Frenzied Bear Legion in this state. As he spoke, he released her small hand and took a seat on a nearby chair. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must strive harder. Upon seeing Wolf's Edge let go, Ke felt an unexpected pang of disappointment. She recalled the fleeting kiss they had shared on the city wall and found herself momentarily lost in thought. Quickly, she pushed the strange notion from her mind. What am I thinking? He is only 13. I'm already 16. Suddenly, Ke felt a surge of insecurity. Am I too old? But my father was already married to my mother at 13. How old was she then? It seems she was also around 16. The fleeting melancholy on her face quickly transformed into a brightening expression. Observing the myriad emotions flickering across Ke and Appos' face, Wolf and Appos' Edge found it peculiar. Ke, are you feeling unwell? My mother was 16. Oh, I'm perfectly fine, Ke replied earnestly, attempting to dispel any notion of her having fanciful thoughts. Facing Wolf's Edge's curious gaze, she felt her cheeks burning, and in her flustered state, she hurriedly ushered him out. Wolf and Appos' Edge stumbled out of the tent, perplexed. Wait, did I return the book? I don't think I did. So, what was I here for? Volume 1, The Edge of the Otherworldly Wolf, Chapter 32, Battle. Wolf Edge. Andre's coarse voice pierced through Wolf Edge's reverie. Wolf Edge saluted. Commander, is there anything I can assist you with? Haha. Andre laughed heartily, clapping Wolf Edge's shoulder with vigor. You've done exceptionally well this time. Whether it be scouting the insect camp, the idea of the foul fruit, or sabotaging the siege ladders, you and Appos' eliminated nearly 1,000 Mantis warriors. This is more than enough to earn you a title of Viscount within the Empire. He continued, furthermore, while the effects of your foul fruit may not be significant on our end, I have reported it to the Empire. Other commanders have responded, stating that the foul fruit oil has caused substantial losses to the insects. Even His Majesty has expressed approval of your efforts. Wolf Edge felt a surge of excitement. Thank you for your support, Commander. However, a shadow of worry crossed his face. But have the reinforcements not yet arrived? At this, Andre's brow furrowed with unshakable concern. No. You and Ke have discovered the insects' plot, inflicting heavy losses upon them and sparing us from our own. Yet, according to the scouts, the insects are sending an additional 20,000 spider warriors. Today, they revel in merriment to bolster their morale, while my soldiers remain resolute. How can nearly 3,000 of us contend with 5,000 Mantis warriors, 20,000 spider warriors, and another 20,000 cannon fodder? Wolf Edge's heart sank further. The situation was indeed dire. He was aware that Andre and Ke had begun evacuating the women, children, and elderly from Hater City, leaving behind a portion of the male populace who volunteered to defend their homeland with their lives. Faced with the siege-capable spider warriors, the city walls could not withstand the onslaught. Tomorrow would descend into urban warfare. Although the majority of the civilians in Hater City were Dom men and Rabbit men, they were Orcish in nature and might possess some resistance against the insect and Oppos cannon fodder. However, against the spider warriors, they would be reduced to mere fodder, let alone the mantis warriors. Yet, there was no alternative. The 3,000 men of the Mad Bear Legion could hardly create any significant waves. If they could merely hold out until reinforcements arrived, every sacrifice would be worthwhile. Wolf Edge felt the weight of responsibility. They would have to rely on the Dogmen and Rabbitmen to hold their ground. Observing Wolf Edge and Oppos' silence, Andre patted his shoulder once more. We shall prevail. He paused before adding, however, tomorrow I will entrust Mackie and the Iron Riders to you. If we cannot hold the line, take them and ensure Kyi's retreat. His identity is unique. He cannot afford to fall on my territory. Of course, Mackie is my brother, and as his elder, I hope you can understand. Wolf Edge nodded in agreement, and Andre felt a burden lifted from his heart. After speaking, Andre gazed silently at the overcast sky. The weather was bleak, and it seemed that tomorrow would bring heavy rain. No one had anticipated the insects' relentless pursuit of the dragon fruit, demonstrating their desperation. It was understandable, however. For a species that could not guarantee the sustenance of the majority, a high yield, delectable, and easily cultivated crop signified prosperity and resurgence. On the 9th day, the anticipated rain did not fall, yet the somber sky cast a heavy pall over every inhabitant of Hater City. Behind Hater City, a long line of refugees resembled a colossal serpent, continuously winding forward, occasionally glancing back at Hater City, which held decades of memories. Many wept quietly for their sons or husbands, who had fortified the last line of defense with their flesh and blood. They understood the grim reality. They would likely not return alive. The soldiers atop the walls meticulously polished their weapons, exchanging glances, their massive fists colliding with each other, leaving behind carefree smiles. The insect warriors brandished their weapons, rallying as the newly arrived spider warriors joined their ranks. Dole wore a confident expression, believing firmly in their victory, not out of arrogance, but due to their overwhelming numbers. Yet, Adi and Oppos' expression was far from cheerful. His son had perished at Wolf Edge and Oppos' hands. Though he had many sons, Dis had been his most cherished. He had entrusted the magical flower mantis to Dis, but now, with his son's demise, the magical flower mantis had also become a corpse. These sacred insects were not easily tamed. He vowed to make Wolf Edge experience the excruciating agony of 1,000 insects devouring his heart, avenging both his son and the magical flower mantis. Silently, he summoned the nearby insect creatures. With his current strength, he could command thousands of serpents. Adi and Oppos' singular command to them was simple: kill Wolf Edge. Controlling the venomous serpents was different from commanding termites. With termites, he merely needed to control the queen to manipulate the colony. However, commanding 1,000 snakes posed a considerable challenge. In an instant, a multitude of various serpents emerged from the grass and crevices, large and small, venomous and non-venomous. They obeyed Adi and Oppos' command, slithering towards the walls of Hater City, their tongues flicking in anticipation of the path ahead. The walls must be defended, not only to cover the retreat of the remaining civilians, but also to provide time for those choosing to fight to set traps within the alleys and houses. Every moment held a glimmer of hope. After 8 consecutive days of battle, the supplies within the city had dwindled significantly. Many of the Brown Bear warriors' axes were battered and broken, let alone their rudimentary leather armor. Numerous soldiers fought bare-chested, wielding weapons with significant gaps. No one cared about such details. For the Brown Bear warriors, the sharpness of their weapons held no bearing on their ability to slay foes. Thousands of pythons had already climbed the walls of Hater City, writhing as they advanced. Delay seized this moment to sound the horn for a full-scale assault. The cannon fodder rallied again, trampling over the bodies of their kin, carrying the few remaining siege ladders forward, while the Mantis warriors mingled with the cannon fodder, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Yet, a massive contingent broke away from the throng. The insectoid spider warriors. They bore shimmering daggers infused with the venom of cave spiders, capable of incapacitating a foe for a short duration, though not deadly. They surged past the Mantis warriors and cannon fodder, swiftly reaching the base of the walls. With a leap, they adhered firmly to the stone face, the massive wall providing ample friction to prevent them from slipping. They ascended relentlessly, while stones and wooden debris rained down from above, occasionally crushing a few serpents or spiders. However, for every spider that fell, more would swiftly replace them, rendering the effort largely ineffective. Wolf Edge commanded his soldiers to pour the last few barrels of foul fruit oil over the walls. The oil coursed down the stone face, igniting under the torch's flames. Soon, the walls resembled a cascading waterfall of fire, scorching the spider warriors and various serpents. The mingled scents of human and serpent flesh wafted through the air, purging the area of the parasitic creatures that clung to the city like barnacles on a whale. Volume 1. The Wolf's Edge in Another World, Chapter 33. Battle. 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 However, the stench fruit oil was insufficient, and in many areas, the spider people managed to scale the walls, mingling with various serpents to launch an assault on the brown bear warriors. The pythons were not particularly fearsome. They continuously coiled around the bodies of the brown bear warriors, but were violently torn apart by the latter, who crushed the small heads of the pythons with brutal strength, reducing them to a mist of blood. Yet, the venomous snakes posed significant trouble as they lived up to their name, lurking in the shadows to strike suddenly at the brown bear warriors. Though the bites did not completely paralyze the warriors and oppos, massive forms, the affected areas briefly lost sensation, allowing the incoming spider people to slash with their short blades, inflicting considerable distress. With a flash of the cold ink blade, Wolf Edge severed a venomous snake in two. Observing a brown bear warrior surrounded by 3 or 5 spider people, he charged forward, parrying a blow aimed at the warrior and, with a swift motion, plunged his blade into a spider's chest. Then, bending low, he swiftly dispatched another spider. The brown bear warrior, undeterred, retaliated after being bitten by a venomous snake, transferring his battle axe, now riddled with gashes, to his left hand and swinging it down upon the remaining spider people, splattering their brains everywhere. Such fierce battles were not confined to just one location. Andre was besieged by dozens of spider people, yet his martial prowess allowed him to remain unscathed even amidst the onslaught. He occasionally swept through with his heavy sword, leaving those struck by it either dead or grievously injured. The insect cannon fodder had erected the last remaining dozen or so ladders. With a horde of 5,000 mantis people climbing steadily upwards, Andre, clearing the insect foes before him, bellowed, belonging to the wild bears, retreat into the alleys. The narrow walls could not accommodate too many individuals, and the insect race was unable to impede the determined retreat of the brown bear warriors. They fought and withdrew along the stone steps, while Kei awaited with 600 seated bears, ensuring the area was cleared for the cavalry to maneuver. Mikey and Wolf Edge led the charge, rallying the bear riders and calling for Sal's and others to gather their bears for the rear guard. Wolf Edge, Kei, and Mikey rode atop their giant bears, observing the relentless tide of the insect race. The insect forces were invigorated, as this was the first time in over a decade that they had breached the walls of Hater City. Dole roared madly, urging the locust and beetle people to ascend the walls, while 80, shrouded in a hint of gloom, quietly vanished into the sea of chaos. Wolf Edge, leading the bear riders, continued to thwart the enemy's advance, awaiting the complete withdrawal of Andre and his forces into Hater City before heading towards the northern suburbs. The speed of the bear riders could not match that of the wolf cavalry, yet the frenzied insect warriors, unable to catch up, began surging into Hater City, launching a reckless campaign to cleanse every building and shop. The brutal urban warfare commenced. Some locust and beetle warriors charged into homes only to be met with stones that rained down upon them, leaving them bloodied and battered. Others, upon opening doors, were doused with scalding beast oil used for cooking, eliciting piercing screams. The rabbit people civilians, armed with rudimentary bows and arrows of their own making, shot sporadically. The wild bear legion, lacking traditional archers, had no means to craft arrowheads. As for the towering bullmen blacksmiths, making arrows was akin to embroidering on cloth. The few arrows available were reserved for the professional archers of the deer people. For the wild bear legion, their blood inherently flowed with the spirit of close combat. Shooting from behind was not their style. The rabbit people and oppos' self-made arrows were merely sharpened wooden sticks, with bowstrings crafted from the tendons of wild boars, lacking in resilience and inflicting minimal damage. Some dog men wielded the curved sabers provided by Count Abel, which resembled cleavers. Continuous improvements from their ancestors had rendered these sabers perfectly aerodynamic, intimidating even the spider and mantis warriors. Wolf Edge and Mikey split up, each leading half of the bear riders through Hater City, maintaining high mobility while providing support. Wolf Edge and Kei arrived at Olive Tree Street, the main thoroughfare of Hater City, wide enough for 4 giant bear knights to ride side by side. The last time he was here, he was with a Ching. But the rabbit girl who sold carrot juice was nowhere to be found, nor were the women selling fruits and vegetables. The entire street felt desolate, with only the tall trees swaying in the autumn breeze, occasionally shedding a few yellow leaves that danced forlornly along the empty street. The insect army had reached this point. And at the end of the road, several woolly mammoth beetle warriors surrounded a short, stout figure, relentlessly attacking. Wolf Edge focused his gaze and recognized the stout form of Master Bas, the dwarven master hidden within the sturdy blacksmith shop. At that moment, Master Bas was leaping about, wielding 2 massive iron hammers, relentlessly striking the chest of the woolly mammoth beetle warriors. Due to his diminutive stature of around 1.5 meters, he could only reach their chests. Yet, despite his shortness, he was fiercely formidable. Several steel-bladed woolly mammoth beetle warriors could not harm him in the least. Wolf Edge could vaguely hear Bas and Appos' furious roars. Damn filthy bugs, daring to request weapons from me in front of a dwarf. You have no idea the temper of a fire dwarf. Filthy insects, I invite you to meet my hammers. As he bellowed, Bas swung his hammer down upon the chest of a woolly mammoth beetle warrior. Thud. Even from a distance, Wolfedge heard the dull thud. The poor woolly mammoth beetle warrior's ribcage visibly caved in, blood mixed with shattered innards gushing forth, and its 2 dim eyes bulged out before it collapsed, lifeless. Wolfedge twitched at the corner of his mouth, realizing that it was indeed a fire dwarf, a branch of the dwarven race skilled in weapon forging and combat. Living up to its reputation, though the dwarfs were few in number, only a third of the population of the Beast Empire, they were nonetheless diverse. Wolfedge knew of at least 4 primary branches: fire, frost, wood, and gray wings. They bore subtle differences in appearance that were imperceptible to the untrained eye. Fire dwarfs excelled in combat forging. Frost dwarfs were the finest architects, constructing cities that were optimal for both defense and living. Wood dwarfs specialized in agriculture and wooden crafts, closely allied with the elven race, while Wolfedge had no knowledge of the gray wings, as they were seldom seen on the main roads. Several woolly mammoth beetle warriors could not contend with Bas, yet a small squad of mantis and spider warriors soon rushed in to join the fray, overwhelming him. As he spoke, Wolfedge and Ke issued the command to charge. Ke unleashed a fire fox spell from a distance. A massive fiery fox rampaged down Olive Tree Street, leaving a trail of burning footprints as it barreled through several mantis warriors attacking Bas. The flames, like a relentless parasite, rapidly engulfed them, and amidst their anguished cries, they were reduced to ashes. Volume 1, The Wolf and Appos' Edge in Another World Chapter 34, Shared Ride. After narrowly escaping from the insectoid army and Appos' encampment, Ke experienced a notable enhancement in his mental prowess, enabling him to consecutively cast the Fire Fox technique 3 times, with significantly increased potency. Wolf Edge led the bear cavalry, followed closely by 300 knights charging forward, momentarily congesting the once spacious street. In the fleeting confusion of the insectoid forces, they were swiftly torn to shreds, wiping the blood off his cold ink armor. Wolfedge turned to the panting Bas, noticing that one of his small antelope horns, used for disguise, had vanished. Master Bas, why didn't you retreat? He inquired. Master Bas stroked his thick beard, took a hearty swig from the flask at his waist, and mumbled, "Thank you for saving me, young wolf. I inadvertently got drunk in the compartment and did not manage to withdraw in time. How could I let those vile creatures steal my crafted weapons?" Observing the still tipsy Bas, Wolf Edge shook his head in disbelief. Dwarves truly had an insatiable thirst for drink. Then Master Bas, come with us for now. It will ensure your safety. As for the weapons, my bear knights can assist you in carrying them. Bas chuckled, finding merit in the suggestion. He realized he could not confront so many insects alone and waved his hand dismissively. I appreciate your kindness, young lad, but there is no need for you to carry my weapons. I possess a storage bag. He patted another pouch at his waist, which emanated a faint magical aura. The storage bag, crafted from the stomach of a giant worm and imbued with magical crystals, was an invaluable artifact, believed to be made by the gray-winged dwarves. Although it could no longer store living things due to the stasis of time within, its contents would not spoil. Oh, that certainly makes things more convenient. Wolfedge smiled, silently thinking of Bas' frugality. He then turned to Ke, declaring with noble intent, Ke, this is Master Bas, the dwarven forging master. Allow him to ride with you. We shall share a giant bear. Why not let Ba ride with the warriors? Ke asked, puzzled. The massive bear warriors were ill-equipped for a charge in close quarters. Then you ride with Master Bas. Wolf Edge insisted. I must oversee the command. And it would be inconvenient otherwise. Well, what about that? Bas interjected, impatience flickering in his eyes. If you don't want me, I'll just leave. Ke, realizing the value of a friendship with a dwarven forging master, could only reluctantly relinquish her seat. With a resigned sigh, she took her place beside Wolf Edge. Despite his small stature, Bas nimbly leaped onto the giant bear and Appos' neck, effortlessly grasping the reins, his movements fluid and admired by many of the burly bear warriors. Seated atop the giant bear, Ba exchanged sly glances with Wolf Edge, who discreetly gave him a thumbs up in gratitude while Ke was distracted. Ahem. Wolf Edge cleared his throat theatrically, circumventing Ke's slim waist to seize the reins. With a grand gesture, he proclaimed, "Let us set forth. Onward. To continue our resistance against the insectoid forces." The brief interlude concluded, and the battle raged on. Delay led a host of Mantis and spider soldiers toward the piling plain, leaving a small contingent behind to clean up Hater City. Given its status as a strategic stronghold, the city's unique structure meant that the streets leading to the piling plain were obstructed by tightly packed buildings, with only a narrow stone path leading outside. Andre, accompanied by the remaining bear warriors and a multitude of civilians, continued to obstruct Dole's advance. The terrain restricted Dole from deploying his entire army at once, allowing for a semblance of a stalemate. However, the bear cavalry faced similar limitations, unable to engage effectively within the narrow path, merely trailing behind the insectoid forces to harass them and disrupt their full offensive. As night fell, civilians fell one by one, while various traps claimed the lives of many. Hater City transformed into a gruesome slaughterhouse, drenched in blood. With a population of over 20,000, Wolf Edge estimated that at least 5,000 civilians remained, serving as the primary resistance against the insectoid horde. They valiantly sacrificed their lives, trading blows with the insectoid forces. Understanding that they could not halt the advance of the spiders and mantises, they could only exchange lives. Wolf Edge and the bear warriors bore heavy hearts. Ke and Appos' eyes were red with tears as she witnessed the brutal killings of many civilians, some dismembered beyond recognition. They clutched their dull farming tools, refusing to let go even in death. They were true warriors. Wolf Edge saluted solemnly, and the knights raised their axes in salute. The battlefield, though cruel, was the ultimate crucible for warriors. Those who survived were indeed brave. The dwindling rabbit folk were now few, lacking even the strength of the woolly mammoth bugbear, with only a remnant of the dog folk stubbornly holding out. Yet, they were not warriors. The furious bear legion's defense was faltering, poised to break free from Hater City. With Dole already catching sight of the golden piling plain, fragrant with dragon fruit, Dole roared with excitement, urging his insectoid comrades to exert themselves further. In the city, the rampaging locusts and beetles were met by Mikey, who, alongside 300 bear cavalry, joined forces with Wolf Edge, launching assaults from the rear. Yet the frenzied insectoid soldiers paid them no mind, relentlessly advancing. Initially, some spiders would linger to guard the rear, but now only the last remnants of insectoid forces were left to retaliate, their gaze fixed on the piling plain, driven by madness. Even if 20 to 30,000 stood still, it would take time for 600 warriors to fell them. Kes Firefox techniques yielded little effect. It cannot hold. Andre lamented, observing the dwindling number of Bear Legion soldiers, the dead and wounded civilians, and the valiant Wolf Edge and his companions fighting hard behind. A bitter smile crept upon his face. Yet, Andre continued to swing his heavy sword, gifted by the king as a symbol of his courage and might. He felt the breeze from the piling plain behind him, gazing at the bloodied warriors. With his sword raised to the heavens, he roared, "Warriors! It is our honor for the beastmen to perish on the battlefield, but our corpses must nourish 1,000 insectoid carcasses with their decaying flesh. I, Andre, am willing to march toward death alongside all valiant warriors." With that, he laughed heartily, casting a defiant gaze upon the approaching insectoids. Volume 1, The Wolf and Appos' Edge in Another World Chapter 35, The Wolf-Taming Legion. A chorus of furious roars erupted from the crowd as they brandished their weapons in unison. Together, tears welled in Ke's eyes, while Lang Feng silently touched the ears atop his head. He recalled Andre's words before the battle, urging him to retreat with Ke and Maji. Yet, gazing at Maji's tear-streaked face and Ke's unwavering gaze, he realized retreat was not an option. Not just for Ke and Maji, but deep within him surged the fervor of a fight to the death. Perhaps it was foolishness, But such folly had propelled generations of beastmen ancestors to carve out vast territories. To withdraw meant to concede defeat. Lang Feng raised his weapon. Han Mo, tightening his embrace around Ke, his voice, though lacking Andre and Apos' rugged ferocity, resonated with undeniable resolve. To the death. To the death. The bear riders echoed his rallying cry. Andre, upon hearing Lang Feng and Apos' voice, offered a bittersweet smile, filled more with admiration and grandeur that could pierce through the darkness. Yes. To the death. As Lang Feng looked at Ke in his arms, he noticed her furrowed brows, yet there was no fear in her eyes. He reminisced about the moments they shared, and before he realized it, the words slipped from his lips. Be my woman. As long as we survive this. Unsure of why he spoke such words, he felt that even in death, at least he would have no regrets. Ke regarded Lang Feng. Her confusion replaced with boldness as she turned to face him while seated atop the great bear. She gently cupped his face, her beautiful, soft pink eyes locking onto his. As long as we survive, I shall be yours alone, Clarence. Lang Feng grinned widely and pulled Ke closer. Haha, as you command. My Princess Clarence. Their hearts, entwined by the cruel hand of war, finally beat together, even if this damned conflict might bring their end. The charge began as Lang Feng commanded the bear riders to advance. The earth trembled beneath them, dust swirling like the thunder of spring. A brutal battle unfolded. The insectoid forces attacked like madmen, while the beastmen defended with equal fervor. Lang Feng led the bear riders, cleaving through the swarms of insects. The sounds of roars and flesh-tearing composing a tragic symphony of heroism. One by one, the beastmen warriors fell, their eyes filled with resentment, anger, longing, and self-loathing. Yet devoid of fear. Like rocks standing firm amidst the tumultuous sea, they remained steadfast against the raging waves. The insectoid forces recoiled, intimidated by the beastmen's valor. Some fixated on Andre, while others focused on Lang Feng. This was not a moment of respite, but a calm before the storm. The insectoids slowly raised their weapons. Their movements never before so synchronized, step by step, like precise drumbeats. The atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive, with beads of sweat the size of soybeans glistening on their brows. The sound of throats swallowing echoing in the still air. Suddenly, the tranquility shattered once more, the ground quaking anew as small pebbles danced like remnants of battle drums. It escalated into a fierce cacophony, as gentle melodies transformed into a vigorous rhythm. Many insectoids and beastmen, disregarding the corpses around them, strained to listen. It was cavalry. A vast number of cavalry. A clear, cold voice pierced through the air, answering the crowd's confusion. The wolf-taming legion. Charge. The synchronized sound of weapons being drawn sliced through the night, curved blades gleaming with cold light, and the wolves emitted deep, rumbling growls, their eyes glowing with emerald light. Reinforcements had arrived. Lang Feng scanned the horizon, spotting soldiers from the wolf-taming legion emerging alongside Andre from the path through the Qilin plains. The legion boasted a formidable force of 100,000 wolf riders, their reproductive capability surpassing that of the bear tribe, although most belonged to the ordinary gray wolf lineage. Their combat prowess was not to be underestimated, especially as the wolf-taming legion was renowned for their speed rather than brute force. Dole's initial elation turned to terror. Those wretched cannon fodder. He had left the majority behind to guard the walls. How could these damned cavalry infiltrate so silently, even if they could not hold the line? Surely they could have signaled the approach. Unfortunately, he had overestimated the cannon fodder's ability to withstand the siege of Had City and underestimated the capabilities of the wolf-taming legion. Utilizing the cover of night and their specially crafted grappling hooks, they silently dispatched the sentries on the walls and opened the gates of Had City. The reinforcements from the wolf-taming legion numbered 50,000, and with the insectoids caught in a pincer movement, their greatest mistake had been entrusting the walls to mere cannon fodder, leading to their impending annihilation rather than a simple retreat. The battle, or rather, the massacre, commenced as the overwhelming force of wolf riders utterly shattered the insectoids' hopes. The slender yet towering wolf riders navigated the narrow alleys with unmatched agility, far exceeding the capabilities of the bear riders, though they lacked sheer strength and impact. Their swiftness allowed them to deftly evade even the most awkward of mandish strikes. They entered through the front doors of houses and leaped out of back windows. The wolf riders weaving through the ranks of the insectoid army like threads of black silk, each flash of a blade claiming the lives of their foes. As the insectoids began to flee, they discovered there was nowhere to escape. They were surrounded by a throng of wolf riders. Dole was convinced that if not for the constraints of the terrain, the wolf riders would have encircled them completely, harvesting lives with relentless efficiency. The leading wolf rider appeared frail yet stood tall, towering over the ordinary riders, his bushy tail and tousled hair hinting at a faint shade of red. He was a Newland werewolf. Though slender, Lang Feng observed his every strike was precise and powerful, the muscles of his calves visible beneath his trousers, sinewy and defined. His mount was more spirited than the others, capable of casting minor wind magic, and many insectoid warriors fell victim to its lethal prowess. Yet, Lang Feng sensed a lack of purity in this beast and Appo's bloodline. It could not inscribe the beast patterns. Just as he lamented the missed opportunity to join the fray, a coarse shout broke through a foam. A Qing stumbled towards Lang Feng, clutching his left arm, swaying as he approached. This fellow had been injured and placed in a remote corner of the city, and though a handful of insectoid cannon fodder searched the area, they posed no threat to the wounded. Unable to stand by while their kin fought, all who were able to move stepped forth to combat the insectoids. A Qing was fortunate. The timely arrival of the wolf riders had saved him, but many other injured souls faced dire fates. Seeing a Qing filled Lang Feng with joy. A Qing was his first friend in this world. He held no reservations, for in a Qing, Lang Feng saw the genuine goodness of the Beastmen people. Anyo, I am glad you are still alive. Volume 1. The Edge of the Otherworldly Wolf Chapter 36. Departure to the Imperial Capital. Spolen War is indeed brutal. However, life must always hold on to noble aspirations. The defense of the dragon fruit ultimately concluded with the defeat of the Zerg, and the head of Dole was hung upon the walls of Hater City, serving as a deterrent to any Zerg that dared to invade. Yet, Adi vanished without a trace. His whereabouts unknown. The noble lords of Hater City returned with a sense of relief, offering a meager supply of resources to Andre with insincere gratitude. The common folk, too consumed by the harvest of dragon fruit, hardly had time to mourn their lost kin. The Bear Legion, aside from the 500 cavalry, was reduced to merely 100 warriors. The commander of the Taming Wolf Legion, Artis Adolf, temporarily took charge of the city's defenses, while Andre needed to reorganize the Bear Legion. Nevertheless, this was a victory, having successfully repelled an army of over 130,000 Zerg, including 10,000 elite Mantis warriors, 2,000 rhinoceros beetles, and 20,000 medium spiders, with just 5,000 brown bear warriors. Andre held Hater City for a full 9 days. Soon, his chest would bear yet another badge of valor bestowed by the imperial royalty, alongside a badge of fearlessness from the Hall of Enlightenment. After all, he was already a Marquis of the Empire, and his father held the title of Hereditary Duke. Their nobility had reached its pinnacle. Notably, Wolfedge also shone brilliantly, his collective achievements sufficient to warrant a viscountcy, albeit not hereditary. It would at least grant him a small fief and a retinue of servants. By this time, it was the mid-autumn season, and the journey to the imperial capital of Spolen would require 5 days at the pace of the marching troops. Wolfedge rode atop a giant bear to the left of Andre, cradling the petite and charming Ke in his arms, admiring the breathtaking scenery along the way. The towering maple trees flaunted their fiery red leaves, marking the red maple forest that shielded the Qilin Plain from the cold winds from the northeast. A sight that epitomized the beauty of the Beastmen Empire in autumn. Surviving was always a blessing. Wolfedge held Ke's small hand, and the once stern and composed advisor had transformed into a delicate lady. He could not help but marvel at the precocious maturity of the Beastmen. In his past life, 13 marked the beginning of middle school, while among the Beastmen, it signified the onset of adulthood and independence from parental care. Their maturity far exceeded that of their human counterparts. Following closely behind was a Qing, whose misfortune was marked by the death of his commander, Moyi. Had it not been for Wolfedge, he might have been expelled from the army, which led him to view Wolfedge as his leader. Kay radiated happiness as she chattered animatedly with Wolfedge about the amusing events in Spolen, recounting tales of her parents. The Beastmen were relatively open-minded regarding marriage, permitting unions between races of similar sizes, although the likelihood of cross-species offspring was somewhat diminished. In this vast world, teeming with treasures and exotic creatures, solutions to such challenges existed. However, it was premature to dwell on such matters. From Kei's words, Wolfedge discerned that he had numerous rivals, including noble lords. Should they learn that the flower of the imperial capital had been plucked by a mere wild boy, it could stir up quite a tempest. Let them come, he mused, shaking his head dismissively, choosing instead to immerse himself in the scenic beauty around him. Andre, observing the affectionate exchange between the two, chuckled. Wolfedge, the lovely Clarence is in your embrace. Be wary of my son coming to break your head. Ha ha ha. Wolfedge, intrigued, replied, Oh, Is Commander Andre and Amp, Apos' son also pursuing Ke? Not exactly, Andre laughed. Clarence grew up alongside my son, and he has always regarded Ke as a younger sister. I cannot count how many of her suitors he has sent away with broken heads. You must tread carefully. Ke and Apos' cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she piped up. Uncle Andre, Brother Kyrie wouldn't treat Wolfedge that way. Haha, so quickly defending your sweetheart. Andre's booming laughter echoed, attracting the attention of over 600 soldiers, who joined in hearty laughter. The soldiers sang songs of homecoming while remembering their fallen comrades as they marched toward Spolin. The Beastmen Empire sprawled across the continent known as the Divine Tongue, cohabiting with Zerg, elves, and dwarves, alongside a smaller land called Juling, where ancient trees flourished. And dragons and titans vied for dominion. Both titans and dragons shared their territories with various races, such as goblins, sirens, and zombies, who chose to align with either dragons or titans, forming distinct jungle tribes. With the oceans claimed by the aquatic race, no one knew what lay beyond the sea and Apos' end. Even the dragons could not traverse the depths ruled by various sea monsters. Perhaps the ocean had no end, merely looping back from the east to the western shores. As the imperial capital of the Beastmen, Spolin was unlike Hater City. Its walls served more as decoration than for defense. Few believed that anyone could breach the imperial capital, and the Beastmen were renowned for their offensive prowess rather than defensive strategies. Verdant vines adorned the walls, creating a stunning spectacle, with towering arrow towers erected every 50 paces, each manned by 3 tiger warriors clad in exquisite iron armor, members of the fierce Tiger Legion, enjoying the finest resources and among all legions. No legion was permitted entry into the city without a decree from the emperor. The 600 warriors of the Bear Legion temporarily camped on the outskirts, while Andre, Wolfedge, and Ke made their way into the city. Upon reaching the entrance, a tall tiger warrior clad in silverlight armor, adorned with intricate noble patterns, approached briskly. The golden insignia of 3 small swords on his shoulder epaulet denoted his rank as captain, with his left hand resting on the hilt of his noble dagger. He offered a respectful salute, his demeanor warm and welcoming. Commander Andre, I am Gulen Miller, captain of the fierce Tiger Legion. His Majesty has prepared a banquet in the palace to welcome you. Please, after a brief rest, follow me into the palace. I am here to assist you in any way I can. Andre pondered for a moment, then placed his hand over his heart in a gesture of respect toward the palace. I appreciate His Majesty's kind intentions. Please inform His Majesty that Andre will attend the banquet with Ke, Clarence, and Wolfedge. Additionally, Captain Gulen, please arrange for supplies to be sent to the eastern outskirts, as my warriors have not yet had a chance to rest properly. Gulen nodded. Rest assured, Commander. I have prepared fine honey from Mosing City and wine from Land City, as well as exquisite pork from the best chefs. The heroes of the Empire will be well taken care of. Satisfied, Andre nodded and proceeded further into Spolin. End of Volume 2. The Capital's Turmoil, Chapter 37. Audience with His Majesty. The city of Spolin truly lives up to its reputation as the imperial capital, with passers-by adorned in sumptuous garments, accompanied by their retinues. Numerous carriages, lavishly embellished with pearls and agates, traverse the streets. One particularly opulent carriage emanates a formidable magical aura, its core housing a magical crystal from a beast, not quite a beast lord, but still of considerable value. Even the merchants and vendors operating shops are impeccably dressed, and not a single beggar is in sight. They engage in lively conversation with the noble ladies or enter and exit shops in groups, creating a scene of bustling prosperity. The roads are spacious. Any given street rivals the width of Had City South Olive Tree Avenue, flanked by towering, lush palm trees and paved with exquisite stone. At the heart of the city stands the Beast God Palace, the Imperial Palace itself. Among the many grand structures in Spolin, the Beast God Palace outshines them all, embodying a classic Roman architectural style. Pristine white materials adorned with delicate golden beast motifs, alongside magically powered lamps emitting a soft glow, illuminate the entire palace. The 4 main roads, wide enough for 4 carriages to pass side by side, lead directly to the palace and Apos' 4 gates, lined with shops of notably superior quality compared to those on other streets. Andre, seated in an exceptionally large carriage pulled by 4 equally massive bears, makes his way along the eastern Camphor Avenue. Given Andre and Apos' stature, the carriage would be unfit for him were it not so immense, drawing attention from all. Wolf Fong is clad in elaborate noble attire, a custom-tailored outfit from a shop called Noble Elegance on Camphor Avenue, costing a staggering 10 shiny imperial gold coins. To put this into perspective, the annual living expenses for an ordinary beastman family of 3 amount to roughly the same sum, if not slightly less. Wolf Fong's understanding of currency in this world is vague, yet, considering he could feast on a generous serving of cat ears and an abundance of carrot juice in Hat City for just a few copper coins. 10 gold coins is undoubtedly a considerable fortune. He knows that the exchange rate between copper, silver, and gold coins is 100 to 1. Wolf Fong anxiously tugged at the row of ornate clasps at his collar, feeling a constricting sensation that made it difficult to breathe, as if the rising and falling of his chest might send those clasps flying. Andre, too, appeared uneasy, more accustomed to military garb. Despite having donned this formal attire countless times, he felt as if wearing this tight-fitting clothing was more laborious than battling insects. Standing nearly 4 meters tall in a resplendent blue and gold noble outfit, he struggled to conceal the military essence that was inherently lacking. Resembling a circus clown tasked with bullfighting, though none dared to mock the Marquis of the Teutonic family. In stark contrast, Ke appeared entirely at ease. To complement Wolf Fong's ivory-colored attire, she had chosen a light blue, sleeveless, voluminous gown, its expansive hem supported by steel hoops and adorned with delicate jewels. A sapphire-embedded silver necklace graced her neck, with the largest gem resting tantalizingly between her bosom, evoking a parched yearning in Wolf Fong, who wished to replace that gem in its exquisite position. The massive bears swiftly brought the carriage to the eastern gate of the Beast God Palace, the palace and Apos' main entrance. Several court officials, escorted by attendants, began entering the palace, smiling and nodding upon noticing Andre and Apos' arrival. Andre reciprocated their smiles. The gaze of many noble heirs was drawn to Ke. Had it not been for their elders' restraint, they would have rushed over to shower her with attention. Numerous young ladies directed their curious glances at Wolf Fong, their unabashed interest sending a chill down his spine. Ke smiled lightly, remarking, "It seems Lord Wolf Fong has garnered quite a following." Wolf Fong chuckled. Even with such admiration, he is still beneath the skirts of Princess Clarence, is he not? Ke's cheeks flushed slightly. Humph, at least you have a conscience. With that, she placed her hand in front of Wolf Fong. Wolf Fong smiled gently, his right hand delicately cradling Ke's soft, fair hand, following Andre as they entered the assembly, unperturbed by the penetrating stares of the young men and women. Upon entering the venue, illuminated by the lights, Ke and Apos' gown began to radiate a kaleidoscope of hues, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. His Majesty sat at the head of the table, engaged in conversation with Andre and Apos' father and Ke and Apos' father. The Emperor of the Beastman Empire, a majestic tiger man, wore a subtle royal insignia on his forehead, exuding an air of authority. Andre's father, named Lei Shan Tutin, appeared somewhat aged and frail. Yet the aura of a soldier remained undiminished. It is said that he has served 2 monarchs, and in times of war. This seemingly delicate old general commands more than half of the Empire's legions. Conversely, Ke's father, Seth, radiated youthfulness and elegance, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. If Lei Shan is an elder statesman, Seth is a rising star in political circles. Following the death of the previous Minister of Finance, Seth, due to his exceptional capabilities and substantial connections, easily ascended to this position, effectively bolstering the foundations of the Beastman Empire alongside Lei Shan. Wolf Fong felt a twinge of nervousness while holding the hand of his beloved daughter in front of his father-in-law. However, Seth merely glanced at his cherished daughter. A flicker of affection in his eyes, casually casting a glance at Wolf Fong, his gaze questioning, awaiting Ke's response. Ke subtly nodded, then gently shook her hand grasping Wolf Fong's, prompting Seth to receive his answer. A hint of reluctance and resentment flickered in his eyes as he shot a menacing glare at Wolf Fong, as if he wished to devour him whole. Cold sweat broke out on Wolf Fong's forehead, and he instinctively took a step back, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace more than anything else. Yet Seth had already turned away. Ke and Apos' shoulder quivered, clearly stifling laughter. Frustrated, Wolf Fong lightly scratched her palm, internally vowing, if only there weren't and Apos' so many people around, you would know my true capabilities. As they spoke, the trio had approached His Majesty, who placed a hand on his chest and announced, Your Majesty, Duke Lei Shan, father. Duke Seth, father. His Majesty scanned the 3 of them, his gaze lingering on Wolf Fong, and smiled. So you are Wolf Fong? Wolf Fong nodded. Indeed, Your Majesty. Quite commendable, the Emperor remarked. I hear from Andre that your contributions were significant in securing this victory. Of course, Our beautiful Clarence also played a vital role. Ke beamed. Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty. With a resounding clap, the emperor silenced the assembly, all eyes turning to him. He surveyed the room and raised a goblet of wine presented by his attendants, stating, "Our guest of honor has arrived. Let us revel in song and dance." Praising Marquis Andre, the lovely Princess Clarence, and the valiant young Wolf Fong. With that, he drained his cup in one gulp. The crowd raised their glasses in unison. To praise. Volume 2, The Capital's Turmoil, Chapter 38, Attending School? The soothing melodies emanated from the exquisite instruments of the royal orchestra as the elders gathered around His Majesty, engaging in jovial conversation while partaking in fine wines. Young men and women elegantly selected their dance partners and gracefully entered the dance floor, hinting at the potential for enchanting encounters after the banquet. A group of affluent young lords congregated, whispering amongst themselves, occasionally glancing towards the direction of Lang Feng and Ke. Eventually, a refined young noble of the equine race was pushed forward, embodying the most exquisite physique among the beast tribes. Although a hint of reluctance graced his features, pride predominated as he feigned adjusting his impeccably arranged attire. Striding towards Ke, with an affable smile, he inquired, "Beautiful Prince Clarence, may I invite you to dance?" Before Ke could decline, Lang Feng interjected with a glass in hand, "This charming young gentleman, Clarence, is already my dance partner. There are many lovely ladies here eager to share the floor with you." Lang Feng deliberately used the term charming to describe the young lord, gesturing towards the other princes who appeared disheartened by his approach to Ke. Ke smiled graciously, "Young Master Daojian, my partner and Apos. S wishes mirror my own, I apologize." Daojian feigned magnanimity, shrugging, "What a pity." He shook his head, wearing an air of cultured disappointment as he turned to leave. Though a fleeting glimpse of malice betrayed his mask, the group of young lords erupted in laughter. It seems young Master Daojian has met his match. Undeterred, Daojian chuckled, "Indeed. Such a shame, but opportunities abound." As the brief interlude passed, Lang Feng remained unfazed. He set his glass down, bending slightly towards Ke, "Beautiful Prince Clarence. Might I have the pleasure of requesting a delightful dance?" Could Lang Feng dance? Certainly not, yet prior to this event, Ke had diligently imparted some basic steps to him. Having trained in martial arts since youth, his coordination was commendable, allowing him to master a simple waltz just in time for the soiree. Ke set aside his juice, placing his hand in Lang Feng's, rising gracefully. They exchanged smiles and stepped onto the dance floor, the soothing music enveloping them, though their movements felt somewhat awkward. "You stepped on my foot. Oh dear. My apologies." "You did it again. So sorry." After overcoming the initial clumsiness, Lang Feng gradually found his rhythm, swaying to the music. Seth, accompanying His Majesty and others, watched the dancing duo with a smile. As a proud father, he cherished his only daughter deeply. Still youthful and at the pinnacle of power, he had no need to secure his title through marital alliances, as that would only arouse suspicion from the emperor. Lang Feng's position was just right. He held no substantial influence in the capital, and Ke was pleased, but to easily win his daughter's heart would be improbable. He would need to be tested. "Seth, I wish to bestow upon Lang Feng the title of Viscount. What do you think?" His Majesty inquired, observing Lang Feng. "Your Majesty, Lang Feng has earned the respect of Andre at such a young age, indicating his talents. However, he is still quite young. Perhaps it would be wiser to send him to the Imperial Royal Academy for further training before granting him the title of Viscount." The Imperial Royal Academy was the sole institution in the Beast Empire dedicated to cultivating exceptional talents. With a mere 3-year curriculum, Ke was among its students, set to graduate in half a year. The Emperor pondered briefly. "That makes sense. Let us proceed with this plan." Then he turned to Andre. "The recent losses of the Wild Bear Legion were substantial. I permit you to recruit soldiers from the Bear Tribe with a cap of 10,000, and to form a vassal army of 50,000. Coordinate with Seth for the necessary supplies to take over the defense of Hater City." Andre beamed with excitement. "Thank you, Your Majesty." He then acknowledged Seth. "I hope for your continued support." The Bear Tribe had a sparse population, but gathering 1,000 soldiers was feasible. And with the vassal army, it would be sufficient to secure Hater City against any threats. It seemed the Emperor had recognized the allure of dragon fruit to the insectoid tribes. With a quick thought, Andre added, "Your Majesty, there is one more matter. Lang Feng has awakened his beast mark and is now a beast mark warrior." "Oh, that is splendid news. However, let us keep this under wraps for now. The Spirit Awakening Temple is like a pack of hyenas drawn to blood. We cannot allow another beast mark warrior to be deceived away from the Empire." Thus, let us grant him the Viscount and Amp, Oppos, as territory. With the title conferred upon his completion of studies, the assembly nodded in agreement with the emperor's proposal. As the banquet progressed, a vast array of delectable foods graced the long tables. The honey from Mosang City and the wine from Land City were mere appetizers compared to the exquisite blue shell clams from the Water Tribe, enhanced by vibrant red peppers. Various signature fruits from the Elven race mingled with the unique yogurt of the Cowman tribe, creating delightful salads, while an assortment of beast meats dazzled the guests. Even the dwarves had contributed lava fish, harvested from underground molten rock, causing Lang Feng and Amp, Oppos, mouth to water. Seated at the head of the table, the emperor watched the revelry with a smile, while Seth announced several decrees. He slightly bowed towards the emperor, addressing the assembly. In the recent campaign, the Wild Bear Legion valiantly defeated hundreds of thousands of insects, safeguarding our dragon fruit. I hereby award the warrior and Oppos, badge to Marquis Andre, along with 10,000 gold coins and 100 rabbit tribe maidens, and permit the expansion of his estate. Additionally, I bestow upon Lang Feng the title of Viscount, with a territory and 5,000 gold coins, along with 10 rabbit tribe maidens. Due to his youth, he shall be admitted into the Imperial Royal Academy, enjoying the privileges of a Viscount without the rights until his studies are complete. To ensure his safety, he may maintain a retinue of no more than 100 attendants, with a normal Viscount Guard contingent available post-graduation. Chief of Staff K.E. Clarence receives 10 red and blue gemstones and 10 pearls from the Water Tribe, while all warriors of the Wild Bear Legion are awarded fine armor, with tripled compensation for the deceased. The assembly stood in salute, exclaiming, "Long live the Emperor!" Only Lang Feng remained stunned. School? I detested school in my past life. I never imagined I would escape its clutches even in a different world. However, I now possess a territory, though I am uncertain where it is or how far it is from the academy. I must take K.E. to explore. Acknowledging the situation was settled, the prospect of rescinding the Emperor's decree seemed unrealistic. He could only transform his indignation into appetite, indulging heartily, observing Lang Feng and Amp, Oppos, voraciousness. The Emperor furrowed his brow. It appeared sending him to school was indeed the correct decision. K.E., noticing the disdainful gazes of the onlookers, remained unfazed. After all, a man of the beast tribes must be capable of feasting and drinking. Otherwise, how could he wage war? As for whether beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, that remains a mystery. Volume 2, The Storm over the Imperial Capital, Chapter 39. The Viscount's domain. Wolfen found himself in a state of utter reliance. Devoid of any financial allowance from his father, thus compelled to temporarily reside in Andre and Amp, Oppos' household. As for the K family, that was an unfeasible notion. Despite his father's progressive mindset, it was improbable that he would permit Wolfen to dwell in their home before the nuptials. Consequently, with Wolfie's forlorn gaze and K.E.'s unspoken hesitations, K.E. obediently returned home with his father, who repeatedly admonished Wolfen not to lay a hand on the Rabbitfolk maidens. 5,000 gold coins, regardless of their placement, constituted a substantial sum, particularly considering that within his domain awaited 10 exquisite Rabbitfolk maidens. Early the next morning, after bidding farewell to Andre, accompanied by B.A.S. Aching, and the 10 brown bear knights, including Sal's, that Andre bestowed upon him, he set forth toward his territory. Since he had yet to be formally ennobled, he possessed no tangible assets, and the commoners residing within his domain were exempt from taxation for the time being, a fact that weighed heavily on Wolfen's heart. Following the banquet of the previous night, the unforgettable taste of blue-shelled clams lingered in his mind. He had considered purchasing a couple of pounds for a taste, only to discover that they were sold by the piece at a staggering 10 gold coins each, with no room for negotiation, with the addition of 32 mouths to feed. He reluctantly abandoned the idea. Moreover, the sustenance for those imposing bears amounted to an entire boar. Alas, this life was untenable. He needed to save money to procure a bride. With a heart full of grievances, he set off towards his domain. In his imaginings, although his title was modest, he would at least be a viscount, and while lacking the expansive 3-story villa of Andre, he envisioned at least a single courtyard. However, Wolfen underestimated the parsimony of the Beast Empire. His territory was situated in the desolate outskirts of Spolen City, far removed from civilization. This placement was a consideration for his attendance at the Imperial Royal Academy, though the scenic beauty did little to compensate for the absence of even a single shop. The territory itself was considerable, sparsely populated by a mere handful of humble dogfolk families, who eked out a meager existence through hunting and sweet potato cultivation. As for the Viscountess residence, could a few thatched huts truly constitute a noble estate? Surrounding the area were several swaying wooden arrow towers, creaking softly in the breeze. Were it not for the presence of 10 charming rabbitfolk maidens, Wolfer might have believed he had strayed into the wrong place. Aching remained silent, grinning widely as he selected the largest thatched hut for his dwelling, while Sal's hurriedly confined the bears to their pen and erected a tent in the open space. Casting a dubious glance at the thatched huts, doubting his ability to blow them over with a single breath, the stout dwarf Bas was utterly appalled. Heavens! How can a noble dwarf reside in such a place? Is there even iron ore to be mined here for my smithing? From Bas's professional perspective, one could scarcely unearth even a scrap of iron, let alone ore. An elderly dogfolk approached, wagging his tail and shuffling along. Esteemed noble lord, I am the village chief. Early this morning, a soldier arrived with the news that a noble viscount would be taking over our village. That would be you, wouldn't it? Wolfgang forced a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. He now understood the purpose of the 5,000 gold coins. Yes, good sir, how many households are there in my domain? Esteemed viscount, our village consists of 32 households, surviving through the cultivation of sweet potatoes and hunting, barely making ends meet. Thus, taxation was rendered non-existent. Sals, Wolfgang called out, his voice echoing. Sals quickly set aside his task and rushed over. What is it, boss? Wolfgang opened a small chest containing the gold coins, selecting a dozen to place in Sal's hands. Hire some workers and construct a proper Viscountess residence for me. Remember, it must be inexpensive yet sturdy. Grand yet affordable, spacious yet economical. Sals quickly waved his hands. Boss, it can't get any cheaper. Wolfgang hesitated, then let it be for now, but remember, it must be sturdy and inexpensive. Don't run off yet. Can I not run? A dozen coins won't suffice for anything, not even for purchasing stone materials. I suppose I'll just have to lure some workers here first. As the saying goes, a son does not disdain his mother's ugliness, nor does a dog disdain its impoverished home. At least from this moment forward, this place could be considered his home. Upon entering one of the thatched huts, a lovely rabbitfolk maiden entered, carrying a bowl of clear water. Wolfgang took the chip bowl and sipped, clearing his throat. What is your name? Esteemed Viscount. My name is Duoer. I am the leader of the maidens and the steward of your territory. Duoer, a fine name. You may rest now. I shall call upon you when needed. Yet, Duoer remained in place, her long ears twitching, her hands nervously entwined. What are you still doing here? Duoer gathered her thoughts and spoke. My lord, our territory suffers from a lack of clothing and food. We require silver tableware befitting your status, preferably ceramic. Additionally, we need tea, wine, and fruit juices to entertain guests. Given that you currently have no income-generating industries, we can use wine priced at 10 gold coins per bottle and tea at 20 gold coins per pound. However, the tea cannot be any cheaper, or it will be full of dregs. We also need to procure at least 2 sets of noble attire for you, and the territory requires repairs, including at least 4 stone arrow towers and a main building for your residence, along with accommodations for us, a dining hall, bathing facilities, etc. You must also provide stables for your knights' mounts, as well as uniforms for the maids and guards, with at least 2 sets for each for laundering. Most importantly, in 7 days, you must host a banquet for the noble lords to celebrate your elevation to nobility. And food should be distributed to the commoners in your territory to demonstrate your benevolence, with each person receiving at least 2 eggs and a pound of milk. Along with weight, Wolfgang rubbed his temples. Can you give me an approximate cost? You will be in charge of all these matters. Duoer curtsied gracefully. Thank you for your trust, my lord. Among your followers is a stout dwarf, who, while not skilled in architecture like the Coldstone dwarfs, can certainly design and construct a Viscountess estate. The brown bear warriors and that sturdy bullfolk are excellent laborers, which will save us a considerable amount of expenses. Although this place is remote, there lies a stone mountain nearby, providing a sufficient supply of materials. In total, I will need at least 4,500 gold coins to arrange all of this. With a pained heart, Wolfgang retrieved the small chest, allocating 100 coins for personal use and handing the remainder to Duoer, lamenting, "Go and take care of it." Duoer skipped away with the funds, accompanied by the remaining 9 brown bear knights to procure supplies, while ensuring to instruct Bas to draft the blueprints for the Viscountess estate. After promising Bas 10 barrels of fine rum, he eagerly agreed. At that moment, Wolfgang felt as though the delightful Duoer was akin to a petite figure wielding a little whip, diligently overseeing the preparations. Having positioned himself languidly upon a dilapidated wicker chair, Wolf Fong luxuriated in the sun and Appo's embrace. The notion of existing as a landed proprietor, albeit currently bereft of affluence, appealed to him. The barony's emolument, a mere 100 gold coins per annum, barely sufficed for the upkeep of 10 handmaidens, let alone the 10 bear riders, Bass and Aching. He mused upon the emperor's rationale for bestowing such a desolate tract of land, incapable of yielding any tax revenue, to sustain himself in the opulent capital, incapable of even generating tax revenue. To subsist in the opulent capital, one must seek alternative means of income. With a shake of his head, situation unfolding, Aching, perched atop the dilapidated watchtower, its structural integrity questionable, vociferously alerted Wolf Fong. The latter, springing from his chair, shielded his eyes and peered in the direction indicated by Aching. A motley crew of disheveled orcs, brandishing crude blades and cudgels, advanced menacingly toward Wolf Fong. Among them were several haughty swine folk, canine folk, and goat folk, all subordinate races. Orcish society, characterized by stark disparities in physical stature, comprised both dominant and subservient races. The former, endowed with imposing physiques and martial prowess, engaged in warfare, while the latter, possessing dexterity and ingenuity, catered to logistical and productive needs. Exceptions existed. Due to the vast disparities in physique among the races of the beast men, they were categorized into combatant races and subservient races. The combatant races. Time for a fracas. Despite his considerable bulk, Aching descended the tower with surprising agility and entered Bass's abode. Soon, Bass's indignant bellow echoed forth, "Bovine imbecile! What is the meaning of this? Release me this instant." Aching, adhering strictly to Wolf Fong and Appo's directive, forcibly extracted Bass, who, in Aching and Appo's grasp, appeared as helpless as an infant. Bass, his countenance dark with displeasure, roared at Wolf Fong, "Wolf Fong! Henceforth, forbid this bovine simpleton from entering my chambers. The esteemed Bass deserves better treatment." Wolf Fong waved dismissively, gesturing toward the advancing brigands. Bass paused, then stated, "Do not presume I would bestow even a copper upon these vagrants." Yet, his other hand delved into his pouch, retrieving the frost ink, Aching and Appo's iron bar, and 2 massive iron hammers. He was not naive. He recognized the ill intent of these individuals. As weaponry was prescribed at the banquet, Wolf Fong had entrusted the frost ink to Bass. A pouch is a valuable asset, not to be squandered, Wolf Fong mused enviously. Hearing Bass's words, the brigands erupted in fury. "Insolent dwarf! How dare you call us beggars? We are the esteemed Copper Coin Gang. Were it not for our impending collection of protection money from Limp Jake's Tavern, we would hurl our glistening coppers upon your face." To demonstrate our affluence, a swine orc bellowed, "Val dwarf, thwack." Before he could finish, Bass's hammer had blossomed upon his cranium. "What did you say? You are the dwarf. And your entire lineage are dwarfs, you wretched beggar." Bass, spewing invective, relentlessly hammered the swine orc into a veritable porcine pulp. The swine orc convulsed upon the ground, crimson blood gushing forth. Wolf Fong regarded the prone figure with pity. To insult a dwarf in his presence is akin to seeking one's own demise. Bass, still incensed, "I would have hurled gleaming copper coins in that dwarf's face to demonstrate our affluence." A pigman exclaimed indignantly, "Damn you, dwarf!" Thwack, before he could finish, rendered him superior to common canine folk. However, their inability to tame dire wolves relegated them to the canine race. The wolf dog, clad in tattered garments that hinted at a noble origin, bowed obsequiously to Wolf Fong. "Esteemed Baron, I am the chieftain of the Copper Coin Gang. Forgive my subordinate's impudence. As this land falls within our gang's dominion, you must remit the equivalent of 500,000 coppers to ensure our amicable relations in times of adversity." Wolf Fong chuckled derisively. 50 gold coins, half of his remaining wealth after Dahlia and Appo's appropriation of the coin box. Moreover, an imperial baron being extorted by brigands who paled in comparison to beggars. Wolf Fong, his voice laced with sarcasm, inquired, "And should I decline?" The wolf dog shook his head ruefully. "That would be regrettable. The Copper Coin Gang cannot guarantee the safety of the canine folk residing within your territory. I urge you to consider my proposition carefully." With a wave, he commanded his underlings, "Let us depart." "Hold." Wolf Fong and Appo's voice resonated with cold authority. He was incensed by the threat to the innocent canine folk, the most industrious people in the world, who eked out an honest existence through their own labor. The wolf dog turned and grinned. "I knew the Baron was a man of discernment, capable of making sound judgments. Hand over the funds." Wolf Fong silently drew the frost ink, a radiant smile gracing his lips. He retrieved a single copper coin from his pouch and flung it at the wolf dog's face. "Take the money and be gone." The wolf dog momentarily faltered, then regained his composure. "Are you mocking me? Brothers, attack. Teach this insolent baron a lesson." To demonstrate that the copper coin gang is not to be trifled with, the rabble charged forth, confident in their numerical advantage. However, they were oblivious to the prowess of the so-called dwarf, who dwarfed even Oching in strength. The ensuing melee defied description. The trio moved like tigers among sheep, scattering the brigands. Oching's iron bar sent brigands flying, spewing blood. Wolf Fong, wielding the frost ink, inflicted wounds upon the brigands' posteriors. One canine orc, his tail severed, writhed in agony, earning their modest livelihoods through their own toil. The wolfhound turned back and grinned. I knew that the Viscount was a sagacious man. He would undoubtedly make a judicious decision. The sound of cracking bones echoing like bursting bamboo. The wolf dog, witnessing the rout, bellowed, "Flee. Cursed Wolf Fong, this is not over." Wolf Fong, observing the fleeing brigands, restrained the bloodthirsty bass, his tail swaying in the wind. How did he know my name? Something was amiss. That he may know that the copper coin gang is not to be trifled with. The rabble swarmed forward. In their estimation, 12 against 3. No one else knew his name. Volume 2. The Storm in the Imperial Capital, Chapter 41. One wave subsides. Another rises after driving away the bandits. Before he could catch his breath, an urgent bear knight under SARS hurried over, panting. "Boss, Miss Dorr has encountered trouble. She has been stopped by a young nobleman and is currently at a stalemate at the gates of Spolin." The burly man wore a face full of anxiety. Dorr managed the financial affairs of the Viscountcy, and whether they could enjoy delicious honey cheese depended entirely on her. Wolfing clenched his fists, silent, fully aware that someone was conspiring against him. However, having just arrived in the imperial capital, he had not offended anyone. His mind raced, and he suddenly recalled someone. He mounted the giant bear and turned, saying, "Watch the house. I will resolve this." With a shout, he galloped towards Spolin. Though somewhat remote, it was not far from Spolin. In less than an hour, Wolfing arrived, riding the giant bear. From a distance, he spotted several massive beast carts laden with goods, followed by a group of farmers herding a large flock of boar beasts, emitting unpleasant grunts. Nearby, SARS was facing off against a noble of the centaur race, accompanied by several centaur attendants. It seemed that SARS and Dorr had crossed paths, though Wolfing did not recognize the centaur noble. He had an inkling that the incident was connected to the one who had invited Kei to dance at the banquet but had failed. Dorr and Appos, S face was flushed, tears gleaming in her eyes as the centaur young master leered at her, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Had it not been for the fierce protection of the Bear Knights, who knows what might have transpired. Upon seeing Wolfing and Amp, Appos, S arrival, Dorr and Amp, Appos, S trepidation vanished. She waved her hand, excitedly calling out, "My Lord Viscount, we are here." Wolfing, throughout the encounter, did not cast a glance at the centaur noble, focusing entirely on Dorr, little Dorr. "Are you unharmed?" He gently wiped away the tear stains from her cheek, smiling as he inquired. He assured himself that he was not merely seeking to touch her face. He mounted the giant bear and turned, saying, "Watch the house. I will resolve this." With a shout, he galloped towards Spolin, though somewhat remote, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. "Boss, I ran into Dorr at the city gate. Just as we were about to return together, this nobleman suddenly blocked our path, claiming that Dorr is a runaway maid from his household and demanded to take her back." Kent was furious. This was Spolin, where a brick thrown could hit 10 people, 7 of whom would be viscounts, and the remaining 3 either earls or marquises. This mere viscount had the audacity to ignore him. He needed to teach him a harsh lesson. Kent, brimming with rage, shouted at Wolfing, "Impudent viscount, I am a scion of Earl Taleb. This young lady is a maid from my father's estate. Do not interfere, it will not benefit you." Wolfing feigned a look of sudden realization. "Oh, I indeed should not interfere in this matter. My lord." Dorr stamped her foot, her complexion pale. "Fear not, little Dorr, let me speak." Wolfing gazed at her, gently patting her head. Kent wore an expression of expected compliance. "However, young Kent, it is unfortunate that I too lost a maid just yesterday, in my carelessness. I do not even know her name, but I do know she has a son named Kent. Have you seen her, young Kent?" Wolfer spoke with a demeanor that was both amiable and warm, leaving Kent momentarily stunned. "What do you mean I know her?" he muttered, fortunately, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. "Boss, I ran into Dora at the city gate. Just as we were about to return together, this nobleman suddenly blocked our path. The scion of an earl was worth little in his eyes. He had heard the name of Earl Taleb at the banquet last night, not for his nobility, but for his notorious reputation. His numerous wives and countless offspring left Kent unsure if he would ever inherit his father's viscountcy. Moreover, in the orc race, respect is earned through strength. Such a pampered noble, relying on family protection, was the most despised. Young Kent, Dora is a maid graciously bestowed upon me by His Majesty. How did she suddenly become yours? At this moment, I, Wolfung of the wolf race, hereby challenge you to a duel to cleanse the insult you have cast upon me. As fellow nobles, you have no right to refuse. As he spoke, Wolfung drew his blade, the tip aimed directly at Kent and Apo's brow. Having seen battle, the iron-blooded aura of the battlefield erupted from him. Kent's face turned pale, retreating several steps, feeling as though he faced not a mere youth of the wolf race, but a ferocious beast. Observing Kent's dismay, Sars and others erupted into laughter. Even the centaur attendants behind him bowed their heads in shame, their dark faces tinged with a hint of red. Kent realized that if he refused, he would become the talk of Spolin the next day. His name would spread throughout the city, and no one would respect an orc who dared not accept a challenge. Trembling, he drew his decorative noble's dagger and stammered, I, Kent of the centaur race, accept the challenge. Wolfung laughed heartily, bowing, then swiftly advanced, his blade crashing against Kent and Apo's fragile dagger, sending it flying. In the next moment, it was already pressed against Kent and Apo's neck. Your defeat is certain, young Kent. A chill radiated from the blade, penetrating Kent and Apo's mind, his trembling hand clutching the broken dagger. The guards behind him turned away once more. The astute captain of the guards swiftly struck Kent unconscious, addressing Wolfung, My Lord Viscount, please forgive our rudeness. We will ensure compensation from Earl Taleb's estate afterwards. With that, they hastily dragged Kent away. The iron-blooded aura of the battlefield erupted from him. Kent and Apo's face turned pale, retreating several steps. Earl Taleb would not hold it against him for incapacitating a useless son, especially to preserve Kent's remaining shred of dignity. With Kent's departure, even the centaur attendants behind him bowed their heads in shame, their dark faces tinged with a hint of red. Kent realized that if he refused, neither Kent nor Earl Taleb would have dared confront Wolfung. Although Wolfung was merely a minor viscount, many had observed Duke Sayas's lack of objection to Wolfung's association with K.E. and Marquis Andre's appreciation of him at the banquet. With the protection of the two most powerful nobles in the empire, few dared to move against Wolfung, as no one wished to offend the Teutonic and Clarence families over such a trivial matter. After comforting Dor, Wolfung gathered his supplies and began his return to the Viscountcy. Volume 2, The Storm of the Imperial Capital, Chapter 42. The ongoing construction. It must be said that the construction speed of the beast folk is truly unparalleled by that of humanity in the past. The dwarf BAS extracted an array of peculiar tools from his bag of holding, utilizing them to chisel massive rectangular stones from the rugged mountains. A burly brown bear man could effortlessly carry stones measuring 3 meters in length, 3 meters in height, and 1 meter in width. BAS, being a skilled builder of the dwarven race, though not particularly adept in architecture, found the small domain of the Viscount quite manageable. The entire Viscountcy was encircled by 8 towering stone arrow towers, with the central location being the residence of Wolfung, a grand and sturdy 3-story edifice. While perhaps lacking the opulence of the Andre family's materials, Wolfung was nonetheless content with his abode. On the 3rd floor, there was a balcony resembling a tiger and Apo's mouth, adorned with an open-air swimming pool. To be candid, the cost of this swimming pool could rival that of the entire building. With the protection of the two most powerful nobles in the empire, few dared to move against Wolfung, including pig-like creatures and the massive bears tended by the brown bear men. Dogfolk commoners wielded leather whips to tend these creatures. The income of the commoners within Wolfung and Apo's territory was modest, yet the opportunity to earn a living by caring for livestock was a welcome one. Scattered around were various buildings serving different purposes. At the behest of the aesthetic rabbitfolk maiden, Dora, each structure was embellished with ancient patterns, occasionally adorned with moss and green vines. According to Dora, the residences of the nobility should reflect their refinement and aesthetic sensibilities, serving as symbols of their status. Being a skilled builder of the dwarven race, though not particularly adept in architecture, found the small domain of the Viscount quite manageable. Wolfung could not yet afford magical crystal chandeliers, yet the sturdy candles provided a unique charm. The floor was laid with neatly arranged bluestone tiles, surrounded by several long tables adorned with copper candle holders and plates, which remained empty for now, but would soon be filled with delectable fare on the day of the feast. This arrangement diverged significantly from Dora's expectations, however, due to budget constraints. She had to make compromises, opting for silver cutlery while the rest remained brass. At the very center of the hall, beneath the largest copper chandelier, stood a circular fountain, its base adorned with an array of colorful gemstones. In the resource-rich realm of the beast folk, these gemstones held little value, yet they shimmered beautifully under the candlelight. Under BAS and Oppos' design, the fountain ingeniously drew water from a nearby stream within the beast enclosure, utilizing a sophisticated mechanical contraption to create a delightful spray. While proudly declared this a clever trick taught to him by his Coldstone dwarf brethren, this feature became Dora and Oppos' favorite aspect of the entire banquet hall, occasionally adorned with moss and green vines. According to Dora, the residences of the nobility should reflect their refinement and aesthetic sensibilities, serving as symbols of their status. There was no need to construct city walls. The symbolic significance of the arrow towers surpassed their practical application. Otherwise, merely erecting walls would have been a considerable burden for Wolf Fong. As the 7 days swiftly passed, the day arrived. The warriors donned their newly tailored samurai attire, while 10 rabbit folk maidens in black and white made outfits flitted about, their long ears and fluffy tails swaying adorably. It must be noted that the figures of the beast folk maidens were truly impeccable, leaving Wolf Fong rather entranced. These were indeed genuine bunny girls. This banquet was not an invitation affair. Guests were welcomed on a voluntary basis. Those with notable achievements or favored by the Duke would naturally draw the attention of many nobles. Conversely, those without such merits might find themselves alone, becoming the subject of gossip among the newly ennobled. However, Wolf Fong held no such concerns. The presence of the Clarence family alone was sufficient to uphold the occasion. Perhaps Andre would send a representative, but as a marquis and the superior of Wolf Fong and Oppos' superior, his absence would be understandable. Dressed in elegant silver noble attire, Wolf Fong awaited at the entrance of the viscountcy. Soon, a splendid carriage came into view, adorned with the emblem of the Clarence family, a magnificent white fox. Wolf Fong smiled knowingly. As expected, K-Air was the first to arrive. Before the carriage had come to a complete stop, a radiant young lady leapt down, her attire gingling with decorative sounds as she bounced toward him, trailed by a disgruntled old steward. Who else could it be but K-Air? While 10 rabbit folk maidens in black and white made outfits flitted about, their long ears and fluffy tails swaying adorably. Unable to resist the charm of the adorable K-Air, Wolf Fong wrapped his arms around her soft waist and planted a romantic French kiss upon her lips. After a while, they parted, a glimmering thread of saliva connecting their mouths. "Do you think I missed you?" Wolf Fong teased. K-Air's cheeks flushed crimson, her head lowering almost to her ample bosom. She murmured, "How would I know if you Dawn and Oppos' say?" "Oh." Wolf Fong feigned another kiss, becoming the subject of gossip among the newly ennobled. However, Wolf Fong held no such concerns. The presence of the Clarence family alone was sufficient to uphold the occasion. Having regained her composure, followed Dora into the hall. As she departed, she discreetly pinched Wolf Fong's waist, causing him to wince. "Ah, the little minx has grown shy," he thought with a smirk, gazing at K-Air and Oppos' graceful figure. "One day, I will claim you." The old steward approached, his expression stern as he addressed Wolf Fong. "The Clarence family presents 10 bolts of exquisite silk from the silkworm folk, a pound of exquisite elven jade duty, and 1,000 gold coins." Her attire jingling with decorative sounds as she bounced toward him, trailed by a disgruntled old steward. Who else could it be but K-Air? Silk from the silkworm folk, a branch of the insect race, was highly prized even within their own kind, and was virtually unattainable in the beast folk territory. The jade duty was equally remarkable. It was said that even the beast folk monarch's audience with the elven queen involved such delicacies. The gold coins, in contrast, seemed rather inconsequential. After announcing the gifts, the steward leaned closer to Wolf Fong and whispered, "The Duke has mentioned that he has only one beloved daughter. It would not bode well if any rumors circulated in Spoblin before a betrothal is arranged. Furthermore, you can no longer be referred to as Viscount Wolf Fong when proposing." Wolf Fong's heart soared at this news. The father-in-law was not opposed to his union with K-Air. As long as there was no opposition, anything was possible. Observing Wolf Fong's elation, the old steward snorted softly, handing the gifts to a nearby maid before retreating into the adjoining chamber. Volume 2. The Capital's Turmoil Chapter 43. The banquet commences. Wolfgang silently berated himself, pondering the absurdity of the situation. It was not his daughter. And yet the old man's disdain was palpable. He knew better than to voice his thoughts, for that would likely result in a boot being forcefully thrust into his face. Before long, the beast-drawn carriage, emblematic of the Andre family, ambled into view. A robust young man, resembling a brown bear clad in splendid attire, leapt down from the carriage driven by a colossal bear. His left arm was heavily bandaged, secured against his chest, and a lingering aura of menace glinted in his eyes, indicating he had recently emerged from the battlefield. A scar ran across his left eye, a mark of past conflicts, though fortunately, it had not marred his vision. With a hearty laugh, the youth strode purposefully towards Wolfgang, delivering a resounding slap on his shoulder that left Wolfgang feeling slightly exasperated. Was it customary for the Bear clan to behave in such a manner? He mused with irritation. Before Wolfgang could utter a word, the young man exclaimed, "I am Kairi Tiaoduan, the eldest son of the Tiaoduan family. I just returned from the Great Tantan Forest. Regrettably, I missed the previous banquet, but I consider this my chance to make amends. Wolfgang, I hear you have captured the heart of my beloved sister, Ke. She is the fairest flower in Spolen, and you are indeed fortunate." Wolfgang offered a faint smile and replied, "Your Highness Kairi, welcome. I shall treat Ke with the utmost respect." "Ah, that is good to hear. Should you dare to upset Clarence, you might want to inquire about my fist, which is as large as a grinding stone," Kairi boasted, gesturing proudly with his enormous hand. "Indeed, the in-laws are quite formidable. I cannot afford to offend my brother-in-law. Captain of the Guards, present the gift list." "We must not allow Wolfgang to lose face," Kairi bellowed, his voice booming with the strength inherited from his bear warrior lineage. A middle-aged guard clad in armor stepped forward, unfurling the list of gifts. "The Tiaoduan family presents 10 sets of exquisite Milanese armor, 10 sets of great bear riding armor, and 1 dragon-slaying dagger." Kairi chuckled. "Father is indeed generous. I have long sought that dragon-slaying dagger, yet he gifts it to you instead. What a stroke of luck for you." Wolfgang was unfamiliar with the dragon-slaying dagger, but the renown of the Milanese armor was well known, often mentioned alongside the Gothic style, celebrated as the dual armors of the dwarfs. As the masterpiece of the illustrious fire dwarf, Miss Achillea, the Milanese armor was lauded for its elegant curves and noble aesthetics, making it quintessentially aristocratic. Undoubtedly, these would be gifted to Wolfgang's 10 brown bear knights, along with the accompanying armor for the great bears. As Sal's and others had already pledged their loyalty to him, Wolfgang felt a twinge of guilt that the rewards for the Frenzy Bear Legion did not include them. The gifts from the Andre family alleviated this concern. The hallmark of a mature fire dwarf is the crafting of a complete set of Milanese or Gothic armor, particularly one that accommodates the towering height of the brown bear warriors, which is rare indeed. Unbeknownst to Wolfgang, the most precious item was indeed the dragon-slaying dagger, intricately carved from the teeth of a genuine fire dragon. Each strike would unleash a formidable flame, a fact that underscored the difficulty of acquiring such a weapon, especially given that the continent of Juling was unwelcoming to outsiders. The challenge of slaying a dragon, let alone crafting a weapon from its teeth, was immense. Had the dagger not been too small for the Bear clan, Andre would not have so readily bestowed it upon Wolfgang. As the two conversed, Gulen, clad in armor and exuding a refined demeanor, approached, presenting a magical fruit and 500 gold coins from the king as a congratulatory gift, politely declining Wolfgang's offer to stay longer. Kairi chuckled. "It seems the king holds you in high esteem, Wolfgang." Wolfgang smiled in response, understanding that nothing comes without a price. His status as a beast pattern warrior had garnered attention, and he had recently come to realize the rarity of such warriors. As Sal's and others had already pledged their loyalty to him, Wolfgang felt a twinge of guilt that the rewards for the Frenzy Bear Legion did not include them. Arrived bearing gifts of gold, ranging from dozens to hundreds of coins, to congratulate Wolfgang on his newly acquired title. Whether their intentions were to forge connections with him or with Ke and Kairi remained ambiguous. The banquet felt rather dull after Wolfgang expressed his gratitude. He pulled Ke aside to share whispered conversations. The band, hired for 100 gold coins, played a lively tune, which was surprisingly expensive, after all. A good mate cost merely 10 coins. Yet, it made sense, as their clientele consisted solely of the nobility. The wealth of the aristocrats was the easiest to obtain, and many nobles could not afford to maintain a band of musicians. The Orcish clans lacked the craftsmanship to create metal instruments for such events, making each one a precious commodity, truly exemplifying the notion that price determines the market. Wolfgang estimated that excluding the gifts, The total offerings likely amounted to 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins, thus providing immediate relief for his pressing needs. However, he remained bewildered about how to establish an industry in his newly acquired territory. He had never engaged in commerce before. Although he had ideas, the implementation eluded him. Cultivating stinky fruits presented one avenue, as they had become strategic resources, useful not only for repelling foes but also discovered by BAS to enhance flame temperatures when mixed with fuel, thereby facilitating metal smelting. Furthermore, stinky fruits thrived with little care, yielding bountiful harvests without the need for fertilization. Animal husbandry was another viable option. Despite the desolation of his territory, its size surpassed that of many earldoms, presenting potential for livestock development. However, these were all low-margin, high-volume endeavors, and while they could sustain his modest entourage, what if his less than amiable father decided to move in? Given Wolf's tendencies, freeloading was not beyond the realm of possibility, and it was only natural for a father to benefit from his son. Kay subtly expressed a willingness to have the Clarence family assist in marketing his produce. Yet Wolfgang was acutely aware that his limited output would be insignificant to a financial giant like Clarence, whose acquisition and resale profits would scarcely cover their transportation and handling costs. Moreover, he harbored a hint of traditional masculinity, preferring not to rely on Kes assistance unless absolutely necessary. Just as he wrestled with these dilemmas, Bas burst in, covered in dust, his face aglow with excitement, brandishing a fiery red crystal. Good news. Great news, Wolfgang. We have struck gold. The guests regarded Ba with astonished expressions, intrigued rather than offended by his lack of decorum. After all, upon arriving in Spolin, Bas had shed his pretense. They were all nobles, easily recognizing the identity of the fire dwarf. Respecting a master dwarf was a fundamental courtesy. What is it, Master Bas? Wolfgang inquired, observing the dust-streaked visage of his friend. Wolfgang, look at this, presenting potential for livestock development. However, these were all low-margin, high-volume endeavors, and while they could sustain his modest entourage, where a newly uncovered cavern revealed intense geothermal activity and magma. For the fire dwarves, this was an unparalleled haven for forging. In recent days, Bas had been transforming that cavern to better accommodate the smelting process. Yet Wolfgang was acutely aware that his limited output would be insignificant to a financial giant like Clarence, as one could exchange a single gold coin for many. Isn't this just a crystal? What worth does it possess? Ba was instantly enraged. If it were merely an ordinary crystal, would he react so vehemently? Just as he was about to ridicule Wolfgang's ignorance, he heard Ke exclaim, "Could this be fire essence crystal?" Bas, with a look of admiration, heartily declared, "This girl indeed possesses keen insight. Unlike that foolish Wolfgang, it is undeniably fire essence crystal." A collective gasp arose from the attendees in the banquet hall. Even those unfamiliar with fire essence crystal began to inquire and learn about its remarkable properties. In essence, fire essence crystal was not as mystical as it sounded. It was a unique mineral from this planet, encapsulating a portion of magma. Through the passage of time and the influence of special minerals, the magma underwent continuous purification, ultimately becoming as clear as water. This mineral transformed into a vibrant red crystal, yet its potency was evidently proportional to its yield. For the Beast Clan, Bas had been transforming that cavern to better accommodate the smelting process, as one had to battle magical beasts to obtain a beast pattern. It was precisely through the myriad of wondrous resources on this planet that the orcs found the courage to face such beasts. The conditions for the formation of fire essence crystal were exceedingly stringent. It must never be exposed to air before formation, or else the fiery liquid within could turn into waste. Even if it miraculously avoided this fate, the unformed fiery liquid contained intense fire toxicity, rendering it useless. Only fully formed fire essence crystals possessed gentle medicinal properties that could enhance the physical body. Bas took a breath and continued. There exists a vein of fire essence crystal within our territory, and its reserves are quite considerable. It is expected to be at least a medium-sized vein. Oh my heavens! The astonishment of the crowd turned into envy. The value of a fire essence crystal vein was incalculable. Even the Clarence family possessed only 2 small veins, yielding alarmingly low quantities, sometimes failing to extract a single piece for days. A medium-sized vein could be worth at least 3 small veins, and that was a conservative estimate. Wolfgang, please transfer the sales rights to the Clarence family. We possess the finest sales channels. I assure you we will secure the best prices, Kay exclaimed, pulling on Wolfgang with excitement. As the eldest daughter of the Clarence family, Kay represented their stance to a significant extent. Upon hearing her speak, many nobles, who had been calculating their own gains, suddenly calmed down, realizing this matter was beyond their purview. However, the Clarence family was known for their benevolence. If they feasted on meat, they would not forget to share the broth. Carrie laughed heartily. Wolf Fong, you must save us a few pieces of fire essence crystal. We will purchase them at market price, ensuring you do not suffer any losses. Your Highness Carrie, you exaggerate. If we truly extract fire essence crystal, I will certainly gift you a few pieces. Wolf Fong understood that the best course of action was to mine and sell the crystals himself, yet as a mere viscount. Securing the vein was uncertain. Ke's actions were also meant to assist him. He expressed gratitude with a smile, gently holding Ke's hand. Then I shall rely on your efforts, Princess Clarence. The excitement surrounding the fire essence crystal soon subsided, and it was believed that within 3 days, news of Viscount Wolf Feng's discovery of the fire essence crystal vein would spread throughout Spolen. Soon, everyone began to dance joyfully. And Wolf Feng and Ke finalized their arrangements. The Clarence family would handle sales, earning 20% of the profits, while Wolf Feng would retain 70%, with the remaining 10% allocated for the empire's taxes. This was already a fair deal. Moreover, even for the Clarence family, 20% of a piece of fire essence crystal was no small sum, considering that even a single piece was valued around 10,000 gold coins. As the banquet concluded and the jovial nobles departed, Ke was eager to share the good news with her father. After an intense kiss, she departed with the still somber old steward. To express his appreciation, Wolf Feng presented the fire essence crystal to Carrie, who left with satisfaction, proclaiming that henceforth, Wolf Feng's affairs would be his concern. The discovery of fire essence crystal also benefited the commoners of the Viscountcy. The distributed eggs were exchanged, with Wolf Feng and Oppos, as permission, for the red-feathered ostrich eggs used during the banquet. Each person happily returned home with an ostrich egg the size of a head. After finally seeing off the last wave of guests, Wolf Feng sighed deeply, remarking that dealing with nobles was more arduous than fighting. Once everyone had departed, he hurriedly followed Bas to the cave. The cavern was spacious, and the heat from the magma made it feel somewhat stifling. Were it not for the Viscountcy's excavation of this rocky area, no one would have discovered the vein. Upon entering, Wolf Feng realized he had been deceived by Bas. This was not a medium-sized vein, but rather larger than a large vein. Numerous small magma lakes were scattered about, and fire essence crystals lay strewn everywhere. Requiring no collection, one could simply pick them up. Of course, he understood the principle of keeping wealth discreet. Bas was indeed correct in his approach. Wolf Feng promptly distributed Milan-style armor, bringing tears of joy to Salz and the others, who finally possessed exquisite iron armor. Even the bear mounts received armor, each one handling their gear with care, fearful of damaging it. The only thing that seemed less impressive was the large axes in their hands. However, Bess, after discovering the fire essence crystals, became generous, producing 10 long-handled battle axes from his storage bag for Salz. Observing the knights beside the bear riders, he also produced 10 6-meter-long knightly lances. Suddenly, Wolf Feng's ranks boasted 10 imposing brown bear heavy cavalry. Gazing at the well-equipped elite bear cavalry, Wolf Feng ordered them to garrison in the cave. Although the Beast Clan despised thieves, the allure of wealth could sway anyone, and one could not guarantee indifference in the face of fire essence crystals. He handed silks to Dor, instructing her to craft various noble garments for his wardrobe. Given Dor and Oppos' exceptional performance, he also permitted her to make a set for herself. Dor was nearly moved to tears. No noble lord would bestow precious silk upon a servant. This was not a medium-sized vein, but rather larger than a large vein. Numerous small magma lakes were scattered about, and fire essence crystals lay strewn everywhere. She had restricted him from the good leaves, leaving only a pound of jade du tea, which could hardly withstand Wolf Feng's antics. These tea leaves were sufficient to leave a profound impression on visiting nobles, and she could not allow the Viscount to waste them. Dor thought to herself. Wolf Feng requested a scabbard from Bas and strapped the dragon-slaying dagger to his calf, feeling the blade emit a faint warmth through his trousers. This was a naturally magical dagger, crafted by an excellent fire dwarf, and Bas spoke highly of this craftsman from his kin. The only thing Wolf Feng found perplexing was the fruit sent by His Majesty through Gulen. The entire fruit was a pale purple. Surely, His Majesty would not send him toxic fruit. Bas was familiar with various minerals and metals, but had only a rudimentary understanding of plant materials. He recognized some ordinary materials but could not identify this purple fruit. Wolf Feng examined the juice, feeling an inexplicable allure emanating from the fruit. Beside him, Dor timidly suggested, My lord Viscount, perhaps we should wait to understand what it is before consuming it? Wolf Fong smiled wryly, noticing a note pressed beneath the box containing the fruit, elegantly inscribed in noble cursive, consume promptly for optimal effects. Volume 2, The Capital and Oppos, S. Turmoil. Chapter 45. An incident occurs. The surface of the purple fruit was adorned with faint patterns, and even a gentle whiff invigorated the senses. Resolute, Wang Feng bit into it. The sweet, tender flesh burst in his mouth, tantalizing his taste buds. The flavor was indeed delightful. After swallowing, he found himself unable to recall the taste, no matter how he tried. As the fruit and Oppos' essence digested, a warm current began to radiate from his abdomen, gradually flowing toward his mind. And Wang Feng sensed his mental power expanding. This was a fruit that enhanced mental strength. The amount of mental power one possessed determined the number and quality of engraved beast runes. Just look at Ke, with her 4 runes: Charm, Illusion, Firefox, and Healing, all thanks to her family and Oppos' abundant resources that nourished her mental capacity. In contrast, an ordinary beast rune warrior would be fortunate to inscribe even 1 or 2 runes. Suppressing his excitement, Wang Feng slowly savored the growth of his mental power, while Duo observed silently, hesitant to intrude. Suddenly, a surge of even hotter energy coursed through him, striking at his lower body, and his mental power began to tremble violently in his mind. The energy was overwhelming, and the growth of his mental strength had reached a bottleneck. Excess energy began to roam within him, relentlessly cleansing his meridians. A hint of purple mist escaped from his mouth and nose, yet it was of no avail. At that moment, Wang Feng felt as if he had been thrown into scorching coals, with veins in his neck and arms bulging like writhing serpents. Duo and Oppos rushed to him, grasping his arm, exclaiming, "My lord, what is happening to you?" In her eyes, Wang Feng and Oppos' bronze complexion had turned a deep crimson, and his body curled up as if he were a shrimp in boiling water. "Hang in there, my lord. I will fetch Master Bas and Sal's," she cried, preparing to dash outside. However, in his hazy state, Wang Feng seized her, and the moment Duo had touched him, his already blurred consciousness dissipated entirely. The searing energy within him found an outlet, and he rolled over, pinning Duo and Oppos beneath him, as he inhaled her faint, alluring fragrance. Wang Feng opened his mouth wide and kissed her fervently. Duo and Oppos panicked, but her training as a maid instructed her that resisting was futile. Having been sold to slave traders as a child, she received the best education due to her beauty, as the traders hoped to fetch a good price for her. Ultimately, a nobleman purchased Duo and Oppos, and her companions as gifts for the king, who then bestowed her upon Wang Feng. Feeling the intense heat radiating from Wang Feng, she tightly embraced his head, her delicate face adorned with tears, only adding to her charm. Her tattered clothing transformed into fluttering black and white butterflies, attempting to conceal her fragile form. Wang Feng, lost in his senses, felt as though he were embracing a magnificent ice block on a scorching summer day. Grasping his arm, exclaiming, "My lord, what is happening to you?" In her eyes, Wang Feng and Oppos' bronze complexion had turned a deep crimson. He found a way to release the pent-up energy. With a mix of muted groans and deep growls, they became one, and a delicate plum blossom bloomed upon the remnants of Duo and Oppos' torn skirt. "My lord." The moonlight was veiled by thin clouds, and heavy stone walls obstructed the vibrant hues of spring within the room, leaving only the chirping of insects in the treetops to bear witness to this moment of reality. As dawn's light filtered through the stone window, Wang Feng stirred from his slumber, squinting at the morning rays. Only Duo knew how he had ended up in bed. Having been sold to slave traders as a child, she received the best education due to her beauty, as the traders hoped to fetch a good price for her. Ultimately, what madness this is! Internally, he couldn't and Oppos help but feel exasperated with the king, who would have thought he would not place any blame. The rarity of fruits that enhance mental power was a known fact. Even the king, who presided over the beast tribes, could not have encountered every type. The gift had been offered to him by a nobleman hoping to win Wang Feng, the beast rune warrior, to his side, an unintentional but fortuitous outcome. Even if the king were aware, he likely wouldn't be overly concerned. After all, having a few maidservants to warm one's bed was hardly a grave matter. Just look at the noble families of Spolen, who among them did not have numerous wives and concubines. If one possessed an enchanting elf or an exquisite insect race beauty as a maid, it might even become the talk of the town. However, Wang Feng was different. He was a genuine human. While the desire for multiple partners was a common aspiration for men, he found it difficult to accept the idea of indulging and then denying responsibility. He was a true embodiment of masculinity, believing that a man must take responsibility for his actions. My lord. Duo and Amp, Oppos, gazed at him with her beautiful eyes. Wang Feng pondered how to face her, but her call snapped him from his reverie. To hell with masculinity. He managed an awkward smile, one that looked more pained than jovial. Duoer, you're awake. My lord, I must prepare breakfast for you. Could you please lend me a set of clothes? She asked, pointing to her tattered garments. Gradually burying her little head under the blanket. Something felt amiss. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. Wasn't it supposed to involve tears, tantrums, and desperate pleas for comfort? Wang Feng, momentarily at a loss, asked, Duoer, are you truly all right? I apologize for last night. I should not have. My lord, there is no need for you to feel guilty. This is part of a maid's duty, she replied, revealing the indoctrination she had received from the slave traders on her first day. Wang Feng suddenly felt a surge of anger. What do you mean, a maid's duty? You are a person, just as I am. You are no different from BAS or KE. I was in the wrong last night. I should not have treated you that way. I will take responsibility for you. From now on, you will be my woman. Duoer could no longer contain herself. What girl does not yearn for love? She, too, longed to meet her Prince Charming. However, since the day she became a maid, that dream had been destined to remain buried deep within her heart. In truth, Duoer had developed feelings for Wang Feng, captivated by his gentle demeanor and his willingness to confront a nobleman for her sake. At times, she had even fantasized about something happening between them. Yet, when the moment finally arrived, she found herself flustered, fearing that Wang Feng might cast her aside once more, uncertain of how he would treat her. Volume 2, The Capital's Turmoil, Chapter 46, The Promise, Part 1. Only when Wolfgang made a promise did the previously frantic heartbeat of Duer relax completely. She rushed into Wolfgang and Oppos' embrace, her delicate form pressing against his sturdy chest, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. My lord, you are so kind to me. A mere maid. You are a noble of the empire, and being with me would invite mockery. Even His Highness Clarence would not accept this. With a light slap, Wolfgang playfully struck Duo's rounded dairy, swallowing hard before sternly saying, do not speak such words again. Kate is not the person you think she is. I will explain everything to her. Duer, please do not tempt me so early in the morning. I fear you may not withstand it, Wolfgang said with a mischievous grin, his hands gliding over Duer's smooth back through the blanket. Duer, realizing the implication, squealed and buried her head into the sheets, her small feet flailing in protest, exclaiming, my lord, you are incorrigible. Wolfgang erupted into laughter, but then remembered something important. Duer, what is your full name? Where are your parents? He asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed for not knowing even her complete name. Moreover, according to tradition, one ought to meet the future in-laws before pursuing such matters. However, Duer's expression darkened as she responded softly, my lord, my name is Duo. My mother is no longer with us. Her voice suddenly filled with resentment. I have no father. Wolfgang and Oppos' heart ached for the girl before him. He embraced her gently through the blanket, whispering, it is all right. Everything will be fine. Tears streamed down Duo's face as she choked out, my lord, do you know? My mother was once a beautiful catfolk maiden. She married my father at a young age. However, our village is under the domain of a count, who enforced the right of the first night. On their wedding night, he violated my mother. We commoners had grown accustomed to such injustices, but then I was born. It is all my fault that my mother suffered at the hands of that wretched dogfolk father. Wolfgang began to comprehend the gravity of her situation. Due to his previous encounters with K.E., he had researched the complexities of interspecies marriages. It was generally difficult for beast folk to produce offspring across different species. However, it was not entirely impossible. When a child was born, they typically inherited the majority of traits from one parent, such as a child of dogfolk and catfolk being either one or the other, not embodying characteristics of both. Tragically, offspring of lionfolk and tigerfolk, known as ligers, were frail and rarely survived, which is why such unions were often prohibited among beast folk. Duer, being the daughter of a catfolk mother and a dogfolk father, could not possibly be a rabbitfolk. It seemed she had inherited the blood of the count, which posed a significant issue for any potential suitors. Once Duer's emotions stabilized, she continued, my father was incapable of confronting the count and often abused my mother. However, as I was still young, my mother silently bore this torment until she became frail. At that time, I did not understand why my father treated me this way. I could only do menial tasks for the wealthy merchants of the village to help buy medicine for my mother. When I turned 12, a slaver, seeing my beauty, approached my father and offered him a gold coin for me. My mother, unable to endure any longer, tried to stop my father and was pushed against the doorframe, losing her life. I truly do not know how I survived those years under the slaver and Apo's control. Wolfgang listened quietly, suppressing his emotions. It was not entirely impossible. When a child was born, they typically inherited the majority of traits from one parent. I will ensure you are never wronged again. My lord, do you know? I have never shared these things with anyone before. It feels so much better to speak of them today. Thank you, my lord. If anything troubles you in the future, please tell me. Keeping it bottled up is far too painful. I would be heartbroken if my little me Duo fell ill from distress. Wolfgang consoled her. I will, my lord, Duo replied, wiping her tears and gazing affectionately at Wolfgang, shyly asking, could you please remove your hand? Wolfgang looked down, realizing his hand had unknowingly slipped under the blanket. He chuckled awkwardly, apologies, pure oversight. Just as he was about to withdraw it, Duo unexpectedly seized his large hand and pressed it to her chest, shyly whispering, my lord, Duo belongs to you. Wolfgang's heart raced at her audacity, and just as he was about to respond, a sweet voice from outside interrupted, my lord Viscount. His Highness Clarence has arrived and is waiting in the front garden. Wolfgang smacked his forehead, recalling the meeting he had scheduled with Ke to discuss the fire essence crystal. Duo panicked, tightly gripping Wolfgang and Apo's arm, tears welling up once more. What should we do? My lord? Will His Highness Clarence blame me? Will he send me away? Wolfgang quickly reassured her, do not cry. My little Duo, Ke is very understanding. I will ensure she accepts you. Let us go meet her together. He then called out to the maid outside, Miss, please fetch us 2 sets of clothing, one for Duo and one for myself, and ask Ke to wait for me in the hall. I will be there shortly. The clothes arrived swiftly, and after Duo dressed, she helped Wolfgang get ready. Despite his calm demeanor and comforting Duo, inside, he was a bundle of nerves, fearing he would be caught in a compromising situation. After several near misses of putting on the wrong shoe, he finally composed himself and led Duo to meet Ke. In the grand hall, Ke sat, cradling a cup of well-brewed jade tea, her brow furrowed as she sipped from it absent-mindedly. Upon hearing footsteps, she looked up at Wolfgang, her gaze lingering on Duo, who, inexperienced in such matters, became flustered and lowered her head, nervously fiddling with her skirt. Wolfgang noticed this and, taking advantage of his boldness, laughed heartily as he took Ke and Apo's hand, saying, Ke, why are you here so early? Sleeping in and rising late is beneficial for maintaining a radiant complexion. Ke pouted, replying, if I hadn't come, I would have thought you no longer wanted me. Her words seemingly pointed. Wolfgang chuckled awkwardly, how could I forget my beloved Ke? Unconvinced, Ke pressed on, then tell me. Why did I see a maid bring in 2 sets of clothing, one of which was a dress? Volume 2. The Storms of the Imperial Capital, Chapter 47. The Promise, Part 2. Wolfgang offered an awkward smile, on the verge of speaking when Duo hastily interjected. Whatever concerns the master, it is all my fault. Your Highness Clarence, please do not trouble the master any further. It was better left unsaid. But as soon as Duo spoke, Ke's previously pouting lips seemed ready to burst with jealousy. Trouble him? Am I causing you any distress? She inquired, casting a cool glance at Wolfgang. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Wolfgang thought, what a troublesome ally. Duo you're going to get me into trouble. Noticing Ke's rage, he quickly signaled to Duo shouldn't you be preparing lunch? Go keep an eye on things in the kitchen. Though worried, Duo could only comply and departed. With her gone, tears began to well in Ke's eyes as she pouted, I am not unreasonable, but you are being quite hasty. Just after being granted the title of Viscount, you are already frolicking with the maidens. While it's true that nobles do such things, I have several concubines myself. Shouldn't I come first? It and Apo's. It's not as if I forbade you as she spoke. Her face flushed, and she lowered her head. Wolfgang, wiping the cold sweat again, thought to himself, beast women are truly exemplary. However, he still felt the need to explain, Ke, it is not as you think. It is all the fault of His Majesty. Wolfgang took an hour to clarify the circumstances surrounding the gift from the Emperor and Duo's background. After sipping a generous amount of Ke and Apo's tea, he was pleasantly surprised by its exquisite flavor. He vowed that if Duo did not serve her tea, he would certainly spank her. Setting down the teacup, he remarked, Now you understand, don't you? Kei Yi's eyes glistened with tears, and as she wiped them away, she said, Wolf Feng, Mi Duo is so unfortunate. You must treat her well. After pondering for a moment, she added, and you must treat me well too. Wolf Feng smiled gently. Silly girl, I will treat you well. He affectionately ruffled Kei Yi's hair and asked, Are you not jealous? Just a little, just a little? Kei Yi waved her fist. It is indeed just a little. At that moment, Duo Air, with red-rimmed eyes, re-entered, witnessing Kei Yi raise her fist toward Wolf Feng. She exclaimed, Your Highness Clarence, please do not strike the Viscount. I promise not to associate with him anymore as long as you do not give me away to someone else. Such a cute girl stirred sympathy in both Wolf Feng and even Kei Yi. Why would I strike him? Mi Duo, from now on we are family. When I am not around, you must keep an eye on Wolf Feng and ensure he does not flirt. With that, she scrunched her nose and shot a fierce glare at Wolf Feng. After sipping a generous amount of Kei Yi's jade dew tea, he was pleasantly surprised by its exquisite flavor. He vowed that if Mi Duo did not serve her tea. Duo Air blushed and said, Viscount, Sister Kei Yi, lunch is ready. Shall we head to the dining hall? What is this address? Sister Kei Yi? Lord Wolf Feng? Wolf Feng, Mi Duo is so unfortunate. You must treat her well. After pondering for a moment, she added, and you must treat me well too. Wolf Feng smiled gently, covering her mouth, her cuteness beyond words. Never mind, it would take time. With Kei Yi on his left and Mi Duo on his right, Wolf Feng strode confidently towards the dining hall, feeling the warmth of sweat in Duo Air's palm. Seizing the opportunity, Wolf Feng gathered SARS, BAS, and a Qing in the dining hall. The winter in the divine language continent was fleeting and unbeknownst to them. The new academic year at the Imperial Royal Academy was fast approaching, necessitating a few discussions. Wolf Feng took his place at the head of the long table, with Kei Yi and Duo Air on either side, followed by SARS and a Qing, while BAS sat directly across from him. Thankfully, the lunch was abundant. Otherwise, BAS might have gone hungry. Once the dishes were nearly served, Wolf Feng casually announced, Allow me to introduce. On my left is Her Highness from the Clarence family. My wife. From now on, this will be her home. Everyone, please get acquainted. On my right, you all know well, our Viscount and Oppos, S. Steward, who is also my wife from today onward. I ask you all to care for her. Upon hearing this, SARS and Ba erupted into applause, while a Qing, a bit confused, also put down his spoon and joined in the clapping. Both women blushed, discreetly pinching Wolf Feng at his waist. Kei Yi's pinch was harder while Duo Air's was gentle. Nevertheless, Wolf Feng played the part, grimacing in mock pain, which elicited hearty laughter from everyone. Pretending to be annoyed, he scolded, What are you all laughing at? Have you never seen a man afraid of his wife? The laughter only grew louder, and when the merriment subsided, Wolf Feng continued, Recently, we have discovered a large quantity of fire essence crystals within the territory. SARS, ensure proper defense. That is our key to prosperity. The new academic year at the Imperial Royal Academy was fast approaching, necessitating a few discussions. Wolf Feng took his place at the head of the long table, putting down his chicken leg. Wolf Feng paused, Moreover, I may venture into the giant tan forest to capture magical beasts and inscribe beast markings. Master BAS, please craft some fine equipment. Any necessary funds or resources may be drawn from the territory as needed. We are short on manpower, so let Oppos strive to minimize losses. The fire essence crystals may be utilized freely, but first, ensure supplies for our people to enhance our military strength. Kei Yi suddenly grew anxious, pulling at Wolf Feng, who is also my wife from today onward. I ask you all to care for her. Upon hearing this, SARS and Ba erupted into applause, while a Qing, Rest assured, the Clarence family and Oppos' share will not be diminished. Understanding the quantity of fire essence crystals involved, Kei Yi ceased her protests. Additionally, noble students at the Imperial Royal Academy are allowed to bring one attendant. The original choice was SARS, which would have provided a good opportunity for learning and exchange. However, SARS is currently occupied and uninterested, so I will take Mi Duo instead. SARS will continue to manage the territory's finances, as long as there are no deficits. All will be well. SARS's tense heart finally relaxed. Having fought all his life, he was quite unaccustomed to the idea of studying and let out a long sigh. Casting a grateful glance at Wolf Feng, feeling helpless, thought, how could I refuse? This is the Emperor and Oppos' command. Bringing Mi Duo along also served his purposes. It was certainly more convenient to care for her daily needs than for a group of men. Furthermore, he wished for Duo Air to learn more. as he could not remain a mere viscount forever. The rest was not for outsiders to know. As for Aching, Wolf Feng considered him more of a brother. The fire essence crystals may be utilized freely, but first, ensure supplies for our people to enhance our military strength. Kay suddenly grew anxious, pulling at Wolf Feng. He was quite straightforward. Nonetheless, Aching was wise in his own right, never wavering in significant matters honed by battlefield experience. Though he was somewhat inept in the nuances of life, Aching was Wolf Feng's first friend in this world, and as long as he remained cheerful, Wolf Feng felt content. Seeing Wolf Feng assign tasks to others, Aching asked, "What shall I do, Wolf Feng?" Looking at Aching, Wolf Feng replied with a smile. "Aching, guard the Viscount and Apos' territory well. I will assist in finding more warriors from the Nyo Rin tribe at the slave market. You shall be the squad leader. Rest assured, Wolf Feng, I will safeguard our home. By the way, Wolf Feng, I also want a wife." Laughter erupted among the group. "You will have one indeed." Volume 2, The Turmoil of the Imperial City, Chapter 48, The Yakman Warriors in the Realm of the Divine Language Continent. An ancient proverb prevails: gold coins embody the last courage of a noble. The fiery crystal mines of the Viscountcy are a treasure trove, yielding high output with ease of extraction, providing Wolf Feng with 200,000 to 300,000 gold coins weekly. This translates to the sale of 5 pieces each week, not accounting for the 10 Bear Knights and Aching's use. Even now, vast quantities of fiery crystals continue to flow into the storage room behind Wolf Feng's chamber, prompting him to contemplate its expansion. Not only has Chiei Duo heir benefited significantly, but even the Clarence family has reaped substantial rewards, leaving his father-in-law beaming with delight and singing praises for Wolf Feng. The Teuton family has also received a share, not to mention His Majesty of Spoblin. Were it not for Wolf Feng's youth, considerations for granting him an earldom might have been entertained. Ultimately, faced with vehement opposition from the kingdom's lords, Wolf Feng's Viscountcy was transformed into a hereditary title, greatly enhancing its prestige. In no time, Wolf Feng's reputation soared in Spoblin, unmatched and illustrious. Accompanied by Chiei and Duo heir, with Beige trailing behind, he strolled leisurely, his waist adorned with a satchel crafted from the superior stomach of a giant worm. Secret gold and silver for weapon crafting? 5,000 gold coins per gram. Purchase exquisite ceramic wares. Acquire jewelry and gems. Buy. As a Viscount, Wolf Feng possesses ample wealth. Gold coins flow freely, transforming into means to bolster strength, embellish his abode, and adorn his beloved wife. Worth every penny. However, the ultimate aim of this excursion remains the acquisition of warrior slaves. Currently, the Viscountcy boasts merely 10 Brown Bear Knights and Aching among its ranks. Yet he commands a 100-man regiment. As for maidens, one can procure as many as one can afford. The slave market lies on the outskirts of Spoblin, as this trade, rooted in the gray economy, lacks both legal prohibition and endorsement. Discretion is paramount. At first glance, a dilapidated manor greets the eye, its entrance boldly proclaiming personnel recruitment. However, any orc familiar with the trade knows precisely the nature of the dealings within. The manor is divided into 2 distinct sections. The left, adorned in suggestive pink hues, resounds with the laughter of courtesans. This is the domain for purchasing maidservants. Conversely, the right side presents a stark contrast, where the sounds of brutal beatings echo, permeated by a foul stench, an unmistakable indication of the warrior slaves contained within. As Wolf Feng, accompanied by the 2 women and Base, ventured further inside, they beheld slaves of various races, their faces vacant, performing displays of strength under the crack of their masters' whips. Though it pained him, Wolf Feng could only shake his head lightly. These individuals had lost their fighting spirit, reduced to mere shells of their former selves. The deeper they went, the mightier the races on offer became, including the well-known Brown Bear clan, yet all bore the same vacant gaze, their faces ashen. The orc race, pivotal to this continent, thrives on fervor and determination. Stripped of these qualities, the essence of the orc race is lost. Suddenly, a torrent of filthy insults and the sound of lashes reached Wolf Feng and Apos' ears. "Damn long-haired fiends. As slaves, you must behave like slaves. Don't throw tantrums. Or if you harm my patrons, I'll have you chopped up to feed the dogs." Following the sound, he witnessed a group of towering men, shackled in chains, coldly observing the pigman slave master as he mercilessly whipped them. The disdainful glances exchanged among the towering figures, nearly 4 meters tall and rivaling the Brown Bear warriors, mocked the pigman's weakness. They bore horns reminiscent of Aching and Apos', yet more robust and sharper. Long-haired fiends seemed a misnomer, for their body hair was merely abundant, clad in short animal hides, revealing their rugged skin, dense with chest and leg hair, even their faces adorned with thick beards. Their eyes blazed with untamed fury. A fierce assembly of warriors. What race are they? Wolf Feng inquired of Chiayi. After a moment of contemplation, Chiayi responded, "These are the Yakmen warriors, hailing from the frigid highlands." "So they are Yakmen. How valiant they are." Wolf Feng marveled. "Indeed," Chiayi confirmed. "They're among the few vassal races capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the primary combat races, though their numbers are scarce, having long dwelled in the cold highlands." Largely unknown to the masses. As the slave master prepared to strike again, Wolf Feng swiftly intervened. "Hold on." Upon noticing Wolf Feng and Appos' attire, the slave master recognized an opportunity and greeted him with a sycophantic smile. "Generous noble lord, I am Buck, the slave master, at your service. May I inquire what type of merchandise you seek?" Wolf Feng frowned. "Keep your distance." He covered his mouth and nose, gesturing for Buck to step back as one would shoo away a fly. Buck complied, bowing repeatedly. Of course, of course." He then pointed to the Yakmen, asking, "Mock the pigment's weakness." They bore horns reminiscent of a Qing's, yet more robust and sharper. Long-haired fiends seemed a misnomer, for their body hair was merely abundant. "I can only reveal that these long-haired fiends are quite rare and of considerable value." Wolf Feng remained unfazed, frowning. "What is the price?" 100 gold coins for each Yakman warrior. Buck suggested, attempting to present what he deemed a generous price. "Duo heir, pay him." Wolf Feng, feeling impatient, wished to leave this place as soon as possible. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Buck. "By the way, what of their kin?" Buck gulped, diverting his gaze from Duo heir's satchel. "They are also with me, yet they are all aged, weak, or infirm. If you desire them, it's 20 gold coins per head." He gestured towards a massive iron cage in the distance, where indeed the Yakmen were confined, appearing frail and on the brink of death. Buck's pricing was exorbitant. A feeble Yakman was hardly worth a single gold coin. However, who could blame Wolf Feng for being a generous fool? These ailing and elderly beings would only squander his resources. Were it not for the fear of rebellion from the Yakmen, Buck would not engage in such a loss-making venture. "Give me a figure." Buck, excitedly calculating the substantial sum in his mind, exclaimed, "Generous noble lord, I have 38 robust Yakmen warriors and another 62 of their kin, totaling 5,040 gold coins. To bring good fortune, I shall part with them for only 5,038 gold coins." Wolf Feng cast a cool glance at Buck, retorting, "You truly are generous." Duo heir, harboring no fondness for these slave masters, promptly retrieved a chest containing 5,000 gold coins from her satchel and handed it to Wolf Feng, adding an additional 38 gold coins from her coin purse. Diverting his gaze from Duo heir and Appos' satchel, "They are also with me, yet they are all aged, weak, or infirm. If you desire them." The chest shattered, scattering the glimmering coins across the ground. Instantly, the surrounding slave masters were filled with envy, their eyes gleaming like vultures, wishing they could devour Buck alive. As Buck hurriedly attempted to gather the fallen coins back into the chest, stuffing the overflow into his collar, he drew a greasy dagger from his waist. A blade perhaps used for cutting meat during last night, and Appos' meal, and bellowed, "Stay back. The gold is mine. I am not to be trifled with." Wolf Feng scoffed a few times, then turned to the Yaks and Appos' warriors, producing his cold ink blade and methodically severing the iron chains binding the Yak people. In no time, 38 Yak individuals stood before Wolf Feng, silently awaiting his decree. Wolf Feng sheathed his cold ink blade, gesturing towards the cages that held their families, and proclaimed loudly, "Take your families with you. From this day forth, you shall be my vassals, the vassals of Wolf Feng, a viscount of the empire. Understand this. You are vassals, not slaves." Pausing momentarily, a warm smile spread across his face as he added, "In other words, you are free. Do you wish to fight for me?" Even these towering 4-meter-tall steel warriors were moved to tears at the mention of freedom. They rushed to the cages to rescue their loved ones, some embracing their parents, others cradling their children, all kneeling before Wolf Feng. Wolf Feng shouted, "What are you doing? Beasts, kneel only to your parents. Why kneel to me? Choose a leader to accompany the Dwarf Master Bas back to my territory, and when I return, I want to see a group of transformed Yak warriors." As Buck hurriedly attempted to gather the fallen coins back into the chest, stuffing the overflow into his collar, he drew a greasy dagger from his waist. "My warriors shall belong to you. My sword and life shall belong to you. I, Yadin, am at your service." Without hesitation, Yadin swore his undying allegiance. Wolf Feng scoffed a few times, then turned to the Yak's warriors, producing his cold ink blade and methodically severing the iron chains binding the Yak people. In no time, 38 Yak individuals stood before Wolf Feng, silently awaiting his decree. Wolf Feng sheathed his cold ink blade, gesturing towards the cages that held their families, and proclaimed loudly. Wolf Feng took Duo and Apos, to select a few maidens, recognizing that his household was expanding, and the poor 9 rabbit maidens were nearing exhaustion. As Wolf Feng and the 2 women perused the marketplace for maidens, he noticed that the prices for high-quality maidens were still steep, yet to him, they amounted to little compared to his current wealth. After acquiring 20 cat maidens and 20 rabbit maidens, he deemed it sufficient. Meanwhile, at the ancestral grounds of the ancient Moon Wolf clan, Wolf Pa sat with the elders, his expression stern as he addressed them. Wolf Feng has received his fief in Spolin, yet its proximity to Spolin is not ideal for our clan. We must wait until he ascends to the rank of Count and requires territory expansion before we make our move. Moreover, being with the young lady of the Clarence family is not necessarily a bad thing. Wolf Feng's awakening has progressed significantly, and news from Spolin's scouts indicates that his mental prowess has improved greatly. I propose we release that young member of the Shadow Wolf clan to assist Wolf Feng. What do you elders think? The elders pondered and exchanged thoughts before responding in unison. Agreed. Back with Wolf Feng, after carefully selecting 40 maidens, the sky began to darken. To his surprise, after acquiring numerous items, he felt utterly exhausted, while the 2 women remained lively and animated, revealing that shopping transcended species. It was an innate trait of women. As they prepared to leave, Duoer and Ke rushed over, pulling him toward a peculiar girl. Ke pouted. Wolf Feng, she looks so pitiful. Let us buy her. Though Duo and Apos remained silent, her thoughts mirrored Ke and Apos. Wolf Feng approached the low iron cage, noticing that the girl had 2 delicate wings sprouting from her back, one of which was damaged. She sat naked, covered in filth, her long black hair cascading down her back, curled up with her legs hugged to her chest. Due to prolonged malnutrition, she appeared frail, yet her dark, defiant eyes struck a chord of shock within him. Wolf Feng recalled that the largest branch of the beast men, the avian clan, did not possess such wings. An elf? He inquired. The nearby centaur slave master chuckled. My lord, she is not an elf. She belongs to the butterfly clan of the insect tribe. A seemingly simple slave master added with a smile. Revealing small horns atop his head, he was a centaur. Butterfly clan? Insect people? Wolf Feng mused, surprised that they engaged in trade involving insect races. This remark was not unfounded. The butterfly clan was not a warrior race, and one would seldom see them on the battlefield. Their presence here could indicate 2 possibilities. Beastmen slave traders had come, or insect slave traders had arrived. The seemingly mundane slave master uttered a statement rich in subtle philosophy. My lord, war is war, and trade is trade. Wolf Feng scrutinized the slave master deeply. What is the price? 1,000 gold coins. Wolf Feng was taken aback. A robust Yak warrior only cost 100 gold coins. Why so expensive? He inquired. The slave master smiled ruefully. Life is hard. This is my first and last time engaging in this trade. My 3 sons are stationed at the Weir line, and my wife is waiting for money to survive. My brothers returning from the front lines need funds for their injuries. Wolf Feng understood that the Weir line was the front line built by the elves and beastmen to resist the insect army. He fell silent, pondering. Is the empire indifferent? The astute slave master seemed to harbor a hint of sarcasm in his gaze. The wealth of the empire first belongs to the nobility, and only afterward to the commoners. My lord. Wolf Feng suddenly found the term my lord somewhat grating, slowly counting out 1,500 gold coins. He placed the chest of coins into the slave master and Apos' hands. I'll buy her. The slave master shook his head, returning the excess coins to Wolf Feng, saying calmly, No need, 1,000 is enough. Handing Wolf Feng the key to the iron cage, he clutched the 1,000 gold coins tightly and ambled away. Wolf Feng silently tossed the coins into his storage pouch, unlocking the cage containing the butterfly girl. After a long period of confinement, her legs had grown numb. Wolf Feng reached out and lifted her into his arms. Duo and Apos quickly draped a clean, thin blanket over the butterfly girl. At that moment, Wolf Feng distinctly felt her tremble in fear as their bodies made contact. Glancing down at the butterfly girl, he noted the growing darkness in her eyes that radiated a chilling hatred. Holding the girl in his arms, he looked at Duo and Apos, and Ke, and spoke in a hoarse voice, Let us go home. The two women sensed that something was amiss with Wolf Fong, who, once vibrant and full of life, now bore a hint of fatigue. Wordlessly, they closely followed behind him. Wolf Fong maintained a pensive silence in the carriage, a state not missed by K.E. and Duoer, who discerned his unease. The butterfly maiden, equally reticent, clutched a stone, a memento perhaps from her resistance during their boarding. Respecting her delicate state, the trio refrained from pressing her. Duo and Amp, Oppo's, tenderly held Wolf Fong and Amp, Oppo's, hand, while K.E. embraced him, her head resting beneath his chin, whispering, "No need, 1,000 is enough." Handing Wolf Fong the key to the iron cage, he clutched the 1,000 gold coins tightly and ambled away. Perhaps this avoidance was deliberate, but was it truly detrimental? He playfully lifted K.E.'s chin, teasing, "I was contemplating whether to devour my K.E. tonight." K.E. blushed, retorting, "You're incorrigible." The carriage rolled onward, homeward bound. Due to geographical nuances, the winters in Cibo-Lan were less protracted than those in the insectoid territories. As the brief winter waned, the rejuvenating spring quietly emerged, heralding the season of sowing following the autumnal harvest. In a region of Cibo-Lan, a formidable guard escorted a carriage, trailed by 10 fully armored grizzly bear knights. Their exquisite Milanese armor elicited gasps of admiration, while they brandished sharp battle axes and bore pointed lances on their armored behemoths. The lead bear knight, exceptionally towering, carried a billowing banner emblazoned with a roaring wolf's head, encircled by golden trefoils, beneath which was inscribed a prominent character, Fong. Behind the knight marched 10 equally imposing warriors, bare-chested and wielding long-handled war hammers crafted by the dwarven artisan base. Their long, sable horns accentuated their fierce countenances. At Lord Wolf Fong's behest, the Yakmen warriors had their long beards braided into twin pigtails, initially met with resistance but soon flaunted amidst admiring glances from local maidens. Had Gothic armor not been so intricate to forge, K.E. would have had the Yakmen clad in its angular plates. Alas, perhaps this avoidance was deliberate, but was it truly detrimental? He playfully lifted K.E.'s chin, teasing, "I was contemplating whether to devour my K.E. tonight." K.E. blushed, retorting, "You're incorrigible." Comprised of 80% nobility and 20% commoners, had a tradition among the nobles of flaunting their domain's military might upon arrival. Wolf Fong was indifferent, but K.E. insisted. Eager to showcase her discerning eye. Resigned, Wolf Fong acquiesced. "What is that place?" Wolf Fong inquired, pointing to a stately edifice, addressing K.E. "That is the Temple of Enlightenment, the sole religion of the Beast and Empire, with a vast following." Wolf Fong stroked his chin, while they brandished sharp battle axes and bore pointed lances on their armored behemoths. The lead bear knight, exceptionally towering, carried a billowing banner emblazoned with a roaring wolf and Oppo's head. "Father has forbidden excessive intimacy before our betrothal." "And what of Duo and Oppo's, K.E. playfully nudged Duo and Oppo's, into Wolf Fong and Oppo's arms, quipping, "Duo and Oppo's, would surely oblige." Bare-chested and wielding long-handled war hammers crafted by the dwarven artisan base. Their long, sable horns accentuated their fierce countenances. At Lord Wolf Fong and Amp, Oppo's behest, Wolf Fong was taken aback. Despite their bashfulness, the Beastkin women were remarkably uninhibited. "Disgusting," Billy interjected, her azure butterfly wings fluttering slightly, her expression conveying displeasure. Villy, the butterfly person Wolf Fong had acquired, had been with them for over a month. For the first 3 days, she refused sustenance, necessitating Wolf Fong to force-feed her for a week until she relented. For the subsequent 10 days, she ate independently but remained aloof. She discarded the stone but pilfered a small knife from Wolf Fong and Amp, Oppo's chamber, which she carried constantly. K.E. and Amp, Oppo's healing magic had restored her wings, earning a modicum of warmth, though not affection. However, she had taken to taunting Wolf Fong, as if compelled to do so daily. Wolf Fong was resigned. Her disposition and heritage made her unpopular within the domain. Fortunately, K.E., a third-year student at the Royal Academy, could bring a retinue member, hence Philly and Amp, Oppo's presence. Intrigued that the Temple of Enlightenment stood adjacent to the Imperial Royal Academy. What was that? I lamented not having yet and Amp, Oppo's, devoured and Amp, Oppo's, my K and Amp, Oppo's, K.E. blushed. While Wolf Fong was but a minor viscount, his fame in Cibo-Lan was growing due to the Fire Marrow crystal mine. His descent from the carriage elicited excited murmurs from the girls. K.E. followed next, inciting envy among the boys. Their relationship was well known in Cibo-Lan. Duoer then alighted with Wolf Fong's assistance, intensifying the boys' jealousy. Finally, Villy fluttered down, her gaze cold. Envy consumed the lads. It was ostentatious. The elite guard was one thing, Ke another, but all three were excessive. Yet, they were powerless. Wolf Fong was self-made, while they were mere heirs, a fundamental difference. Wolf Fong chuckled, shaking his head. This sensation was delightful. He reveled in their impotent ire. Each lad lamented inwardly, "Gods, have you forsaken us? Why does fortune favor this common wolf?" She discarded the stone but pilfered a small knife from Wolf Fong's chamber, which she carried constantly. Ke's healing magic had restored her wings, earning a modicum of warmth. 14. So what if he was immature? He took Ke's left hand and Duoer's right, while Ke took Villy's, instructing Sauls and Aiden to escort everyone home and reminding them of their weekly return. He strode confidently into the campus, flanked by the three women. The Royal Academy's ambience belied its regal moniker. Ancient trees, rambling roses, and moss-covered stone walls evoked a quaint, old-world charm, a testament to the Emperor's efforts. Upon entry, a massive martial arena bustled with youths dueling and challenging each other, showcasing the Beastkind's martial spirit. Beyond stood a towering, 20-meter-high stone lion man statue, its base inscribed with Mundo I, the founding emperor of the Beastin Empire, who had purportedly led the Beastkin from tribalism to empire. As for why the current emperor was a Tigerkin, Wolf Fong was unsure. He only knew that the current emperor was Miller 9, and little else. Volume 2, The Storm in the Imperial Capital, Chapter 51. Room allocation. The Royal Academy of the Empire bears a striking resemblance to universities of the past, yet it possesses subtle distinctions. Here, the selection of courses is entirely open and free. Students have the liberty to choose any subject to attend, and the frequency of their classes is also at their discretion. It can be said that everything relies on the student's self-discipline. While such a scenario would seem improbable in the universities of the past, it appears entirely natural in this realm. As for the common students of the Beastmen Royal Academy, their arduous journey to the gates of the academy instills in them a fervent desire for knowledge. Indeed, they often emerge as the most diligent, obedient, and resilient learners within the institution, truly the epitome of academic excellence. Conversely, the nobility, although burdened by greater lethargy, are under the constant shadow of the annual student assessment, a rigorous examination personally overseen by His Majesty, the Emperor of the 10,000 Beasts Empire. Poor performance invites familiar reproach and a precarious future. Furthermore, a noble and Oppo's finest credentials are their knowledge and refinement, thus they strive to present themselves with utmost elegance. This dynamic results in common students predominantly opting for courses such as theories of warfare and detailed analysis of formations, while nobles tend to favor subjects like social studies, comprehensive history of the continent, and even tea art and noble etiquette. The Royal Academy of the Empire thus maintains students' interest, allowing them to flourish according to their own aspirations. However, it is rumored that this year has brought about some changes. With the unanimous agreement of His Majesty, Seth Claren, and Lei Shantiao, the art of combat has been mandated as a compulsory course for all students, even requiring third-year students to revisit this subject. Upon the announcement of this news, students voiced their discontent, yet it seemingly bore little effect. As the new term commenced, this course appeared on every student's schedule. For Lang Feng, this development held little weight, as he was not overly concerned about his course selections. However, the amiable Prince Claren was quite dissatisfied, for he wished nothing more than for Lang Feng to receive the finest education. After much deliberation with Duo Heir regarding Lang Feng's circumstances, they ultimately settled on comprehensive history of the continent and theories of warfare as his chosen subjects, coupled with the obligatory the art of combat. Lang Feng and Oppo's days at the academy promised to be quite busy. It is worth noting that a single class at the Royal Academy lasts 3 hours. Although classes are not held every day, each subject typically convenes at least 3 times a week, resulting in 1 to 2 classes for Lang Feng daily. This was nearly comparable to the workload of common students. Yet Lang Feng discerned Duo Heir's intentions through her course selections and accepted her arrangements with a faint smile. Duo Heir, a third-year student, did not share classes with Lang Feng and was occupied with her own graduation assessments and various obligations. After bestowing a heartfelt kiss upon Lang Feng, she reluctantly departed. Consequently, Duo Heir opted to keep Villy by her side, which left Lang Feng with a hint of exasperation. For this delightful young lady was not easily managed, especially as she served as a considerable distraction, although Villy had yet to realize her role as such. The main teaching building of the Royal Academy is designed in a semicircular shape, with a fragrant garden at its center. The high floors bustle with activity, and the youthful spirit, rarely seen among the beast men, echoes within its walls. Just as during the initial enrollment, everything felt so alien as Duo Air. They ultimately settled on comprehensive history of the continent and theories of warfare as his chosen subjects, coupled with the obligatory the art of combat. He received the key to a single apartment. Witnessing the outflow of gold coins, Lang Feng shed tears of anguish. Although classes are not held every day, each subject typically convenes at least 3 times a week, resulting in 1 to 2 classes for Lang Feng daily. Commoners reside in shared quarters, while nobles enjoy single rooms, although even the spacious apartments can comfortably house 4 individuals. As he stepped into the fragrant ambience of the apartment, Lang Feng found it beautifully appointed, featuring exquisite 3 to 4-story buildings. Each floor consisted of 2-room layouts, and upon opening the door, delicate sunlight poured into the living room, its antique decor exuding warmth. The apartment boasted 2 bedrooms, a small kitchen, and a washroom, with each building powered by a valuable magic crystal, rumored to be the handiwork of highly paid gray-winged dwarfs. Billy busily entered the smaller bedroom, unpacking essentials from Duo Air and Amp, Oppo's storage bag. Lang Feng, with a mischievous grin, took Duo Air and Amp, Oppo's hand and inquired, "Little me Duo, we have only 2 bedrooms for 3 of us. What shall we do?" Duo Air and Amp, Oppo's cheeks flushed as she softly replied, "The adult can stay in the larger room, and Villy and I will share the smaller one." "But that small bedroom cannot accommodate 2 people, Lang Feng teased. In truth, these were merely excuses. While the smaller room was slightly less spacious than the master bedroom, it could easily fit 2 grown men. He received the key to a single apartment. Witnessing the outflow of gold coins, Lang Feng shed tears of anguish. "Ha ha ha. Me Duo, you are indeed charming. Your boldness even makes me blush. Yet when you are shy, you are equally enchanting." He continued to jest. "Now, Duo Air, we must agree, you cannot engage in any indecent behavior at night, or if the adult loses control, you cannot blame me." Duo Air's legs weakened, and she softly collapsed into Lang Feng's embrace, her gaze somewhat dreamy as she breathed softly, "You are incorrigible." Returning to the matter at hand, Duo Air exhibited remarkable potential as a diligent organizer, her storage bag containing every conceivable item needed, from bedding and utensils to water cups and even toilet paper. Observing her bustling figure within the room conjured a gentle warmth, affirming the age-old adage that simplicity often brings true contentment. Lang Feng silently vowed to safeguard this cherished existence. Nevertheless, it must be noted that third-year students would soon embark on their graduation assessments in the giant tanned forest, while those endowed with beast pattern powers would also need to inscribe their patterns. Lang Feng, having leveraged his connections through Duo Air, expressed his desire to accompany them. He bore no concern for the assessment, as he could indeed bring along a protector, and following the transformative experience with that fruit, let alone 2 petite young ladies. "Then, I can share a room with the adult," Duo Air shyly suggested. Lang Feng burst into laughter. The supervising mentor acquiesced to Lang Feng and Oppo's request, and he successfully joined the assessment team. Of course, unforeseen events may await him, beyond his expectations. Volume 2, The Storm of the Imperial Capital, Chapter 52. The passionate pursuer, the grand pursuit of education has commenced with fervor, and Duer, as the attendant of Lang Feng, is enrolled in courses that align with his KES curriculum mirrors that of Lang Feng, and by extension, Villy is also taking the same classes. Although Villy belongs to the insectoid race, her role as KE's attendant, coupled with the belief that beauty knows no boundaries, soon earns her a multitude of admirers. Her exotic charm and striking demeanor are indeed rare gifts. Duer, too, shines, while the allure of her maid's attire may have faded. Her simple yet elegant garments radiate a gentle grace. However, the fact remains that she is Lang Feng's woman, a reality that stirs quiet lamentations within the hearts of many, even among the commoners. As for KE, it only ignites the fervent impulses of countless infatuated youths. "Lang Feng, I challenge you to a duel." A spirited voice echoed from below, interrupting the ongoing lecture on the history of the continent. The enthusiastic She-Man mentor furrowed his brow, while students of various races suppressed their amusement. Duer stifled a giggle, and even Villy couldn't help but smile slightly. Lang Feng, in a state of mild exasperation, pondered the absurdity of the situation. The Orcish tradition of honorable duels could not be declined. Although the frequent challenges were a means of physical exertion, they eventually became tiresome. This was further complicated by the fact that commoners were not permitted to challenge nobles, Otherwise, Lang Feng would scarcely be able to attend his lessons in peace. The She-Man mentor adjusted his spectacles and rasped, "Lang Feng, go swiftly and return promptly. We are about to delve into the development of races, which is of utmost importance." "Yes, mentor," Lang Feng replied respectfully, turning to descend the stairs. There, he encountered a proud avian figure, a white-headed eagleman, who brandished his massive wings and directed his hooked beak defiantly at Lang Feng. Truth be told, the avian race was uncommon in the northern regions, as they primarily inhabited the south. They collaborated with the aquatic warriors of the orcs to defend the other side of the beast empire from the formidable water tribes. Lang Feng, even among the commoners. As for K.E., it only ignites the fervent impulses of countless infatuated youths. "Lang Feng, I challenge you to a duel. I am the loyal suitor of Miss Villy. Today, I, Rado of the Orcish white-headed eagle tribe, challenge you. I shall rescue Miss Villy from your clutches and free her from your torment." Many students peered from the upper levels, their expressions shifting as they recognized Rado, the most unassuming student in the school, as the one confronting Lang Feng. It seemed this was indeed a tale of true love. Lang Feng, at a loss for words, had little desire to engage with such childish antics. Nevertheless, out of curiosity, he asked, "Who told you that I have wronged Miss Villy?" Everyone says so," Rado replied, momentarily bewildered. "Have you witnessed me mistreating Miss Villy?" Lang Feng pressed. To Lang Feng and Appo's surprise, Rado lowered his head in contemplation, taking a considerable amount of time before responding. "It seems I have not." Lang Feng was taken aback, recognizing the potential in this youth. He continued, "Then you have been misled. Go and inquire with them. See what they have to say." Rado pondered this, finding merit in Lang Feng and Appo's words. He bowed respectfully and said, "You are right. My father always taught me that only what we see with our own eyes is the truth. I shall seek confirmation. My apologies, Lord Lang Feng." He then spread his wings and took flight. Lang Feng gazed sincerely after Rado's departing figure, mused, "What a kind-hearted and noble lad." Upon returning to class, Lang Feng found his peers eagerly searching for any signs of injury upon him. Their hopes were dashed, for not only was there no injury, but even his garments were devoid of dust. Doer, seated beside Lang Feng, relaxed upon confirming his well-being and whispered, "My lord, who has come for you?" Lang Feng gestured towards Villy. "Villy? Ah, it appears Miss Villy is quite popular," Dua chuckled. Villy scoffed, turning her lip in disdain. "Boring." She disregarded Lang Feng and began to focus intently on the lesson. The She-Man mentor began discussing the evolution of races. Villy listened intently, captivated by the old mentor's delivery, which, while monotonous, possessed a unique rhythm that drew listeners in. "We do not know how this world was formed, nor do we understand the origins of the orcs, insectoids, elves, or dwarfs. We only know that one day these extraordinary beings began to thrive on this continent. At that time, monstrous beasts roamed freely, and the insectoids and orcs united to combat the fierce creatures, while the elves retreated into secluded forests, and the dwarves hid in vast underground caverns when they recognized that these beings were formidable adversaries. The beasts began to turn on each other, which, in turn, brought us new life." Mentor Villy interrupted, her voice cutting through the lecture. "Yes, Villy. Do you have a question?" the mentor asked with a warm smile directed at the insectoid girl. "Mentor, I do not believe the insectoids and orcs ever collaborated. The two races are still in conflict." Villy shook her head, her agitation evident. The profound enmity between their races and her own experiences rendered the narrative utterly implausible to her. The mentor smiled gently and addressed the class. "Do you all know about my own race, the Serpent Folk?" The students nodded in unison. The Serpent Folk were indeed a significant branch of the orcs, particularly known for their formidable giant anaconda warriors, whose height rivaled that of the juvenile titans from distant continents. Villy was well aware of the Serpent Folk's reputation. The mentor continued, "The strength of the Serpent Folk is widely acknowledged, yet they have never had beast-marked warriors among them. Instead, they possess the totemic Medusa. Each powerful Serpent Folk tribe boasts a Medusa, whose petrifying gaze instills terror in countless insectoids and aquatic beings." The students exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the mentor's intent. He shook his head. "Do you not find that the Medusa of the Serpent Folk bears a striking resemblance to the sacred insect of the insectoid race? Furthermore, the Serpent Folk are also known as longworms." The mentor closed his book, gazing at the astonished students, and stated calmly, "I hope you will ponder this question deeply and consider setting aside your racial biases. Perhaps in the future, you may become the key to resolving the conflicts between our two races." Today's lesson concludes here. Do enjoy your lunch. With that, he leisurely descended from the platform. The students bowed, "Farewell, Minter." Though the Minter had departed, most remained immersed in contemplation of his words. Lai Feng, too, found himself at a loss for words. Could the serpent folk truly be linked to the insectoids? This question lacked a definitive answer. Time holds the power to cleanse all. And such history remains known only to the venerable scholars who dedicate their lives to the study of the continent's history. Even the serpent folk, at this point, may remain unaware the Academy's fare was sufficiently palatable for the likes of Wolf Fong, though Duoer's culinary skills were superior. The need to procure ingredients and seek permission from the Academy for open-flame cooking dissuaded Wolf Fong from preparing his own meals. The most exquisite ingredients often undergo the simplest preparation, or rather, ordinary ingredients underwent the finest cooking, which aptly described the Academy's cafeteria. The ingredients were commonplace. Yet the chefs and oppos' expertise was undeniable, transforming a simple mashed potato dish into a veritable feast for the senses. However, such fare was beneath the disdain of the haughty nobles, resulting in a cafeteria predominantly populated by commoner students and minor aristocrats. After a lunch that Wolf Fong deemed adequately lavish, he led Duo and Amp, oppos, or by her delicate hand toward their abode. For what better way to spend a delightful midday respite than to embrace the soft warmth of Duo and Amp, oppos, or in slumber? The sole drawback was the diminutive refrigerator, Villi, which imparted a chilling ambience to the apartment. But no matter, they could simply refrain from disrobing entirely. Could the serpent folk truly be linked to the insectoids? This question lacked a definitive answer. Time holds the power to cleanse all. And such history remains known only to the venerable scholars who dedicate their lives to the study of the continent's history. Even the serpent folk, at this point. For I am afflicted with a headache. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the obstruction was none other than Lado. Lado gazed adoringly at Villi, who clung closely to Wolf Fong, and declared with ardent passion, "Fair Mistress Villi, it is not race that divides us, but rather this unscrupulous viscount before us. Fear not. For a true knight knows no dread of demons, and I shall deliver you from his clutches." With these words, he drew his long sword and leveled it at Wolf Fong's, proclaiming with righteous indignation, "Shameless Wolf Fong, you have deceived me once more, for you have compelled Villi to perform such tasks. This is unforgivable. Draw your sword, Viscount." Wolf Fong was once again rendered speechless. What have I compelled Villi to do? Young man, one may jest, but not with such accusations. Villi, having imbibed the teachings of Duo and oppos, and Wolf Fong over the past few days, evidently perceived the ill implications. She glared at Lado and retorted frostily, "Do not speak such nonsense, for nothing has transpired between us." Lado, however, remained unconvinced, striking a heroic pose and murmuring gently to Villi, "Fair Villi, you need not fear, for I shall vanquish him and deliver you." Turning to Wolf Fong, he proclaimed in a resounding voice, "Wolf Fong, you have forced Villi to launder your undergarments, denied her the use of soap, deprived her of blankets whilst she slept, and permitted her only to partake of rice, forbidding her from consuming vegetables. Such depravity! How could a fair lady be subjected to such treatment? Prepare for a duel." Wolf Fong recoiled in dismay, sensing Duoer's hand instinctively reaching for his waist. He wiped away a bead of perspiration and stammered, "Ah, so these are the matters at hand. Nay, none of this has occurred." Lado's voice carried far, and the students who passed by at midday cast disapproving glances at Wolf Fong, their eyes filled with pity for Villi. I never knew Villi was subjected to such misery. Forced to perform such tasks by Wolf Fong, remarked a female passerby. Indeed, echoed a male passerby. I never imagined Wolf Fong harbored such proclivities. Surely, Lord Wolf Fong is not such a man, interjected an infatuated admirer. Perhaps these are mere rumors. Foolish admirer, retorted a cynical voice. Even Lado has risen to challenge him. Can there be any doubt as to the truth? Wolf Fong, his face contorted in anger, fixed his gaze upon Lado, laundering undergarments without soap, depriving her of blankets, forbidding her from consuming vegetables. I commend your imagination, for you have concocted quite a tale. Wolf Fong had initially dismissed these as mere childish antics, but now, finding them escalating, he demanded in a chilling tone, "Who has imparted this knowledge to you?" Lado replied with an expression of reverence, "It was young Master Kent who informed me, for he does not cower before your tyrannical power." Kent? Wolf Fong sneered. How could a fair lady be subjected to such treatment? Prepare for a duel. Wolf Fong recoiled in dismay, sensing Duoer's hand instinctively reaching for his waist. He was inciting Lado to engage in frivolous harassment. He is certainly audacious. Observing Lado and Amp, oppos, incessant chatter, Wolf Fong swiftly drew the Frostmourne from his storage ring and struck Leto's forehead with the flat of the blade. Ah! Leto cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. A sizable lump swelled upon his brow with astonishing speed, obscuring one of his eyes. Wolf Fong smirked silently and led Duo and Appos, and Villy into their apartment. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Is that all? Was this not the valiant knight who dared to challenge the demon? He could not even withstand a single blow. Kent, lurking in the shadows, inwardly wished to bludgeon Leto to death. Why had he mentioned his name? Were it not for Daogen's authority, he would have had no dealings with Wolf Fong, that baleful star. Kent trembled with fear, muttering, I must seek out young Master Daogen, lest Wolf Fong slay me. Yes, I must depart immediately. Uttering these frantic words, Kent hastened to find Daogen, abandoning Leto to his fate. Upon returning to their apartment, Wolf Fong did not embrace Duo and Appos, or for a siesta, but rather stood before the living room window, observing the events below. He watched as Kent skulked away, confirming the veracity of Leto's words. It seems Daogen has not relinquished his designs. What shall we do, my lord? Duo asked with concern. Wolf Fong smiled warmly and stroked Duo's ear. Fear not, for what is a mere rat to be feared? Duo's delicate frame trembled as Wolf Fong grasped her long ears. My lord is ever so fond of jesting to please Duo, she murmured, her cheeks flushed with color. Amidst Villy's snorts of scorn, Wolf Fong led Duo and Appos, back to the bedroom. Even if the heavens were to fall, their midday nap could not be forsaken. No sooner had they entered than Leto, who had been prostrate on the ground below, sprang to his feet, startling the onlookers. He nonchalantly brushed the dust from his person and offered a cordial smile. Lurking in the shadows, inwardly wished to bludgeon Leto to death. Why had he mentioned his name? Were it not for Daogen's authority? Wincing in pain, and muttered, Good heavens, his strength is not to be underestimated. With these words, he turned to leave, but then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he shouted toward Wolf Fong's apartment window. Despicable Wolf Fong, I shall not relent. I shall rescue Mistress Villy. Having uttered these words, he lowered his head, feigning the shame of a defeated duelist, and departed. Kent swiftly located Daogen, who resided on the opposite side of the academy. Like Ke, Daogen was a third-year student, confirming the veracity of Leto's words. It seems Daogen has not relinquished his designs. What shall we do, my lord? Duo asked with concern. Her attitude toward him underwent a complete transformation, and she even acquired a paramour. This incensed Daogen. As he listened intently to Kent and Appos' account, Kent stood motionless at Daogen and Appos' side. Daogen suppressed his fury and murmured, Fear not, young Master Kent, for this is but a minor setback. Besides, Leto is too inept. You are not to blame. We shall have ample opportunities. With these words, he patted Kent's shoulder. Having failed in his mission, who had been prostrate on the ground below, sprang to his feet, startling the onlookers. He nonchalantly brushed the dust from his person and offered a cordial smile. Were it not for your father's usefulness, I would make you rue the day you crossed Daogen. And Leto is equally worthless. Such a fellow, lacking any prestige within the academy, is clearly unreliable. Volume 2. The Storm in the Imperial Capital, Chapter 54. The astute Rado in the tranquil night sky, stars twinkled brilliantly, the absence of the moon rendering the celestial expanse exceptionally luminous. A dark shadow swept across the heavens, heading towards an Earl and Appos' manor situated outside the city of Spolin. Unlike ordinary orcs, this figure boasted two magnificent wings on his back, each flap generating a powerful gust of wind. To be frank, the fact that the wolf blade could incapacitate Rado in one blow was largely exaggerated. With those two wings alone, he could easily evade the wolf blade's grasp. The airborne orc was none other than Rado. He flew with remarkable swiftness and soon perched atop a towering arrow tower, alighting gracefully. The sentinels within the tower remained blissfully unaware of the white-headed eagle man above them. Rado folded his wings and lay low on the tower, patiently observing, his keen eyes fixed intently on the movements of the other towers. Being near Spolin and within the territory of Earltal, no one believed that anyone would dare to intrude alone into the Earl's manor, although the orc soldiers were valiant. The adage that one is born from adversity and perishes in comfort holds true universally. As the night deepened, the centaur soldiers within the arrow tower succumbed to sleep, clutching long unused weapons, soon producing thunderous snores. Thus, Rado effortlessly infiltrated the Earltal and Appos' manor. He meticulously searched every nook and cranny, leaving no corner unexamined. For the vision of a white-headed eagle was among the finest within the orc kin. A mere glance could provide him with precise information about the interior of any dwelling. Unlike ordinary orcs, this figure boasted two magnificent wings on his back, each flap generating a powerful gust of wind. To be frank, he had only one room left to search, the residence of Earl Tal himself. Rado muttered to himself, wavering in indecision. For it was the most heavily guarded place in the entire manor, and a single misstep could lead to discovery. Just a quick glance. If I don't find anything, I'll withdraw. Resolute, he gently flapped his wings and cautiously descended onto the second-floor balcony. As he peered through the window, he unexpectedly locked eyes with Earl Tal, his keen eyes fixed intently on the movements of the other towers. Being near Spolin and within the territory of Earl Tal, Rado could easily surmise what the Earl had been up to the previous night. Damn that old lecher. Rado cursed silently and prepared to flee. Despite his lecherous nature, the Earl retained a measure of martial prowess from his youth and quickly reacted, bursting onto the balcony and bellowing, "Thief!" The manor, neither vast nor small, was situated at its very center. Even for Rado, it would take some time to escape after being spotted. At the sound of Tal and Apos' shout, the entire manor erupted in chaos, shrill whistles and cries intertwining. Teams of pikemen and centaur archers swiftly caught sight of Rado and Apos' figure. "Archers, prepare, fire!" commanded the captain of the guards, and a volley of feathered arrows was loosed towards Rado. Though Rado had heard of the centaur archers and Apos' esteemed reputation, he now found himself dodging arrows, soaring higher and evading the lethal projectiles that whizzed past him, only to fall powerless to the ground. Still, one arrow from the squad leader struck Rado in the abdomen. He plummeted sharply downward, exerting all his strength to keep from crashing. With one hand pressed against his wound, he staggered out of the Earl and Apos' manor. It happened to be the weekend, and Wolf Blade had set out early with Dor and Villy to return to the Viscount and Apos' territory. The hired coachman cracked his whip, urging the horses to gallop swiftly. Suddenly, with a shout from the coachman, Rado could easily surmise what the Earl had been up to the previous night. Damn that old lecher. Rado cursed silently and prepared to flee. Despite his lecherous nature, although there were no injuries, the abrupt stop startled everyone into screams. "What happened, coachman?" Wolf Blade demanded, irritation lacing his tone. The coachman wiped the sweat from his brow, his hands torn and bleeding from the sudden pull of the reins. "I apologize, noble lord, truly, I." Seeing the coachman and Apos' pitiful state softened Wolf Blade and Apos' heart. He waved his hand, interrupting, "It's all right. I do not blame you." "What occurred?" The coachman, relieved by Wolf Blade's forgiveness, quietly replied, "My lord." A white-headed eagle man suddenly fell from the sky. Thankfully, old Jorda reacted quickly, preventing a tragedy. A white-headed eagle man fell from the sky? Wolf Blade leaned out of the carriage and indeed saw a winged white-headed eagle man. Dur leaped down, rushing to the fallen figure. Sweeping aside the hair, she gasped, "My lord, it and Apos' Rado. And he and Apos' been wounded by an arrow." "Rado? How could that stubborn boy be wounded, especially by an arrow?" Wolf Blade pondered aloud. Yet, recalling their shared past as classmates, he instructed the coachman to hoist Rado into the carriage. Observing Rado's night attire and the wound on his abdomen, he contemplated. Administer a healing spell. After all, it seems Wolf Blade is feeling charitable today. Ke shot a glance at the self-important Wolf Blade and firmly declared, "Beast rune healing technique." A beam of light emanated from Ke and Apos' hand, enveloping Rado and Apos' wound. While it would and Apos' fully heal him, it could staunch the bleeding and rouse him from unconsciousness. As the carriage continued its journey, the jolting motion seemed to rouse Rado, who groaned and opened his eyes. Weakly glancing at Wolf Blade, he murmured, "Cough, cough." "Wolf Blade, was it you who saved me? Is there anyone else here?" Wolf Blade retorted, though he gently helped Rado recline. A flicker of shame crossed Rado and Apos' eyes as he weakly confessed, "Wolf Blade, I apologize for my earlier actions, but I was left with no choice." Wolf Blade remained silent, allowing Rado to continue. Taking a deep breath, Rado elaborated, "Tal and Apos' men captured my sister and threatened me to create trouble for you. I had no option but to put on that charade to deceive Kent. Last night, I infiltrated Earl Tal and Apos' manor to rescue my sister, but despite my thorough search, I found no trace of her and was ultimately discovered, sustaining grave injuries." Wolf Blade frowned, puzzled. "Why was it Tal who captured your sister? Wasn't Kent the one pulling the strings?" "Kent acted with Tal's consent, and Tal even supported him from the shadows." It appears our dear young Master Daojin has quite the cunning. Resorting to petty jealousy, he has ensnared his elders. How remarkable. Wolf Blade felt a surge of anger, akin to two children squabbling, only for one to summon their parent to confront the other before any blows were exchanged. Such behavior was thoroughly shameless, if word spread. Earl Tao would become the laughingstock of all Spolin. Volume 2, The Storm of the Imperial Capital, Chapter 55, Villy the Little Tailor. However, Wolf Fong found himself unable to voice his thoughts on the matter. After all, everything was merely one side of the story presented by Rado. Count Tao had painstakingly built his network over the past decade in Spolin. It was inconceivable that he had no connections, although Wolf Fong was currently in the limelight. Having earned praise from His Majesty and the support of two Grand Dukes, his foundation remained too shallow. Moreover, Count Tao, disregarding his own dignity, had to consider the Clarence and Teutonic families. His Majesty would never intervene in the youthful pride of the two children, unless there was compelling evidence to undermine Tao. Wolf Fong would have to endure in silence, not to mention that Tao had the formidable backing of Daojin. Daojin's father was a powerful marquis who held sway over the livelihoods of the Empire's citizens, and Daojin himself was his second son. Mishandling the situation could trigger a significant upheaval in Spolin. Wolf Fong was merely waiting for an opportunity to act. Indeed, the fire essence crystal. A daring plan began to take shape in Wolf Fong's mind. If executed properly, it might not only bring down Tao, but also cause Daojin's family to stumble. However, it was still premature to initiate any action. He resolved to wait until he returned from the giant tan forest. In the meantime, he could send Rado to keep an eye on Daojin, perhaps to gather some incriminating evidence. Sir, we have arrived. The coachman interrupted Wolf Fong and Appo's thoughts, and those responsible for patrolling the territory, including Aiden, noticed the arrival of the carriage. Aiden, along with his team, sprinted over, wielding their long-handled war hammers and massive tower shields, exclaiming, "Boss! Boss lady!" This title had originated from the servant Sals, who remarked that their current lives were far from the hardships of the past as common soldiers. The fire essence crystal had made the Viscount's estate incredibly wealthy, and Sals had noticeably gained weight, his once defined muscles now softened by a layer of fat. All of this was thanks to their boss, Wolf Fong. Although Aiden's team was well armed, they still wore ordinary leather garments. The Gothic armor had been completed, yet an awkward issue remained unresolved: the tailoring. Indeed, as per a letter from Base, while the Gothic armor was successfully forged, the inner lining posed a challenge because Base lacked the skills for needlework. An armor set consists of both iron plating and lining, and the quality of the lining directly affects the comfort of the armor. An uncomfortable suit of armor could severely impact the warrior wearing it, especially for the Yak men, who stood over 4 meters tall. Logically, a master armorer would also be a skilled tailor. However, Base was different. His expertise lay in weapon forging, and he had only learned about armor lining as part of the dwarven curriculum, which meant that while he understood how to make the linings, he was utterly clumsy with the embroidery needle. Kei pouted in dissatisfaction. It was one thing for the Yak men warriors to lack armor on the day Wolf Fong went to school, but after so many days without any progress, it was rather unreasonable. Moreover, Base had taken on numerous young Yak men as apprentices. Although they were children, they were already over 2 meters tall and quite strong. Surely by now, they could have produced at least a portion of the armor. With her lips pursed, she turned to Wolf Fong and urged, "Wolf Fong, you must have a serious talk with Base. He still has Appos, crafted the armor, and we are about to head to the giant tan forest. Warriors without armor are in great danger." Wolf Fong smiled wryly and reassured Kei, "There is no other choice. A considerable amount of armor has been forged, albeit mixed with precious metals and imbued with certain magical defenses. Yet there is still no lining. Kei, can you sew?" Kei and Appos' face flushed as she murmured, "I can't, but I can learn. Learning on the spot won't suffice. Can Duo do it?" Wolf Fong then turned his gaze towards Duo. I can, and Appos, either. Our instructor said that nobles never wear patched clothing." It seemed that hope was dwindling, and Wolf Fong felt a sense of frustration. Aiden and the others shared in this disappointment, as they drooled over the fine armor daily but could not wear it. Once, a Yakman warrior could not resist the temptation and tried it on. He nearly tore his belly open while moving, and upon removing it, he found himself covered in numerous scratches. Villy, feeling a bit miffed, wondered why Wolf Fong had not asked her. With a huff, she declared coldly, "I can do it." Wolf Fong stared at Villy, his face full of disbelief. "Can you really?" "Prove it." Irritated, Villy turned her head away, refusing to speak to him any further. Yet, Kay suddenly perked up, exclaiming, "Right? How could we forget about Villi? The butterfly tribe and Oppos, as embroiderers are renowned across the continent. Surely an embroiderer can also be a tailor." Humph. Villi snorted coldly, though there was a hint of grievance in her tone. Wolf Fong, feeling somewhat awkward, smiled at Villi and said, all right. I admit I was wrong. As long as you can create the lining, I will buy you the butterfly people as favorite honey until you are sick of it. Who would want that? I'm not agreeing just for the honey. Wolf Fong chuckled knowingly. Villi's stubbornness was indeed endearing, especially for a 15-year-old girl. Upon hearing that Villi could sew, Base rushed over with enthusiasm and whisked her away. Upon seeing her work, one could not help but be astonished. The delicate silver needle danced in Villi's hands like a butterfly flitting between flowers, deftly guiding the threads through the fabric. In no time at all, a perfect lining was completed. Aiden could hardly contain his excitement as he donned the Gothic armor. The once humble Yak Man now appeared imposing, and unlike the silver-white Milan style. The Gothic armor was a striking gray-black, its ferocity laid bare. If the Milan style was known for its defensive capabilities, the Gothic style's greatest feature was its enhanced mobility and offensive potential, with the Iron Tower shield providing ample protection. It was believed that within a few days, Wolf Fong's first heavy infantry would be fully equipped, adding another layer of assurance for their expedition to the giant tan forest. The group convened for a brief meeting in the dining hall, where Base reported on the financial status of the Viscount's estate. It was undeniable that the Viscount's territory was earning swiftly but spending even more rapidly. Equipping a single Yakman warrior would cost nearly 50,000 gold coins, and the expenses for just 38 Yakman warriors amounted to a significant sum. The Milan style provided by the Teutonic family was of excellent quality and did not require replacement. However, replacing the battle axes and knightly spears, which were all ordinary products crafted by Base in his early days, would require nearly 100,000 gold coins, not to mention the various expenses for food, drink, and daily necessities. The stench fruit planted had yet to yield any returns, and the domesticated pig beasts needed to be expanded due to the influx of over 100 yak men and more than 40 maidens. Currently, the Gothic armor was a striking gray-black, its ferocity laid bare. If the Milan style was known for its defensive capabilities, Wolf Fong had no intention of engaging in short-sighted gains. A steady flow was the true path to success. While sales were modest, they were sufficient to sustain the development of the Viscount and Oppos' estate. After dinner, Wolf Fong clandestinely conversed with Rado for an extended period before retiring, leaving the nature of their discussion shrouded in mystery. Volume 2, The Storm in the Imperial City, Chapter 56. Setting off to the giant tan forest, a month has fleetingly passed, and as the third-year students approach graduation, Wolf Feng's academic journey is drawing to a close. It must be acknowledged that knowledge is eternally the finest means to broaden one's horizons, and it is through practice that true understanding is attained. Whether through general history of the continent, the art of combat, or theories of war, Wolf Feng has gained invaluable insights, learning the intricacies of military maneuvers and the art of commanding troops, which has significantly expanded his perspective. His curiosity has also been piqued regarding the continent of Giant Spirit, located across the Hog Strait, an expanse devoid of dragon knights, with only a scarce number of half-dragons. Nearly all dragon-type magical beasts inhabit the Giant Spirit continent, and as of now, no warrior has successfully crossed the strait to reach that enigmatic land. However, this does not diminish Wolf Feng's yearning for the Giant Spirit continent. Perhaps one day, he might capture a dragon and ascend to the illustrious status of a dragon knight. Yet, the immediate priority lies in engraving beast runes. The consumption of moon dance is considerable, and its use would render Wolf Feng temporarily weakened. To find himself in a state of vulnerability within the giant tin forest would be decidedly imprudent. Thus, he seeks to avoid its use whenever possible. He plans to accompany the graduating class to the forest, but will not partake in their activities, as their mentor fears that his escort might skew the accuracy of the assessment. This suits Wolf Feng perfectly, as purebred magical beasts are unlikely to roam the areas designated for the third-year evaluations. He touched the dimensional bag at his waist, filled with various practical items he had procured, which bolstered his confidence. Hearing that K.E., a fellow graduate, would also participate in the assessment eased Wolf Feng's concern about leaving Dora behind to study alone. Billy expressed her desire to join as well, and K.E.'s presence made it difficult for Wolf Feng to refuse her stubborn request, though he firmly instructed her not to wander about recklessly. With such a splendid resource as fire essence crystals at their disposal, Wolf Fong ensured that his companions were well taken care of. The 38 Yak People warriors and 10 Brown Bear Knights, including a Qing and himself, maintained an impressive average of 1 crystal every 2 days. By this point, each of them had seen their physical strength and defenses more than triple. Wolf Feng's transformation was particularly remarkable. His previously frail physique was now filled with muscle. And though he did not reach the extremes of the Brown Bear People or Yak warriors, his streamlined form evoked envy from K, E, and Dora. His strength now rivaled that of the young Yak warriors, which left Saos perplexed for some time, unable to fathom how such a small frame could house such immense power. Moreover, the fortification of his mental strength allowed him to fully master the unique clan rune, Moon Dance, thus solidifying it as a significant asset in his arsenal. The only drawback was that the young women of the territory were reluctant to utilize fire essence crystals, fearing that they might inadvertently develop muscular physiques. In the territory of Wolf Fong, 10 Yak warriors clad in Gothic-style battle armor wielding iron shields and hammers. Alongside 10 Brown Bear warriors in Milan-style armor mounted on armored giant bears brandishing battle axes and dragon spears, stood ready for departure. Villi, donning a fitted samurai outfit with her dark hair tied up in a ponytail, appeared quite gallant. The use of fire essence crystals had further accentuated the muscles of Saos and the others, enhancing their strength to the point that upon returning to the Mad Bear Legion, each would surpass the strength of a squad leader. Due to the tailored armor linings, the warriors of the territory had considerably softened their initial prejudice against the young girl. Villi had gone from being cold and indifferent to those around her to displaying a hint of a smile. Though her smile remained frosty, it was undoubtedly a positive development. Yet, she still treated Wolf Fong with indifference, leaving him quite exasperated. Wolf Fong, clad in a black samurai uniform, stood at the forefront of the group. The remaining 28 Yak warriors, though disappointed not to accompany him, understood the importance of guarding the territory alongside Captain A. Qing, and thus voiced no complaints. A Qing had assumed the role of squad leader. Aside from Yadin, he was the commander of the Yak warriors. Despite his seemingly simple demeanor, A Qing proved to be formidable in battle, having honed his skills through every engagement in Hater City, even surpassing Yadin in tactics and formations. While fierce, they were merely warriors from a frigid region, rather than seasoned veterans from the front lines. As the saying goes, those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door. A group of straightforward Yak warriors gathered together, unencumbered by complex thoughts, readily executing Wolf Fong and Apos' commands. Brothers, the giant tan forest awaits our expedition. Let us set forth. Wolf Fong mounted his riding wolf and patted its neck, gesturing forward as he initiated the march. The werewolves possess an innate ability to tame riding wolves, and Wolf Fong, being no ordinary member of his clan, rode a mountain wolf purchased from a beast merchant. Its endurance surpassed that of typical riding wolves, aligning perfectly with Wolf Fong and Apos' needs. The accompanying giant bears let out a thunderous roar, advancing slowly under the guidance of their riders, while the Yak warriors strapped their iron shields to their backs and marched forth. Their first destination was the northern gate of Spolin, where they would rendezvous with Ke and the others before heading to the giant tan forest together. Wolf Fong glanced at Villi, who was trotting beside Saos. Lacking a mount and the long legs of the Yak warriors, she struggled to keep pace with the group. With a slight smile, he called out, "Halt." Turning to Villi, he commanded, "Little soldier Villi, come here." Villi wiped the cold sweat from her brow, recalling Wolf Feng's earlier instructions. Pouting, she jogged to his side and coldly asked, "Those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door." A group of straightforward Yak warriors gathered together, unencumbered by complex thoughts. "You promised Ke that you would take me along. I never said I wouldn't take you." However, Wolf Fong smirked mischievously, bending down to wrap an arm around Villi's slender waist, effortlessly lifting her onto the wolf. What are you doing? Let me go." Villi flailed her arms, her petite fist raining down on Wolf Fong, but her meager strength was no match for his, honed through the trials of fire essence crystals. Regardless of her struggles, the accompanying giant bears let out a thunderous roar, advancing slowly under the guidance of their riders. Villi was still a girl, and after several futile attempts to escape, she folded her delicate blue wings and settled obediently in his arms. Wolf Fong let out a hearty laugh, declaring, "Let us depart." The group resumed their journey, with Villi nestled comfortably in Wolf Feng's hold. "Wolf Fong, something is poking me." My apologies." Volume 2, The Capital and Apos' Turmoil Chapter 57. The giant tan forest. The group swiftly arrived at the eastern gate of Spolin. Dora, with tears in her eyes, tightly grasped Ke and Apos' hands, and upon seeing Wolfeng approach, she exclaimed and ran over. However, her gaze turned peculiar upon noticing Villi nestled in Wolfeng and Apos' arms, causing Villi and Apos' cheeks to flush with an uncommon hue. Wolfeng chuckled awkwardly, scratching his ear. Please do not misunderstand. Villi was simply too slow, and I had no choice but to carry her. Ke, riding a magnificent white steed, approached Wolfeng and calmly stated, "Allow me to take Villi. It is rather inconvenient for you to carry her." Wolfeng, feeling a bit embarrassed, laughed and gently set Villi down. Unbeknownst to him, a hint of melancholy flickered in Villi and Apos' heart, but she promptly dismissed the feeling, silently flapping her wings and taking a seat upon Ke and Apos' white horse, not far off. The instructor of the third-year students called out, "Ke, we must be on our way." "Very well, instructor," Ke replied, then turned to Door, saying, "Door, it's time for you to head back. We shall return shortly." Door nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and addressed Wolfeng, "My lord, please ensure the safety of yourself and everyone else. I will await your return in Spolin." Wolfeng bent down and patted Door and Apos' little head, reassuring her, "Do not cry, Door. My abilities are formidable, and I shall bring everyone back safely. You must help oversee the Viscount's territory. Time is of the essence. Instructor, we must depart. Wasting time is the gravest sin." Before Wolfeng could finish, Dao Jin loudly interjected towards the instructor, though his words were deliberately aimed at Wolfeng. Wolfeng cast a sidelong glance at Dao Jin and continued to address Door, "Hurry back now, and take care of yourself. There's a wild dog barking nearby that might disturb your mood." Door, breaking into a smile, softly replied, "My lord, you truly have a sense of humor." Dao Jin, no fool, discerned Wolfeng's implication and retorted angrily, "Wolfeng, what do you mean by that?" Given that Wolfeng referred to it as a wild dog, he paid Dao Jin no mind. Observing Wolfeng stride ahead, Ke had no intention of acknowledging Dao Jin either, and thus followed him, taking Villi along. Ignored by the trio, Dao Jin's face flushed with anger, revealing a trace of malice in his eyes as he silently urged his steed forward. Door watched as Wolfeng and the others faded into the distance, her small hands resting on her heart as she murmured, "Almighty Beast God, please ensure the safe return of Lord Wolfeng, Sister Ke, and everyone else. The giant tan forest. My abilities are formidable, and I shall bring everyone back safely. You must help oversee the Viscount and Apos' territory. Time is of the essence. Instructor, we must depart." Entering from the southern edge of the forest, the continent recognizes the giant tan forest as being divided into 4 layers: the Beast Layer, the Magical Beast Layer, the Beast Lord Layer, and the Overlord Layer. The Beast Layer, the outermost zone of the giant tan forest, is inhabited by feeble magical beasts and a multitude of ordinary beasts, serving as the trial ground for the third-year students. Their task is to hunt 3 magical beasts and 10 ordinary beasts to complete their mission. For Ke, this task posed no challenge, with a single Firefox spell. The weaker magical beasts would be reduced to ashes, let alone the ordinary beasts that lacked even magical properties. Of course, for other students devoid of beastmark powers, it remained a considerable challenge, relying solely on their robust physiques and years of martial skills. Perhaps a few fortunate students, by sheer chance, might possess other mysterious powers, but they were certainly in the minority. Wolfeng, accompanied by his guard, parted ways with Ke and Villi, entering the magical beast layer under the protection of Sars and Yadin. Here, the presence of ordinary beasts began to dwindle as magical beasts started to emerge in greater numbers. As Wolfeng surveyed the towering ancient trees, thick enough to be embraced by 3 or 4 individuals, a sense of familiarity washed over him. His senses sharpened in the jungle. A fearsome roar echoed as a striped wind-scaled leopard, the size of a gray bear, blocked their path. With a sharp horn protruding from its head and diamond-shaped scales replacing fur, Wolfeng discerned without needing the beast mark detection that this creature was yet another hybrid. This realization stirred a sense of frustration within Wolfeng. Since entering the magical beast layer, this marked the 13th magical beast they had encountered, yet none were of pure blood. "Step aside, let me handle this," Wolfeng declared, halting the eager advances of the brown bear man and the yak man. Striding forward bare-chested, he spat defiantly at the wind-scaled leopard. "Come, beast, let us have a match." He gestured provocatively for it to come forward. The distinction between magical beasts and ordinary beasts lies not only in the presence of magic crystals within them, but also in the fact that most magical beasts possess a degree of intelligence. But they were certainly in the minority. Wolfeng, accompanied by his guard, parted ways with Ke and Villi. Wolfgang stood his ground, a cold smile adorning his face, even with Han Mo hanging at his waist. With a thunderous roar, the wind-scaled leopard leaped, resembling a koi fish breaching the water's surface, twisting its body with force. Its forepaws aimed at Wolfgang's shoulders, intending to knock him to the ground. Its sharp teeth poised to sever his throat. Wolfgang seemed to perceive the exhilaration of a successful hunt reflected in its jade-green eyes. Clenching his fist, he struck. Bang! The impact was simple yet formidable. Before the wind-scaled leopard could react, it collided with an ancient tree nearby. Dazed, the wind-scaled leopard shook its head, struggling to regain its footing. When it finally lifted its gaze, it was startled to find Wolfgang standing at its side, instinctively attempting to evade. Yet it was still a moment too late. Wolfgang delivered another powerful punch. Bang! The wind-scaled leopard was sent flying once more. Wolfgang continued to unleash a series of punches, sending the wind-scaled leopard soaring, the relentless blows causing its scales to scatter like confetti. Akin to a volleyball game where Wolfgang played the role of the player and the leopard became the ball. Its feeble mind could not fathom where this seemingly frail Wolfgang derived such immense strength. Bang! Once again, the leopard was propelled away. Finally, seizing an opportunity, the wind-scaled leopard swiftly climbed an ancient tree, letting out a furious roar as it glared at Wolfgang. Almost forgotten, leopards are adept climbers. Perched on the branches, the wind-scaled leopard bared its fangs, though the protection of its scales did not inflict significant harm on Wolfgang and Apos' robust frame. It was still quite embarrassing. Fuming, the wind-scaled leopard shook its head violently, gathering a faint azure glow around its body. It opened its maw, unleashing a wind blade the size of a palm. Had there been a beast mark warrior from the leopard clan present, they would have surely inscribed a commendable wind blade beast mark upon its form. However, alas, Wolfgang was not a leopard man, nor was the wind-scaled leopard a pure-blood wolf-type magical beast. The wind blade traveled swiftly, reaching Wolfgang in the blink of an eye. With a roll, Wolfgang evaded, and the blade struck the ancient tree behind him. Wood splintered and flew, embedding itself into the trunk before quickly dispersing into scattered wind elements. Wolfgang, lacking the magical armor that Yadin and the others possessed, could not withstand such an assault, no matter how resilient he was. Volume 2. The Storm Over the Imperial Capital Chapter 58. The fiery blue wolf pack taking advantage of the wind-scaled leopard and Apos' moment to gather its second wind blade. Wolfgang swiftly approached the tree to which the leopard clung, delivering a powerful sweep of his leg against the trunk. Once magic is condensed, it requires a certain duration to dissipate. The wind-scaled leopard could only clutch the branches with its claws to prevent falling, yet it underestimated Wolfgang and Apos' brute strength. The massive tree tilted dangerously, nearly snapping under Wolfgang's kick. Leaves cascaded down like rain, and the branch the leopard stood upon could no longer bear its weight, breaking apart under the strain. With a roar, the wind blade in the leopard and Apos' mouth remained unspent, and as it fell back to the ground, its unstable posture caused the wind blade to be launched right into its own abdomen. The scales on its belly were not as tough as those on its back, and blood erupted forth. Had the power not been significantly diminished, the strike could have been fatal. It would have become the first beast in history to commit suicide. Thud. The wind-scaled leopard crashed to the ground, feeling a silver flash pass by, catching a glimpse of its own broken body. Wolfgang had no time to indulge it any longer. He withdrew his weapon, the cold ink, to end the leopard and Apos' life. He sliced open its neck and retrieved a pale blue magic crystal to stow in his pouch. Even severing the unique horn from the leopard and Apos' head and removing the largest scales from its spine. One cannot appreciate the value of sustenance without experiencing the hardship of obtaining it. While the fire essence crystal was indeed valuable, one must not squander it recklessly. Observing Wolfgang's actions, akin to a beggar rifling for coins, the onlookers shivered, offering silent tributes for the fallen wind-scaled leopard. Truth be told, Wolfgang's party was substantial. Ordinary magical beasts dared not provoke them. They had roamed among the magical beasts for 2 days, having only slain 13, let alone purebred magical beasts, of which not a single hair was seen. Should another day pass without encountering a purebred wolf-type magical beast, Wolfgang resolved to venture into the domain of the magical beast overlords, believing that with caution, their combined strength would not lead to significant peril. As night fell, the group rested in a clearing, applying insect repellent and setting up camp. They consumed their rations in silence, accompanied only by fresh water. While the fire may ward off wild animals, it was ineffective against magical beasts. The giant tan forest was far from the tranquility it appeared to possess. With Wolf Fong and Apos' group being numerous and most magical beasts acting alone, the dangers were somewhat mitigated. Howl. Suddenly, the stillness of the night was shattered by a wolf and Apos' howl. Wolf Fong sprang up in excitement, nearly brought to tears. Finally, a wolf appeared. His exhilaration, however, blinded him to the unease of Sarces and the trembling of his mount. Yet, it was not long before his excitement evaporated entirely. Howl, howl. The chorus of wolf howls resonated through the forest, a myriad of glowing green eyes emerging from the dark thickets. 1 pair, 2 pairs, dozens, hundreds. This was a pack of over 100 wolves, and not just any wolves, but magical beasts. The inky darkness of the forest could not obscure their forms, revealing them to be the fiery blue wolves. The pack continued to howl, signaling one another with their calls. From the moment the first howl echoed, Wolf Fong and his companions found themselves encircled, having been careless. Wolf Fong chastised himself internally, but the immediate priority was to confront the looming threat. Bear riders, form up. Giants to the front, dragon spears ready. Yaks, encircle and prepare for defense. Wolf Fong commanded swiftly, and the group responded with alacrity, forming an effective circular formation. The fiery blue wolves lowered their heads, hissing, their hind legs anxiously scraping the ground. Howl. A particularly piercing howl rang out. The leader of the pack had issued the order to attack. The wolves surged forward, leaping from the trees, the ground, and all directions toward Wolf Fong and his companions. Wolf Fong raised his right hand, and 10 bear riders steadied their 6-meter-long lances. As the wolves drew closer, he commanded, "Prepare." The bear riders gripped their lances tightly. Charge. With a thunderous roar, the 10 6-meter lances were thrust forward, glinting ominously. The fastest among the fiery blue wolves could not halt their momentum, crashing headlong into the lances. The sound of shattering skulls echoed as at least a dozen wolves were impaled, resembling a colossal skewered feast. During the crafting of their weapons, whether Sarces' battle axes or the Yak warriors' hammers, they were designed with long handles, suited to their towering forms to maximize lethality. However, this advantage revealed a flaw in their current predicament: lack of agility. Such equipment may have been effective against insectoids, but against the nimble fiery blue wolves, the deficiencies became glaringly apparent. Fortunately, the warriors were clad in thick armor, and when the visors of their steel helmets were lowered, even as several wolves managed to latch onto them, their futile attempts merely sparked against the armor. Though sparks flew, the wolves could inflict no real harm. Howl. A particularly piercing howl rang out. The leader of the pack had issued the order to attack. The wolves surged forward, leaping from the trees, the ground. Though there were no casualties, the experience felt exceedingly frustrating. If these were the less formidable blue wolves, what would happen if they faced creatures like colossal crocodiles or hippopotamuses? No matter the armor, they would be swallowed whole. The hidden wolf king among the trees recognized the situation and howled an order for the pack to retreat. What? They're retreating? Aiden gasped, panting heavily. Haha. These beasts cannot breach the armor. Dozens have perished in mere moments. What else could they do but retreat? Sarces replied to Aiden. Wolf Fong shook his head. If the wolves were to retreat, they would not be a true pack. Their reputation for vengeance was well known. Observing the pack begin to sway, Wolf Fong suddenly recalled the wind-scaled leopard from earlier. With narrowed eyes, he shouted, "No, they are gathering magic. Yaks, raise your shields." As anticipated, fiery orbs ignited the forest, basketball-sized blue fireballs cascading toward them. The Yak warriors hastily raised their shields, while the brown bear warriors retreated. However, their response was somewhat hasty. Several brown bear warriors were sent flying by the fireballs. Fortunately, thanks to BAS and Apos' modifications, their armor possessed some magical defenses, sparing them from mortal peril. Luckily, the magical flames dissipated into fire elements if they missed their targets, preventing the forest from igniting. Otherwise, clad in armor, they would find themselves unable to flee swiftly or retaliate, becoming mere roasted meat on a skewer. Wolf Fong sheltered behind Aiden, relying on him for protection against the fireballs, for he lacked the thick armor that could withstand such assaults. Volume 2. The Storm of the Imperial Capital, Chapter 59. The cunning Wolf King. The wolf pack exhibited an extraordinary cunning, standing at a distance and continuously spewing fireballs. Whenever Wolf Fong commanded his comrades to advance, they would swiftly retreat, leaving the armored warriors unable to catch up with the agile wolves. The intense heat of the magical fireballs tormented the armored soldiers, causing the rudimentary magical inscriptions etched into base's armor to slowly melt away. The Yakmen warriors fared slightly better, their massive iron shields absorbing a considerable amount of damage. However, even the strongest Yakmen could hardly withstand the tremendous force of each impact. This situation was untenable. Wolf Fong focused intently on the exceptionally robust fire-blue wolf concealed within the jungle, undoubtedly the leader of the pack, a beast lord not particularly formidable. Its strength was mitigated by the pack's collective action. A wolf king supported by its kin was no less formidable than other beast lords. Only by slaying it could they disrupt the wolves and amp. Oppos, offensive. SARS, brings along here. Aiden, cover us. SARS, alongside the second most powerful bear rider, is along. Skillfully dodged the barrage of fireballs and cautiously regrouped with Wolf Fong. Aiden commanded the Yak warriors to raise their iron shields for protection. Can you throw me over there? For he lacked the thick armor that could withstand such assaults. Wolf Fong unsheathed his cold ink blade, clenching the dragon-slaying dagger in his mouth, and mumbled, as long as it's possible. I am not easy to deal with either. And how will you return after killing it? SARS bellowed, deflecting a fireball with his axe. Stop the chatter. Just do it. Aiden, cover. Yes. SARS and Zalong interlocked their hands, gripping one of Wolf Feng's feet, and, under Aiden's protection, hurled him forward. Two towering men easily launched the one who stood a mere 6 feet tall. Fortunately, they were in an open area, where he would have crashed into a tree before even taking flight. Wolf Fong soared over the encircling fire-blue wolves attacking SARS and Aiden, gripping his cold ink blade in one hand and catching a branch with the other, executing a flip to land before the Wolf King. Transferring the cold ink blade to his right hand, he immediately charged at the Wolf King. Some of the fire-blue wolves besieging SARS noticed yet another orc charging towards their leader and promptly abandoned their assault on SARS and the others to pursue Wolf Fong. Brothers, cover the boss. 10 brown bear warriors swiftly mounted their bears, racing towards the retreating fire-blue wolves. The 6-meter-long spears posed a significant threat, forcing the wolves to forsake their pursuit of Wolf Fong to block SARS and his group. The two sides clashed, buying time for Wolf Fong. In the midst of the chaos, Wolf Fong reached the Wolf King. Unlike the ordinary fire-blue wolves, this one bore a tuft of fiery red fur between its brows and was noticeably larger. The Wolf King was not intimidated by the diminutive Wolf Fong. Its pride would not tolerate provocation. With a proud howl, it halted the approaching fire-blue wolves intending to assist. Baring its fangs, the Wolf King lunged forward. Wolf Fong swung his cold ink blade forcefully at the Wolf King and Oppos' head, but with a misstep, the blade slid along the Wolf King and Oppos' sleek fur. The powerful strike lost much of its force, leaving only a faint crimson mark on the Wolf King and Oppos' forehead. Although the attempt failed, the Wolf King was visibly irked. It pounced upon Wolf Fong, overwhelming him with its immense strength and sending his blade flying. Be careful. The others gasped, their hearts racing for Wolf Fong. He braced against the Wolf King's jaws, preventing a bite while kicking fiercely at its soft underbelly. With a howl, the Wolf King writhed in pain, its strength waning. Clearly, the abdomen was a common weakness among all beasts. Seizing the moment, Wolf Fong executed an audacious maneuver, releasing his grip to clasp the Wolf King and Oppos' neck. With a powerful bite, the Wolf King and Oppos' jaws clashed together, and even SARS and the others were drenched in cold sweat. Had Wolf Fong and Oppos' head turned even slightly slower, it would have been akin to offering his skull to the Wolf King for a bite. Now, firmly gripping the Wolf King and Oppos' neck with both hands and wrapping his legs around its waist, Wolf Fong resembled a sloth hanging beneath the beast. The Wolf King, growing increasingly agitated, leapt and twisted, attempting to dislodge Wolf Fong. Yet, having secured his hold, Wolf Fong refused to let go, enduring the Wolf King and Oppos' frantic movements. Straining to pass the dragon-slaying dagger into his hand, Wolf Fong sensed the Wolf King and Oppos' mounting irritation. The dagger and Oppos' aura of a dragon was unwelcome to it. The Wolf King spotted a rock and charged towards it. Boss, be careful. SARS, Aiden, and the others cried out in alarm, causing Wolf Fong to glance up and feel a surge of dread. The beast evidently intended to leap over an obstacle, and if it succeeded, Wolf Fong would be caught beneath it, suffering a devastating impact. Without hesitation, he released his grip on the dagger and thrust it sharply towards the Wolf King's eye. With a howl, blood erupted as the dagger pierced through the thin membrane of the Wolf King's eyelid, driving into its eye. The fiery damage from the dragon-slaying dagger exploded within the eye socket, illuminating the night, and the Wolf King sustained significant brain damage, though its formidable life force prevented it from succumbing. The Wolf King, thrashing in agony, caused Wolfong to relinquish the idea of delivering another blow and cling tightly to the beast. I know you can understand me. Continuing this way benefits neither of us. Allow me to inscribe your beast rune, and I will let you go. From their earlier skirmish, Wolfong had discerned that this was a pure-blooded fire attribute wolf-type beast. Yet, the grievously wounded Wolf King was now consumed by ferocity, unwilling to concede. It emitted a rhythmic growl, its body flickering with intense red light. Damn it! It and Appos, it's about to unleash magic. Beast rune, moon dance, Wolfong shouted. A radiant light bursting forth as the silver wolf with the crescent moon on his forehead opened its eyes once more. The light entwined around the dragon-slaying dagger, and with a flourish, Wolfong severed the Wolf King's throat. The power of moon dance was seemingly indomitable under its influence. Wolfong felt as though he could cleave even a dragon in twain. The Wolf King, true to its title, though severely injured, momentarily lost its ability to act, and the punctured trachea emitted a hissing sound as it collapsed to the ground. Wolfong, feeling faint, took a considerable time to rise from beneath the Wolf King. Sars and the Brown Bear Knights were exhilarated. This was the mysterious power that had previously slain the manted man outside Hater City. The Wolf Pack, deprived of their leader and amp, Appos' command, began to lose formation, retreating into the jungle after leaving behind a dozen corpses. Volume 2, The Capital's Storm, Chapter 60, The Fiery Beast Pattern of the Flame Wolf. The Wolf King had surrendered, having sustained such grievous injuries. It was uncertain whether he could retain his position or even survive. Under the watchful eyes of the burly men, the Wolf King appeared much like a wronged bride, reluctantly relinquishing the magic crystal, allowing it to be inscribed by Wolfong. Only by willingly offering up the magic crystal could a beast warrior inscribe the beast pattern. Wolfong slowly activated the Spirit Awakening beast pattern, placing his hand upon the magic crystal, intently perceiving the magic of the fiery blue Wolf King. One was the flame body, another the fiery wolf charge, along with a standard fireball spell. Inscribing a beast pattern through the Spirit Awakening beast pattern required a 15-day buffer. Unless one could confine the beast, no matter how much magic a beast possessed, only one could be inscribed. The fireball spell was excluded from consideration. The flame body was the spell the Wolf King had attempted to cast but was interrupted by Wolfong's, which enveloped the body in flames and was primarily a defensive spell. Wolfong had not encountered the fiery wolf charge, but estimated it to be akin to K.E. and Amp, Appos' Firefox technique. Observing the Wolf King and Amp, Appos' demeanor, he understood that if confined, the Wolf King would undoubtedly self-destruct the magic crystal, leading them both to a mutual demise. Once Wolfong inscribed the beast pattern, he would also have to spare the Wolf King, as it was rumored to be a treaty signed between the rulers of the Tansin Jungle and the First Mundo. It was reasonable to assume that if both paths led to death, no beast would willingly permit an orc to inscribe their pattern. After much contemplation, Wolfong resolved to inscribe the fiery wolf charge. His nature was inherently inclined towards offense, firmly believing that the best defense was indeed a good offense. With his mind made up, Wolfong gradually summoned the power of the Spirit Awakening beast pattern. Energy began to flow from the pattern into the magic crystal, tracing the lines of the fiery wolf charge. The originally colorless energy transformed into a fiery red hue, returning to Wolfang's forehead, where a beast pattern representing the fiery wolf charge began to inscribe itself. In less than a quarter of an hour, a brand new beast pattern floated gently on Wolfang's forehead, emanating a faint heat. The Wolf King quickly retracted the magic crystal and staggered back into the jungle. Elated by his acquisition of the beast pattern, Wolfong laughed heartily. Wolf King, do not let me catch you again, or we shall meet once more. Aha! The Wolf King and Appos' steps were clearly unsteady, casting a backward glance at Wolfong before disappearing into the thicket. Wolfong, eager to test the power of the fiery wolf charge, called for everyone to clear a wide space and softly declared, beast pattern, fiery wolf charge. A red light began to coalesce, and with a powerful punch, a colossal fiery wolf surged forth, crashing into a boulder, shattering it into countless fragments. Wolfong was left astounded. The power exceeded his expectations. If K.E.'s Firefox technique could be likened to a compact car, the fiery wolf charge was akin to a heavy-duty truck. While pure-blooded magical beasts possessed even mightier beast patterns, this was truly formidable, a stark contrast to ordinary beast patterns. However, Such immense power came at the cost of greater mental strain. Wolf Feng estimated that with his current mental capacity, he could only unleash the fiery wolf charge twice, whereas K could already cast his Firefox technique 5 times. Yet, he would not dwell on this loss, for in every trade-off, there lay gain. A brand new beast pattern floated gently on Wolf Feng's forehead, emanating a faint heat. The Wolf King quickly retracted the magic crystal and staggered back into the jungle. The trial set by K would last approximately 15 days, and with only 3 days past, ample time remained for him to seek pure-blooded wolf-type magical beasts. Meanwhile, on the other side of the magical beast enclosure, a figure cloaked in tattered black robes, stooped and gaunt, wandered aimlessly. The ragged cloak resembled mere strips of cloth draped upon him, indicating he had roamed the giant tin forest for an extended period. Following closely behind him was a massive magical beast, or rather, a colossal insect. It was an enormous centipede, and they meandered without purpose. Hundreds of legs scuttling across the ground, leaving a chaotic trail in their wake. Suddenly, the cloaked figure halted, quietly attuning to the faint tremors of battle that had just transpired. A chilling cackle escaped his lips, his frail body shaking as if afflicted by a seizure. The energy fluctuations were eerily similar to those of his deceased son. Raising his head slightly, an aged visage came into view. It was none other than the insect priest 80 of the Mandish tribe, infamous for attacking Hader City. After the battle at Hader, he had mysteriously vanished, only to have resurfaced in the giant tin forest. It appeared he was specifically targeting Wolf Feng, demonstrating his relentless determination. From the corpse of Dis, he had learned that Wolf Feng was a beast pattern warrior, and to inscribe a beast pattern, one must venture into the giant tin forest. Indeed, patience bore fruit. After a prolonged wait, he had finally caught sight of Wolf Feng. Their tribe had lost a staggering 10,000 Mandish warriors on the battlefield of Hader City. Such a deep-seated enmity could not be overlooked. Moreover, both his beloved son and the magical flower mantis he had painstakingly tamed were directly linked to Wolf Feng. In his quest for vengeance against Wolf Feng, he had forcibly subdued a magical beast of lord-level status, a titan centipede. This was no half-hearted creature like the fire-blue Wolf King, which relied on its kin. In comparison, 3 fire-blue Wolf Kings would pale against this titan centipede. However, the cost of such coercion was steep. His body had aged by more than a decade, and even the scales and bone blades on his back had begun to fall away. Yet, in his fervor for revenge, 80 cared little for these sacrifices. He would even offer his own life to slay Wolf Feng. Determined, he strained to mount the titan centipede's broad back, directing it towards Wolf Feng's location. Unbeknownst to Wolf Feng, even if he were aware, he would not be overly concerned. His strength had surged, and he brimmed with confidence. He would not hesitate to confront even a dragon should it come his way. In modern parlance, Wolf Feng was riding high. However, he was not without allies. A yet unmet supporter was hastening towards him. G, the current young master of the Shadow Wolf clan, had accepted the elders and Apos, commissioned to assist Wolf Feng. They shared a unique form of perception. Otherwise, Wolf would not have located Wolf Feng so swiftly during their last encounter. In his quest for vengeance against Wolf Feng, he had forcibly subdued a magical beast of lord-level status, a titan centipede. Upon sensing that Wolf Feng was heading to the giant tin forest, Wolfpa had promptly dispatched G to aid him, especially considering Wolf Feng and Apos, SH. It was high time he had the support of the Shadow Wolf clan. Due to the long journey, G had only just arrived in the giant tan forest today, and he still had a considerable distance to cover to reach Wolf Feng. Now, it remained to be seen whether Wolf Feng could endure until G and Apos' arrival. Volume 2, The Capital and Apos' Turmoil Chapter 61. An encounter between enemies. 3 days had elapsed since the acquisition of the blazing flame wolf. The Titan Forest, true to its reputation, was a veritable paradise for magical beasts, teeming with an astonishing variety of creatures. During this span, not a single pure-blood wolf beast was encountered. Not even a common wolf beast. Yet, even if they had crossed paths, the spirit beast patterns were still in the process of recovery, rendering them incapable of being inscribed. Fortunately, Wolf Feng had gained greater mastery over the blazing flame wolf, able to emit a delicate thread of mental energy to tether the fiery beast, guiding its direction. Although his control lasted but a mere 10 seconds, Wolf Feng felt a sense of satisfaction, envisioning the potential for a surprise attack from an unsuspecting angle. Unbeknownst to them, danger was stealthily approaching. The Titan centipede, swift as the wind, moved in silence. 80 lay concealed on the creature's back, or more accurately, within the Titan centipede itself. Nestled in the joint where its head connected to its body, a narrow gap provided ample cover for 80, unlike his foolish son Dis, who had recklessly confronted Wolf Fong, only to meet his demise in the shallow waters of his own folly. The fate of the magical flower mantis was equally grim. For the insects tamed by the insect priest, particularly a formidable beast lord like the Titan centipede, the insect priest had inadvertently become their greatest vulnerability. The Titan centipede slowed its multitude of legs, leaving only a whispering sound as it glided over the withered leaves. Its crimson compound eyes reflected the silhouette of Wolf Fong. 80, striving to conceal himself, curled deeper into the crevice, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Die, Wolf Fong. In an instant, the Titan centipede surged forward, its massive bulk crashing through ancient trees, carving a wide path through the dense forest with sheer brute force. Watch out. Danger. Wolf Fang's pupils contracted to pinpricks, his body prickling with an icy dread. Boss. Be careful, 80 shouted, shoving Wolf Fong aside. The massive iron shield was driven into the ground, 80 bracing himself against it with all his might. Bang. In the next moment, 80, along with the shield, was flung away, the reinforced iron shield splintering upon impact. The tremendous force sent 80 crashing into a tree, the trunk snapping under the impact, and he slid helplessly to the ground, unconscious. 80. Wolf Fang's heart nearly shattered at the sight of 80, who was spewing blood, his hands twisted at unnatural angles, revealing glimpses of bone. The others quickly grasped their weapons, facing the colossal centipede with grim determination, even as they failed to check on 80. Wolf Fong. Today I shall avenge my manniskin and my son. Wolf Fong gripped his dragon-slaying dagger in his left hand and the ink-black blade in his right, fixing a cold gaze on 80. Who are you? While in Hater City, they had merely known of the insect priest among the insect army. Yet none were aware of his name. Haha, it seems Lord Wolf Fong is still unaware of my identity, 80 replied with a chilling laugh. This was my son. Now do you understand? A flicker of realization crossed Wolf Fang's eyes. So it's you. But why are you hiding in this foul creature's crevice? Isn't the stench unbearable? You needn't oppose to provoke me, Wolf Fong. If you have the capability, defeat my Titan centipede first, 80 commanded, patting the creature and Oppos' armored back. Darling, devour him. Squeak. The Titan centipede lunged forward, racing toward Wolf Fong and his companions. Get out of the way, Wolf Fong shouted, and they scattered, each striking the Titan centipede with their weapons. Yet, shockingly, the weapons merely ricocheted off the creature and Oppos' hard shell, producing sparks and the sound of metal clashing, failing to inflict any harm. What to do? The Titan centipede's strength exceeded their expectations, its impenetrable shell rendering their efforts futile. 80 remained hidden within the narrow gap, leaving them with no opportunity to strike back. There must be a weakness. Remain calm. Wolf Fong urged himself, scrutinizing every inch of the Titan centipede and Oppos' body. However, aside from its enormous compound eyes, there appeared to be no vulnerable spots. The Titan centipede, having missed its initial strike, twisted its body to fixate on Wolf Fong, raising its forebody high, resembling a cobra poised to strike. A noxious green mist enveloped it, and two thick green columns erupted from its eyes, flying forth. Though the projectiles moved slowly, they corroded everything in their path, trees, flowers, and grass, at an alarming rate, clearly infused with potent venom. Wolf Fong gritted his teeth, swiftly channeling the energy within him. Beast pattern. Blazing flame wolf. A colossal fire wolf erupted forth, charging to clash with the two green columns. The noxious mist began to erode the fire wolf, but it retaliated fiercely, engulfing and incinerating the venomous fog with its fiery maw. Moments later, both magical attacks dissipated into the air, and Wolf Fong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, having narrowly escaped calamity this time. Squeak. The Titan centipede reared back and roared, swaying its body once more as it barreled toward Wolf Fong. Wolf Fong clenched his jaw, shouting, "Sows. So long." Used the same tactic against the Flame Wolf King. The two exchanged dry smiles and shouted, "Here we go again." Yet, they swiftly fell into their previous rhythm, preparing their stance. Up we go. Wolf Fong leapt onto their hands, using their strength to propel himself high above the Titan centipede. He aimed for the creature and Oppos' massive compound eyes, raising his ink-black blade to deliver a decisive strike. However, the Titan centipede swiftly dodged, its enormous head swinging down. With no choice, Wolf Fong could only retract his blade, crossing it defensively against his chest. Bang! It felt as though a heavily laden truck had collided with him, leaving him gasping for breath. blood spurting forth as he crashed to the ground. Coughing, he struggled to rise, relying on his ink-black blade for support. Thankfully, it was merely a casual strike from the Titan centipede. Wolf Fang's body, tempered by the fire essence crystal, could endure the blow. Unlike 80, who had barely survived a direct hit, Wolf Fang found himself in a dire predicament. The prolonged failure to eliminate Wolf Fang had left 80 seething with anger. A chilling voice emanated from the crevices of the Titan centipede's shell. Wolf Fang, I wonder how long you can hold out. With that, he directed the centipede to charge at Wolf Fang once more, while Sal's and the others strained to hold it back, only to be sent flying by the beast's immense bulk. Volume 2. The Storm in the Imperial Capital, Chapter 62. Wolf Fang reigned in his chaotic mental energy. Once more summoning the Flame Wolf, a fiery wolf roared forth, charging at the Titan centipede. Just as a collision seemed imminent, Wolf Fang deftly commanded the giant wolf to leap high into the air, soaring over the Titan centipede and Apos' head. Fortunately, being a purely magical wolf allowed for such an impressive height. 80 burst into laughter. Wolf Fang, your beast patterns Kuden and Apos to even strike the capital. How can you hope to withstand my prize centipede? Caught in a trap. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Wolf Fang and Apos' eyes as he manipulated the giant wolf with his mental threads, directing it to crash down fiercely upon the Titan centipede and Apos' back. Squeak. The Titan centipede was stunned by the sudden impact. Its body pinned to the ground as the fire giant wolf scattered flames that seeped into the cracks of its shell. 80 and Apos' agonized cries echoed. For the flames were of such intense heat that he could not endure them. The damage inflicted upon 80 was reflected in the Titan centipede, its crimson compound eyes dimming, its hisses growing feeble. Had they succeeded? Wolf Fang gazed silently at the Titan centipede, while the others swallowed nervously. Joy began to blossom in their eyes. Just as Sal's was about to approach for a closer look, 80's cold voice pierced the air once more. Wolf Fang, I truly underestimated you. I never expected that even at this stage, you still possess the will to resist. The sudden outburst startled everyone, prompting Sal's to retreat. 80 lay within the crevice. His arms reduced to ash, even his features were charred and fused together, yet he remained alive. The excruciating pain had rendered him numb, his voice paradoxically calm. Wolf Fang sighed wryly. The two summons of the Flame Wolf had drained his energy, and now he struggled even to stand. Squeak. The Titan centipede roared again, expelling a magical crystal that released a dense green mist, which enveloped it. The brown bear warriors and yak warriors surged forward, recklessly striking the Titan centipede with axes and hammers, but their efforts were futile, despair evident in their eyes. The group gathered around Wolf Fang, silently awaiting the Titan centipede and Apos' final strike. The thick green mist coalesced into a sphere, gradually darkening to a deep green hue. 80 laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Wolf Fang. Ed's chilling voice cut through the air. Volkov, I underestimated you. Even in this state, you still possess the strength to resist. The sudden voice startled the group. Wolf Fang silently regarded the dark green sphere, the emanating mist causing his lungs to burn. And then, nothing followed. The mist began to dissipate, transforming back into harmless natural elements, while the Titan centipede and Apos' crimson compound eyes turned gray, its body collapsing helplessly to the ground. Is that it? Was and Apos, there supposed to be a final strike? After all the threats, it simply perished? Wolf Fang and the others were left astounded, as if witnessing the legendary demise of a villain due to excessive boasting. A gray shadow flashed and silently landed before Wolf Fang, holding a charred object that resembled a head. The gray-robed youth appeared somewhat solemn, the head tilted at a 45-degree angle toward the sky, as if he could see the blue sky through the dense canopy of trees. The loneliness of a master is perhaps like this, Wolf Fang. Wolf Fang quietly observed the youth, awaiting the continuation of his words. Well, surprised, are you? The youth removed his hat, a bright smile illuminating his face as he beamed at Wolf Fang. Wolf Fang regarded the youth with utter silence, disregarding him entirely as he strode towards Yadin. The others followed suit, brushing past the youth, with Sal's even bumping into him. Hey, I just saved you. Can't you show a little appreciation? Wolf Fang, are you really going to ignore me? Sal's, how is Yadin's condition? Sal's carefully examined Yadin's body, shaking his head. Not too well. 5 ribs are broken. Both arms are severely fractured. An immediate realignment is crucial, or he risks piercing his internal organs. Yadin squinted, weakly stating, Sal's, let us do it. I can endure. Sal's gritted his teeth, shoving a stick into Yadin's mouth to signify he should bite down, as his hands worked tirelessly to feel around Yadin's body. Yadin, drenched in cold sweat from the pain, gritted his teeth in silence, not even a whimper escaping his lips. The youth approached again. Observing Yadin's agony with a grave expression, he can't hold out much longer like this. Healing magic is essential to alleviate his injuries. Otherwise, the situation is dire. Wolf Feng, do you possess healing magic? Wolf Feng shook his head. Not I, but my wife does. The youth sighed, expressing regret. What a pity, such a fine man. He can last at most 3 days. He won't reach Spolen. 3 days? That's good enough. He won't need that long. Wolf Feng exclaimed eagerly. If Yadin were to die now, he would carry the weight of guilt for a lifetime. With the most pressing matters resolved, Wolf Feng finally turned his attention to the youth, scrutinizing him. Like Wolf Feng, he belonged to the wolf tribe, sharing the same light gray fur. And Wolf Feng immediately recognized the dye material he used. After a moment of astonishment, the presence of Sal's and others made it inappropriate to inquire further. The youth, perceptive to Wolf Feng's predicament, nodded. I suppose so. My name is Ji, and I was sent by Uncle Wolf Pa to assist you. Wolf Feng understood, nodding slightly. The beast skin book from Wolf Pa had mentioned the hereditary vassal clan of the ancient Moon Wolf tribe, the Shadow Wolf tribe, which was the only plausible explanation for the youth's words. Wolf Feng acknowledged with a nod, indicating comprehension, and spoke. We shall discuss this further later. My beast patterns are complete. Now, let us find my wife in the beast lair to tend to my brother's injuries. Sal's fashioned a makeshift stretcher, carefully placing Yadin upon it, securing his broken arms with wooden planks and vines. The group set off towards the beast lair. What ability did you use earlier? Teleportation? Wolf Feng asked softly. He was somewhat familiar with the Shadow Wolf tribe's awakened beast patterns. Not quite. It was the beast pattern Shadow Assault. Ji shook his head, continuing. Teleportation cannot accommodate the space of my size. The crevice was too small for two to pass through, but Shadow Assault allows me to become a mere shadow, enabling me to eliminate that insect priest. The speed, however, was a little lacking, but I managed to catch up. Did your father have any messages for me? Wolf Feng inquired further. Yes, he mentioned that your territory is too close to the imperial capital, which poses inconvenience, especially with the main hall of the spirit temple. He said to wait until you become a count and go to the front lines to establish a city before he comes. Wolf Feng nodded thoughtfully. By the way, you Haven and Appos, T told me yet. Was I handsome when I saved you? Enough with the frivolity. Volume 2, The Capital's Turmoil Chapter 63. Daojin Wolf Feng and his companions swiftly entered the beast lair, where Ke and the others had a fixed trial location, thus sparing them the trouble of searching. Villy stood beside Ke, her hands filled with various flower specimens, which she continuously tossed into the storage bag Wolf Feng had given him. Time stood still within the bag, allowing the plants to be preserved well until they returned to Spolen. Almost forgotten was the renowned reputation of the insect people and the butterfly people who cherished flowers. Explaining their eagerness to accompany Wolf Feng and Ke to the giant tan forest, a place abundant with diverse plant species that would surely satisfy Villy and Appos as floral desires. Upon seeing Wolf Feng return, a flicker of joy illuminated Villy's eyes, though she swiftly masked it, adopting a cold demeanor as she cast a disdainful glance towards Daojin. Ke, this magic crystal from the water shadow snake, when fashioned into a necklace, can greatly nourish a girl's skin. It is a gift for you. Daojin proclaimed with what he believed was an elegant smile, presenting the inferior water shadow snake crystal to Ke with gentlemanly flair. Thank you for your kindness, Master Daojin, but my boyfriend has arrived. Ke promptly declined, scampering towards Wolf Feng. Wolf Feng, you're here. How is it? Did you encounter any danger? Wolf Feng affectionately ruffled Ke's hair, teasing. Do you not know who I am? What danger could possibly challenge me? Ji, trailing behind, scoffed silently, thinking, if it weren't and Appos, T for me, you and Appos, D have been mere centipede dung by now. Yet here you are, playing the hero. Wolf Feng, overhearing Daojin and Appos' flattery, chuckled to himself. Though the Titan centipede and Appos' magic is laced with deadly poison, curiously, its crystal embodies the purest life force. Ke, Isn and Appos. T that remarkable? Ke, perplexed by Wolf Feng's cryptic remarks, replied, it's not that extraordinary. The Titan centipede possesses a venom gland, and the potent poison arises from the fusion of the venom and the magical elements. Wolf Feng exaggeratedly remarked, my Ke is so clever. But do you know what the crystal of the Titan centipede can do? Of course. Once matured, the Titan centipede possesses the strength of a beast lord. You didn't and Appos, T hunt a Titan centipede, did you? Huh. If you did, I would swallow this water shadow snake crystal. Dao Jin erupted into laughter. You didn't, and Appos. T-Hun a Titan centipede, did you? Huh. If you did, I would swallow this water shadow snake crystal. Dao Jin erupted into laughter. As though he had heard the most amusing joke in the world, his expression dripping with sarcasm directed at Wolf Feng. Oh. What if swallowing the water shadow snake crystal causes Master Dao Jin to become constipated? He then handed the crystal to Ke, speaking gently. Here, Ke. What if swallowing the water shadow snake crystal causes Master Dao Jin to become constipated? He then handed the crystal to Ke, speaking gently. Here, Ke. Also handed her several lovely magical crystals, smiling warmly. Billy pouted. Who cares? Yet her tightly clenched hand around the crystal betrayed her true feelings. Also handed her several lovely magical crystals, smiling warmly. Billy pouted. Who cares? Yet her tightly clenched hand around the crystal betrayed her true feelings. Ke snatched the Titan centipede's crystal to her chest, exclaiming, Wolf Feng, you truly killed a Titan centipede? That's incredible! Dao Jin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the unmistakably mature Titan centipede crystal, muttering, This is impossible. With your meager numbers, you couldn't have possibly slain an adult Titan centipede. As soon as he finished speaking, realization struck Dao Jin, and he suddenly asserted, Unless you are a beast pattern warrior. Do you intend to boil that little earthworm and Appos, as crystal or roasted? Dao Jin and Appos, S face flushed crimson, feeling the crystal in his hand burn hotly. With a cold snort. Do you intend to boil that little earthworm and Appos, as crystal or roasted? Dao Jin and Appos, S face flushed crimson, feeling the crystal in his hand burn hotly. With a cold snort. He fell silent and turned away, walking into the distance. Stop. Did I give you permission to leave? Wolf Feng and Appos, S icy voice halted Dao Jin. Having endured Dao Jin's antics several times, Wolf Feng felt a headache coming on. He lamented the lack of suitable opportunities within Spolen for a duel among kin, where even noble families could not fight to the death without facing the Empire's punitive measures and the scrutiny of the Divine Temple. This time, even if he couldn't and Appos, kill Dao Jin, he would ensure he received a proper lesson. Dao Jin turned back, a playful smirk on his face, and asked, What do you intend to do? Dao Jin, being truthful, held no fear of Wolf Feng. Perhaps it was the tradition among the beast people not to shy away from confrontation, with no need for excuses. Furthermore, his father was a powerful marquis in the Empire, a figure of great influence, while Wolf Feng was merely a lowly, powerless viscount. Wolf Feng cast a piercing glance at Dao Jin and coldly warned, Do not think I am unaware of your despicable deeds. Today, you will either swallow the crystal or duel. Dao Jin chuckled. Wolf Feng. Although I am not a beast pattern warrior, the horse blade art of my people is no trifling matter. And, given your current state? Dao Jin scanned the group behind Wolf Feng, noticing that many bore injuries, while Wolf Feng appeared drained of mental energy and had yet to recover. Although Wolf Feng was confident of victory, he could not dismiss the possibility that Dao Jin had a hidden trump card. Wolf Feng said little, drawing out his cold ink blade as a sign of his intent to duel. Dao Jin also withdrew a large horse blade from his storage bag, assuming a combat stance. Cough, cough. What is happening here? A booming voice interrupted their confrontation. It was their trial instructor, a burly tiger man. Wolf Feng, K.E., Vili. And Dao Jin simultaneously bowed to the tiger instructor. Greetings, instructor. Ji and Sal's and the others, not being students of the Imperial Royal Academy, did not need to bow. The tiger instructor glowered, snorting coldly. You lot recognize me as your instructor? This is the giant tan forest, not a school training ground. He turned to Dao Jin, saying, You boy, behave yourself. You are a third-year student, while Wolf Feng is a newcomer. When did the traditions of the beast people become a means to bully the weak? Dao Jin felt frustrated. He had slain a Titan centipede. Where was the weakness in that? It was as powerful as could be, yet he dared not voice this. Wolf Feng, allowing you to participate this time is already an exception. If it weren't for the strength of your followers and K.Yi's earnest pleas. Wolf Feng, allowing you to participate this time is already an exception. If it weren't for the strength of your followers and K.Yi's earnest pleas. You and Appos, D still be playing in the mud back in Spolen. Avoid creating trouble. When you return, even if you kill each other, I will not intervene. Faced with such an imposing instructor, Wolf Feng could only obediently lower his head and admit fault. Instructor, I was wrong. Humph. The tiger instructor snorted once more before ignoring the two, striding back towards his tent. Yet they equally uphold the virtues of respect for teachers and reverence for the path. Regardless of the location, such principles are foundational to one's character. Yet they equally uphold the virtues of respect for teachers and reverence for the path. Regardless of the location, such principles are foundational to one and Appos' character. With the forewarning from their mentor, the two individuals dared not cause further trouble. However, Daojin stepped forward and remarked, "Wolf Fong, consider yourself fortunate. But I must inform you, speak your mind swiftly." Daojin, unperturbed, continued with a sardonic smile. "The Copper Plate Gang was orchestrated by me. Kent was under my orders." He disregarded whether Wolf Fong absorbed his words and departed with a hearty laugh. No wonder La Duo could not find his sister at the Earl of Tao's estate. He disregarded whether Wolf Fong absorbed his words and departed with a hearty laugh. No wonder La Duo could not find his sister at the Earl of Tao's estate. She had been seized by Daojin. Daojin and Appos' boldness in revealing this to Wolf Fong indicated he had contingency plans. He was certainly no fool like Kent. The return to Spolin promised a fierce struggle, both overt and covert. 10 days later, after several days of healing spells administered by K.E., Aiden and Appos' injuries had significantly improved. Though still lying on a stretcher, he was no longer in danger of death. On this day, most of the third-year students had returned, and the previously desolate camp buzzed with excitement as everyone shared their respective accomplishments. A cheer erupted when a civilian third-year student boasted of having hunted a windscale leopard. Although Wolf Fong and Appos' achievements were more remarkable, as a beast pattern warrior with numerous fire essence crystals to enhance his physique, coupled with a fruit that bolstered his spirit, many could scarcely fathom his prowess. Nevertheless, these students had proven their worth, living up to the title of graduates from the only academy in the Beast Empire. As time passed, 2 students, the strongest among them, were notably absent. The face of the Tiger Man mentor reflected concern, with most having returned. Just as anxiety mounted, a student from the Leopard clan emerged from the woods, visibly wounded, exclaiming, "Mentor, quickly, save Hukwa." Just as anxiety mounted, a student from the Leopard clan emerged from the woods, visibly wounded, exclaiming, "Mentor, quickly, save Hukwa." A swarm of insect people has emerged from the northern jungle, and he can barely hold on. With that, he collapsed to the ground, revealing several insect-made arrows embedded in his back. A fellow student rushed over, felt for a pulse, and sadly shook his head. He was clearly lifeless. The group was taken aback. The northern region was near the wire defensive line, a formidable barrier erected by the elves and beast folk using thorny iron vines and towering rocks. If Hader City represented the western frontier of the Beastfolk Empire, then the wire defensive line served as the bulwark against the elves and orcs to the north. Meanwhile, on the southeastern coastline, nearly all avian and aquatic races of the Beast Empire, along with a portion of the elven water spirits, defended against occasional incursions from the aquatic race. Skepticism rippled through the crowd, and one student shouted in panic, "Impossible. The insect people could never breach the wire defensive line and stealthily reach the giant tan forest." Wolf Fong could only smile wryly and shake his head. Now that the threat had manifested, what was left to deem impossible? "Calm down," barked the Tiger Man mentor, his authoritative presence silencing the commotion. The priority was to rescue Hukwa. As a beast pattern warrior of the Elephant Clan, he was no easy adversary. The mentor turned his attention to Wolf Fong, stating earnestly, "Wolf Fong, I hope you and your guards will lend your strength. With your group and our 48 students, we can surely rescue Hukwa." Sal's and the others were Wolf Fong's personal forces. Thus, the mentor needed his consent to mobilize them. Wolf Fong held no affection for the insect army and nodded without hesitation, stating solemnly, "The 10 Brown Bear Knights and 9 Yak Warriors under my command are ready for battle at any moment." As Wolf Fong and Appos' vassal, would naturally accompany them. The Tiger Man mentor nodded appreciatively. Had Wolf Fong chosen to prioritize his own safety at this juncture, there would have been little the mentor could do to compel him. The information from the leopard student was scant, and the group dared not linger. After assigning the somewhat dazed Villy to care for the gravely injured Aiden, they commenced their search towards the north. Fortunately, most students had mounts. Those without could ride double. Wolf Fong rode his wolf, accompanied by while Sal's and the others led the Yak warriors onward. The formidable giant bear managed to bear the weight of 2 towering men, despite its slowed pace. As they advanced, they began to notice signs of conflict as they neared the edge of the beast lair. It was evident that Hukwa and the leopard student had ventured into the magical beast lair, relying on their strength, only to encounter unforeseen peril. However, it was difficult to judge the situation, Had they not entered the beast lair, they might have never discovered the insect army's presence, potentially averting greater calamity. Scattered arrows littered the ground, and several large trees bore clear marks of swords and blades. 2 scouting students returned on horseback, their expressions frantic. They reported to the Tiger Man Mentor, "We have discovered a significant force of insect people, all of them high-ranking might insect people. They are besieging a cave. And Hu Qua is likely inside." Expressions turned grim, and Wolf Fong furrowed his brow, contemplating. A single detachment consists of about 800 individuals. Yet they numbered less than 70. High-ranking insect people were no mere cannon fodder. Even the elite of the Beast Empire could fall victim to a careless engagement. Fortunately, they had 3 beast pattern warriors among them, Wolf Fong, Ke, and Ji, all of whom were formidable. Suddenly, Wolf Fong exclaimed, "How could I forget Ji?" Grasping Ji and Amp, Appo's arm, he said excitedly, "Ji, what is the range of your teleportation? Can you directly extract Hu Qua?" Ji grimaced and shook his head, saying, "With my current strength, I can only teleport up to 20 meters, and I can only activate it twice. Furthermore, at the 20-meter limit, there may be some deviation. 20 meters. The depth of the cave being besieged by 800 insect people is roughly this distance. What would be a safe distance?" Wolf Fong inquired. 15 meters. Ji responded decisively. Wolf Fong and Amp, Appo's eyes lit up as he quickly relayed to the Tiger Man Mentor, let and Amp, Appo's push forward 5 meters. I am confident I can rescue Hu Qua." Daojin and Appo's expression darkened as he interjected, "Wolf Fong, this is not the time for heroics. With such a small force, our best course of action is to seek assistance from the Battle Bear Legion stationed outside the Giant Ant Forest." Volume 2, The Capital and Amp, Appo's Turmoil Chapter 65. Ultimate Rescue. The Battle Bear Legion and the Frenzied Bear Legion are both factions of the Bearfolk, with the former comprised entirely of grizzlies, while the latter consists of brown bears. Wolfblade scoffed, requesting assistance from the Battle Bear Legion will take at least a day. Awaiting his decision, the Tiger Mentor, clearly reluctant to abandon his pupil, gritted his teeth and asked, "Wolfblade, how confident are you?" Awaiting his decision, the Tiger Mentor, clearly reluctant to abandon his pupil, gritted his teeth and asked, "Wolfblade, how confident are you?" 100% if we can hold for a minute. Wolfblade replied with confidence, though his gaze was solemn as he looked at Ji, who wore a bitter smile. Ji understood the unspoken message in Wolfblade's eyes. Should anything go awry, it would be on you. The Tiger Mentor, a decisive individual, nodded firmly. "Good. I trust you. We have mounts. The insects cannot impede us. Let us take a minute to regroup, and then we will launch our assault." All were elite warriors, well aware of their duties. Seizing the opportunity, Ke grasped Wolfblade's hand and said, "Wolfblade, Brother Kyrie is the commander of the Battle Bear Legion. Last time, he led a small team into the jungle for training and encountered some insectoids. Fortunately, the numbers were few, and they annihilated that small horde." Wolfblade and Appo's expression turned grave as he instantly comprehended Ke and Appo's meaning. No wonder Kyrie had been bandaged at the banquet. Clearly, the giant tundra forest had more than one swarm of insectoids. What could their intentions be? Wolfblade pondered. However, the priority now was to rescue Hu Qua. The insectoid schemes could be addressed later upon returning to Spolen. Seeing that everyone was nearly prepared, the Tiger Mentor shouted, "Move out." Wolfblade led the charge with the brown bear riders, commanding his warriors as they traversed the jungle. They soon spotted a group of elephant insectoids besieging a cave. The elephant folk, the largest of the orc tribes, towered at over 5 meters tall, enough to instill fear in any foe. Though alone, they were shielded by the cave. And 800 insectoids would struggle to overpower Hu Qua. Bear riders, charge. Yak warriors, form a shield wall, advance. Wolfblade calmly commanded. Salz wielded a knightly lance and led the bear riders into the fray, the 6-meter lance piercing the chest of a elephant insectoid at the rear. The insectoid leader exclaimed, "Damn it! Men, surround them." With the command given, the elephant insectoids rallied against the bear riders. Immediately, the yak warriors split into 2 groups, charging at the flanks of the insectoid army to prevent encirclement. The third-year students, under the Tiger Mentor's lead, quickly joined the battle. Though a mentor, he wielded a broadsword with ferocity, surpassing the students' skills. 5 meters was merely a step for the massive bear riders. Salz swiftly encircled the insectoids to thwart their encirclement. A fiery fox surged forth, sending several elephant insectoids flying, while Wolfblade, atop his wolf, plunged the cold ink and dragon slayer dagger fiercely into an insectoid's chest. Hu Qua, inside the cave, visibly invigorated, gritted his teeth and unleashed a jet of water, swinging his long knife toward the outside. Gee, can you do it? Wolfblade shouted amidst the chaos. Gee, anxious, calculated the distance, his eyes sparkling. It's possible. Wolfblade nodded in understanding and shouted, protect him. Gee hesitated no longer, murmuring, reappearing in the midst of the others. Why the calf? There was no choice. Hu Qua was just too tall. Hu Qua bore severe injuries. Reappearing in the midst of the others. Why the calf? There was no choice. Hu Qua was just too tall. Hu Qua bore severe injuries. His lower body marred by cuts and gashes, arrows peppering his torso, even one feathered arrow lodged in his significantly larger than average ear. Yet, despite his condition, Hu Qua seemed unfazed. Running and jumping, eliciting a grin from Wolfblade. Upon witnessing G's success, the group felt a surge of morale, and the tiger mentor bellowed, retreat. Hu Qua sprinted forward with great strides. Though he could not match the mounted warriors, he kept pace with the pursuing insectoids. Soon, they broke free once more. Sals, ride with the yak warriors. I will cover the rear. Ke exclaimed, alarmed. Wolfblade, that and Oppos, that's too dangerous. Let me. I can still cast the Firefox spell twice. Wolfblade laughed heartily, looking at Ke on his white horse. Huh? Your little fox is no match for my great firewolf. With a roar, he shouted, Beast Mark, Fiery Wolf Surge. Instantly, two colossal firewolves erupted from Wolfblade and Oppos' fists, rampaging into the midst of the me-elephant insectoids, wreaking havoc as they followed his lead. The onlookers were left agape, and Ke stood momentarily stunned. This unleashed at least 100 high-ranking insectoids. The power was evident. What are you standing there for? Run. The bewildered group snapped back to reality as Wolfblade slapped Ke and Oppos' horse, causing it to bolt in pain. Wolfblade closely followed, riding his massive wolf away. The insectoids were halted by the flames left in the wake of the fiery wolves, and without mounts, pursuing Wolfblade was now impossible. All students had gathered, and the tiger mentor and Oppos' face regained its smile. Remaining any longer served no purpose. The insectoids bypassing the weird defense and entering the giant tundra forest was a matter of great significance that could not be delayed. After returning to the camp to gather Villy and Aiden, they pressed on, swiftly exiting the giant tundra forest. However, upon seeing Villy, Hu Qua's fury ignited at the memory of his fallen leperfolk brother, and he swung his long knife toward her. Damn insects. Die. He advanced, towering over the petite and helpless Villy. Her face pale, Villy steadfastly stared at Hu Qua, frozen in place, unsure if she was too frightened to move. Hu Qua, what are you doing? Wolfblade shouted in anger, raising his cold ink to block Hu Qua's strike. One must admit, the strength of the elephant folk was no mere boast. A tremendous force surged forth, and Wolfblade, along with his blade, was sent staggering back, leaving 2 long furrows in the damp grass. Wolfblade felt a surge of blood, his arms trembling uncontrollably, even his grip on the cold ink faltering. Wolfblade, why did you stop me? She is an insectoid. Hu Qua bellowed at Wolfblade, consumed with fury. Wolfblade pointed at Villy, his voice cold. Did she kill anyone? Huh. She is merely a wretched girl sold here. What does any of this have to do with her? Huh? Volume 2. The Storm in the Imperial Capital, Chapter 66. The decision of Miller 9 Wolf Fong was consumed by an extraordinary fury. As if he were harboring a long-suppressed inferno, he continued to roar. Do you think she wished to be here? She is merely 16. The age of joy and carefree innocence. If you possess any valor, display it on the battlefield rather than posturing before a young girl. With that, Wolf Fong spat vehemently and pounded his fist against a nearby tree. Damn it! Ke had never witnessed Wolf Fong in such a rage. Cautiously, she grasped his large hand and softly urged, Please, do not be angry. Hu Qua did not intend any offense. Wolf Fong managed a smile, holding Ke's small hand. It's all right. My temper simply flared. Hu Qua remained silent, aware that it was Wolf Fong's followers who had saved his life. Feeling gratitude towards him, and recognizing that attacking a young girl was indeed beneath the dignity of an orc, the Tiger Man mentor quickly interjected to ease the tension, stating, All right. Let us not quarrel. We are still some distance from Sibyllin, and we must carry the intelligence back. He then glanced at Hu Qua, adding, Hu Qua, remember what it means to be an orc. Due to this brief altercation, the group fell into a profound silence. However, a serene young deer man murmured in a corner, unheard by anyone else. The great beast god guides us forth, illuminating the filth hidden in darkness. Teleportation is a force beyond your grasp. He was, in fact, a fervent devotee of the Temple of Awakening, a formidable strength in its own right. What sins was he alluding to? The earliest records in the chronicles of the continent merely recount the tribal era of the beast folk, aside from the Temple of Awakening. No one seemed to know the history of the ancient remnants, Your Majesty. This is the situation we encountered during our trial. The Tigerman Minter respectfully recounted the group's experiences before gradually stepping aside, awaiting the decision of Miller 9. The information regarding Kiri's encounter with the insects had already been relayed, and in light of this event, everyone was convinced that the insect tribe and Apos' incursions were far from mere small-scale skirmishes in the Great Tin Forest, within the Beast God Palace. Cece and Lei Shan stood on either side, along with several marquises and earls, including Marquis Andre, Marquis Doze, father of Dorgan, and Earl Tail. Wolf Fong and K.E. stood among them, although they were not originally entitled to participate in this meeting. Their status as witnesses to the incident and favorites in the eyes of the monarch afforded them certain privileges. Miller 9 scanned the assembly and turned to Andre, inquiring, "How's the reorganization of the Crazy Bear Legion progressing?" Andre placed his hand on his chest and replied, "Your Majesty, 10,000 stout-hearted brown bears are fully equipped and ready to engage the insect tribe in a fight to the death." "Excellent," Miller 9 exclaimed, resolutely stating, "The Crazy Bear Legion shall depart tomorrow, alongside the vassal legions, heading towards Hater City. We must prevent the insects from executing a diversionary tactic." He simultaneously ordered the garrison of 5,000 wolf trainers stationed at Hater City to proceed immediately to the Great Tin Forest, joining the Battle Bear Legion to vigilantly monitor any disturbances in the area. "As you command, Your Majesty." Miller 9 then shifted his gaze to Cece and asked, "Duke Cece, what are your thoughts on how the insect tribe managed to infiltrate?" Duke Cece pondered for a moment before responding, "Your Majesty, we currently do not know how the insect tribe breached the wire defense line. However, judging by the types of troops encountered during the two skirmishes, they likely either circumvented through the southeastern aquatic battlefield of the Empire or tunneled beneath the wire defense line." Cece flicked his tail and continued, "If it's the former, it merely indicates some vulnerabilities in our coastal defenses, which we can address by mobilizing our legions. However, if the insects have indeed exerted tremendous effort to excavate a passageway directly to the Great Tin Forest, then, Your Majesty, the wire defense line is in grave peril." His voice resonated powerfully, akin to the clash of swords, as he declared, "Your Majesty, the insect's significant investment of effort suggests two possible scenarios. First," his voice resonated powerfully, akin to the clash of swords, as he declared, "Your Majesty, the insect's significant investment of effort suggests two possible scenarios. First, to rally their forces and launch an assault on the heart of the 10,000 Beast Empire, or second, to undermine the wire defense line from behind, thereby allowing their army to invade the Elven Kingdom and potentially annihilate it in one fell swoop." Extending two fingers, Lei Shan added, "I lean towards the second scenario. Although our forces are not as numerous as the insects, each of ours can stand against 10 of theirs. The insects lack the audacity to directly attack our kin. Their greater likelihood is to strike at the Elven territories, which are vastly more favorable than their own, with an abundance of fruits and crops that would undoubtedly serve their interests. Thus, the Elven Kingdom too stands on the brink of peril." Upon hearing the analyses of several individuals, Marquis Doze eagerly interjected, "Your Majesty, since the insect's aim is not directly at us, why not fortify our borders and prevent the insect army from entering our beastfolk territories, minimizing casualties and conserving our strength?" Before the monarch could respond, the majority of military officials and Wolf Fong responded with disdainful scoffs, while Lei Shan erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Foolish." Miller 9 cast a disappointed glance at Doze, coldly stating, "Such sentiments should not be expressed again. Setting aside the fact that we cannot forsake our allies, we, as beastfolk, shall never betray our comrades." Doze, drenched in cold sweat, quickly bowed and retreated to the back of the assembly. Miller 9 rose from his throne, prompting everyone to stand solemnly. The monarch proclaimed, "Cece, immediately dispatch intelligence to alert the Elven folk to remain vigilant. Additionally, deploy the Dragon Elephant Legion and the Flying Horse Legion for support, while instructing the coastal bird folk and aquatic tribes to be wary of the water folk, lest they take advantage of the chaos." "As you command." Miller 9 resumed his seat, calmly stating, "Prepare to depart." As the assembly was about to adjourn, Wolf Fong contemplated returning to his viscountcy, his thoughts far removed from the insect tribe. A voice resonated from outside the hall as 12 fully armed lionfolk warriors entered, led by a young antelope man clad in a crimson robe. A voice resonated from outside the hall as 12 fully armed lionfolk warriors entered, led by a young antelope man clad in a crimson robe. The figure in red bore a silver scepter, adorned with faintly glowing patterns resembling a 7-colored deer, the tribal mark of the antelope folk, boldly displayed. The rhythmic thud of the scepter echoed on the ground as he approached Miller 9, crossing his arms over his chest, and pronounced in a similarly rhythmic tone, "Praise be to your majesty. The great beast god has guided me here to cleanse the world of its impurities." Miller 9 reciprocated the gesture with a bow and smiled. "Ah, esteemed silver scepter priest, this is the beast god palace, devoid of any impurities. However, I can arrange for some vegetarian fare and pure water for us to share." Volume 2. The Clouds Over the Imperial Capital, Chapter 67. The situation. The silver staff priest chuckled softly, shaking his head gently as he spoke. "Your Majesty, the guidance of the beast god is infallible. Where there is corruption, there I shall be found." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. "Where exactly do you claim this corruption resides?" The priest lightly tapped the solid ground 3 times with his staff, then pointed towards Wolf Fong, stating, "Noble Viscount Wolf Fong, where exactly do you claim this corruption resides?" The priest lightly tapped the solid ground 3 times with his staff, then pointed towards Wolf Fong, stating, "Noble Viscount Wolf Fong, might you have a follower named Ji?" The crowd turned their astonished gazes towards Wolf Fong, who smiled faintly and responded, "Indeed, esteemed silver staff priest. I do have an ordinary werewolf follower named Ji, yet he is not the corruption you speak of." The silver staff priest shook his head with a smile. "Lord Wolf Fong, your words hold no weight. We must have the divine light of the beast god shine upon him to verify his identity." Wolf Fong and Apos' mind raced as he contemplated his next move. Yet he maintained a smile as he replied, "What would you have the priest do then?" To his surprise, the silver staff priest did not respond verbally. Instead, a deep blue mist erupted from the staff and enveloped Wolf Fong. Startled, Wolf Fong quickly retrieved his cold ink from his storage pouch to defend himself. But as they reached him, they halted in shock at the sight before them. Wolf Fong and Apos' hair, ears, and tail began to fade in color. But as they reached him, they halted in shock at the sight before them. Wolf Fong's hair, ears, and tail began to fade in color, the dye dissipating under the influence of the blue mist, revealing a dark silver hue. In no time, his entire coat glistened with a dark silver sheen under the light. It was undeniable that, despite the mere change of color, Wolf Fong and Apos' aura had significantly elevated. The silver staff priest laughed heartily. "It seems the guidance of the beast god is indeed unfaltering. Wolf Fong, you are also one of the corrupted." Confusion swept over the crowd, as they were clearly bewildered by Wolf Fong and Apos' transformation. Yet a flicker of surprise crossed Miller 9's eyes as he pondered in silence. Indeed, the truth was laid bare. Wolf Fong bitterly smiled inwardly, recognizing that there were individuals from the Enlightened Spirit Temple among the trial participants. Only the most fanatical devotees would be privy to such secrets. Furthermore, the Empire's Royal Academy explicitly did not recruit clergy. Only the most fanatical devotees would be privy to such secrets. Furthermore, the Empire's Royal Academy explicitly did not recruit clergy, as it was meant to cultivate talent for the Empire, not the temples. Otherwise, Wolf Fong would not have transferred Ji there. Guardians of the temple, heed the guidance of the beast god and apprehend the heretic Wolf Fong. The 12 guardians behind the silver staff priest stepped forward, encircling Wolf Fong. Naturally, Wolf Fong would not succumb without resistance. He readied his cold ink, silently gathering his fiery resolve. Who dares to harm Wolf Fong? Kei drew her dagger, placing herself protectively in front of him. Seth, taken aback, was equally moved and, like a protective tiger, rushed forward. "Whoever seeks to harm my daughter and son-in-law must first step over my corpse." Seeing this unfold, Lei Shan could no longer remain idle and boisterously declared, "Ha ha ha. Let me witness the martial prowess of the Guardians. Are they mightier than this old man?" In the end, half of those present in the Grand Hall had taken up arms in defense of Wolf Fong, albeit for reasons unrelated to him. Nevertheless, he felt deeply touched. Even an elderly kangaroo-like minister brandished a lantern, shouting, "Whoever dares to harm Dukes Lei Shan and Seth shall face my wrath." Such a display was unimaginable within the human court, where intrigue and betrayal were rampant. Who would risk their life for a colleague? Wolf Fong began to comprehend. Perhaps it was precisely because they were orcs that such loyalty manifested. Perhaps it was this bond and courage that allowed them to stand resolute amidst the encirclement of formidable foes from the insect and aquatic tribes. The Silver Staff Priest, now furious and losing his composure, bellowed, "What are you doing? Do you wish to defy the will of the beast god?" Leishan retorted with a scoff, "We only heed the will of his majesty." As Miller 9 felt the Silver Staff Priest's gaze shift towards him, he too could no longer remain passive. Suppressing a strange emotion that mingled surprise with relief, he spoke, "What is this? Lower your weapons. Do not be disrespectful to the servants of the beast god." Turning his attention back to the Silver Staff Priest, he added, "Esteemed Silver Staff Priest, I trust you see the current situation. Perhaps it would be prudent for me to have Wolf Fong detained in the Department of Punishments until tempers cool, and then we can send him to the Enlightened Spirit Temple tomorrow." The Silver Staff Priest, not wishing to sever ties with the royal family entirely, could only snarl, "Let us hope so." With that, he retreated, accompanied by the 12 knights, their faces marked by shame. Miller 9 then commanded, "Bring Wolf Fong to the Department of Punishments, place him under strict surveillance, and tomorrow morning, send him to the Enlightened Spirit Temple." Miller 9 scoffed, casting a glance at Seth. Seth sighed, murmuring to himself, "My dear daughter, you must not blame your father." Miller 9 scoffed, casting a glance at Seth. Seth sighed, murmuring to himself, "My dear daughter, you must not blame your father. You are still too young to grasp the gravity of the situation." With a swift chop, he struck Ke and Imp, Appos, neck, catching her completely off guard. She collapsed, unconscious. Wolf Fong caught her as she fell, overflowing with gratitude. He realized that throughout the night and Imp, Appos, turmoil, it was Ke who had defended him. What more could he desire from a girl who was willing to do so much for him? Power. He lamented his lack of strength, if only he possessed power. Even if the Enlightened Spirit Temple discovered his ancient lineage, what could it matter? Wolf Fong vowed that such a situation would never occur again. Several tiger guards rushed in, seizing Wolf Fong and escorting him towards the hall and Appos' exit. As they reached the doors, Miller 9 suddenly called out to him, "Wolf Fong." Wolf Fong turned, and Miller 9 remained silent, gazing deeply into his eyes. The unique violet eyes of the tiger seemed to convey a multitude of emotions: helplessness, resentment, anger, yet also hope, encouragement, and yearning. Though merely a glance, Wolf Fong felt the weight of the unspoken message surpassing all that had transpired that evening, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Volume 2, The Winds of the Imperial Capital, Chapter 68, departing regardless of the emotions conveyed in His Majesty and Appos' gaze. It is an undeniable fact that he has been imprisoned in the Ministry of Punishment. Ke was taken back by Seth, leaving one to wonder if the little girl would shed tears upon awakening. Dewar remains at school, and upon returning to the Viscountcy, she discovered that everyone else had returned. Would they feel sorrow at her absence? What of Villy? Has she already planted the flowers and herbs brought back from the giant forest in the Viscountcy? Alas, Wolfung can face only the dim confines of the prison now, where a handful of straw serves as a bed, and frail mice scurry beneath the cold iron bars. The anguished cries echoing from the prison affirmed the grim reality before him. He had initially intended to strategize against Daojin and Kent, but before he could act, it is evident that His Majesty is at odds with the Temple of Awakening. Otherwise, he would have handed him over to the silver-staffed priest long ago. It is evident that His Majesty is at odds with the Temple of Awakening. Otherwise, he would have handed him over to the silver-staffed priest long ago, avoiding the trouble that has persisted until now. Historically, the imperial family has been the most callous, and Wolfen would be naive to presume that His Majesty would risk turning against the temple for his insignificant military achievements. It seems that the conflict between the crown and the divine authority is irreconcilable, regardless of the circumstances. Wolfing mused quietly, recognizing that the current situation cannot be ignored. A single misstep could lead to an irretrievable fate. Firstly, it is apparent that the Temple of Awakening extends its influence far and wide, having even garnered loyal followers among the Imperial Royal Academy, which is dedicated to nurturing talent for the Empire. Moreover, the scene in the Grand Hall tonight, despite the presence of many standing alongside His Majesty, revealed a portion of individuals remaining indifferent. Perhaps even the royal family has been infiltrated. Yet, what can be done? How could royal authority possibly impede the spread of divine power, particularly in a nation of beast men that has only recently begun to address its basic needs? Indicating that there exists a rift between the nobility and the populace. Suddenly, a cacophony shattered the solemn silence of the prison. Indicating that there exists a rift between the nobility and the populace. Suddenly, a cacophony shattered the solemn silence of the prison. The sounds of battle reaching Wolfing's ears, igniting a frenzy among the inmates. Help! Help! I am innocent. Damn you, Viscount Sheila, may you suffer. Amidst the chaos, a familiar silver flash appeared before Wolfing, revealing G, who had evidently infiltrated the Ministry of Punishment. Upon seeing Wolfing, G fell to his knees, shamefacedly exclaiming, My Lord Wolfing, it is my fault for exposing you. Wolfing extended his hands to assist G, recalling a phrase K he had once told her. He replied calmly, Beastmen never bow their knees. Besides, it was I who instructed you to rescue me. It is not your fault. This is no place for idle chatter. Let us depart. G nodded, rising to grasp Wolfing's shoulder, and, without further words, they swiftly made their way to the upper levels of the ministry. There, they found Sars Yadin, and even BAS, who was still bandaged from his injuries but was energetically charging through the throngs of soldiers. To Wolfing and Appos' surprise, Huquo was also present among the crowd. While he refrained from lethal force, his bludgeoning weapon had knocked many unconscious. Upon witnessing G and Appos' successful rescue of Wolfing, Sars exclaimed joyfully, The boss is out. Everyone, retreat. Thus, the group hastily led Wolfing out of the ministry, taking advantage of the night to dash through the gates of Spolin, which astonishingly stood wide open. The guards, silent and unresponsive, did not even release a single arrow, seemingly disregarding their passage. A closer inspection revealed that all the soldiers were of the Tiger clan, led by the very Gulan Miller who had escorted Wolfing and his companions into the city. Once outside Spolin, Dewar and Villy awaited by the roadside alongside the families of the Yakman warriors. Upon spotting their comrades, the two young girls craned their necks in search of Wolfing. When Dewar finally caught sight of him, she rushed into his embrace, tears of joy welling in her eyes, while Villy maintained a stern expression. Dewar, her voice filled with concern, exclaimed, My lord, you frightened me. And why have your hair and ears changed color? Wolfing gently stroked Dewar and Appos' cheek, smiling at Villy before turning to BAS, inquiring, Master BAS, what transpired? How did you learn of our capture? BAS, still clutching his hammer, grinned broadly. It was this young fellow from the Elephant clan who notified us, claiming your identity had been compromised and you had been captured. This lad, G, hurried over to ascertain the situation. Arriving at the Beast God Palace, we witnessed you being taken by a group of soldiers. He warned that your situation was perilous, and if we did not act, your life could be in jeopardy, prompting us to rush to your aid. Upon arriving at the Beast God Palace, G noticed that Wolfing's fur had returned to its original hue, signifying that the situation was dire. BAS then recalled, Lord Seth also came personally and spoke with Dewar, who instructed us to hand over the Viscountcy to him. Given that Dewar is now in charge, she can manage all affairs in Wolfing's and KE's absence. Dewar, still in Wolfing's embrace, added, My lord, Duke Seth warned that we would face significant troubles and advised us to leave Spolin. I entrusted him with the Viscountcy and the fire crystal mine. I brought along all the valuables I could carry, including all the fire crystals harvested from the storeroom in your chamber. I believe he's the father of KE's sister, so he should not deceive us. Did I do right, my lord? Dewar's eyes were filled with apprehension as she awaited Wolfing's judgment. Wolfing smiled gently. My dear Dewar, you acted correctly. Dewar beamed at his praise. As dawn approached, the group had completely exited the Spolin area and paused to regroup. It seemed that His Majesty had devised a means to deter the pursuit from the Temple of Awakening. Otherwise, they would not have escaped so easily. Huquo produced a sealed envelope and handed it to Wolfing, stating, This is a letter from His Majesty, meant solely for your eyes. Wolfing accepted the envelope, breaking the wax seal, and carefully examined the small note contained within for an extended period. Suddenly, he smiled, tore the paper into fine shreds, and cast it into the wind. None but Wolfing knew the contents of the letter. Meanwhile, in Spolin, Dukes Miller IX and Lay Sean Seth stood upon a secluded loft, gazing at the dawn that had already risen in the distance. Miller IX spoke softly. Do you believe there is hope? Seth smiled faintly. Your Majesty, it is, after all, a seed. It will inevitably sprout. As for its growth, that depends on its own strength. Lay Sean, what do you think? The question was posed back to Lay Sean. Lay Sean simply replied with 4 understated words. Wolfing is remarkable. Indeed, he is. They both laughed heartily. Volume 2, The Storm of the Imperial Capital, Chapter 69. The reversal logically, they should not look back but instead distance themselves as far as possible. However, there remained an unresolved matter that troubled Wolf Peak, Rahdo. Rahdo had long accepted Wolf Peak's request to keep a close watch on the Duke of Dorse and Appos, residence. Initially, Wolf Peak intended to exploit the advantage of the fire essence crystal to devise a plan to deal with Dao Jin, and no trace was found at the Earl Taleb's manor. Wolf Peak surmised that Rado's sister was most likely imprisoned by Dao Jin in the Duke of Dors and Amp, Oppo's residence, and no trace was found at the Earl Taleb's manor. Wolf Peak surmised that Rado's sister was most likely imprisoned by Dao Jin in the Duke of Dors and Oppo's residence. Rado concurred with Wolf Peak's assessment, thus intensifying his surveillance of the manor. Furthermore, Rado's cover had been compromised due to his investigation of the Earl and Oppo's estate. And now that Wolf Peak was in a precarious situation, Rado had lost his value in Dao Jin's eyes. Given Dao Jin's character, he would undoubtedly not let Rado escape unscathed. Wolf Peak rubbed his ears in irritation. The sudden exposure had turned a previously favorable situation on its head. As Rado was sent by Wolf Peak, he could not abandon him. Gritting his teeth, he declared to Ke, you and the others proceed ahead. I and G shall return to Spolin. The group gasped in shock. Dor anxiously looked at Wolf Peak, while Ke urged, what are you going back for? We barely escaped. Hukwa wide-eyed, bent down to look at Wolf Peak and exclaimed, no. His Majesty said we must leave quickly once we are out of the city. We can't afford to linger. For the Temple of Spirit Awakening might catch up at any moment. Wolf Peak calmed the agitated crowd, saying, I left Rado near Dao Jin. If I run into trouble, Dao Jin will certainly not spare Rado. He is someone I sent out. I cannot abandon him. Wolf Peak did not consider himself a bleeding heart. When he first arrived in Hader City, he felt somewhat out of place, even looking down on the Beastmen. When he first arrived in Hader City, he felt somewhat out of place, even looking down on the Beastmen. Otherwise, he would not have deliberately called a Qing a Nyo back then. However, the simplicity of a Qing, the acceptance shown by Ke, the concern from Sal's. He would unhesitatingly rush to save an unrelated Hukwa, and naturally, he would not abandon Rado, who was working for him. Dor found herself in a dilemma. He would unhesitatingly rush to save an unrelated Hukwa, and naturally, he would not abandon Rado, who was working for him. Dor found herself in a dilemma. The Beastmen could not forsake their friends. Even if Rado feigned madness and refused to follow Kent's orders to harm Wolf Peak, she could not leave him behind. Yet she did not want Wolf Peak to take risks alone. Without thinking, she blurted, I will go with you. Wolf Peak smiled gently, ruffling Dor's hair. What will you do? If it weren't for G not knowing Rado, I would just send G alone. His beast pattern is quite suitable for stealth and escape. My presence might not be of assistance, and G can currently only carry one person. Wolf Peak gestured to the companions and said to Dor, you are now the pillar of strength for everyone. They are all relying on you. Lead them towards the weird defense line. G and I will rescue Rado, and we'll catch up with you soon. Be obedient. Dor did not question why they were heading towards the weird defense line. Rest assured. Wolf Peak replied with a smile and nodded. And so, Dor led the others onward while Wolf Peak and G returned to Spolin. Rest assured. Wolf Peak replied with a smile and nodded. And so, Dor led the others onward while Wolf Peak and G returned to Spolin. Wolf Peak would not have had the confidence to rescue anyone. As G took Wolf Peak's hand and activated his concealment pattern, a wave of shimmering energy enveloped them, rendering them invisible to the naked eye. I must admit, your beast pattern is quite suited for an assassin, Wolf Peak remarked, gazing at his own hands. Rendering them invisible to the naked eye. I must admit, your beast pattern is quite suited for an assassin, Wolf Peak remarked, gazing at his own hands. This is the essence of my existence. Wolf Peak glanced at G but said nothing. Since Dao Jin was the enemy, Wolf Peak was well aware of where his adversary resided. This is the essence of my existence. Wolf Peak glanced at G but said nothing. Since Dao Jin was the enemy, Wolf Peak was well aware of where his adversary resided. With knights clad in temple armor and soldiers from the Fierce Tiger Legion patrolling and searching, posters of Wolf Peak and G were plastered everywhere, along with images of Dor and others. Meanwhile, within the Temple of Spirit Awakening, the Silver Staff priest was furiously confronting the Ninth Miller, Your Majesty, along with images of Dor and others. Meanwhile, within the Temple of Spirit Awakening, the Silver Staff priest was furiously confronting the Ninth Miller, Your Majesty. Please explain why Wolf Peak was able to escape from the punishment department. Feigning anger, the Ninth Miller replied, it was those subordinates of Wolf Peak. They somehow received news and rescued him from the punishment department. I have already issued a wanted notice. I believe they cannot escape Spolin. The Silver Staff priest glared coldly at the Ninth Miller and retorted, then, Your Majesty, why did you come to visit me early this morning? dragging me into discussions about establishing temples in various places while not allowing my attendants to enter. The ninth Miller's expression hardened as he feigned seriousness. How could matters concerning the temple be made known to outsiders? I was thinking of the temple's interests. However, such an incident has unexpectedly occurred. The ninth Miller felt agitated. He had come to delay the silver staff priest early that morning and prohibited his attendants from entering. Yet, that very attendant had shouted outside. The silver staff priest's fury erupted. The ninth Miller pretended to be shocked and summoned Gulan to inquire further. Upon hearing that Wolf Peak had been abducted, he too was enraged and immediately ordered Gulan to issue a wanted notice and increase manpower for the search, insisting that Wolf Peak must not escape. He too was enraged and immediately ordered Gulan to issue a wanted notice and increase manpower for the search, insisting that Wolf Peak must not escape. Hoping to placate the silver staff priest. Your Majesty, I hope you remember that we are first servants of the beast god and only then masters of the people. The silver staff priest said, his face pale as he addressed the ninth Miller coldly. The ninth Miller, equally incensed, retorted, respected silver staff priest. I hope you also remember that I am still the sovereign of this nation and do not need your guidance on how to act. He emphasized the title of silver staff, reminding the silver staff priest that he was merely a priest and not the grand high priest of the temple of spirit awakening. The silver staff priest's complexion shifted from pale to purple, rendered speechless in his anger, for he had no authority to act against the ninth Miller. Volume 2, The Storm in the Imperial Capital, Chapter 70, The Abduction of Daojin with a Cold Snort. He turned away and instructed the knights guarding the palace nearby, commence a city-wide search for Wolf Fong and his companions immediately. Simultaneously, mobilize the palace knights to pursue them outside the city, focusing particularly on the southeast and west. The situation at the wire defense line is precarious. They are unlikely to head north. Upon discovery, signal at once. They must not escape. Clearly, the high priest of the silver staff had also heard of the upheaval in the giant Ten Forest, perhaps even before Malor 9. Understood. The palace knights accepted the command and promptly dispersed to allocate personnel. Regarding the wire defense line, due to the high priestess assessment, the knights would not dispatch a substantial force. Meanwhile, Wolf Fong and Ji had arrived at the Marquis of Duo's residence, where a room on the second floor provided a clear view of the Marquis and Amp Oppo's residence. This was also the temporary abode of Rado, where a room on the second floor provided a clear view of the Marquis and Oppo's residence. This was also the temporary abode of Rado. The two men made their way to the second floor without alerting the innkeeper, swiftly entering the room. The flimsy wooden door, secured by a rudimentary iron chain. They cautiously unfastened the chain and stepped inside. Rado was not present. The air in the cramped room was thick with stale odors. They cautiously unfastened the chain and stepped inside. Rado was not present. The air in the cramped room was thick with stale odors. Remnants of beast meat lingered on a rickety wooden table, and a single bed occupied most of the space. With Rado's keen eyesight as a member of the white-headed eagle people, despite the distance, he could discern every movement at the Marquis' estate. Wolf Fong. It seems the person you mentioned has left, Ji remarked, surveying the surroundings and gazing at the Marquis' residence. Let us wait. Wolf Fong carefully took a seat by the window, keeping a vigilant watch on the activity below. After an indeterminate period, Wolf Fong vaguely heard Ji calling him. Wolf Fong, wake up. Carefully took a seat by the window, keeping a vigilant watch on the activity below. After an indeterminate period, Wolf Fong vaguely heard Ji calling him. Wolf Fong, wake up. Is that not Rado? At this, Wolf Fong sprang to his feet and hurried to the window, following Ji and Amp Oppo's pointing finger. He saw Daojin striding confidently down the street towards the Marquis and Oppo's estate, trailed by a white-headed eagle person in midair. It must be said, making it unlikely for anyone to glance up at the sky without cause. Making it unlikely for anyone to glance up at the sky without cause. It was only because Wolf Fong and Ji were positioned high above that they noticed Rado trailing in the sky. Wolf Fong nodded, acknowledging that no one else but Rado would follow Daojin. Indeed. Yet, just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Rado accelerated, closing the distance to Daojin. With astonishing speed, he dove down, brandishing a pair of massive iron claws attached to chains, his sharp eyes fixed intently on Daojin. He intended to seize him. Both Wolf Fong and Ji were taken aback, but the inn was still a considerable distance from Rado and Daojin, leaving them with little hope of intervening in time. Rado hurled the massive iron claws, the chains clanging as they shot towards Daojin. Not one to be caught off guard, Daojin swiftly turned, drawing his saber to strike back. The suddenness of the situation, combined with the heavy weight of the saber, made it difficult for Dao Jin to defend himself effectively. After deflecting one claw, he was caught by the other, which ensnared his shoulder. Although Wolf Fong could not see clearly from his vantage point, Rado was aware that his claws bore sharp barbs. Once hooked, escape would be nearly impossible. With a powerful flap of his wings, Rado began to ascend. The enormous appendages spread wide as if casting a shadow over the land. The chain tethered to the iron claws went taut. Bang, bang, bang. Dao Jin, refusing to be a passive victim, wedged his legs like iron locks against a nearby tree, one hand grasping the chain while the other wielded the saber to slash at it. However, without leverage, even Dao Jin's immense strength was futile. Soon, he realized his efforts were in vain and relinquished the saber, clinging tightly to the tree to prevent Rado from dragging him away. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The two had exited the inn, and Wolf Fong was bewildered as to why Rado would attempt to seize Dao Jin in broad daylight. Observing the city guards rushing towards the scene, he urged Ji. Let us move. Ji, without hesitation, seized Wolf Fong and activated the shadow assault, sprinting towards Dao Jin. Ji and Appo's speed far surpassed that of the city guards, and in no time, he reached Dao Jin's side. The iron claws had inflicted significant damage, leaving 3 deep gashes along Dao Jin and Appo's back. Had it not been for his shoulder bone catching the claw, it might have pierced through entirely. This, in turn, heightened Dao Jin and Appo's suffering. Though an adversary, Wolf Fong could not help but admire Dao Jin and Appo's fortitude, despite the pain. He gritted his teeth in silence. Yet an enemy remained an enemy. Admiration could not lead to leniency, as Ji and Appo's concealed attack would be interrupted if he remained hidden, which were still clinging to the tree, followed by several kicks to his legs. The sudden pain caused Dao Jin to instinctively retract, relinquishing his grip on the tree, which were still clinging to the tree, followed by several kicks to his legs. The sudden pain caused Dao Jin to instinctively retract, relinquishing his grip on the tree. Rado continued to soar above, desperately clutching Dao Jin, who, having lost his leverage, was pulled into the air. Rado, clearly spotting Wolf Fong, signaled him not to worry and took to the skies with Dao Jin, flying further away. The city guards, alerted by the commotion, hastily converged on the scene. Ji once again activated the beast mark of concealment, and the two vanished into shimmering ripples. The Knights of the Spirit Temple, engaged in their own search for Wolf Fong and Ji, paid little heed to Rado, as their mission was to capture the pair, not assist the city guards in apprehending a noble's assailant. Panic gripped the city guards as nearby civilians reported that the one abducted was Dao Jin, the second son of the Marquis of Duos. The leader of the city guards rushed to inform the king and the Marquis, while some pursued Rado and Appo's direction. However, before they could make significant progress, their commander, Gulen, dispatched a rider to instruct them to return, having received some unknown order. Truth be told, even if the city guards had pursued, they would have been unable to catch Rado. Even Ji and Wolf Fong had barely managed to keep pace through a desperate use of the shadow assault. It seemed this expedition to Spolin had been utterly fruitless. Having expected Rado to struggle with Dao Jin, they were instead surprised when Rado effortlessly abducted him. Yet, perhaps it was fortuitous. Seizing Rado at this moment meant gaining an exceptional talent. Ceasing his futile speculations, Rado landed on a hillside outside Spolin, and before Wolf Fong and Ji could approach, he delivered a powerful punch to the disoriented Dao Jin and Appo's face. With his arm injured and having fallen from such a height, Dao Jin lacked the strength to resist, and Rado's fist struck him squarely on the cheek. With a resounding thud, Dao Jin's face collided with a rock, instantly forming a large bump on his forehead. Dismissing him entirely, and instead fixed his gaze on the approaching Wolf Peak, coldly remarking, "Wolf Peak, you truly possess remarkable courage. The entire city is searching for you." Dismissing him entirely, and instead fixed his gaze on the approaching Wolf Peak, coldly remarking, "Wolf Peak, you truly possess remarkable courage. The entire city is searching for you." Could be so formidable. What a surprise. Wolf Peak rubbed his ear, feeling somewhat vexed. He had assumed Daogen's martial skills were lacking. Though he understood that Dao Jin and Appo's previous defeat was merely an act, it still seemed exaggerated. While Wolf Peak was aware that Rado had previously explored the Earl Taliber and Appo's residence. Though he understood that Dao Jin and Appo's previous defeat was merely an act, it still seemed exaggerated. While Wolf Peak was aware that Rado had previously explored the Earl Taliber and Appo's residence. He was oblivious to the details, only knowing that Rado had been expelled. It led him to think Rado and Apos' capabilities were not particularly impressive. It was akin to discovering that beneath the innocent exterior of a young rabbit person lay a brutish figure of an elephant tribe. Lost in thought, he spoke. Daojin. Daojin erupted into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. Wolf Peak, don't flatter yourself so much. Jealousy? I grew up alongside Ke, and I shall forever cherish her. Daojin erupted into wild laughter. Ha ha. Wolf Peak, Don and Apos, flatter yourself so much. Jealousy? I grew up alongside Ke, and I shall forever cherish her. Although she once kept her distance, we shared laughter and conversation. But ever since you arrived, everything has changed. And do not overestimate your importance. But alas, your luck was poor. You just happened to be caught up in this. With such a valuable hostage, why not take advantage of it? Hee hee. But alas, your luck was poor. You just happened to be caught up in this. With such a valuable hostage, why not take advantage of it? Hee hee. Daogin's madness had taken hold, oblivious to the information he divulged, while Wolf Peak fell into contemplation about their intentions toward the White Eagle tribe. However, Rado was unconcerned with such matters. He only wished to ascertain the fate of his sister. He shouted once more at Daojin, "What about my sister?" "Your sister? She died long ago, haha. They say White Eagle women are proud, but who would have thought she would be so haughty? Knowing we intended to use her to threaten your father, she bit her tongue and took her own life. We had no choice but to silence her. Yet she began to starve herself. We force-fed her, and she would bite her tongue again. After a few days of this torment, she perished." Daojin recounted this with an unsettling detachment, even shrugging. "What a pity for such a beauty. Perhaps if you visit the graveyard, you might find her bones, haha. Ah, you beasts." Rado had completely lost his composure. His beloved sister, who had come to the capital for her studies, had been taken the very next day. His fists fell upon Daojin like a torrential rain, blood splattering everywhere. Wolf Peak seized Rado, attempting to calm him. "Let go of me. I must kill this despicable wretch." Wolf Peak, unsure how to console Rado, replied, "Allow me to ask him a few questions, and afterward, you can do as you wish. My sister is dead. What more is there to ask? Let me go? I will kill him." Rado shouted at Wolf Peak, unable to bear the scene any longer. Wolf Peak struck Rado on the head. Rado's unstable emotions, compounded by the recent battle, left him defenseless against Wolf Peak's surprising blow, and he collapsed, his face marked by deep streaks of tears. Wolf Peak gazed coldly at Daojin, seizing his head and demanding, "Tell me, who is we? What are your intentions regarding the White Eagle tribe, and who instructed you to do this? Do you not fear that the White Eagle tribe will learn of this and offer your Marquiate as a sacrifice? How would His Majesty react?" Daojin smirked, looking at Wolf Peak with a calm demeanor. "His Majesty? That is your Majesty. And do you truly believe I would divulge such information?" He then shook his head. "No, that is not entirely true. There is one thing I can share with you. The reason I am telling you and Rado this is that our plan has already succeeded." He burst into laughter once more. Wolf Peak sighed, realizing that he would extract no further information from the increasingly deranged Daojin. He turned to Ji, saying, "Wake Rado." He burst into laughter once more. Wolf Peak sighed, realizing that he would extract no further information from the increasingly deranged Daojin. He turned to Ji, saying, "Wake Rado. I will leave this person to you." With that, he descended the hillside, his thoughts a jumbled mess. The note from His Majesty, the Daojin mentioned, the plan. And what did it mean to be the Majesty? What had befallen the White Eagle tribe? The Muir defense line was already on the brink. And if further troubles arose in the southeastern seas, the Orc Empire would be in dire peril. After much contemplation, Wolf Peak sensed that everything was intertwined with the Spirit Awakening Temple, and even the matters regarding the ancient remnants were a tangled web. Before long, he heard Daojin and Apos' wretched screams, which continued for quite some time before ceasing. Eventually, Ji emerged with Rado, who held a bloodied iron claw, appearing utterly dazed. Wolf Peak could see the confusion in his eyes. With a soft sigh, he said, "Come with me, I will help you seek vengeance." To his surprise, Rado shook his head, responding calmly, "I was not truly knocked unconscious. I merely sought a momentary escape. I do not know what has happened to my tribe, or to my parents. As the chieftain and Apos' son, I cannot abandon them." Rado spoke as if to himself, yet it was also directed at Wolf Peak. "Wolf Peak, once I resolve this, I will seek you out. Give me a location." Wolf Peak pursed his lips. "The Muir defense line. Once matters are settled, come find me there. We are still being pursued by the Spirit Awakening Temple and cannot linger. We must leave this place." Rado smiled faintly. "You go on ahead. I will retrieve my sister's remains. She cannot be left to rest in a place like the graveyard. Wolf Peak nodded in understanding and handed Rado a storage bag. Inside are some gold coins and fire essence crystals, a small token from me. We shall meet at the Muir defense line. Rado accepted the bag without hesitation, fastening it to his waist and smiling at Wolf Peak. See you at the Muir defense line. With that, he turned and soared into the sky. At the Spirit Awakening Temple in the main hall, the Grand Priest with the golden staff listened to the response from the Silver Staff Priest, veins bulging on his forehead. What? Daojin was captured where a follower witnessed heresy? Damn Wolf Peak. How could he return to Spolin? And once again, you let them slip through your fingers. The Silver Staff Priest could only smile wryly. Everyone has been dispatched to capture them, yet Spolin's forces are somewhat insufficient. Do you think Daojin will leak our plans? The Silver Staff Priest inquired cautiously. The Grand Priest scoffed, murmuring, a grand plan shall not be thwarted by a mere heretic. So what if it is leaked? The glory of the Beast God is destined to spread throughout the entire beast race. End of this volume, Volume 3. The Fall of the Wire Defense Line, Chapter 72. The Elven Kingdom, a striking scene unfolded. An ancient orc town, where distant figures busied themselves with life and Appos' myriad flavors. At the edge of the giant tan forest, patrols of werewolves and bearfolk stood vigilant. An ancient orc town, where distant figures busied themselves with life's myriad flavors. At the edge of the giant tan forest, patrols of werewolves and bearfolk stood vigilant, their watchful eyes scanning the borders of the woodland realm. The Wolf Legion was poised, in concert with the Bear Legion, ever alert for a possible incursion from the insectoid army. A group moved cautiously along the northern edge of the giant tan forest, their destination the wire defense lines, situated at the northernmost part of the Elven Kingdom. Utilizing the dense shade of the ancient trees, they endeavored to conceal their presence from roaming orc patrols. The precocious nature of the orc children astonished Wolf Peak. Even those as young as 8 or 9 quietly adhered to their parents, nibbling on dried meat without a sound. Kate had been left behind in Sippo Lawn, her identity evidently unsuitable for accompanying Wolf Peak, and Duke Seth had forbidden her presence at this juncture. As the conflict between Miller 9 and the Temple escalated, the Temple was eager to seize any leverage against Duke Seth to sever Miller 9 and Appos' support. Attention! We are about to enter the territory of the Elven Kingdom. Maintain vigilance. Wolf Peak whispered to the group. The situation was precarious. The Elven Kingdom was sure to be on high alert. Wolf Peak harbored doubts about whether they would be welcomed, but there was no other choice. The influence of the Spirit Temple permeated all orc territories, and no matter where they fled, they would always encounter its reach. The South, though relatively weak in temple influence, lay too far away, and at their current pace, they would be overtaken long before they could reach safety. Only amidst chaos could they hope to find a glimmer of survival. The group steeled themselves, shielding the maidens and children behind them, remaining ever cautious. Suddenly, a figure rushed from behind, calling out to Wolf Peak. Wolf Peak, the Knights of the Temple are in pursuit. There are many, around 100 knights. Wolf Peak frowned. The temple was not without its wits. Having failed to detect their whereabouts in other directions, it was only natural they would turn their search northward. In recent days, they had encountered small bands of temple knights, either dispatching them when the area was unguarded or evading them by hiding among the giant tan forest. Yet now, and the group hastened towards their destination. Elves, halt your advance. A figure cloaked in pale green intercepted Wolf Peak and Appos' path. Upon closer inspection, they found themselves encircled by a throng of verdant silhouettes. Elves, with their flowing light green hair and intricately carved wooden bows. They found themselves encircled by a throng of verdant silhouettes. Elves, with their flowing light green hair and intricately carved wooden bows. The males exuded handsomeness while the females radiated beauty. Their pointed ears betrayed their lineage, and the delicate wings on their backs fluttered gently, lifting them slightly off the ground. Clad in simple animal hides, their skin adorned with vibrant dyes, they blended harmoniously with the surrounding trees, truly the offspring of nature. The leading female elf, wielding a radiant, unstrung bow, fluttered before Wolf Peak, legs crossed in a gesture of respect, and spoke in an ethereal tone. Esteemed young werewolf, I am Odalis of the elven race. You have stepped into our territory. May I inquire as to your purpose? This enchanting maiden possessed emerald green eyes, clear as the most exquisite gemstones, and her bow, shimmering with a gentle light, unmistakably marked her as a magical archer of the elves. Only those who could take to the skies could perform such graceful salutations. Wolf Peak returned the gesture with a smile. Beautiful elven maiden, might we be allowed entry? We are pursued by a formidable enemy, and as allies of your people, we come to aid in the defense of the wire defense line. Kind-hearted Odalis, unaware of the underlying implications in Wolf Peak and Appos' words. But you must relinquish your weapons and don the elven rings before entering the elven kingdom. Subsequently, our illustrious Queen Catherine will determine your fate, though the elves were benevolent. But you must relinquish your weapons and don the elven rings before entering the elven kingdom. Subsequently, our illustrious Queen Catherine will determine your fate, though the elves were benevolent. They were not naive. Allowing a group of strangers to enter at such a critical moment was clearly imprudent. However, by disarming and binding themselves with the elven rings, Wolf Peak and his companions would forfeit their capacity to resist. Recognizing he was on foreign soil, Wolf Peak subtly conveyed his acquiescence, and the elves adorned them with small green circular bands on their arms. The elven ring, a creation of the elven folk, would not pose a threat as long as there was no resistance. However, should one attempt to act out of line, the ring would sprout firm vines that could suffocate its wearer, tightening with every act of defiance. Observing that Wolf Peak and his companions showed no inclination to resist, Odalis smiled apologetically and led them to a massive green barrier. This was the heart of the elves, the ancient elven tree, exuding the last bastion of protection for their kind, accessible only to those of pure elven blood. With a whisper, Odalis placed her hands upon the barrier, her forehead gently touching it as she murmured, "Great elven tree, please lower the barrier and allow your children to enter." Wolf Peak and his companions marveled as they felt a tremor. A portion of the barrier began to dissolve, ultimately forming an entrance for passage. Odalis turned to the nearby elves, instructing them to observe the forest and Appos' movements closely, urging them to remain silent until Queen Catherine and Appos' decision was rendered. The elven archers nodded in agreement before vanishing into the foliage. Wolf Peak could hardly believe his eyes as he witnessed an elf flit to an ancient tree only to vanish in an instant, leaving him in awe. Truly, you are the children of nature. In the depths of the forest, no one could detect your presence. Odalis smiled sweetly. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed ally. Let us proceed. With that, she took flight into the entrance, leading the way. Wolf Peak grasped Dora and Appos' hand, followed closely by Vili, guiding the group through the ancient tree barrier. As the barrier closed behind them, seamlessly blending back into the forest, the knights of the Spirit Temple, riding their mighty war lions, arrived at the scene, regrettably a moment too late. They found themselves at the borders of the Orc realm, mere servants of the beast god, especially at such a critical juncture, to avoid inciting the ire of the elven kingdom. The silver-armored knight rested a hand on his sword's hilt, calling out, "Knights of the Spirit Temple, we seek an audience with Queen Catherine. We request the elves to emerge." Calling out, "Knights of the Spirit Temple, we seek an audience with Queen Catherine. We request the elves to emerge." Volume 3, The Fall of the Mire Defense Line, Chapter 73, Queen Catherine. Upon entering, the gathering was taken aback by the breathtaking sight before them. In the distance, an ancient tree towered majestically into the clouds, adorned with numerous elliptical wooden structures of varying sizes, each exuding the exquisite elegance characteristic of the elven race. This was the fabled elven ancestor tree, believed to be the sacred site where only those blessed by the tree could conceive new life beneath its boughs. Each structure upon the tree represented an elven household, and at its pinnacle resided Queen Catherine, the sovereign of the elves. Surrounding the tree were enchanting fragrant plants, while vast fields of dragon fruit swayed gently in the breeze. Colorful elves flitted through the flower fields, forest elves with verdant hair, water elves with azure locks, and silver-haired moon priestesses. Yet, due to the ongoing conflict, this idyllic sanctuary bore traces of the mortal realm, with jungle wanderers clad in wooden armor, riding on black panthers. As the tension of impending battle loomed over the Mire defense line, Vili erupted into jubilant cheers, unfurling her resplendent light blue wings. As the tension of impending battle loomed over the Mire defense line, Vili erupted into jubilant cheers, unfurling her resplendent light blue wings. More splendid than the translucent wings of her kin, and soared freely amidst the blossoms. The elves, with their pure hearts, never judged others by appearance. They held an innate affinity for beautiful souls. Soon, several elven maidens of similar stature joined Vili, gleefully grasping her small hand and dancing together. Wolfing returned her smile. After securing the elves' consent, Vili carefully plucked a flower matching the hue of her wings and fluttered over to Wolfing. However, her previously radiant expression faltered. Wolfing returned her smile. After securing the elves' consent, Vili carefully plucked a flower matching the hue of her wings and fluttered over to Wolfing. However, her previously radiant expression faltered, and she fixed her gaze on him, coldly stating, "Here." Her small hand extended, offering the flower, though her slightly trembling fingers betrayed her inner anxiety. Wolfing smiled gently, accepting the pale blue bloom and inhaling its fragrance. "Such a delightful flower. Thank you, Vili." Vili scrunched her nose, retorting, "That's the ugliest flower in the patch. Don't get any wrong ideas." Wolfing couldn't help but chuckle at her stubbornness, pondering what he could possibly think. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Odalis returned hurriedly, her expression stern as she addressed Wolfing. "Queen Catherine is ready to receive you. Please follow me, but I must insist that you continue to wear the elven rings." Wolfu was unfazed by Odalis and Apos' demeanor. He turned to ensure that Salz and Yadin managed the group well before following Odalis. The two walked in silence, and Wolfing took the opportunity to admire the scenery, treading carefully upon the flower-laden ground, mindful not to trample anything, for not all beings possess the gift of flight. Even the narrow pebble pathway created for visitors was adorned with vibrant blooms emerging from the cracks as they reached the border of the Elven Kingdom. "This is a teleportation array built by our moon elves, allowing direct access to the base of the Elven Ancestor Tree." This is a teleportation array built by our moon elves, allowing direct access to the base of the Elven Ancestor Tree. Please remain still while on it to avoid any hazards. Wolfing, intrigued, suppressed his questions and followed Odalis onto the teleportation array. As she gently turned a crystal knob, he felt a brief sensation of weightlessness. When he regained his bearings, they stood beneath the Elven Ancestor Tree, surrounded by the same vibrant flora and elves, obscuring the view of the previous location. Odalis urged, "Please follow me, and remember not to touch the flower buds on the Ancestor Tree. Doing so could harm our children." Obscuring the view of the previous location, Odalis urged, "Please follow me, and remember not to touch the flower buds on the Ancestor Tree. Doing so could harm our children." Beneath the tree, Wolfing truly grasped its vastness. The trunk was easily 100 meters in diameter, and the canopy seemed to stretch infinitely above, glowing softly, creating an ethereal ambience. A branch slowly descended from above, resting at Wolfing and Apos' feet. Odalis led him onto it, and they ascended gradually, finally stopping before a grand treehouse situated at a height of nearly 1,000 meters, the enormous umbrella-like canopy still appearing distant. During the ascent, Wolfing caught sight of watermelon-sized flower buds, each cradling a curled elven infant, leaving him in awe. It became clear that the elven race was nurtured by the Ancestor Tree, hence their reverence in calling it their mother. Upon entering the vast treehouse, Wolfing beheld Queen Catherine seated regally upon a grand chair. Her 6 delicate golden wings unfurled behind her. Her silver hair flowed gracefully, framing her elegantly pointed ears, crowned with a wreath of green twigs adorned with a large emerald. To Wolfing and Apos' slight disappointment, Queen Catherine and Apos' attire was not as revealing as those of her kin. Instead, she donned a flowing gown of soft gold that accentuated her royal demeanor. Odalis bowed respectfully. "Noble Queen Catherine, I present Wolfing of the Orc clan. Please, command him." Wolfing hurriedly returned the gesture. "Your Majesty, I must express my reservations regarding this Wolf clan member. I find him untrustworthy." She cast a sidelong glance at Wolfing before departing. "I must express my reservations regarding this Wolf clan member. I find him untrustworthy." She cast a sidelong glance at Wolfing before departing. Understanding that temple guardians were likely in pursuit, Wolfing realized the abrupt shift in Odalis' attitude. With Odalis and Apos' exit, the grand hall now contained only Wolfing and Queen Catherine. As he gazed upon her smiling visage, he felt an unexpected surge of nervousness, akin to a child caught in mischief before a parent. Volume 3. The Fall of the Weird Defense Line, Chapter 74. The Queen and the Wolf. Queen Catherine sat gracefully upon her throne, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she spoke. "Wolfong of the ancient Moonwolf tribe, son of the tribe leader Wolfpa? Were you just outside deceiving Odalis with tales of enemies, while in truth, it was the Knights of the Spirit Temple pursuing you?" Wolfong was taken aback. While it was not surprising that she knew his name, the fact that she was aware of his lineage and the identity of his father was unsettling. He himself was unaware that Wolfpa was the leader of the ancient Moonwolf tribe. Striving to mask his astonishment, he feigned indifference, replying, "Your Majesty Catherine, I seem to misunderstand your words." To his surprise, Catherine chuckled lightly, her demeanor shifting to one of playful mockery. "Truly, you are the son of Wolfpa. You have inherited his stubbornness to perfection. Perhaps we should summon Odalis back for a confrontation with the knights? Catherine and Apos' teasing expression bore no resemblance to that of a queen. It was reminiscent of an older sister playfully toying with her younger sibling. Wolf Feng swallowed hard, bewildered. Esteemed Queen Catherine, what is your connection with my father? Unexpectedly, a flicker of melancholy crossed Catherine's face as she whispered, Wolfpa, I have no ties to him. However, I harbor little fondness for those from the Spirit Temple. Should you sweeten your words, I might consider sparing your life. Clearly, Catherine wished to avoid discussing Wolfpa, effortlessly diverting the topic. Wolf Feng, recognizing the futility of prying into his father and Apos' affairs, let the matter go, yet his mind began to churn with possibilities. He grinned and said, Sister Catherine, given that there is no refuge left for me among the beast tribes, could you lend me your assistance? If you could help me find a place within the elven territory for my kin to recuperate, I would be most grateful. Wolf Feng did not exaggerate. Her melodic giggles echoing through the hall, transforming her from a queen into a sprite. I have discovered that your father lacks one thing compared to you, his audacity. Yet, her melodic giggles echoing through the hall, transforming her from a queen into a sprite. I have discovered that your father lacks one thing compared to you, his audacity. Yet, in the very next moment, her expression turned serious. If I were to assist you, what would I gain in return, and what could you offer? Wolf Feng was momentarily taken aback by the abrupt shift in tone. He struggled to comprehend, stammering, I possess nothing at present. The only thing I might offer is my father. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Wolf sneezed abruptly, murmuring, Who the devil is thinking of me? I wonder how Wolf Feng is faring, he has, and Apos. He ventured into the Elven Kingdom, has he? With a sharp slap to his own face. Wolf dismissed the thought, but the nagging sensation persisted, hinting that Wolf Feng might indeed be heading towards the Elven Kingdom. Returning to Wolf Feng. Catherine had realized the extent of his audacity, yet she still underestimated his shamelessness. It was akin to an impenetrable fortress upon the weir defense line. She rolled her eyes. Yet I believe that the Ninth King Miller might have something I desire, and you are capable of procuring it from him. Wolf Feng chuckled awkwardly, scratching his ear. Yet I believe that the Ninth King Miller might have something I desire, and you are capable of procuring it from him. Wolf Feng chuckled awkwardly, scratching his ear. What connection do I have with the Ninth King Miller? However, Catherine paid him no mind, continuing, Miller is an ambitious beast king, and the Department of Punishments is the most tightly guarded area in Spolen. You are the descendant of the ancient Moonwolf tribe, though seemingly unrelated. Her words resonated deeply with Wolf Feng, who surmised the implications. With a wry smile, he realized that nothing could escape the keen insight of Queen Catherine, who seemed to possess more knowledge than he did. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I require both a location and personnel. While his answer appeared disconnected, he had, in fact, acquiesced to Catherine and Apos' request. The matter of the Ninth King Miller would have to wait. The priority was to cultivate his own power. Catherine regained her serious demeanor, stating, I can provide you with 500 jungle skirmishers, 300 elven archers, and 10 elven magic archers. The impending war draws near, and the creatures of the giant Tan's forest are openly gathering, aiming for the rear of the weir defense line. This is the maximum number of personnel we can mobilize. After a brief pause for thought, she added, additionally, I can offer a space within the Elven Kingdom for your followers to rest and recuperate. You may choose any area within the weir defense line, but do remember to select a location on the eastern wall, as the western side is occupied by the Dragon Elephant Legion, which, while loyal to Miller, may harbor unpredictable soldiers. Wolf Feng felt a surge of excitement. At last, he would have a safe haven. He nodded appreciatively at the Queen, expressing, Thank you, Sister Catherine, for your generosity. It is more than sufficient. He then recalled the teleportation array he had encountered earlier and inquired, By the way, Sister Catherine, could you teach me how to construct a teleportation array? It seems quite useful. Wolf Feng's mind was already racing with thoughts of how to utilize the array. No. Catherine's abrupt dismissal extinguished his hopes completely. Seeing Wolf Feng's disheartened expression, Catherine couldn't help but chuckle, explaining, the teleportation array connects through the roots of the ancient elven trees. Without one, the array is useless. However, Wolf Feng's eyes brightened, filled with renewed hope. However what? You should consult with that fiery dwarf, BAS. He is not as simple as he appears. You might gain some unexpected insights. BAS? Why was he being dragged into this? Could Ba actually construct a teleportation array? With a hint of skepticism, Wolf Feng decided to let the matter rest. Queen Catherine, not elaborating further, simply smiled and declared, As your elder, It is customary to present you with a gift upon our first meeting. Here, I have a spirit fruit derived from an ancient elven tree. If you soak it in water and bathe with it, your spiritual power will surely enhance. You remember, it is not for consumption. Catherine handed Wolfgang a purple fruit, which he recognized with astonishment. It was indeed the same fruit he had previously consumed. Staring at the fruit in Catherine's palm, Wolfgang was left in awe, realizing that it was not meant for eating. No wonder such peculiar events had transpired. How absurd of the ninth King Miller to administer it without informing him of its proper use. Volume 3, The Fall of the Meyer Defense Line, Chapter 75, The Identity of BAS. As Wolfgang emerged from the presence of the Elven Queen, clutching a purple fruit, dusk had already settled around him. He had inquired of Catherine about the fruit and Appos' efficacy. She had informed him that its effects diminished significantly after the first consumption and that it possessed a lengthy shelf life, contrary to the claims of the ninth Duke Miller that it needed to be taken promptly for optimal results. Reflecting on this, Wolfgang noted that Miller must have possessed the fruit for quite some time, rendering his insistence on immediate use rather absurd. Was he concerned that I might not consume it and instead gift it to someone else? Shaking his head, Wolfgang resolved to interrogate Miller thoroughly upon their next encounter. Odalis was still waiting outside, and upon seeing Wolfgang, she coldly remarked, "Let us go. I shall escort you back." Wolfgang, not wishing to quibble, merely gestured at the elven ring adorning his hand and asked, "Now that Queen Catherine has accepted us, might I remove this elven ring?" Odalis, leading the way without turning back, retorted, "Your lack of sincerity necessitates that you wear it for now." It was no wonder she took such matters seriously. The pure-hearted elves placed utmost value on sincerity, much like the dwarves, who would never tolerate a lie if one sought their friendship. With a faint smile, Wolfgang replied, "Miss Odalis, how do you perceive my sincerity to be lacking? Have I ever claimed that our enemies are the insectoids? Your assumptions are merely subjective." Odalis turned to face him, her expression reminiscent of an agitated young leopard, and grasped his collar, exclaiming, "Then why did you not say so earlier? Why engage in wordplay with me?" Wolfgang offered a wry smile and hastily waved his hands, saying, "Had I disclosed that, would you have allowed me entry so readily?" Odalis found herself outmatched in their verbal sparring and could only huff in resignation. They descended the ancient tree via the vines and returned to the location they had first arrived at. The others had moved on a considerable distance to the east before they spotted them. This was the encampment designated by the Elven Queen. The group indulged in a variety of delectable fruits and delicacies provided by the elves. The 500 jungle skirmishers and 300 elven archers were already in place. The 500 jungle skirmishers and 300 elven archers were already in place, led by 10 elven magic archers who bore bows without arrows or strings. They possessed the ability to conjure arrows imbued with potent magical elements, resulting in tremendous power. The exquisite cuisine of the elves captivated everyone's attention, rendering them oblivious to Wolfgang and Appos' arrival. Even Dora, delicately cradling a piece of pale pink cake, with his enormous hand, carefully pinched a fruit no larger than a cherry and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling, "Boss, come try this." With his enormous hand, carefully pinched a fruit no larger than a cherry and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling, "Boss, come try this. These flowers and fruits are far more delectable than the meat of the pig-like beasts." BAS, clutching a large barrel of fine wine, was inebriated, incessantly shouting. Her lips were dusted with a hint of pink frosting as she pouted, "Sir, this floral cake is delightful." Her lips were dusted with a hint of pink frosting as she pouted, "Sir, this floral cake is delightful. And the elven sisters have promised to teach me how to make it. Once I learn, may I prepare it for you?" Wolfgang and Appos' face lit up with a smile as he replied, "My dear Dora, I eagerly await your culinary skills." Dora immediately burst into joyous cheers, clamoring to learn how to make the floral cake. Turning his head, Wolfgang noticed Odalis still standing nearby. In surprise, he said, "Miss Odalis, there is no further business here. I truly appreciate your assistance today. Please, return to rest." To his astonishment, Odalis shot him a glance of exasperation and replied, "Do you think I wish to remain here? Queen Catherine has commanded me to lead 800 elven warriors and coordinate with you." Wolfgang chuckled, remarking, "Sister Catherine is indeed kind to me, even assigning her personal attendant to my service." He paid no mind to Odalis and Appos' complaints, and she, ignoring him, made her way towards Wheelie, the innocent butterfly maiden who had won the hearts of all the elves. Even Odalis envied the beauty of her delicate butterfly wings. As she walked halfway, she paused, turned, and casually removed the elven ring from Wolf Fong's hand before fluttering away. Wolf Fong flexed his wrist, recalling his conversation with Catherine. He greeted the group, plucked a small bunch of vibrant red grapes, and sauntered over to Bas, who was still indulging in his libations. Master Bas, is there something you are concealing from me? Bas blinked in surprise, retrieving himself from the depths of the wine barrel, his inebriation dissipating as he grinned widely. It must be that woman Catherine who spilled the beans. I knew I couldn't keep it hidden upon entering her domain. He grumbled, then turned to Wolf Fong, saying, Yet I never anticipated that you were a descendant of the ancient Moon Wolf clan. That is not too shabby. Straightening his attire, Ba attempted to present himself with an air of authority, declaring, Indeed, I am the prince of the Fire Dwarf clan. Wolf Fong was momentarily taken aback. It was not merely about crafting a teleportation array, but rather Bas's identity. He scrutinized Bas anew, his wine-stained clothes, wild hair and beard. Though the Fire Dwarf clan had a mere population of just over 100,000, their prowess was formidable. Each member was a master craftsman and a valiant warrior. Though the Fire Dwarf clan had a mere population of just over 100,000, their prowess was formidable. Each member was a master craftsman and a valiant warrior. And even the Orcish tribes dared not offend the Fire Dwarves, for they also had the Coldstone Dwarves, Woodsy Dwarves, and Grey-Winged Dwarves as branches. Seeing the incredulous look on Wolf Fong's face, Bas grumbled, Hey, Wolf Fong, what is with that look? Do I not appear to be a prince? With that, Bas stood up, extending his arms wide and spinning around before Wolf Fong, hoping to garner acknowledgement of his royal status. Wolf Fong, seeing that Bas was not jesting, Bas stood up, extending his arms wide and spinning around before Wolf Fong, hoping to garner acknowledgement of his royal status. Wolf Fong, seeing that Bas was not jesting, could only begrudgingly accept this revelation and asked, Then Master Bas, if you are indeed a prince, why have you forsaken your royal duties and come out here? Concealing your identity? Volume 3, The Fall of the Meyer Defense Line, Chapter 76, The Departure of Bas lowered his head in silence, and after a considerable pause, he finally looked up, his voice hoarse as he spoke. It is because of my father. He picked up a large bowl beside him and poured himself a hearty drink from the wooden barrel, continuing. The weapons forged by the Fire Dwarves are renowned across the continent. My father has always hoped that I would inherit this craft, that the Fire Dwarves would continue to thrive. However, I have little interest in it, and in defiance of my father, I chose to leave. Although I am still capable of crafting various exceptional weapons, do you know, Wolf Blade, that all of that was learned before I turned 100? Given the lifespan of the dwarves, 100 years is roughly equivalent to the adolescent years of 18 or 19 for the orcs. This implies that Bas acquired his skills in his youth. Wolfblade, listening intently to Bas's narrative, inquired, If I may be so bold, Master Bas. How old are you this year? I am 230 years old. Bas replied with a hint of nostalgia. Then what have you been doing all these years? Surely you Haven and Oppos. Just idled away your time in indulgence, Wolfblade questioned, perplexed. You can and Oppos. Possibly have spent 130 years doing nothing. Of course not. Bas vehemently denied, then suddenly grew animated, saying, For these years, I have been researching puppet technology. Have you seen the marionettes that children play with? If we could scale them up hundreds of times, they could be utilized for warfare or even in daily life. Thus, I have been conducting my research on puppets while earning money through crafting equipment to support my studies. Wolfblade felt a surge of admiration for Bas. It was undeniable that future histories would immortalize the name of Bas, the Fire Dwarf. Wolfblade, excited by the potential assistance this could provide him, eagerly asked, So, Master Bas. It was undeniable that future histories would immortalize the name of Bas, the Fire Dwarf. Wolfblade, excited by the potential assistance this could provide him, eagerly asked, So, Master Bas. How far along are you in your research? Have you achieved any success? However, Bas sighed deeply, a shadow of dejection crossing his face as he self-deprecatingly remarked. I abandoned my efforts 30 years ago. Perhaps I should have heeded my father and Oppos' advice and returned to inherit the throne of the dwarves. He then produced a blueprint from his dimensional bag, prominently marked with the word failure. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a colossal humanoid puppet, annotated with various parameters. There was a gap at the puppet and Oppos' head, designated as the control room, and Bas had even contemplated using magical crystals as the energy source for control. With another heavy sigh, Bas lamented, I had everything designed, including the triggering mechanism for the magical crystal energy and the interlinking of all limbs, along with the control methods. It could operate normally. However, in practical use, it is merely a decoration. As he spoke, he tossed the design aside as if it were worthless scrap. Wolfblade, picking up the discarded blueprint, scrutinized it and asked, "This is quite detailed. Where does the issue lie?" "It lacks skin." "Skin?" Wolfblade echoed, bewildered. "Yes," Base nodded, elaborating. "In my understanding, akin to all living beings, the meridians issue commands, the skeleton supports the movements of the body, while the skin ensures the success of those movements. In other words, the puppets I create are prone to dislocating." Base elaborated extensively. Although these concepts seemed fundamental to Wolfblade, in this realm, Base's research was remarkably precious. Upon another glance at the blueprint, Wolfblade noted that the puppet's joints were modeled after those of living creatures. However, without ligaments, muscles, or protective skin. Having conceived a solution. To his surprise, upon hearing Wolfblade's assertion, Base erupted in fury. This was a century of his life's work. Having conceived a solution. To his surprise, upon hearing Wolfblade's assertion, Base erupted in fury. This was a century of his life's work. He was convinced that if he could only find a substitute for skin and muscle, his research would be deemed successful. "What did you say, young wolf?" "My work." It seems that researchers everywhere share this temperament. Wolfblade was unperturbed and simply stated, "Master Base, your concept is commendable and indeed has potential for realization. However, it seems that researchers everywhere share this temperament." Wolfblade was unperturbed and simply stated, "Master Base, your concept is commendable and indeed has potential for realization. However, why must you adhere to the joint structure of living beings in constructing your puppets?" Upon hearing Wolfblade acknowledge his efforts, Base and Oppos' demeanor softened, and with narrowed eyes, he challenged. "Then what alternative do you propose?" "Actions speak louder than words." Wolfblade casually severed a palm-sized piece of wood from a barrel with a knife used for slicing fruit, meticulously carving it. In no time, several small gears took shape. Base regarded the gears with disdain, questioning their significance. What is so remarkable about gears? They are commonplace. Besides, what use do they have for puppets? In this world, dwarves had long mastered gears, employing them in the mechanisms of city gates and other large constructs, which rendered Base unimpressed by Wolfblade's handiwork. Wolfblade, undeterred, continued to carve with care. He drilled a hole in the center of the gear, inserted a small stick, and placed a second gear atop it. As he turned the stick, the second gear began to rotate in tandem. He then explained to Base, "Master Base, consider this stick as a limb and the gears as joints. Does it not allow for movement? Moreover, the gear structure is stable and with an outer layer of protection." The conceptual insight was paramount. Suddenly enlightened, he exclaimed, "Of course. The gears drive the limbs, providing greater stability and reducing the energy consumption of the magical crystals. If I can control just one gear, it could drive the others, making operation even more convenient." "Wolfblade, you are remarkably clever." Wolfblade merely smiled faintly. "If I can control just one gear, it could drive the others, making operation even more convenient." "Wolfblade, you are remarkably clever." Wolfblade merely smiled faintly. He would inevitably discover the futility of this path and explore alternative methods. However, thanks to Wolfblade and Oppos' guidance, that realization would be expedited. Base, exhilarated, began to dance with joy. Wolfblade could almost envision a mechanical army beckoning him. Yes, this will surely work. But I cannot undertake such a monumental task alone." Wolfblade could almost envision a mechanical army beckoning him. Yes, this will surely work. But I cannot undertake such a monumental task alone. I must return and enlist the help of my kin. My father will surely be proud." Base declared, a middle-aged dwarf animatedly seeking his father's approval. Once he regained his composure, he turned to Wolfblade, asserting, "Wolfblade, I must return. With a viable plan, my father will take pride in me. When we meet again, I shall bring back a completed puppet." Wolfblade, unable to dissuade him, was eagerly anticipating the day his mechanical army would stride across the battlefield. He simply replied to Base, "The sooner you leave, the sooner you shall return." Volume 3, The Fall of the Wire Defense Line, Chapter 77. Back to the battlefield, the urgent temperament of the dwarves left Wolfgang feeling somewhat helpless. As the prince of the fire dwarves, Bas boldly sought out Catherine for the fastest Black Panther, returning at dawn with fine wine and provisions. Before departing, he thumped his chest and assured Wolfgang that he would return with a puppet in tow. As Wolfgang waved him off, he had little time for sentimentality. Odalis soon returned with Catherine's orders. The insectoid army had gathered, with over 1 million troops marching towards the wire defense line. According to intelligence from the Beast Empire, a staggering 500,000 insectoids had infiltrated the giant ant forest. The scouting elves had also discovered a massive cavern in a secluded corner behind the wire defense line, indicating that the insects had burrowed through to enter the giant tan forest, subsequently splitting into smaller units to encircle the rear of the wire defense line. Their intention was to launch a surprise attack from behind. Currently, the cavern had been filled in, and the elves dispatched numerous jungle scouts for ongoing surveillance. Although it seemed unlikely that the insectoids could bypass the defenses again, Wolfing still sensed something amiss, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Nevertheless, both the Ninth Miller and the Spirit Temple expressed their willingness to aid the elves in fending off the 50,000 insectoid troops. While the rear forces were numerically inferior to those on the front lines, their quality was significantly superior, with most being at least mid-tier insectoid warriors. The War Bear Legion and half of the Tamed Wolf Battalion, originally stationed at Hater City, had arrived at their positions early on, while others hastened to the rear of the wire defense line to construct fortifications to impede the insectoid assault. Of course, many other legions were en route. While others hastened to the rear of the wire defense line to construct fortifications to impede the insectoid assault. Of course, many other legions were en route. But troop movements required time. If they could arrive before the insectoids breached the wire defense line, the 500,000 intruders would find themselves in a dire predicament. Conversely, if the defenses crumbled, it would be the orc and elven forces at the wire defense line that would be in peril, with the elven kingdom hanging by a thread. At the crack of dawn, the entire elven kingdom mobilized, with the dispatching of jungle scouts and elven archers never ceasing. Occasionally, the ancient tree barriers flickered with light as personnel moved in and out. Wolfung, accompanied by 10 brown bear knights under Commander Sal's, 38 yak warriors led by Commander Yadin, 500 jungle scouts under Commander Odalis, 300 elven archers, and 10 magical archers, began their preparations. The previous night, Wolfung had entrusted a purple fruit to Ji, who had inscribed several beast patterns that were not particularly formidable. Not to mention, they paled in comparison to Wolfung and Amp, Oppos, S Flame Wolf pattern, or even K, E and Amp, Oppos, S Firefox technique. Had inscribed several beast patterns that were not particularly formidable. Not to mention, they paled in comparison to Wolfing's Flame Wolf pattern, or even K.E.'s Firefox technique. Reflecting on K.E., Wolfing realized that it had been a month since they left Spolen. A month of fleeing and traveling left him little time to contemplate. And now that they had reached the Elven Kingdom, war loomed once more. Wolfung shook his head in resignation, casting aside such thoughts. He gazed at the warriors before him and bellowed, "Warriors of the Beast Clan, beyond the Elven Kingdom lies bloodshed and carnage. Orcs are destined to refine themselves in battle. Our blood only truly boils on the battlefield. Let those insects witness our might." At this point, his voice dropped, locking eyes with each individual as he continued, "Of course, after the battle, I hope you all remain alive." He suddenly raised his voice, shouting, "Damn it!" Though only 51 warriors stood before him, 10 from Sal's and Oppos' S team, 38 from Yadin and Oppos' S, along with Hukwa, Ji, and Aching, they erupted into a roar that echoed like 1,000 troops. Charge! 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 Odalis observed the fervent spirits of the orc warriors, marveling at their high morale. She had witnessed the orcs fighting valiantly at the wire defense line, and honestly, such passionate fervor was something the elves could not possess. While the elves were not afraid of death, the elegance they exuded in combat could never rival the raw, violent beauty of the Orcish charge. Wolfing then turned his attention to the elven forces. Odalis anticipated he would once again rally the elven warriors with fervor. But she shook her head. That approach was only effective for orcs. If directed at elves, it would only come off as crude. Elven warriors. As we step onto the battlefield, we must bid farewell to the beautiful Elven Kingdom. The melodious birds and fragrant flowers will be left behind. However, the insectoid army has arrived at our doorstep, and all that is beautiful here must be protected. Will you stand with me to confront our most formidable foes and defend our fragile walls? With the bows in our hands and swords at our sides, let us safeguard all that we hold dear. The elven warriors raised their weapons, their resolve not as vociferous as the orcs, yet filled with unwavering determination. Their voices. This Wolfing had a remarkable grasp of the human heart and exuded a unique charisma. Even the most obstinate of men would be swayed by his presence. This Wolfing had a remarkable grasp of the human heart and exuded a unique charisma. Even the most obstinate of men would be swayed by his presence. Perhaps this was the essence of a true leader. Wolfgang gazed at the elven warriors with heartfelt eyes, though inwardly he smirked. These elves still clung too tightly to their grace, lacking the adaptability required for the battlefield. After all, Catherine had entrusted them to him. There was no turning back now. The warriors looked on, puzzled by Wolfgang and Athos's sudden shift from earnestness to an odd demeanor. Yet he quickly regained his composure. The warriors looked on, puzzled by Wolfgang's sudden shift from earnestness to an odd demeanor. Yet he quickly regained his composure, adopting a solemn countenance as he unsheathed his sword and declared, "Let us march." As the barriers slowly opened, the contingent officially set forth towards the wire defense line. Wolfgang recalled that less than a year ago, he had been a mere foot soldier under Ke, and now he stood leading nearly 1,000 men into battle, delivering impassioned speeches before the fray. Yet, he knew all too well that this was far from sufficient. The task ahead was not easily accomplished. In truth, Wolfgang could have easily found a corner to hide in, indifferent to the war, but he could not bring himself to do so. He felt that fate had brought him to this world for a purpose. One could not simply drift aimlessly through life, could they? He would not disgrace his origins from Earth. Having come this far, having read the 9th Miller and Athos's letter, there was no turning back, only forward momentum remained. No matter what challenges lay ahead, he would not shy away, not this time. He would confront whatever awaited him head-on. Volume 3. The Fall of the Weir Line, Chapter 78. The Weir Line, a saying perpetually resonates along the main road, until you behold the expanse of the left sunset sea. Never marvel at the vastness of lakes, and until you have ventured to the Weir Line, never extol the magnificence of mountains. Wolfgang endeavored to envision the grandeur of this wall, yet upon witnessing it, he realized that all his imaginings were but pale shadows of reality. Towering at a height of 200 meters and a thickness of 50 meters, the wall rendered all surrounding scenery utterly insignificant. Thick, gnarled vines intertwined within its crevices, filled with massive stones and earth, lending the structure an extraordinary smoothness. For any insect attempting to scale those colossal vines, success was nearly impossible. Moreover, the most remarkable feature of the iron thorn was its indifference to flames upon contact with fire. It emitted a foul-smelling smoke that possessed extinguishing properties. No fire could ignite in its presence. Perhaps only the butterfly-like insect men and the elves could cultivate such wondrous flora. This region served as the boundary between the insect race and the elven kin, encompassing a small portion of the territory belonging to the Empire of Beasts, with the Weir Line being the primary battlefield for the insects. Gazing down from the wall, the multitude of insect warriors resembled a carpet of ants, darkening a vast expanse of yellow earth, akin to a bottle of ink spilled upon inferior paper, striking and conspicuous. The Hadar defense line undulated, rendering it impossible for the insects to deploy their forces effectively. Even after conquering Hadar City, they only managed to seize a scattering of villages. While the terrain was riddled with numerous mountain passes and gorges, complicated and sparsely populated, were it not for the vast pool forest plain, Wolfgang might have believed that the 9th Miller would have chosen to abandon the area entirely, focusing instead on the water tribe to the southeast and the insect race at the Weir Line. In stark contrast, to the north loomed the boundless snow-capped mountains, where frigid air swept across the majority of the insect realm throughout the year. To the north loomed the boundless snow-capped mountains, where frigid air swept across the majority of the insect realm throughout the year. Primarily composed of archer brigades. Given the wall and Athos's towering height, even a single pebble cast down could inflict considerable damage. Primarily composed of archer brigades. Given the wall and Athos's towering height, even a single pebble cast down could inflict considerable damage. The multitude of insect men served merely as fodder to draw attention. The true threat lay with the airborne insect warriors yet to arrive on the battlefield. Fortunately, neither the insect aerialists nor the avian beastmen could soar too high. Generally, 400 meters was their limit. Only the eagle men of the avian race could surpass 500 meters, yet their numbers were few, making a significant impact on the overall conflict unlikely. The elves fared similarly, only able to ascend about 100 meters. Nevertheless, even the least skilled archers among the beastmen could strike effectively at a distance of 200 meters. With the elves excelling in this regard, otherwise, engaging in aerial combat would be unfeasible. This battle was unlike any other. The 9th Miller even summoned the Dragon Elephant Legion, underscoring the gravity of the situation. 5,000 5-meter-tall warriors wielding colossal blades entered the fray, a sight that instilled dread. The insect race, alongside Salcedon and Odalis, meticulously examined the defense map for vulnerabilities. In this vast plain, conducting reconnaissance under the watchful eyes of a million insects was nearly impossible. Of course, the elves could fly, and a portion of the avian warriors from the beastmen made excellent scouts, yet the insect race possessed even more aerial insect warriors. Should they venture forth? It would likely be a one-way trip. By afternoon, the ground forces of the insects commenced a series of probing assaults. Faced with such imposing walls, ladders had become ineffective. Thus, the current wave of expendable troops comprised climbing specialists, such as cockroachmen and antmen, along with a mix of medium-sized spidermen. Yet, even these small waves boasted tens of thousands of insect warriors. The wall's height meant that, even without offensive maneuvers from the defending elves and beastmen, one among every 10 climbing insects would inevitably fall to their demise. The sheer magnitude of their numbers sustained their courage. Each insect pressed forward in succession. As time elapsed, a portion of the more agile insect climbers ascended to a quarter of the wall's height. The elves initiated sporadic attacks, as even the lowliest of insect warriors, despite clutching rudimentary wooden shields, could not withstand the impact of stones the size of a thumb propelled by the immense force of gravity. The relentless barrage of stones resembled bullets discharged from rifles, a sweeping assault that rendered the lesser insect warriors speechless. The fragility of life was starkly evident in this moment. The relentless barrage of stones resembled bullets discharged from rifles, a sweeping assault that rendered the lesser insect warriors speechless. The fragility of life was starkly evident in this moment. However, the medium-sized insect warriors could withstand these onslaughts with their more robust physiques. Consequently, they surged forth, shielding those slower climbers as they ascended to half the height of the weir line. Once they surpassed 100 meters, the stones ceased to inflict harm. The jungle skirmishers under Wolfang's command launched their expertly crafted short spears, each forged from iron thorn vines, with devastating effect, leading to a resurgence of casualties among the insect ranks. Before long, the insects began to retreat, having sacrificed countless lives in what was merely a probing assault. Was this truly the end? Were they repelled solely by a barrage of stones? They had expended hardly any arrows or spears, let alone the towering heaps of foul-smelling fruit oil and the massive catapults behind them. Had the insects launched a full-scale assault, although they might not have breached the wall, it would have surely thrown the elves and beastmen into disarray. Instead, they withdrew after carelessly sacrificing a wave of lives. The soldiers were unconcerned. Though it had been but a test, it was sufficient to bolster morale. They reveled in the joy of victory, embracing one another in celebration. Wolfang even heard the distant taunts and jeers from the beastmen towards the insects. Thus, the first day of battle passed with relative ease, and the soldiers remained in high spirits, not a single casualty recorded. In a conflict involving millions, a zero-casualty rate on the first day was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, an unsettling apprehension gnawed at Wolfang. What had gone awry? Odalis, too, was jubilant, but upon turning, she noticed Wolfang and Appos' furrowed brow, and approached him, asking, "Wolfang, we emerged victorious. Why do you still wear such a troubled expression?" Wolfang ruminated on every detail, pondering aloud. "Odalis, tell me, what became of the 500,000 medium to high-tier insect warriors that infiltrated the giant Tanchon forest? Was there anything amiss?" Volume 3, The Fall of the Weird Defense Line, Chapter 79. The curtain rises at present. Wolfblade is her commander, and she naturally cannot afford to jest when he inquires. Odalis responded with utmost seriousness, according to our orc allies stationed there. The majority of the insectoids are launching frenzied assaults against our allies behind the weird defense line, displaying an unyielding determination to advance. They have excavated numerous hiding places within the vast expanse of the giant tan forest, which is teeming with 500,000 insectoids, all adept at burrowing. Given the sheer size of the forest, even a shadow is elusive. However, several orc legions and a dozen vassal troops have already arrived to provide support. Given the sheer size of the forest, even a shadow is elusive. However, several orc legions and a dozen vassal troops have already arrived to provide support, with reinforcements continuously en route. Therefore, it is impossible for those 500,000 insectoids to breach the blockade and reach the weird defense line. Odalis, unable to pinpoint the source of his disquiet, and could only rub his temples in frustration. Odalis, believing that Wolfblade was merely anxious, unable to pinpoint the source of his disquiet, and could only rub his temples in frustration. Odalis, believing that Wolfblade was merely anxious, offered words of comfort. There is no need to be overly concerned. The insectoids cannot breach the weird defense line. Today in Apo's skirmish is merely a small-scale test. This 1 million strong force is merely their vanguard. Based on our reconnaissance, there are at least 5 million more insectoids advancing toward us, and their aerial forces remain concealed. We still have many arduous battles ahead. Listening to Odalis' reassurances, Wolfblade could only temporarily set aside his unease and began to earnestly confront the unfolding conflict. The following day, the insect race finally commenced a more organized assault. Their usual cannon fodder led the charge, a chaotic formation of swarming insectoids that surged forward like locusts, scrambling upwards. At this moment, Wolfblade truly witnessed the prowess of the elven archers. The elves are a race that pursues exquisite perfection. Even their wooden bows are adorned with intricate carvings. While their arrows may lack the destructive power of the Orcish longbows, they are remarkably precise. Just as orcs are born warriors, each elf is a natural sharpshooter, aiming their slender shafts directly at the left eye of an insect, ensuring that not a single shot strays to the right. Furthermore, their draw speed is astonishing, while an orc archer releases a single arrow. An elven archer can unleash 3 in the same span of time, each shot executed with an aesthetic grace. As the deluge of arrows transformed the upper battlements into a realm of death. No matter how numerous the insects, they could not advance a single step further. As the deluge of arrows transformed the upper battlements into a realm of death. No matter how numerous the insects, they could not advance a single step further. The numerous orc legions stationed at the weird defense line had long since grown accustomed to the relentless tug-of-war atop the walls. The numerous orc legions stationed at the weird defense line had long since grown accustomed to the relentless tug-of-war atop the walls. Those insectoids that dared to show themselves were met with the blades of mounted warriors, the heavy swords of tiger warriors, and the long knives of elephant warriors, each weapon instilling dread in their hearts. The orcs seemed to intentionally allow the insects to approach, only to unleash their primal ferocity in close combat. From a distance, Sars and others watched as the insectoids were continuously hurled from the walls, trembling with excitement. However, these elven archers were truly formidable, leaving the onlookers with no choice but to hurl stones in frustration. Suddenly, the elephant warriors of the Dragon Elephant Legion emerged from the gates below. Compared to the towering walls, the gates resembled mere small openings. They did not run but rather advanced with synchronized steps, their long knives occasionally raised, each swing painting the air with sprays of blood. Even from a distance, one could clearly see the insectoids soaring through the air as they fell to the ground. Across the vast plains, the insectoids surged like a tide toward the Dragon Elephant Legion, their towering 5-meter-tall warriors resembling mythical demigods. No matter how numerous the insects, the insectoids surged like a tide toward the Dragon Elephant Legion, their towering 5-meter-tall warriors resembling mythical demigods. No matter how numerous the insects, they could not impede their leisurely advance. Wolfblade felt his own blood begin to boil, while Huqua beside him roared, clutching a massive stone. Those were his kin. Odalis and the 10 magical archers likewise expressed their admiration for the bravery of the Dragon Elephant Legion through their actions. The 10 magical archers stowed their ordinary wooden bows and drew forth their radiant, stringless magical bows. Odalis lifted her magical bow in her right hand, whispering, "Wind of freedom. Please accept my guidance and unleash your might." With her right hand raised, her left hand mimicked the non-existent bowstring. A verdant magical arrow coalesced upon the bow, elemental forces from the air being drawn into the arrow. The 10 magical archers behind her mirrored her actions, crafting equally resplendent emerald arrows. "Release," Odalis called softly. And 11 arrows surged forth, cutting through the air with a piercing sound, racing toward the battlefield thousands of meters away, piercing through the bodies of the insectoids before finally crashing to the ground. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions echoed one after another as the arrows struck the ground, piercing through the bodies of the insectoids before finally crashing to the ground. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions echoed one after another as the arrows struck the ground, creating 11 massive voids within the swarming insect forces. Even amidst the overwhelming tide of insects, they could not fill the gaps left behind, creating 11 massive voids within the swarming insect forces. Even amidst the overwhelming tide of insects, they could not fill the gaps left behind. The warriors of the Dragon Elephant Legion also took notice of the elven magic archers' assistants, turning to salute them with their blades raised in acknowledgement. Their excitement and fervor surged anew, directed at the insect horde. Wolfblade stood in awe, astonished by the sheer power displayed. Nearly 11 arrows had claimed the lives of tens of thousands of insectoids. Although the insects were disorganized and densely packed, the devastation wrought was nothing short of excessive. Odalis, perceiving Wolf Blade's confusion, smiled and explained, "The farther a magical arrow travels, the greater its power." Those insects were several thousand meters away. Lacking the strength to create such a formidable tempest, Wolf Blade nodded, finding her reasoning sound. If such power could be wielded within 100 meters. Lacking the strength to create such a formidable tempest, Wolf Blade nodded, finding her reasoning sound. If such power could be wielded within 100 meters, then the beast warriors would truly be rendered obsolete. A single magical arrow would suffice to eliminate them all, leaving little need for direct confrontation. Volume 3. The Fall of the Meyer Defense Line, Chapter 80. The surge of insects' great catapults incessantly hurled stones saturated with the foul oil of rancid fruit, igniting with flames as they soared through the air, casting a fiery tempest upon the unsuspecting. The elven commander, with a graceful flourish, drew forth his gleaming sword, while formidable columns of water surged forth, creating chaos among the insectoid hordes below the towering walls. The wretched cries of the insect people echoed as they perished in droves. While formidable columns of water surged forth, creating chaos among the insectoid hordes below the towering walls. The wretched cries of the insect people echoed as they perished in droves. Their adept archers taking to the skies, unleashing counterattacks with arrows that lacked the strength to pierce the elven defenses. Even their most skilled among them, as they soared higher. Their adept archers taking to the skies, unleashing counterattacks with arrows that lacked the strength to pierce the elven defenses. Even their most skilled among them, as they soared higher, found their targets elusive. Among the orcs, though few possessed the ability to fly, the feeble arrows merely grazed their sturdy hides. They bellowed in rage, yanking out the arrows embedded in their flesh, their blood igniting a primal fury that sent their massive weapons swinging wildly, inflicting greater casualties upon the insects. A determined cadre of insect warriors, shielded by wooden barriers, began their ascent up the towering 200-meter walls, only to be met by the lethal blades of the jungle prowlers. Clad in glistening black panther pelts, they moved like shadows, harvesting the heads of the exposed insects, with one hand wielding their swords. A resounding horn echoed from the orc-s side of the walls, signaling the valiant warriors to charge forth and beckoning the elven champions to join in unison. A resounding horn echoed from the orc-s side of the walls, signaling the valiant warriors to charge forth and beckoning the elven champions to join in unison. The elven commander issued orders. Archers, hold the walls. Jungle prowlers, charge forth. Similarly, Wolf Fong relayed the command. For both Salz and Aiden had been nearly driven mad with anticipation, fervently donning their Milanese and Gothic armors. These armors, whether ornate or fearsome, in hearty laughter, addressed his elite warriors. Valiant jungle prowlers, do not envy their armor. Upon our return from this conflict, I shall have each of you fitted with a suit tailored to your form. Now, seize your weapons and follow me beyond the walls. I shall have each of you fitted with a suit tailored to your form. Now, seize your weapons and follow me beyond the walls. His promise ignited a spark of excitement even within the typically reserved elves, who could almost envision the exquisite armors awaiting them. Below, the Dragon Elephant Legion surged once more onto the battlefield, with thousands of jungle prowlers mounted on their sleek panthers calming their restive steeds. Wolf Fong and his comrades positioned themselves at the forefront, where the armored bear riders and towering yak warriors drew the gaze of all. Sal's bear riders led the charge, crashing into the insect ranks without needing to swing their weapons, the sheer force of their assault wreaking havoc among the foes. Sal's bear riders led the charge, crashing into the insect ranks without needing to swing their weapons, the sheer force of their assault wreaking havoc among the foes. The sanguine breeze invigorated the warriors further. The charge commenced, with jungle prowlers pouring out through the gate, alleviating the pressure on the walls. Wolf Fong. The sanguine breeze invigorated the warriors further. The charge commenced, with jungle prowlers pouring out through the gate, alleviating the pressure on the walls. Wolf Fong, mounted on his great wolf, plunged into the fray, where the majority of the insect kin were mere lowly warriors, with only a few intermediate ones scattered about. The absence of formidable higher-tier warriors rendered them utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the jungle prowlers. Salz and Oppos, S-bear riders surged through the battlefield as if it were unguarded. The armored bears impervious to the rudimentary weapons of the insect horde. Huqua, brimming with excitement, unleashed basic beast runes such as water columns and fireballs. Compensating for their lack of power with sheer might, his fearsome long knife becoming the bane of the insect warriors. Before long, Aiden led 38 yak warriors into battle. Though not as imposing as the elephants, their impact was no less significant. Without mounts, they wielded massive shields and long-handled warhammers that no insect, standing merely around 1 meter 80 tall, could hope to withstand. Wolf Fong, caught in the frenzy of battle, summoned the fiery wolf, a colossal creature that left all in awe as it leaped into the throng, sending bodies flying with each collision. G, unwilling to be outdone, activated Shadow Assault, enhancing the potency of his Shadow Assault, which felled numerous foes in a single sweep before he retreated with another strike, holding his twin blades behind his back. Enhancing the potency of his Shadow Assault, which felled numerous foes in a single sweep before he retreated with another strike, holding his twin blades behind his back. He glanced at Wolf Fong and asked, "What do you think, Wolf Fong? Am I impressive?" Wolf Fong, somewhat exasperated, noted how quickly G had returned to his flamboyant self after a brief period of gloom. Shaking his head in resignation, he dismounted and bellowed, "Warriors, do not advance too deep. Knights, encircle them against the walls. Aiden, raise your shields." Aiden, leading his yak warriors, shielded Wolf Fong, resembling a miniature elephant as he systematically dispatched the advancing foes. In no time, the bodies began to pile high, as merely 40 warriors wreaked havoc upon the insect horde. Resembling a miniature elephant as he systematically dispatched the advancing foes. In no time, the bodies began to pile high, as merely 40 warriors wreaked havoc upon the insect horde, inflicting thousands of casualties. Though to the millions of insects, this was but a drop in the ocean, every little bit contributed to an inevitable conclusion. The Dragon Elephant Legion reaped even greater rewards. It must be said that the elephants were a veritable anomaly on the battlefield, towering over even the largest of the insect warriors. Suddenly, a cloud of dust billowed in the distance, a myriad of dark figures thronging within. From the walls, Odalis shouted, "My lord, come quickly, reinforcements for the insect horde have arrived." Wolf Fong, unwilling to linger, roared for a retreat, and the warriors fought their way back, returning to the safety of the walls. Volume 3, The Fall of the Weir Defense Line, Chapter 81, The Insectoid Conspiracy in a Fleeting Moment. The battlefield experienced a brief lull, as the insectoid forces retreated amidst a sparse rain of arrows, merging with the reinforcements that arrived from behind. The sheer scale of their army transformed the entire horizon into a sea of darkness. In stark contrast, the elven forces stationed at the Weir defense line numbered merely over 1 million, comprising 500,000 forest striders and an equal number of elven archers, with the elven spell archers numbering only around 100. This represented a mere tenth of the elven population. And if not for the fact that the archers were predominantly female, this number would have been even lower. The orc forces were even more sparse, with only about 100,000 troops, yet this contingent was still formidable enough to rival the 500,000 forest striders. Wolf Fong squinted at the distant insectoid army and remarked to G, "G, have you noticed anything amiss?" G, stretching his neck to gaze at the approaching horde, arrogantly replied, "Nothing seems out of the ordinary, just a few million cannon fodder." Cannon fodder? Wolf Fong seemed to grasp a crucial realization, suddenly exclaiming, "Yes," arrogantly replied, "Nothing seems out of the ordinary, just a few million cannon fodder." Cannon fodder? Wolf Fong seemed to grasp a crucial realization, suddenly exclaiming, "Yes. They are all mere cannon fodder." Odalis, swiftly scout the ranks of the insectoid army for the presence of high-ranking insectoids. Wolf Fong shouted towards Odalis, who, without hesitation, soared towards the orc and amp, Apos, S position. Anxiously, Wolf Fong awaited her return. Approximately an hour later, Odalis flew back in haste, panting. "The Eagle Scouts from the Beastmen have reported that there are very few high-ranking insectoids among the insectoid army. There should have been around 1 million high-ranking members, the true backbone of any assault. Where could they have gone? G, use your utmost speed to investigate the tunnels from which the insects emerged, and report back immediately." Although G could be somewhat self-absorbed and unreliable at times, he was dependable when it came to serious matters. Upon receiving the command, he dashed off at once, having previously accompanied Wolf Fong to examine the now-filled tunnel. He was dependable when it came to serious matters. Upon receiving the command, he dashed off at once, having previously accompanied Wolf Fong to examine the now-filled tunnel. He knew exactly where to look. At that moment, the insectoid army launched another assault, a staggering 5 million troops advancing all at once, leaving no reserves behind. With a considerable number of flying insectoids following closely, they presented a desperate, all-or-nothing front, and the sound of battle roared once more, with every available weaponry unleashed: catapults, Foul fruit oil and rolling logs were hurled down upon them without restraint. The insectoids, undeterred, scaled the walls, as most of their species possessed some climbing aptitude, with the rear ranks pushing forward to mount the assault. As massive stones fell, the insectoids crumbled like peeling paint from a dilapidated wall. Watching the relentless tide of insectoids assaulting the weird defense line, Wolfang felt an unsettling suspicion that they were deliberately stalling for time. Moreover, amidst the chaos, none of the insectoid shamans had made an appearance. It was worth noting that the elven spell archers and the orc beast warriors had been engaged in combat throughout. To be candid, relying solely on these lowly insectoids and their swarm tactics, it could take months to breach the weird defense line. Although swathes of insectoids perished, Wolfang's anxiety only intensified. Summoning Odalis, he instructed, notify the orc legion to remain vigilant and cautious of the rear. The absence of a large-scale appearance of high-ranking insectoids and shamans suggests that the insectoids are up to something. Odalis acquiesced verbally, yet internally felt that Wolfang was overly cautious. The 50,000 insectoids present in the giant tank forest were already at a disadvantage, lacking supplies, and she believed they would soon be overwhelmed by the orcs. While the insectoid assault on the weird defense line was vigorous, it posed no significant threat, and the situation seemed to be developing favorably. Perhaps there were internal complications among the insectoids, leading to their lack of high-tier combatants. The enormous tunnel excavated by the insects had been sealed with iron thorn vines, rendering it impossible for them to quietly breach the weird defense line. The battle raged on into the night, and as darkness fell, the insectoid onslaught noticeably slowed, granting the defenders on the walls a moment of respite. At this juncture, G returned, his face smeared with grime and dirt. And a look of panic and unrest in his eyes as he called out from a distance. "This is bad." Wolfang, alarmed. Wolfang hurried to support the visibly fatigued G, urgently inquiring, "What has happened? What is the situation at the tunnel?" G took a moment to catch his breath before anxiously reporting, "Wolfang, I instructed the elves to use their magic to remove the iron thorn vines at the tunnel entrance. Did you find any other tunnel entrances?" G shook his head, breathlessly stating, "I scoured the perimeter of the weird defense line. There are none. This is disastrous. Those 50,000 insectoids were merely a ruse." Wolfang lamented, striking his head in frustration. The weird defense line, towering 200 meters and stretching for thousands of miles. Those 50,000 insectoids were merely a ruse. Wolfang lamented, striking his head in frustration. The weird defense line, towering 200 meters and stretching for thousands of miles, was constructed from iron thorn vines. The root systems must be immense. The insectoids lacked the capability to penetrate the weird defense line. They deliberately employed 50,000 adept diggers as bait to mislead us into believing they had tunneled through the defenses. If this were indeed the case, the insectoids must possess an alternative means to infiltrate the weird defense line. Wolfang and Apos, as alarm surged as he bellowed, "Odalis, quickly informed the elven and orc commanders that everyone must evacuate the weird defense line immediately. The insects have a method of entry." All present were taken aback. Disbelief etched upon their faces. Odalis was similarly stunned. To so easily relinquish the weird defense line to the insectoids seemed reckless. Although retaking it from behind would be comparatively easier, surrendering it outright was unacceptable. Odalis replied, "I need a reason, Wolfang." Wolfang, growing increasingly agitated, retorted, "There is no time for that. You are under my command. Execute my orders. Should calamity ensue, I shall bear the responsibility. Now go notify them." Without a reason, Odalis insisted stubbornly. Volume 3, The Fall of the Weird Defense Line, Chapter 82. The Void Ancestor Worm Wolf Blade was on the verge of madness. Odalis insisted stubbornly. Volume 3, The Fall of the Weird Defense Line, Chapter 82. The Void Ancestor Worm Wolf Blade was on the verge of madness. He seized the signal bow from the messenger at his side, preparing to unleash the feathered arrow that signified a full retreat into the sky. Hisses. To his astonishment, as soon as he released the arrow, a faint yet menacing roar began to reverberate. Not quite a roar, but rather akin to the static noise of a malfunctioning television, piercingly shrill. There was no time. Wolfblade managed a wry smile. Realizing the insectoid race had achieved their objective, his mind raced to devise a strategy. A colossal worm, stretching hundreds of meters, appeared without warning behind the weird defense line, its faint silver sheen illuminating the night sky. Most striking was its monstrous maw, a gaping cavity nearly 100 meters wide, continuously exhaling and inhaling an eerie silver light. Extreme, in a fit of terror, cried out, "The Void Ancestor Worm. This is the Void Ancestor Worm." It cannot be. It vanished into the annals of history. Wolfblade queried urgently, "What is the Void Ancestor Worm?" It is said that the ancestors of the Shadow Wolf tribe managed to hunt one down, dissecting its magic crystal to inherit the teleportation clan mark, passed down through generations. Extreme trembled as he spoke. Dissecting the magic crystal to gain teleportation? Does that mean this Void Ancestor Worm can teleport? No, that's not the point. Mere teleportation won't suffice. The swarm of insects cannot be brought in through teleportation alone. Not a single insect has appeared on the battlefield thus far. They must be concentrating all their efforts on controlling this formidable beast. With such exertion, observing the silver light from the worm's mouth beginning to intertwine, as a profound vortex gradually formed, within which shadows seemed to flicker. Peering through the vortex. Observing the silver light from the worm's mouth beginning to intertwine, as a profound vortex gradually formed, within which shadows seemed to flicker. Peering through the vortex. The woman, undoubtedly the legendary queen of the insectoid race, the supreme leader. As for the man beside her, his identity remained a mystery. The woman, undoubtedly the legendary queen of the insectoid race, the supreme leader. As for the man beside her, his identity remained a mystery. Yet Wolfblade felt an unsettling connection between them. Surrounding the two, a massive altar loomed, with thousands of black-robed insect priests seated around it, maintaining a vortex strikingly similar to that emerging from the Void Ancestor Worm's maw. Extreme was now roaring madly. With our current strength, it is utterly impossible. The Void Ancestor Worm and Oppos' abilities lie entirely in its namesake. Its form exists between the tangible and the ethereal. Material and elemental attacks cannot harm it in the slightest, unless we procure weapons forged from the rarest ghostly ore. Suddenly, the Void Ancestor Worm trembled, its cavernous mouth widening to the utmost, and the silhouettes within began to sharpen, drawing closer to the vortex. Finally, a particularly robust figure emerged from the vortex, fully manifesting behind the weird defense line. He towered over 4 meters tall, his horn glimmering with an ominous darkness, a powerful unicorn commander. He spread his arms and bellowed, "Foolish elves and orcs, you have fallen into our trap." He then turned to the insect warriors surging forth from the vortex, roaring, "My insect kin, we shall lay claim to this fertile land, conquering the elves and orcs entirely, allowing the Queen's banner to wave triumphantly across this continent." One after another, unicorn warriors burst forth, followed by mantis and mole cricket warriors, as well as many others. They surged forth, charging relentlessly toward the weird defense line, while countless insect warriors on the other side of the vortex eagerly awaited their turn to join the fray. How could they hope to withstand an entire army of the insectoid race? Retreat toward the elven territories. The ancient elven tree barriers are unassailable, Odalis shouted. How could they hope to withstand an entire army of the insectoid race? Retreat toward the elven territories. The ancient elven tree barriers are unassailable, Odalis shouted, pulling the stunned warriors back to reality. Nearby, the elven marshal shared the same sentiment, rallying the elves toward their homeland, where the ancient trees would offer them protection. The orcs, however, were impulsive, charging directly at the colossal Void Ancestor Worm and the insect army, unleashing arrows and even hurling their weapons into the fray. Yet to everyone and Oppos' astonishment, all arrows and weapons simply passed through the Void Ancestor Worm, falling harmlessly to the ground. Even the beast-patterned and magical arrows were rendered ineffective. The Void Ancestor Worm was indeed immune to all harm. Where can we find those damned ghostly or forged weapons? And with so many high-ranking insect warriors, we cannot push through. Wolfblade roared in frustration. They had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by the insectoid race, whose strategy had caught everyone off guard. In their anger, there was also a sense of disbelief. Had the insectoids evolved beyond their former tactics of sheer numbers? With the loss of the weird defense line, the greatest advantage of the elves and orcs had vanished. The two sides clashed fiercely. Even the elephantine warriors could hardly withstand the assault of 4 or 5 unicorn commanders, while the other orcs merely managed to hold their ground against 1 or 2 high-ranking insect warriors. All the elves took to the skies, raining arrows down upon the battlefield. But the situation had changed. Their high-ranking insect foes were now far too close, rendering their once effective magic bowmen and beast-patterned warriors nearly useless in the chaos. Just then, the insect warriors outside the defense line renewed their assault, a dark swarm of flying insects joining the fray, and the battlefield descended into utter chaos. The one constant remained. The Elven-Orc alliance was being encircled. This cannot continue. At this rate, we will be annihilated. Wolfblade wiped the blood from his face. Surveying the tumultuous battlefield, where the elven ranks began to suffer catastrophic losses with the arrival of the flying insect warriors. Watching the elven maidens plummet from the sky, and whether they heard his cries was left to fate, a fiery wolf surged forth. And whether they heard his cries was left to fate, a fiery wolf surged forth, clearing the path of insects before him as Wolf Blade led his men down from the city walls, igniting barrels filled with foul oil. Flames erupting to obstruct the pursuing insect horde. The 50-meter-long archway seemed interminable, and the insect warriors outside had already scaled the walls. At last, Wolf Blade and his forces broke free from the weird defense line, fleeing toward the insect territories, casting one last glance at the war-torn walls behind them. The weird defense line had fallen. Volume 3, The Fall of the Mayor Defense Line, Chapter 83, The Best Actor Within the Beast God Palace. The atmosphere was heavy with foreboding. His Majesty, the Ninth of Miller, bore a grim expression, while both Lei Shan and Seth shared an unusual seriousness alongside him. The attendants and guards, heads bowed in silence, dared not speak, fearful of inciting the wrath of the irate monarch. Reports from the front lines had arrived. The Mayor defense line had fallen. The entirety of the Orc legions had been decimated. The Elven Kingdom was besieged. The Elven Queen, in her efforts to reinforce the ancient tree barrier, was now unaccounted for. In times past, each of these revelations would have sent shockwaves across the continent. But their simultaneous arrival upon the Orcish kin was akin to an earth-shattering calamity. Wolfblade had underestimated the impact of the 500,000 insectoids that first infiltrated the giant Tan's forest. While the coalition forces were determined to rush back to the Elven Kingdom, those insectoids had directly entered the jungle to launch an ambush, serving as the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. Fortunately, all reinforcements had managed to arrive just in time to mitigate the insectoids' advance into the Beast Empire. The Orcish tribe had sought aid from 4 dwarven clans, hoping for their military support. Yet, distant waters could not quench immediate fires. All mobilizable legions within the Beast Empire had begun their march to the northern borders. Their objectives were twofold: to construct a new defensive line to halt the insectoid advance and to plan a counteroffensive to reclaim the giant Tan's forest, thereby rescuing the Elven Kingdom. However, when the time came to mobilize, the legions that could be mobilized were the venerable forces that had grown alongside Miller the Ninth and Lei Shan, while the newly formed regiments had, unbeknownst to them, fallen under the control of the Spirit Temple. This was like adding insult to injury, and it was the true source of Miller the Ninth and Appos' deepening frown. Step aside. Fallen under the control of the Spirit Temple. This was like adding insult to injury, and it was the true source of Miller the Ninth and Appos' deepening frown. Step aside. Let me through. You cannot enter, Your Majesty. The monarch is in discussion with the 2 dukes. Suddenly, a woman in Appos' voice called from outside. Seth offered a wry smile and bowed to Miller, saying, Your Majesty, my daughter is still young. Please forgive her this moment. The intruder was none other than K.E. Miller waved his hand dismissively, indicating to Seth that it was of no concern, and with a bitter smile remarked, She must have heard the news from the front lines and is worried about Wolfblade. Let her in. Indeed, it was not only K.E. who was anxious. Even the 3 officials present shared her concern. Miller found himself questioning whether his decision to choose Wolfblade, a descendant of the ancient Moonwolf clan, had been hasty. Seth nodded and called for K.E. to enter. With eyes red and swollen from recent tears, K.E. hurriedly bowed. Your Majesty, Father, Uncle Lei Shan. She then implored. I heard the Mayor defense line suffered a great defeat. How is Wolfblade? Is there any news of him? The 3 men shook their heads solemnly. K.E., do not cry. No news is the best news at present. That boy Wolfblade is clever and resourceful. He will be fine. K.E., do not cry. No news is the best news at present. That boy Wolfblade is clever and resourceful. He will be fine. Upon hearing her father's comforting words, K.E. managed to hold back her tears, only managing to choke out. Her father and Appos' words were her last glimmer of hope. Seth forced a smile, attempting to lighten the mood. Haha, K.E. Her father and Appos' words were her last glimmer of hope. Seth forced a smile, attempting to lighten the mood. Haha, K.E. Did you not tell me that when you and Wolfblade were discovered during your night expedition into the insect camp, the 10,000 insectoids did not harm you? And you survived 9 days of fierce battle in Hater City without incident? You often say that Wolfblade is the mightiest beast pattern warrior. The Emperor still has important tasks to entrust to him, so why are we worrying? You should not be the one anxious. Indeed, that rascal will surely bounce back and return to us in no time. Lei Shan chimed in support. K.E. nodded slightly, standing silently, lost in thought. Your Excellency, the Silver Staff Priest of the Spirit Temple requests an audience. Came the voice of the Antelope Priest from outside. Despite the wording of a request, the tone was unmistakably authoritative. Miller the Ninth rubbed his brow in frustration and resignedly declared, "Let him in." The rhythmic tapping of the silver staff echoed once more, piercing the tense atmosphere within the Beast Palace. The Silver Staff Priest entered with a disingenuous smile, nodding slightly as he proclaimed, "Your Excellency, the High Priest of the Spirit Temple has sent a divine message stating that the Orcish race is currently in dire peril. Only the Beast God can guide the lost lambs to find hope. Should you choose to embrace the faith of the Beast God, my temple shall command 50 legions to immediately march to the giant Tan's forest to protect our sacred territory from the insectoid menace." Miller the Ninth let out a cold laugh. The veiled threat was evident, implying that should he become a puppet of the temple, they would come to his aid. But otherwise, he would receive no support. Accepting such terms would mean that the entire Beast Empire would fall under the control of the Spirit Temple, relegating him to the status of a mere pawn. How could he acquiesce? With a mindset of preferring to shatter than to yield, Miller contemplated throwing this detestable Antelope Priest out, ready to break the stalemate and see who would benefit. Just as he was about to express his fury, a wolf guard entered and handed him a note before exiting without a word. Miller opened the note to reveal 3 phrases: "Wolfblade is alive. The dragon and elephant endure. Await our kin's return." A wave of relief washed over him. Yet their expressions remained grave, with even Leishan feigning a sigh of despair. Seth, donning a mysterious expression, addressed K.E. gravely, "We have received news." Yet their expressions remained grave, with even Leishan feigning a sigh of despair. Seth, donning a mysterious expression, addressed K.E. gravely, "We have received news. Though the situation appears grim, you should return for now. We have matters to discuss." As the saying goes, a father knows his daughter best, and in reverse. None were part of the Emperor's personal guard. K.E., being astute, could discern the truth, especially with Lei Shan's exaggerated acting. None were part of the Emperor and Apos' personal guard. K.E., being astute, could discern the truth, especially with Lei Shan and Apos' exaggerated acting. Although she was unaware of what they were hiding, she feigned heaviness and exited. Kay was puzzled. And the Silver Staff Priest was even more baffled by their cryptic behavior, interpreting their serious expressions as indicative of yet another piece of bad news. Feigning contemplation. Miller the Ninth sighed. "It is not impossible for me to agree, but I must wait until the Mayor defense line is reclaimed." Upon finishing, he closed his eyes and remained silent, embodying the essence of his final stance. The Silver Staff Priest felt a glimmer of hope at this response. Believing it to be the best outcome the High Priest could have anticipated, though he maintained a facade of indifference. "Your Excellency, you are truly cunning." However, Volume 3, The Fall of the Weir Defense Line, Chapter 84, The Path Forward. The damp air was permeated with a faint musty odor. Volume 3, The Fall of the Weir Defense Line, Chapter 84, Where to Go From Here. The damp air carried a faint musty odor, while a thin layer of ash blanketed the weeds underfoot. Heavy clouds loomed ominously overhead, and occasionally, a few black crows flapped their wings and cawed harshly as they flew low. The entire world seemed to have descended into the monochrome gloom of the Thames during the Second Industrial Revolution, with all color obscured, leaving only shades of black and white. Along the parched and low riverbed, a group rested, appearing much like refugees fleeing disaster, yet the fierce glint in their eyes still spoke to their identity as warriors. Wolfblade's voice was hoarse as he inquired of Odalis. His disheveled hair and tattered warrior garb mirrored the disarray of the others. "How many days has it been?" Wolf Fong and Amp, Apos' voice was hoarse as he inquired of Odalis. His disheveled hair and tattered warrior attire reflected their dire state. And even the elves, who usually prided themselves on their appearance, looked bedraggled. "It has been 3 days. No one should be able to come out now," Odalis replied, her delicate features marred by soot and ash. They had lingered by the riverbed for 3 days, and in the distance, the towering Weir defense line could still be seen, now marred by wooden ladders and baskets being constructed for the insectoid army and Apos' ingress and egress. The void ancestor worm had burrowed deep into the giant tin forest, confident that as long as it remained below the Dominion level, no beast could pose a threat to it. After all, large-scale teleportation was a considerable burden even for it. Wolf Fong surveyed the weary faces around him, 1,000 jungle striders, 500 elven archers, and over 2,000 elephantine warriors from the Dragon Elephant Legion. Adding to them were the few hundred he had brought from Spolin, totaling less than 4,000 souls. This was the scant remnant of their forces after the fall of the Weir defense line. Fortunately, there was Ukua, the traitor, otherwise. The Dragon Elephant Legion would have suffered total annihilation. Before the Dragon Elephant Legion had embarked, its commander had received orders from the 9th Miller to heed Wolf Fong and Appos' commands. This was Miller and Appos' investment in Wolf Fong. The Dragon Elephant Legion was the most valiant of the Beast Empire and Appos' legions and a valuable asset in Miller and Appos' hand. Hukuo was deemed a traitor for he was responsible for relaying Wolf Blade's whereabouts to the Dragon Elephant Legion, serving as its vice commander. As for why Hukuo was labeled a traitor, it was because he was responsible for providing Wolf Fong and Appos' whereabouts to the Dragon Elephant Legion, serving as its vice commander. Thanks to this traitor, the Dragon Elephant Legion had avoided total destruction, fleeing the city walls alongside Wolf Fong in their hour of peril. Their commander, leading 3,000 elder soldiers, fought valiantly for the younger Elephantine warriors and Wolf Fong, carving out a path for survival. As he called upon Wolf Blade to fulfill the mission entrusted to him by the sovereign, even in his final moments, Hukuo felt a heavy weight upon his heart. Even in the final moments, urging Wolf Fong to fulfill the task entrusted to him by His Majesty, Hukuo felt a heavy weight upon his heart. The commander was his dearest uncle, who had once led him in mischief during his childhood and defended him from his parents' reprimands. In the eyes of the others, Hukuo had matured significantly in just 3 short days, no longer reckless, but instead weighing his actions carefully. The soldiers who fled had brought along some provisions, which had spared them from starvation for these 3 days. However, today, their food reserves were alarmingly low. The soldiers who escaped had fortuitously included a supply officer, bringing a portion of rations, which had spared them from starvation over the past 3 days. However, now their food supplies were dwindling perilously low, and they could not hold out much longer. Wolf Fong sighed softly, his gaze filled with concern for the Elven Kingdom. Veli and the families of the Yaks were there, and he wondered if the ancient tree barrier could withstand the onslaught of the insectoids. If it could not, Odalis discerned Wolf Fong and Appos as troubled thoughts. She too was anxious. After all, it was his homeland. She placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Fear not. The ancient tree barrier is connected to the entire giant tan forest. As long as the forest remains intact, the barrier, under the watch of the Elven Queen, will be unbreakable." After a moment's contemplation, her expression turned to one of guilt and regret. "Moreover, Wolf Fong, I must apologize. If I had followed your orders, perhaps things would not have escalated to this extent. It is all my fault." As she spoke, Odalis suddenly threw herself into Wolf Fong and Appos' embrace, weeping uncontrollably, shedding all semblance of elven grace. Wolf Fong understood the immense pressure she bore. The elves were acutely aware of the grim fate that befell those captured by the insectoids. Upon capture, many would not hesitate to draw their daggers and take their own lives. Countless elves had perished in battle, yet many had also been captured, witnessing their kin fall one by one before their eyes, powerless to intervene. This torment was a burden few could endure. Gazing down at the tear-streaked face of Odalis, "It is all right, you cannot bear the blame. Even if we had known of the insects and Appos' plans, had she heeded Wolf Fong and Appos' counsel, perhaps they could have turned the tide, a fact that only amplified her self-reproach." Wolf Fong gently patted Odalis and Appos' back, gazing down at her tear-streaked face and murmured, There, you mustn't blame yourself. Even if we had known the insectoid's plans, we would have been unable to stop the Void Ancestor Worm. Besides, this is not the time for tears. Our priority is to ensure everyone in Appos' safe return and to rescue Sister Catherine, the Queen." Wolf Fong leaned closer to Odalis and Appos' ear and playfully whispered, "There are so many eyes upon us. If you and Appos are not embarrassed, I certainly am." Odalis instantly leapt from his embrace, her face flushing as she became aware of the surrounding gazes. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she nonetheless managed to say, "Thank you, Wolf Fong." Wolf Fong acknowledged her gratitude with a nod, signaling her not to dwell on it. His expression then hardened as he commanded, "Go and scout for any nearby caves or hiding places. We are within the territory of the insectoids, and our presence on the ground makes us easy targets." G nodded and stealthily departed the secluded riverbed gorge. "Salis, Yadin, Hukuo," Wolf Fong called to the 2 men. "Be sure to gather all edible items you find along the way. Our supplies are running low, and we need to devise a plan." He then turned his attention back to Odalis and instructed, "Odalis, send a few elves skilled in stealth to scout the skies for any signs of the insectoids and to report immediately upon discovery. Remind everyone to tread lightly and leave no trace. Understood. Odalis responded and took flight to assign tasks to the elves. The group sprang into action. And Wolf Fong was not idle. Due to the commerce of the past, his army possessed most of the maps of the insectoid territory and vice versa. Spreading a map on the ground, he began to study it. This area still lay within the conflict zone. And now all the insectoids had surged into the giant tan forest, leaving this region relatively lax. Further ahead, scattered insectoid tribes could be seen. However, these lower-tier tribes posed little threat, akin to the innocent civilians of the beast tribes. The real danger lay with the mid to high-tier insectoid tribes, which could be counted as warriors. If they discovered Wolf Fong and his companions, they would face relentless pursuit. Had it not been for the 3,000 elder soldiers of the Dragon Elephant Legion fighting valiantly to eliminate those who had spotted Wolf Fong and his group, along with the few pursuing insectoids being dealt with by the jungle striders and G, they would not have enjoyed such a respite. Volume 3, The Fall of the Weird Defense Line, Chapter 85, The Underground Cavern. Before long, G returned, prompting Wolf Peak to once again marvel at G's aptitude for reconnaissance. Wolf Peak, following this riverbed, there is a cavern. I have ventured inside. The terrain is intricate and expansive enough to conceal all of us. Though I cannot ascertain where it leads, G panted. Since aligning with Wolf Peak, G had taken on all the arduous tasks, often subject to Wolf Peak's ire at unpredictable moments. With no rewards to speak of, he always charged into the fray first, and even his wages were unpaid, leading G to gaze at Wolf Peak with a hint of melancholy. Wolf Peak, oblivious to G's expression and thoughts, would have reassured him, G, those who are capable must bear more burdens. Your swiftness is a contribution to us all. The others will appreciate your efforts. Once the team was organized, G took the lead, and they set forth towards the cavern, with Odalis scouting above with the elves to avoid detection by insects. The group wound their way forward, resembling a colossal serpent slithering along the riverbed. Being relatively close to the weird defense line, the climate was not overly harsh. Who knows what beasts lurk inside? Upon further inquiry, Wolf Peak discovered that only he and G shared this odd sensation. G leaned closer to Wolf Peak and whispered, while the elves examined nearby flora, hoping to discover edible berries. As they ambled, the sky darkened by the time they reached the cavern's mouth. We must go in. If we linger outside, we will inevitably draw the attention of the insects. We shall proceed with caution. He inquired of the others, do any of you feel something strange? They all shook their heads, yet G remarked, it seems there is a faint call, though it is unclear and intermittent. Sals, in a boisterous manner, interjected, Boss, you must be mistaken. I feel nothing but darkness in this cave. Who knows what beasts lurk inside? Upon further inquiry, Wolf Peak discovered that only he and G shared this odd sensation. G leaned closer to Wolf Peak and whispered, coalescing into exquisite patterns that adorned the once rough entrance with stunning beauty. Upon closer inspection, the patterns bore a resemblance to animal markings. Suddenly, we must go in. If we linger outside, we will inevitably draw the attention of the insects. We shall proceed with caution. I refuse to believe any malevolent spirits would dare trouble me. Wolf Peak. Bolstered by his own bravado, G nodded in agreement. After all, Wolf Peak was the leader. And if he deemed it necessary to enter, then enter they would. Trusting that a mere cavern could not harbor anything too sinister, they ignited their torches, drew their weapons, and cautiously advanced into the cave. Unbeknownst to them, the cavern and Appos' mouth, cloaked in thick moss, suddenly emitted a blue luminescence that streamed through the crevices, coalescing into exquisite patterns that adorned the once rough entrance with stunning beauty. Upon closer inspection, the patterns bore a resemblance to animal markings. Suddenly, a cacophony of shrill cries pierced the air, startling the group. In an instant, countless pairs of blood-red eyes blinked into existence within the depths of the cave, their flickering gaze unsettling. A flurry of wings announced the arrival of the creatures, and the crimson eyes surged towards them, quickly exiting the cavern. G hastily reassured the group, was spacious enough to accommodate nearly 4,000 individuals without feeling cramped. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, glistening in a myriad of colors as they caught the light. Fortunately, the group consisted of seasoned warriors. Their instinctive response to fear was to grip their weapons rather than scream, which kept them silent. Nevertheless, Wolf Peak lowered his voice, urging, everyone, tread lightly. The stalactites above are fragile. A careless step could bring them crashing down, leaving us trapped. Yet, the others glared at G, clearly unsettled by the encounter. G chuckled sheepishly but wondered, did I see bats when I first entered? It seemed so. Yet the memory eluded him after this brief interlude. they finally reached the heart of the cavern, which, as G had described, was spacious enough to accommodate nearly 4,000 individuals without feeling cramped. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, glistening in a myriad of colors as they caught the light, while droplets of water gathered and fell, echoing like gentle chimes throughout the cavern. Surrounding this grand stalactite hall were numerous deep caverns, their destinations unknown. Wolf Peak lowered his voice, urging, "Everyone, tread lightly. The stalactites above are fragile. A careless step could bring them crashing down, leaving us trapped." Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, Huqua took a step forward. His considerable weight caused a stalactite to plummet with a resounding thud. Fortunately, G reacted swiftly, teleporting midair to catch the falling column in his arms. The weight was significant, and as G grasped the stalactite, he felt himself sink momentarily. However, he quickly activated his teleportation ability to return to the ground, averting disaster. Breathless and dripping with sweat, he cradled the hefty stalactite in his embrace. Huqua wore an embarrassed expression, carefully placing the stalactite down at G's feet, casting a thankful glance at G and offering a sheepish smile to Wolf Peak. Wolf Peak refrained from reprimanding him. Despite Huqua's efforts to tread lightly, his bulk was still too heavy for the sensitive stalactites, which were ill-suited for such activity. Resigned, he addressed the group in a hushed tone. "You all stay here while G and I investigate further. We must discern if there are other exits. Remember to move cautiously. We cannot afford to be caught by the insects and then crushed by falling stones in this desolate wilderness." The others nodded in agreement, settling down to rest. Odalis had intended to suggest that Wolf Peak take a few elves with him, yet seeing him venture further away, she refrained from calling out, instead slowly flapping her wings to rest. Nodding at G, the two of them moved quietly, torches aloft, towards the innermost cavern. Upon entering, their vision abruptly dimmed, rendering their torches ineffective. When clarity returned, they turned back, only to find that the stalactite hall had vanished, replaced by an impossibly smooth stone wall sealing off their entrance. More unsettling was the profound silence that enveloped them. If they had not sensed something amiss by now, they would truly be fools. Wolf Peak regarded G with a grave expression and queried, "G, how did you discover this cave entrance?" G pondered before replying with a wry smile, "I am unsure. I initially set out to scout in another direction, but somehow found my way here. I did not perceive anything unusual until this moment." Volume 3, The Fall of the Weir Defense Line, Chapter 86. The son of the Beast King Wolfang wore a grave expression. Recognizing that someone had deliberately lured G here, and had done so without G and Apos' awareness, leaving them both in a precarious situation, the motives of this unseen puppet master remained a mystery. However, there seemed to be no intent to kill, otherwise they would have acted long before in the outer stone cave, sparing them this convoluted ordeal. With no choice but to proceed, they steeled themselves and ventured deeper. The cave exuded a faint, ethereal glow, emanating from exquisite luminescent plants, casting a soft, golden light that fostered a sense of tranquility, allowing the initially tense pair to relax slightly. As they surveyed their surroundings, torches in hand, they approached the stone walls, where faint carvings began to reveal themselves. The first depicted an orc, swathed in simple animal hides, standing barefoot upon a high platform, adorned with an ancient crown, arms crossed behind him. Below, a benevolent smile gracing his features. Beside him stood a female orc, clearly his mate, as they both gazed lovingly upon the swaddled child. He was resolute in his belief that this figure was indeed an orc. Upon the orc's forehead lay an intricately woven beast pattern, and wolf fawn, who believed the ancient patterns of the Moonlight Wolf clan to be complex, now recognized true intricacy. What manner of beast pattern is this? How can it be so elaborate? G voiced his bewilderment. Wolf Fong shook his head, indicating his own ignorance. Let us continue. Perhaps we will uncover further revelations. They turned to the second carving, where the atmosphere shifted from the earlier air of dominance to one imbued with tenderness. The orc and Apos' expression softened as he cradled an infant in his arms. The orc stood at the helm, leading hundreds of tribespeople against 1,000,000 strange races. These adversaries bore no resemblance to the elves, dwarves. The infant bore the same intricate beast pattern upon its brow, its cherubic face adorned with a gentle smile, which varied in stature from towering giants to diminutive beings, yet all shared a commonality in their sharp teeth and formidable jaws. It was hard to believe that a mere few hundred orcs could stand against such overwhelming odds. Nevertheless, the hopes and dreams reflected in the orc's eyes were palpable. The third carving shifted dramatically, now steeped in an aura of stark ferocity. "Here, The orc stood at the helm, leading hundreds of tribespeople against a million strange races. These adversaries bore no resemblance to the elves, dwarfs, or orcs of the divine language continent, nor to the titans, dragons, goblins, or sirens of the Titan continent. Wolf Fong found himself unfamiliar with these tribes, which varied in stature from towering giants to diminutive beings, yet all shared a commonality in their sharp teeth and formidable jaws. It was hard to believe that a mere few hundred orcs could stand against such overwhelming odds. Nevertheless, the confident smiles and haughty demeanor of the orcs compelled Wolf Fong to accept this reality. Ji, equally astounded, murmured, "It is astonishing to think there exist such powerful orcs, capable of opposing a million foes with merely a handful." However, what tribe did these orcs belong to? Their tails and ears bore no resemblance to any known orc traits, yet they seemed to encapsulate a blend of all. Nodding in agreement with Ji, Wolf Fong mused upon their perplexing appearance, resembling no known orc yet embodying the essence of all. With a sense of incredulity, they pressed on to the final carving, devoid of the earlier arrogance, familial warmth, or overwhelming strength. The emotions expressed within this simple stone depiction were too complex for words. If one were compelled to describe it, it would be a profound tranquility born of liberation mingled with sorrow. In the depths of a cavern, a seven-tiered altar stood, upon which 5 emaciated orcs were seated at the apex, their gazes fixed intently upon the center. Suspended there was a giant egg, adorned with intricate patterns, towering half a man's height. As the altar descended, more orcs sat cross-legged, eyes closed in concentration. These were the warriors who had stood firm against the million strange races. Before the altar lay a stone coffin, surrounded by the lifeless forms of the strange races, blood flowing from their bodies to the altar, gradually coalescing above the giant egg. They appeared to be engaged in some mystical ritual, but the simplicity of the carving left Wolf Fong at a loss for understanding. With the carvings concluded, the not overly lengthy tunnel reached its terminus, an ancient stone door featuring an imprint shaped like a hand, with nothing else to be seen. Wolf Fong placed his right hand upon it, but the moment he did, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The indentation exerted a tremendous pull, firmly binding his hand in place. Alarmed, the stone door beginning to manifest indistinct patterns that grew clearer with the flow of his blood. Upon closer inspection, the designs were strikingly similar to those upon the altar. Noticing Wolf Fong and Appos, distress, exclaimed, "Wolf Fong, what is happening? My hand is trapped by the door. Quick, help me pull it free." Wolf Fong gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength. Ji, seizing Wolf Fong from behind, strained with all his might, his face reddening, yet it was all in vain. The pull intensified. Suddenly, Wolf Fong felt a slight sting in his palm, as if the stone door were siphoning his blood. His complexion turned pale as he felt the warm life essence draining from him. The stone door beginning to manifest indistinct patterns that grew clearer with the flow of his blood. Upon closer inspection, the designs were strikingly similar to those upon the altar. The light surged once more, yet the patterns upon the stone door now bore a distinct difference. As the radiance flickered, G2 vanished into the depths of the passage, radiating a fierce crimson light. As he gritted his teeth and exerted effort, he suddenly felt his hand slip, sending him tumbling backward. When he lifted his gaze, Wolf Fong had vanished without a trace. Panic surged within Ji. As an heir to the Moonlight Wolf clan, his purpose was to safeguard Wolf Fong. Despite their playful banter and familiar demeanor, his loyalty surpassed that of any other in Wolf Fong's service. His devotion was proven through action rather than mere words of respect or submission. Resolute, Ji clenched his jaw and placed his own palm upon the door without hesitation. The light surged once more, yet the patterns upon the stone door now bore a distinct difference. As the radiance flickered, G2 vanished into the depths of the passage. The 4 stone carvings began to fade, and the once exquisite luminescent plants withered at a visible pace, ultimately turning to ash. As if none of this had ever transpired, even the stone walls began to revert to their uneven state, as if awaiting the arrival of a certain individual. And now that presence had emerged, fulfilling their purpose. Volume 3, The Fall of the Weir Defense Line, Chapter 87. The legacy Wolf Fong seemed to have embarked on an interminable dream. Within the confines of his slumber, he envisioned Ke, Duo Air, and even Wei Li, all succumbing beneath the blades of the insectoid horde. The elven kingdom lay besieged, engulfed by the chaos of war. "You have arrived," a spectral voice wafted into Wolf Fong's ears, yet when he looked up, he found no one there. Perhaps I misheard. Where the aged figure of Lei Shan bellowed orders, commanding countless legions to charge against the foes. Miller the Ninth, clad in armor, took to the battlefield himself. ultimately raising his bloodied blade to the heavens in a fit of rage. As the scene shifted, tranquility seemed to return, with various races of the divine language continent coexisting harmoniously. Yet, a host of unfamiliar races ventured onto this land, brandishing their long blades once more. No! Wolf Fong cried out, bolting upright, drenched in sweat, with beads of perspiration cascading from his brow. Thank goodness it was merely a dream. Descendant, you have arrived. A spectral voice wafted into Wolf Fong's ears, yet when he looked up, he found no one there. Perhaps I misheard. Wolf Fong muttered to himself, surveying his surroundings. He found himself in a vast stone chamber, its centerpiece a seven-tiered altar. Before the altar lay a colossal stone sarcophagus, which, upon closer inspection, bore an uncanny resemblance to the altar depicted in the external carvings, albeit lacking the enormous egg and those peculiar beastmen. Gazing down at the ground, he noticed a floor of pristine white, which, upon closer inspection, emanated a faint pressure, as if a multitude of magical beasts were charging toward him. Wolf Fong was astonished. The floor was laid with the bones of apex magical beasts. Moreover, several sections radiated an aura identical to that of his Dragon Slayer dagger. Clearly, it belonged to a fire dragon, or perhaps several fire dragons. These beastmen were formidable enough that even the mighty dragons were reduced to flooring. If dragons were treated thus, one could only imagine the stature of the other magical beast remains. They might even surpass the dragons. Wolf Fong gazed intently at the ground, gradually feeling a sense of release. If a mere few hundred beastmen could confront millions of alien races, then a handful of magical beasts were hardly worth concern. My descendant. Descendant? Who? Who was playing tricks? Show yourself. Wolf Fong exclaimed, scanning the chamber, drawing his cold ink blade, and growling. This was no illusion. And floated barefoot above the altar. Its beastly ears were unique, not resembling any known race. And its tail followed suit. This apparition was unmistakably one of the beastmen depicted in the carvings outside. The phantom smiled warmly at Wolf Fong, its eyes radiating kindness. He surmised it must refer to the spirit beast mark. Could it be that employing the spirit beast mark would unveil something significant? With a spirit of experimentation, Wolf Fong silently activated the beast mark and intoned, "Spirit mark, awaken." As the light flowed, a silver sheen enveloped Wolf Fong's eyes. The stone chamber remained unchanged, however. I take solace in the presence of descendants such as you. After uttering this, the phantom began to respond to Wolf Fong's query, and floated barefoot above the altar. Its beastly ears were unique, not resembling any known race. I still don't quite understand, Wolf Fong replied, shaking his head in confusion. The phantom smiled, undeterred, and explained, "You half pure-blooded beastmen are, in fact, my descendants. Akin to a benevolent grandfather watching over his grandchild." "Who are you?" Wolf Fong inquired softly. The phantom nodded, seemingly pleased with Wolf Fong, and did not directly answer his question but instead said, "My descendant, you have come. Though my pure-blooded kin have perished, I take solace in the presence of descendants such as you." After uttering this, the phantom began to respond to Wolf Fong's query, murmuring, "I am the last pure-blooded descendant. The long passage of time has caused my physical form to dissipate, leaving behind only a remnant of my soul." "I still don't quite understand," Wolf Fong replied, shaking his head in confusion. The phantom smiled, undeterred, and explained, "You half pure-blooded beastmen are, in fact, my descendants. Much like that youth from the Shadow Wolf tribe. Throughout my life, I had 4 wives from different races, all of whom were beastmen. Together, we birthed the ancient Moonlight Sky Wolf tribe, the Purple Void Sky Tiger tribe, the Azure Spirit Sky Elephant tribe, and the Rift Earth Sky Tiger tribe. These 4 bloodlines are my direct descendants." Wolf Fong felt enlightened, realizing that this was their ancestral figure and that the 4 ancient tribes today were indeed his progeny. Yet, his expression turned slightly peculiar as he reflected on the implications of the elephant tribe. The phantom, having lived through countless ages, discerned Wolf Fong's thoughts and, with an unusual sternness, replied, "It is the White Jade Elephant tribe." "Oh, I see, Wolf Fong chuckled awkwardly. The White Jade Elephant tribe was diminutive in stature, which could indeed, well, be interpreted in certain ways. However, what was this? Were they unearthing the secrets of their forebears? Quickly changing the subject, he asked, "So, ancestor, what is the purpose of your summoning me here?" The phantom's countenance shifted, adopting a serious demeanor, "Though my pure-blooded kin have perished, our legacy must not be severed, for that is the essence of my existence. Only with a legacy can our beastmen endure for millennia without fading. Pausing briefly, the Phantom continued. The essential marks of our Beastman clan are three: the fusion of bloodlines, the 3,000 armored warriors, and the Beast King. He hesitated upon mentioning the third, a hint of nostalgia surfacing, before adding, "Do you know? In the carvings you observed outside, I am that infant. And the one lying within is my father." Wolf Fong was taken aback. He had always assumed that the imposing beastman depicted was himself, only to discover it was his child. From the moment of my birth, the battle against those alien races was nearing its end. All races across the continent suffered grievously. To expel these invaders, my father led our kin into battle. Although we succeeded in driving them from this land, our clan was left severely weakened. The Phantom closed its eyes in anguish, as if the memories were once more unfolding before it, causing its form to flicker uncertainly. After regaining composure, the Phantom continued, "My father was the last Beast King. Following the final confrontation, he was already gravely injured when our clan fell prey to internal strife. In his attempt to quell the discord, he found himself trapped within this forest." Volume 3, The Fall of the Meyer Defense Line, Chapter 88, The Three Great Legacies. My father summoned the altar with the blood of an alien race, sealing me, a newborn, within an energy cocoon, allowing me to survive, all to perpetuate the lineage of the Beastmen. I dare not forget my father and Appo's instructions. After reaching adulthood, I broke free from the cocoon and sought to unite with beastmen of purer bloodlines, leaving behind 4 bloodlines. However, my prolonged sealing has left me with a fleeting lifespan. I had yet to impart my teachings before my demise, and my soul has returned here, yearning for the day my descendants might arrive to receive my legacy. Wolf Fong gazed intently at the ethereal figure and softly inquired, "Do you believe I possess the ability to inherit your legacy? I have fought thus far only to be pursued and besieged. Had it not been for my fortunate escapes, I cannot fathom how many times I would have perished. I am currently being hunted by the Spirit Temple, and I cannot even dare to return to the Beastmen. How then can I accept your legacy?" The ethereal figure smiled faintly and murmured, "Child, do not underestimate yourself. This is merely a form of training. Victory does not solely belong to the warrior. Those who endure the trials are the true warriors. You are but in your teenage years, with countless opportunities ahead to hone your skills and engage in battle. The Beastmen stand strong on this continent, not merely due to their martial prowess, but because they cannot be easily vanquished." Wolf Fong nodded, uncertain if the figure had instilled confidence within him, and solemnly stated, "Very well, I cannot guarantee anything, but I shall strive to do my utmost." It is not in his nature to promise what he may not be able to fulfill. He can only pledge his effort. In truth, the ethereal figure did not demand anything specific from Wolf Fong. The protection of the Beastmen is not a solitary endeavor, but a collective effort. However, should the time come for a struggle for survival, he could not ignore his father, nor could he disregard Ke-Idwa and others, including Seth, his father-in-law. Thus, he could freely inscribe any pure-blood magical beast's patterns, enhancing his prowess significantly. The 3,000 Warriors beast pattern is less an insignia than a covenant, usable only once, within which 3 sigils whirled and intertwined, flying into Wolf Fong and Appo's brow. The fusion of the beast pattern bloodline would enable Wolf Fong to transcend racial limitations, allowing him to inscribe the beast patterns of any pure-blood magical beast. This transformation would not only prevent his bloodline from being muddled, but would also purify it. Even one person would impose a considerable burden on Wolf Fong. The 3,000 Warriors beast pattern enables him to forge contracts with 3,000 warrior fighters of the Beastmen. In his days of wandering the giant tan forest, Wolf Fong encountered but one, which directly hindered his growth and strength. Now, with the bloodline fusion, he could freely inscribe any pure-blood magical beast and Appo's patterns, enhancing his prowess significantly. The 3,000 Warriors and Appo's beast pattern is less an insignia than a covenant, usable only once, as no individual can withstand such immense mental strain, akin to finding a pillow upon awakening from slumber. He now had nearly 3,000 of the most formidable elephant men warriors, the mightiest and tallest among the Beastmen. Once they accepted the covenant, he would gain a loyal and powerful army amidst this dire predicament. How could he not feel exhilarated? As for the third beast pattern, granting them the ability to harness techniques exclusive to pure-blooded beastmen for an hour. Indeed, this skill is beyond the grasp of ancient lineages like Wolf Fong and Appo's. Once activated, the warriors will possess immense strength and an indomitable spirit for an hour, while retaining their rationality. The sole drawback is that these warriors must pledge their loyalty solely to Wolf Fong, Should they rebel, they would perish instantly. Wolf Fong felt an overwhelming joy, akin to finding a pillow upon awakening from slumber. He now had nearly 3,000 of the most formidable elephant men warriors, the mightiest and tallest among the beast men. Once they accepted the covenant, he would gain a loyal and powerful army amidst this dire predicament. How could he not feel exhilarated? As for the third beast pattern, the Beast King, that truly represents a formidable offensive pattern, granting Wolf Fong a brief embodiment of all the advantages of a pure-blooded beast man. The Beast King pattern comes with insights into pure-blooded beast men, bestowing immense power and mental fortitude, lightning speed, and greatly enhanced physical defense. The specifics of its might, however, must be experienced in battle. There are merits and demerits. At Wolf Fong's current level, activating the Beast King pattern for 3 minutes is already a challenge. Yet, that is sufficient. Within 3 minutes, he could unleash over 300 instances of the Flaming Wolf Ascend or continuously utilize the Moon Dance. In those fleeting moments, bowing deeply and earnestly expressed, "Thank you, esteemed ancestor. I shall make the most of these beast patterns." The ethereal figure shook its head, smiling as it replied, "Child." He would enter a period of temporary weakness, the duration of which is determined by the user's physical strength. In other words, as he continuously enhances his power, one day, this period of weakness will dissipate, allowing him to maintain the Beast King state for an extended duration. This is the most terrifying aspect. Wolf Fong meticulously sensed the changes within his body. His mental fortitude had surged significantly, while his once formidable physique had become a vulnerability. Observing the increasingly ethereal, almost translucent figure, he realized that this transmission would ultimately lead to the figure's dissolution, leaving him with an unexplainable sense of reluctance. Wolf Fong clasped his fists in reverence, bowing deeply and earnestly expressed, "Thank you, esteemed ancestor. I shall make the most of these beast patterns." The ethereal figure shook its head, smiling as it replied, "Child, there is no need for gratitude. This is your fortune, yet also your burden. You shall bear greater responsibilities. I must thank you for aiding in the continuation of my legacy." Wolf Fong, unpretentious in nature, suddenly recalled the warriors still outside and hastily inquired, "Esteemed ancestor, what of that young Shadow Wolf and the Beastmen warriors in the cavern beyond?" The Shadow Wolf youth is a descendant of my first lineage, born of a union with the ancient Moon Wolf tribe, possessing a relatively high blood purity. I shall enhance his mental fortitude, enabling him to awaken his second beast pattern, thereby aiding you more effectively. The ethereal figure began to dissolve into particles of light, continuing, "All that exists outside is an illusion I have crafted. Once I fully dissipate, this place shall revert to its original form. This is, in fact, a burial chamber buried deep underground. Follow the path you came from," leaving a pool of drool around him. Observing the mess, Wolf Fong found himself at a loss for words and delivered 2 sharp kicks to Ji's rear. Who kicked me?" Ji sprang up from the ground, a fierce expression on his face as he scanned his surroundings. His gaze landed on Wolf Fong. The figure had already vanished, and from the swirling particles ascending, a distant voice echoed, "That is your responsibility, child. It is for you to confront." Volume 3, The Fall of the Wire Defense Line, Chapter 89. 3,000 armored warriors. Wolf Fong remained silent for an extended period, gazing at the stone door behind him as it reopened, leading him back to the outside tunnel. Ji lay there, his brilliance just subsiding, leaving a pool of drool around him. Observing the mess, Wolf Fong found himself at a loss for words and delivered 2 sharp kicks to Ji's rear. Who kicked me?" Ji sprang up from the ground, a fierce expression on his face as he scanned his surroundings. His gaze landed on Wolf Fong, who had just withdrawn his foot, and his demeanor instantly shifted to one of ingratiation. "Wolf Fong, you're out. Are you all right? What happened? Why are you sleeping here?" Seeing Ji's foolish expression, Wolf Fong was speechless. Hadn't it been established that Ji would awaken his second clan mark and enhance his mental prowess? Why did he appear completely oblivious? Ji, mistakenly believing Wolf Fong was inquiring why he had rescued him from the stone door, immediately expressed his grievances. "Wolf Fong, I truly tried to save you when you were sucked in. I held on, but somehow you fainted. Fortunately, when I regained consciousness, you emerged. I'm not asking you that. I merely want to know if your strength has improved." Wolf Fong bellowed in exasperation. Ji, puzzled, murmured about his strength, then began to introspect. Suddenly, he leaped up in astonishment. "Good heavens! My mental power has increased significantly. Moreover, my second clan mark has been activated. It appears I need to sleep more often. This nap has truly enhanced my strength. It seems my charm has moved the heavens, which have rewarded me, leaving him feeling rather disheartened. Who was the true protagonist here? The two bantered jovially and soon exited the stone cave, where the scene had dramatically transformed with the fading of the illusion. The previously rugged cavern had metamorphosed into an underground mausoleum. I can instantly swap places with any living entity, G exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Wolf Feng was somewhat astonished. If utilized effectively, this beast mark could be a formidable skill. Just imagine if G activated it while on the edge of a cliff. The enemy would suddenly find themselves teetering over the precipice. A scenario that would surely take anyone by surprise. In contrast, Wolf Feng's first clan mark, Moon Dance, while boasting invulnerability and speed, lacked any particularly unique abilities, leaving him feeling rather disheartened. Who was the true protagonist here? The two bantered jovially and soon exited the stone cave, where the scene had dramatically transformed with the fading of the illusion. The previously rugged cavern had metamorphosed into an underground mausoleum, a vast stone chamber imbued with the ancient essence of the orc race. The walls were adorned with various stone carvings depicting the glorious history of the pure-blooded orc warriors. Once again, Wolf Feng and Ji were awestruck by the former splendor and might of the pure-blooded orcs. Leading nearly 3,000 elephant warriors, felt a surge of respect for the robust lion warriors. Salz asked boisterously, "Boss, Ji." The others looked around in wonder at the stone walls, which vividly illustrated the valiant battles fought by 3,000 armored soldiers. Wolf Feng smiled slightly and replied to Salz, "There are even greater wonders." He then turned his gaze toward the elephant warriors of the Dragon Elephant Legion and proclaimed, "Do you wish to be as powerful as the lion warriors depicted in these murals?" To be honest, the elephant warriors did not entirely trust Wolf Feng. Most followed him out of respect for the last command left by their fallen leader. Wolf Feng had yet to demonstrate any prowess deserving of their admiration. Leading nearly 3,000 elephant warriors, felt a surge of respect for the robust lion warriors. Salz asked boisterously, "Boss, Ji, why did it take you so long to come out? A whole day has passed, and this cave just transformed into its current state. These guys are truly impressive." Wolf Feng smiled slightly and replied to Salz, "There are even greater wonders." He then turned his gaze toward the elephant warriors of the Dragon Elephant Legion and proclaimed, "Do you wish to be as powerful as the lion warriors depicted in these murals?" To be honest, the elephant warriors did not entirely trust Wolf Feng. Most followed him out of respect for the last command left by their fallen leader. Wolf Feng had yet to demonstrate any prowess deserving of their admiration, especially since he was not of the elephant race. Aware of this, Wolf Feng understood that had it not been for Hu Kuo and the leader and Appos' order, he would have suspected these elephant warriors would have returned to the wire defense line rather than following him in flight. The elephant warriors gazed at him with skepticism. Their straightforward natures accustomed to charging into battle with their massive blades, oblivious to the subtleties of emotion. Only Hu Kuo appeared excited, shouting, "We do." The others remained indifferent. "I could become as formidable as the lion warriors in the mural," Hu Kuo exclaimed excitedly, although his tone and address remained unchanged. Wolf Feng paid no heed to their doubts. He knew action spoke louder than words. Silently activating the mark of the 3,000 armored warriors, he called out, "Hu Kuo, come here." Hu Kuo stepped forward, and Wolf Feng unleashed a beam of red light that struck Hu Kuo, merging into his body, eventually coalescing into a faint beastly head mark upon his forehead. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the transformation. "Boss, I feel as though I have gained a powerful force within me. It seems that with just a flicker of my will, I could become as formidable as the lion warriors in the mural," Hu Kuo exclaimed excitedly, although his tone and address remained unchanged. A glimmer of respect and trust now shone in his eyes. The 3,000 armored warriors had indeed taken effect. Wolf Feng smiled slightly and instructed Hu Kuo, "Go and spar with one of your comrades to test your newfound strength." "Yes," Hu Kuo shouted with enthusiasm, eagerly selecting an exceptionally strong warrior from the Dragon Elephant Legion. This warrior, evidently of higher rank, appeared older than Hu Kuo and was a seasoned veteran. Recognizing that Hu Kuo sought revenge for their previous duel, he laughed heartily as they began to spar. Since the purpose was to test the power of the 3,000 armored warriors, Hu Kuo held nothing back. He activated the mark immediately, the red lines of his transformation glowing vividly, as if ready to burst forth at any moment. The muscles on his body began to swell at a visibly rapid pace, though his initial attempts appeared somewhat clumsy. Volume 3, The Collapse of the Meyer Defense Line, Chapter 90. The adorable A Qing the Elephantine officer did not disturb Hu Kuo, patiently awaiting the completion of his frenzy. Fortunately, This was merely a spar. Had it been against an enemy, Huko would have been at a disadvantage before fully entering his frenzied state. The elephant officer sensed the threat emanating from Huko and began to take the confrontation seriously, disarming himself of his armor and long blade, preparing for a close-quarters struggle, as if disappointing Wolf Fong was a grievous sin. Huko let out a thunderous roar as his physique visibly surged, increasing from approximately 5 meters to over 50 centimeters taller in an instant. The skin armor he wore tore apart, and he now towered considerably over the already taller elephant officer, with taut muscles and an expression of fury. The gleam of excitement in his eyes indicated that he had not succumbed to madness. The surging strength ignited his desire for battle. The elephant officer sensed the threat emanating from Huko and began to take the confrontation seriously, disarming himself of his armor and long blade, preparing for a close-quarters struggle. The collision of two colossal beings standing nearly 6 meters tall felt akin to two high-powered Hummer vehicles crashing at full throttle. With a resounding thud, they clashed, and the elephant officer, unwilling to yield, gripped Huko and Apos' arm with bulging veins. The stone floor beneath them shattered like a spider and Apos' web. Yet, it soon became evident that he struggled to maintain his grip. Huko and Apos' seemingly boundless strength continued to surge, with a mighty bellow. Though Wolf Fong keenly noted the tinge of envy in his eyes, the elephant clan, known as the Dragon Elephant Legion, possessed significant strength, although enhanced by frenzy. Realizing that Huko had hoisted him aloft, despite weighing over 2 tons and actively resisting, Huko's hands were like iron clamps, firmly gripping the elephant officer's arms, rendering him utterly unable to escape Huko's grasp, forced to watch helplessly as he was raised high into the air. With a resounding crash, the elephant officer was thrown aside, dust flying as the blue stone floor shattered beneath him. Huko, panting heavily, wiped the sweat from his brow and approached to help the elephant officer up. The officer, smiling broadly, praised Huko loudly. Though Wolf Fong keenly noted the tinge of envy in his eyes, the elephant clan, known as the Dragon Elephant Legion, possessed significant strength, although enhanced by frenzy. Huko was still quite fatigued. Nevertheless, Wolf Fong reveled in joy. Even the tallest of the insectoid army, the rhinoceros beetles, stood only 3 to 4 meters tall, with strength not comparable to that of the elephant clan. Since Huko could overpower the elephant clan, defeating the rhinoceros beetles would be a trivial task. Despite being limited to 1 frenzy activation per day for merely an hour, such drawbacks were easily acceptable in light of his immense power. Moreover, Wolf Fong would not foolishly send the Dragon Elephant Legion soldiers into close combat with the rhinoceros beetles, once armed with their equally fierce long blades. He believed that no army on the continent could withstand the might of his frenzied legion. The elephant warriors were astounded by Huko and Apos' displayed power, no longer underestimating Wolf Fong. This singular feat was sufficient to earn the unwavering loyalty of these battle-hungry elephants, who feared inadvertently offending Wolf Fong and losing the remarkable strength he bestowed. Sals and Ding, among others, looked on with envy, even the jungle wanderers coveting such power. Alas, only the Orcish warriors could inherit the 3,000 knights, and with Huko and Apos' elephant warriors alongside Ding and Apos' yak men and Ching, their total numbered 2,353, leaving no room for them. As for Sals and Apos' 10 bear knights, Wolf Fong had no intention of passing on the 3,000 knights to them just yet. A good knight and Apos' mount constituted half of their overall strength, and only with a superior mount could their combat prowess significantly improve. Instead, he preferred to reserve some slots for future needs. Of course, the inheritance of the 3,000 knights required time. Wolf Fong could not pass on the power to all the orcs at once. After completing the inheritance for a Ching, a Ding, and 500 elephant warriors, he felt somewhat drained. To continue the inheritance, he would need to bolster his mental strength once more. However, with 539 warriors already secured, he felt satisfied. Although Ding's yak men warriors were not as towering as the elephant clan, their impressive horns compensated for their physical disadvantage. Even the elephants dared not underestimate their sharpness. In contrast, a Ching had 1 broken horn and belonged to a common clan of bovines, lacking the formidable stature of the elephant clan or even the prowess of his own kin. The Yakmen, he had fallen behind the primary echelon of strength surrounding Wolf Fong. Yet, he was the first in this world to draw close to Wolf Fong. And though he was not a beast-pattern warrior, he had diligently imparted all he learned on the battlefield to a Ding since leaving their territory, willingly following Wolf Fong in silence. His simplicity was enough to disarm even the most cautious, and though not a beast-pattern warrior. His frenzy provided him with a modicum of self-defense. Observing Ching, who was deeply contemplating the frenzy, Wolf Fong inquired with a smile, Ching, how do you feel? Fong, I feel as though my strength has not increased. Ching replied, perhaps too dim-witted to realize he was wasting Fong's opportunity. Rubbing his large head, he felt guilty, having witnessed how others like Sal's had not received the chance to inherit the 3,000 knights, while Wolf Fong had granted him this privilege. Yet he felt no enhancement from the frenzy. Laughing, Wolf Fong patted Ching's chest, saying, silly Ching, you have not activated the frenzy, naturally. Your strength will not increase. Try to activate it. Oh. Ching blinked in confusion, mimicking Hu Qua as he attempted to initiate his frenzy. The frenzy patterns began to manifest on his head, and his muscles started to swell. Wolf Fong felt a surge of joy, thinking, I knew it. How could there be no effect? This is the inheritance of the Beast King. It will work for any orc. But before he could finish his thought, Ching and Apos' pattern suddenly turned a shade of azure, and his previously bulging muscles shrank abruptly, appearing even smaller than before, giving him a somewhat adorable and silly appearance. Ching gazed blankly at Wolf Fong, who stared in astonishment at the shrunken version of Ching, both rendered speechless. Volume 3, The Fall of the Weird Defense Line, Chapter 91. Beast Fruit. While others expanded in size, Ching experienced an unusual transformation, shrinking instead. Though this diminutive version of Ching still towered over Wolf Fong, an inexplicable charm surrounded her, rendering the term adorably silly utterly fitting. It was amusing to note that Wolf Fong could now reach Ching and Apos' chin. Moreover, the previously vacant gaze in her eyes now sparkled with a hint of vitality. And the broken horn atop her head, which disrupted her aesthetic appeal, evoked even more sympathy towards her. Ching gazed at her shrunken form, noting the considerable reduction of her once steel-like muscles, and asked blankly, Fong, why has my transformation manifested like this? Wolf Fong found himself at a loss for words, unable to provide Ching with an answer. With the ancestral spirit having completely dissipated, he pondered whom he could consult. However, in an effort to reassure Ching, he assumed a serious demeanor, stroking his chin as he replied, perhaps you have yet to fully grasp the essence of transformation. A bit more practice might suffice. Ching, you must strive diligently. The onlookers observed Wolf Fang's earnest deception of Ching, who responded with utmost seriousness, I understand, Fong, unable to contain her amusement. Odalis stifled a giggle behind her hand, reluctant to expose Wolf Fong and Apos' charade. Instead, she adopted a cold demeanor and inquired, Wolf Fong's. Let us set aside Ching and Apos' transformation for now. What should we do next? Considering that they were wandering aimlessly within the territory of the insect race. Wolf Fang's playful spirit waned. Rubbing his ears thoughtfully, he turned to Odalis and asked, do you have any suggestions? Odalis promptly drew her dagger and sketched a straightforward map upon the stone slab. Pointing to the Weird Defense Line, she contemplated aloud. To the west of the Weird Defense Line lies the Ansi Mountains. We could traverse the insect territory along the foothills of the Ansi Mountains, returning to the orc territory from the western city of Hader. Or we could head eastward and sail along the coast of the left Sunset Sea back to the orc territory. As Odalis elaborated, the treacherous terrain of the Ansi Mountains poses a high risk of us becoming trapped, and the sea harbors aquatic creatures, which is equally perilous. Sal's and Apos' reasoning was sound. Wolf Fong turned his attention to Sal's, awaiting his elaboration. Sal's, a seasoned commander, was unperturbed. Grasping Odalis and Apos' dagger, he stated, although both routes lead to the orc territory, they are undoubtedly too distant. Both require us to traverse a substantial portion of the insect race and Apos' border. It would be impossible to escape in less than a year and a half. The situation is critical. The insects are continuously sending reinforcements to the giant tank forest. If we are discovered, even if we manage to flee to the mountains or the sea, Wolf Fong declared, we shall launch a surprise attack on the insect capital. What? The group gasped in unison, clearly taken aback by Wolf Fong and Apos' audacious suggestion. And Odalis nodded in agreement. She then countered, what, then, do you propose? Sal's grinned sheepishly and replied, while I may not have a solution, such an undertaking seemed utterly impossible. Hugh vehemently shook his head, exclaiming, impossible. With our meager numbers, we stand no chance of successfully raiding the insect capital. Even if we manage to approach, we would likely be annihilated before we even reach the city. But have you considered, Wolf Fong interjected, although Odalis and Apo's plan was less than perfect. It was undoubtedly the best option they had at present, and they leaned in to hear Wolf Feng and Apo's proposal. Without delay, Wolf Feng declared, "We shall launch a surprise attack on the insect capital." What? The group gasped in unison, clearly taken aback by Wolf Feng and Apo's audacious suggestion. Was it truly feasible to assault the insect capital? Surrounding the capital were numerous high-ranking insect tribes, and the city itself was heavily fortified, teeming with bizarre and formidable troops. Such an undertaking seemed utterly impossible. Hugh vehemently shook his head, exclaiming, "Impossible. With our meager numbers, we stand no chance of successfully raiding the insect capital. Even if we managed to approach, we would likely be annihilated before we even reach the city." "But have you considered?" Wolf Feng interjected. "Returning would yield no benefit." After much contemplation, the group realized that while Wolf Feng's proposal to attack the insect capital was audacious, facing them head-on would only lead to further conflict. The group fell silent, realizing the truth in Wolf Feng's words. He was still being hunted by the Spirit Temple, an institution that had stood for centuries within the Beast Empire. He could not believe that they possessed only the limited power they displayed. With the Weir defense line fallen and the Elven Kingdom besieged within the ancient tree barrier, the sense of entrapment was palpable, even though the barrier was impervious. That is the heart of the insect race, not the orc territory of Spoblin. Leading a group of elves and orcs into such a prominent position would be incredibly conspicuous. Returning would yield no benefit. After much contemplation, the group realized that while Wolf Feng and Apo's proposal to attack the insect capital was audacious, potentially becoming trapped within insect territory even if the insects retreated. "Who says we cannot control the giant insects?" Odalis declared proudly, her enthusiasm evident. Wolf Feng regarded her confidently. Odalis inquired with a spark of excitement. If his plan succeeded, it would undoubtedly lead to the swift unraveling of the Elven Kingdom's war efforts. Wolf Feng smiled wryly and shook his head, sighing, "Unfortunately, I have no concrete strategy. Otherwise, I wouldn't oppose." He have labeled it an immature suggestion. That is the heart of the insect race, not the orc territory of Spoblin. Leading a group of elves and orcs into such a prominent position would be incredibly conspicuous. And we lack the skills to hide our warriors within the bellies of the giant insects. Without a viable plan, they risked falling into a precarious predicament, potentially becoming trapped within insect territory even if the insects retreated. "Who says we cannot control the giant insects?" Odalis declared proudly, her enthusiasm evident. Wolf Feng regarded her confidently, knowing she would not make baseless claims. "Oh, can elves communicate with the giant insects?" Odalis shook her head, explaining, "Though elves lack the ability to communicate with giant insects, we possess a fruit known as the beast fruit, which holds great allure for magical beasts. Consuming it allows them to temporarily obey the commands of the one who fed them the fruit. While they cannot perform complex tasks, they can certainly be led along." As she spoke, Odalis retrieved a pale yellow fruit from her storage pouch. The moment she produced it, Sal's and the others, giant bears and jungle prowlers, fixated on the small fruit, their agitation palpable as drool pooled beneath them. Volume 3. The Fall of the Meyer Defense Line, Chapter 92. The dispute over food. Wolf grasped the small, exquisite fruit, immediately overwhelmed by a pungent, metallic scent. It was this very aroma that incessantly provoked the senses of the great bears and black panthers, driving them to near madness. The elves, true children of nature, produced an astonishing variety of bizarre fruits. With these diminutive treasures, a mere handful of individuals could stealthily guide them to burrow underground, effectively concealing their presence from prying eyes. And as the son of the Beast King, one would expect his burial site to contain some form of burial goods. Yet it was home to numerous formidable magical beasts. Lowly creatures such as the giant worms could be found lurking in the thickets where Wolf and his companions had entered, making them relatively easy to locate. Resolute in their decision, Wolf and his comrades resolved to rest for 3 days before venturing forth. After enduring a grueling battle at the Meyer defense line, followed by 3 days of sleeping rough by the riverbed, the warriors engaged in friendly sparring, familiarizing themselves with the strength gained from their transformation. And the echoing roars within the cavern lent an air of liveliness to the otherwise desolate stone halls. However, on the 3rd day, apart from the skeletal remains of a great dragon and other beastly overlords within the stone chamber Wolf had entered, there was naught but emptiness. Adhering to the principle that even the smallest mosquito is still meat, Wolf ordered that all the remains from that stone chamber be exhumed. Now resting quietly within his storage pouch, The stone chambers were numerous, with elves and orcs residing separately. They recuperated while awaiting the berserk warriors to master their fury. His current physical prowess allowed him to execute the challenging wolf step with ease, unlike during his previous struggles against the mantis of the unknown jungle outside Head City. Regrettably, on the third day, an issue arose that troubled Wolf. On that day, Wolf sat within the stone chamber, engrossed in studying the application of beast runes. He possessed the moon dance and blazing wolf ascension, and he had not neglected the traditional blade techniques of the werewolf clan or the wolf step taught to him. With his current physical strength, he could execute the challenging wolf step with ease. Unlike the strenuous battles he had fought against the monstrous flower mantises in the nameless thicket outside Hader City. Regrettably, all the fire essence crystals were stored within Door and Appo's pouch, and with the Elven Kingdom besieged, accessing them was impossible. Otherwise, Wolf could have continued to harness the fire essence crystals to bolster his strength. Sal's burst into Wolf and Appo's stone chamber, seething with rage. Boss, those elven maidens refuse to eat the giant badger meat. They insist on consuming flowers and fruits instead. We painstakingly prepared several large bowls of giant badger meat soup for them, only to have it overturned. Fuqua could hardly contain himself and nearly came to blows with them. Upon hearing Sal's complaint, Wolf felt a blend of anger and helplessness. This was an inescapable predicament. The dietary preferences of the elves were quite particular. The forest wanderers, all male elves, reared a black panther cub from a young age. As carnivores, these panthers developed a bond with their elf companions by sharing meals of meat, resulting in robust physiques among the elven males. Despite their charming features, the other meal comprised the wild game they managed to capture on the journey, which the elven women found unacceptable, favoring petals and fruits as their sustenance. However, given the current dire circumstances, essentially a routed army without any support, the food supplies could scarcely last for a few more days. The distance to the insectoid capital remained uncertain, compelling them to be frugal. Now, the group was reduced to 2 meals a day, with one meal consisting solely of the meager rations they could still accept, while the other was comprised of whatever wild game they could procure. The giant badger, abundant in the jungle, provided rich and delectable meat, a favored sustenance for both orcs and insectoids, and even the forest wanderers praised its taste. Considering their dietary habits, Wolf had specifically instructed that the delectable giant badger meat be reserved for the elves, even adding the scant remaining fruits and edible flower petals to enhance the flavor. This was the utmost he could manage under the circumstances. Observing Sal's and Fuqua's men feasting upon the sour, unpalatable giant rat meat while they drooled over the giant badger meat soup, Wolf felt a pang of guilt. Just yesterday, breaching such laws warranted punishment, leaving Wolfung with no grounds to intervene. Reflecting on their time in Spoblin, they had feasted on exquisite delicacies from distant lands. Wolf made his way to the stone chamber where the elven archers resided, his expression darkened. This was not the time for picky eating. When had they ever needed to endure beatings just for a morsel of giant badger meat? Since aligning with Wolfung, Salus and the others had experienced moments of luxury. He had no grounds to intervene on Sal's behalf. Reflecting on their time in Spoblin, where they dined on culinary delights from far and wide, utilizing fire essence crystals unaffordable to many nobles, and employing exquisite porcelain utensils as thin as gossamer, he pondered when they had ever needed to endure beatings for a morsel of giant badger meat. Since joining Wolf, Sal's and his companions had enjoyed moments of indulgence. Yet more often than not, they were embroiled in relentless battles. The whip that struck along had also lashed at Wolf's very soul, and even after enduring the punishment, he had arrived at the stone chamber of the elven archers. The giant badger meat porridge, still steaming and mixed with vibrant red berries, was strewn across the ground. Could he blame the Temple of the Awakening Spirit? No, for his shortcomings were not inflicted by the enemy, but were the results of his own inadequacies. Clenching his fists, he gathered his thoughts and approached the stone chamber of the elven archers, where the aroma of the giant badger meat porridge, still steaming and mingled with bright red berries. You must apologize today. My warriors are still eating the foul giant rat meat, while it was Wolfung who generously reserved the giant badger meat for you. These men would show no mercy. Odalis stood at the forefront, shielding the archers. Despite her profuse apologies, the elves behind her wore expressions of indifference, some even displaying disdain. His chest heaving with anger, Aiden remained silent, but his heavy huff and icy glare conveyed his dissatisfaction. With added berries to enhance the flavor. Your ingratitude is one thing, but what does it mean to overturn it on the ground? Fuqua's fury ignited. She raised her head defiantly and proclaimed, while my warriors may have been mistaken in spilling the beast meat porridge today. Volume 3, The Fall of the Weird Line, Chapter 93. Rebuke. Odalis was not one to easily capitulate. Fearlessly, she faced a towering orc warrior. Holding her head high as she declared, "Today, it was my warrior who spilled the beast meat porridge, but you clearly know we do not consume meat." Odalis's resoluteness bordered on the unacceptable. For instance, when Wolfgang had instructed her to relay messages for a retreat at the weird defense line, and her stubbornness was well established. Unlike Villi's brand of stubbornness, which carried a hint of playful charm, Odalis's obstinacy was direct and rather hard to accept. Villi's defiance was often a reaction to Wolfgang, aligning herself with him in times of need, whereas Odalis's obstinacy was a steadfast conviction, once she deemed something right. Refused to comply until the Zerg attacked, at which point she begrudgingly admitted her fault, making it clear that she would not yield to Hugua either. Parting the crowd to stand before Odalis, who wore a stubborn expression, he quietly lamented that it was imperative to rectify Odalis's disposition, otherwise, not even 10 dragons could sway her. Stand down. As Hugua prepared to escalate the situation, Wolfgang could no longer remain a passive observer. He stepped forward, parting the crowd, and gazed at the resolute Odalis with a silent sigh. Seizing this opportunity, he felt compelled to correct Odalis and Apos' demeanor, fearing future repercussions if left unchecked. "What seems to be the issue? Is the badger meat unpalatable?" Wolfgang inquired calmly, observing the spillage of food on the ground. Odalis shot a cold glance at Hugua before addressing Wolfgang. "My lord Wolfgang, you must understand that elven women never consume flesh. The food Hugua has brought is solely beast meat, which we find unacceptable. Moreover, my subordinate merely voiced a complaint, yet Hugua resorted to foul language." Sals had mentioned that an elven archer had exclaimed, "Heavens, how could anyone eat such a thing?" prompting Hugua's outburst. Under normal circumstances, Wolfgang listened intently, nodding, but his expression grew increasingly grim. On the way here, Sals had mentioned that an elven archer had exclaimed in disbelief, "Goodness! Can anyone actually consume such fare?" prompting Hugua's outburst. Under normal circumstances, Hugua would not have reacted so vehemently, however. Zalong had been punished the day prior for having to endure such unpalatable food. Given his close bond with Zalong, Hugua could not suppress his anger and lashed out at the elven archer. The situation escalated as the elven archers, unable to contain their frustration, overturned the food barrels, igniting the fury of the orc warriors. Odalis also felt displeased with Wolfgang's demeanor, coldly insisting, "I request that Hugua and Yadin apologize to us." Wolfgang remained silent, turning to Sals to calmly instruct, "Go fetch Zalong, and bring me a bowl as well." He then fell silent, awaiting the outcome. Sals, noting Wolfgang and Apos' stoic expression, understood that his anger was genuine. He dared not feign ignorance nor inquire about the purpose of the bowl. Before long, he returned with a wooden bowl, accompanied by Zalong, who still held half a bowl of giant rat meat. Wolfgang accepted the rough wooden bowl from Sals and addressed Zalong. "Zalong, remove your armor." The simple-hearted Zalong, confused by Wolfgang and Apos' command, complied and unfastened his Milan armor, revealing his robust torso. "Turn around." Zalong obediently complied, exposing the scars on his back. Sals, unable to bear the sight, wore a guilty expression and averted his gaze from Zalong. Though Zalong was his dear brother, military law was absolute. When punishment was due, there was no room for leniency. The elven archers also displayed expressions of horror, some gasping as they covered their mouths. Odalis, taken aback, was equally perplexed, unsure of Wolfgang and Apos' intentions. The thick whip left Zalong's skin lacerated, and the friction from the armor had stained the lining crimson, making the scars on his back appear all the more grotesque. Wolfgang cleared his throat and addressed the elves. "Do you understand why Zalong has been injured?" He raised his voice abruptly. "Sals, who was responsible?" Standing tall, Sals bellowed, reporting, "I was the one. Reason: Zalong violated military discipline by sneaking half a bowl of elven giant badger meat. He was punished with 10 lashes. I executed the punishment myself." When Sals declared he personally administered the punishment, it was evident he clenched his teeth, his head lowering slightly. Wolfgang listened to Sal's furious declaration, a cold smile forming on his lips as he replied, "I am not a commendable leader. My brothers have followed me and have tasted little in the way of delicacies. In the end, they suffer for a half bowl of unfit giant badger meat. I have failed my brothers." After saying this, he patted Zalong's chest, his eyes filled with regret and guilt. stirring a sense of fervor within Zalong. Wolf Fong took the wooden bowl from Zalong, inspecting the darkened rat meat inside, its foul odor assaulting his senses. He tore off a piece, placing it on his tongue, experiencing the revolting taste blossom across his palate, and muttered to himself, "This is not food fit for humans. This indeed is." With that, Wolfung and Apos' harsh reprimand struck Odalis and every elf like a hammer, leaving her pale. She suddenly recognized their overstepping, gazing at the scattered mixture of berry-infused beast meat porridge. Yet saw him point at them and continue, "Do you know what time it is? We are currently within the territory of the insects. There are no supplies, no reinforcements, and certainly no delightful fruits from the Elven Kingdom. I respect your dietary customs, but there is a time for everything. Is this the time?" His anger was only half genuine. Yet, the discord between elves and orcs was palpable, with many elves disliking the orcs and Apos' crudeness, despite their outward kindness. Glancing at the spillage of beast meat porridge mixed with berries, the few pieces of giant rat meat that had fallen from Zalong's bowl were particularly conspicuous.